Chapter 151 Aftermath. The sky over Bentheim never slept. Even at night, millions of aircars, shuttles and other vehicles roamed the invisible lanes above the metropolis of Durham. Vase looked up at the busy traffic at an office in the middle of a planetary guard base. "This is not how I envisioned my first assignment," Rayla muttered as she scratched her back. Her back had been raked with debris when a railgun strike barely missed. Fortunately, the guard medics easily treated her wounds, though they still stung like hell. "How many enemies have you made?" Even Vase didn't know. He still found it hard to believe that someone might actually wish to kill him due to some trivial offense. Of course, what he found trivial might not be so small to whoever arranged the attack. While the attempt obviously involved the much maligned Bentheim Liberation Movement, he found it to be a little too sophisticated to pin the blame on the rebels alone. "We're going to have to adopt some tighter security protocols from now on," Melkor said as he crossed his arms. "Guard duty has always been a hazardous assignment, but the risks we're exposed to is beyond all reason. Don't worry, I'll make sure to remunerate you properly. You won't be making a loss under my employ." Vase didn't wish to scare his cousins away. He could already see the doubt in their expression. As long as he offered enough compensation, then they wouldn't cut and run. He also didn't hold back on his mistakes. "The biggest mistake we've made is that we haven't brought our mechs along. Everyone took for granted that we'd only stay on Bentheim briefly, so we left them in their containers to be shipped to Cloudy Curtain. I made the decision because it was the most efficient choice, since I only expected to stay in Bentheim for a day. You're going to need a permit if you want to pilot a mech in a heavily populated area. It's almost impossible to get one these days. They're exceedingly rare in Rittersburg and I don't expect any different here in Bentheim," Melkor pointed out. Anyone could flatten an entire neighborhood with a single mech. Vase looked down at the streets and spotted only a dozen mechs or so. The vast majority of them sported the black and blue guard colors. The rest used corporate colors as they escorted the aircars of senior executives. "I got an answer for that." The front door slid open. Melinda entered the lounge with a smirk. Besides Rayla, everyone possessed the same raven hair that marked them as a Larkinson. She walked over to Vase and handed over a datapad. "What's this?" "Your grandpa's present. I contacted him as soon as I learned how much trouble you stirred." She looked at Vase as if he was a delinquent. "It's a good thing he's willing to bail you out. Bentheim will cover some of the costs. Whatever insurance the affected businesses fall under will cover another part. Grandpa will shoulder the rest." The Larkinsons along with their pursuers did a number on the warehouse and storage yard. Though the Planetary Guard declared that they had been acting in extreme self-defense, that still left them open to getting sued by angry businessmen with damaged goods in their hands. Vase read the official document on the datapad. He realized he received a permit to travel around in most of Bentheim with a restricted mech escort. He could only employ one mech, and it had to adhere to a strict guideline of loadouts. For example, carrying a flamethrower in an urban area was asking for trouble. The permit came as a timely gift. "This is extremely helpful. Did you vouch for me, Melinda?" "Yup." She nodded and looked around for Lucky. She spotted the disheartened-looking cat and bent down to pet his undamaged surface. "Frankly, the Planetary Guard is too short-handed right now and we can hardly spare the manpower to keep an eye on you whenever you drop by for a visit. I didn't need to do much convincing, though. The Larkinson's name is good enough. It paid to be known as a Larkinson. Though some of the rival families disparaged their reputation, the Larkinsons have never acted excessively for several hundred years. All right, I'll be sure to make use of this permit the next time I visit this planet. How's the interrogation going?" Melinda's smirk turned into a frown. "Difficult as usual. The groundside component of the BLM largely consists of petty criminals and disillusioned workers. I doubt they can count past 10. The handful of cadre have already fled their underground bases by the time we obtained their locations. The BLM drew their ranks from the large mass of low-income workers. They worked hard and earned only a pittance. When the rebel propagandists pointed out that the Bright Republic siphoned away a large portion of the planet's revenue, the workers easily swayed over to their mindset. What about the mercenaries? Their gear is way too sophisticated. It's a dead end. They've been conditioned into killing machines. The details of their mission has been physically scrubbed from their brains. They're probably dark mercenaries who've been kidnapped and brainwashed into becoming untraceable pawns." In the end, the Planetary Guard found nothing. The whole affair had been dismissed as a failed attempt at kidnapping and assassination by the Bentheim Liberation Movement. "Are we free to go now, Melinda?" "Sure." Don't forget to retrieve your gear before you go. Ah, one more thing, cousin. Do you know a place where I can buy a good pistol? Everyone turned to Vase. Rayla laughed at him. Are you sure you want to play with a gun? While Melinda, Rayla and Melkor hadn't been trained as infantrymen, their mech pilot training didn't skimp out in these areas. Mech pilots had to keep their body in shape and engrave their fighting skills into their muscle memory in order to make the most out of their mechs. I'm not looking for an expert's gun, Vase replied while raising his hands as if he was a naughty child who wanted to take a shuttle out for a joyride. I just want something that can play a role in the hands of an amateur like me. While Vase received some firearms training when he studied mech design, he couldn't call himself an expert. It took talent and perseverance in order to become a proficient marksman. He didn't delude himself into thinking a few dozen hours of practice turned him into a commando. Do you have money? He thumped his chest with his palm. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm a mech designer. Melinda tapped her chin with her finger. You should pay a visit to Old Jimmy's. It's a classy place that tailors their weapons to their customers. They also offer smart guns that offer a variety of conveniences such as aim assistance. As long as no one hacks your gun, you're good to go. The only problem is that they take weeks to fulfill an order. The place sounded like a good fit for him, though he lacked the time to wait. I'll settle for a generic weapon for now. Everyone left and headed downstairs. They retrieved their comms and weapons and left for the spaceport under the watchful company of a pair of mechs. Vase had the feeling that the planetary guard was glad to see him go. They paid extra for an immediate passage to Cloudy Curtain. The Larkinsons still had to spend the night at a hotel before they took a shuttle to the space station and boarded their transport. 3 days later, they finally Cloudy Curtain. As their shuttle touched down at the rural planet's old and shabby spaceport, Vase took a deep breath of his home planet's air. Home sweet home, I can finally get back to work. Hopefully we left most of the craziness behind, Rayla remarked, though she quickly sneered at Orinoco's pathetic skyline. Hopefully there's some entertainment to be found in this place. In contrast, Melkor maintained his vigilance. His blue visor neatly scanned every corner of the spaceport. This place is more than 50 years old. Its security could use an update. Do we need to watch out for anyone on this planet? Vase grimaced at the question. Some of the local politicians have a beef with me. They're not as powerful and unscrupulous as the BLM, but they're certainly bad news. They didn't have permission to pilot a mech in Cloudy Curtain, though hardly anyone bothered to ask for it. Walter's whalers frequently showed off their mechs without a permit. While Vase was tempted to ignore the local laws and have his cousins unpack their mechs, he didn't wish to give more ammunition to his enemies. Instead, he compromised by renting a reinforced shuttle from Sanyal Ablin. Vase spent the rest of the trip explaining what he learned about the white doves and the greens and what they should watch out for. Most of all, he emphasized his relationship with Walter's whalers. Aren't you afraid they'll bite the hand that feeds them one day? Melkor asked with a warning in his voice. Gangs like these normally don't last very long. Once they fall, their patrons fall with them. You know our family doesn't like to associate with these kinds of people. This isn't Rittersburg. The Larkinsons have no influence here. I might not have much in common with the whalers, but we share some interests. That's enough to trust their sincerity. Though Melkor found it to be a bad idea, he didn't argue the point. Vase ran the show now. He could make all the bad decisions he wanted as long as he was willing to suffer the consequences. Once they touched down at his workshop, everyone sighed in relief. His workshop's sturdy walls, menacing turrets and state-of-the-art security bots certainly impressed his cousins. This setup must cost quite a lot. Not as much as hiring a mech to stand guard. That's what you two will be in charge of, Vase noted with a firmer voice now that he returned to his home. I don't expect you two to stand guard at all times, but you should at least be ready to enter a mech to respond to emergencies. I'll let the two of you arrange the details yourself. The previous attack should have made it clear that Vase faced very real threats. He could at least count on Melkor to be dutiful enough to take his job seriously. With both of them watching over Rayla like hawks, she wouldn't be able to drag her feet either. Anyone home? Carlos quickly arrived. Since the time Vase departed for Rittersburg, his friend grew a beard. It made him look a little more mature, though Vase had to grow used to the new look. Let me introduce you to my cousins. They're both qualified mech pilots and will hopefully be patrolling around with their mechs. Oh, nice to meet you guys. His fabricator smiled and shook their hands. They babbled a bit but found out they shared nothing in common besides their interest for mechs. Instead, he turned back to his employer. Boss, I did it. I practiced hard while you left and managed to crank up my success rate to 99%. That's great news. The ratio relieved Vase. Carlos hadn't been slacking off. I already made the arrangements with my mech broker. You'll be in charge of fulfilling orders for the Silver Label Mark IIs from now. For now, I'll supervise your work closely. Once Carlos proved his mettle, Vase intended to let him work without hovering over his shoulder like an overprotective mother. He had his own projects to take care of, the most immediate of which awaited his attention for quite some time. As his cousin slowly settled in, Vase started to deal with his paperwork. He called Calci for a meeting. Vase was bound to make a fool of himself if he approached the local government himself. Calci should certainly be able to help with applying for a mech permit and registering a corporation. I'll prepare the groundwork in the evening. She chirped over her comm. Good. See you tomorrow then. Chapter 152 Allure of Mechs. Vase met with Calci the next morning and discussed a lot of business. She spent most of her efforts preparing to apply for a mech permit. Such a thing might be hard to obtain for a private individual, but as soon as he incorporated his business he'd be able to take advantage of looser provisions. As for registering his business, his family's lawyers already laid the groundwork. Calci only had to dress it up and rearrange some data in order to comply with the local standard. It's not that difficult to start up a corporation in the Bright Republic. Even the local politicians can't be too excessive, she explained to her employer. Cloudy Curtain is relatively rare among rural planets in that it doesn't offer any incentives for doing so. Most underdeveloped planets do their best to attract more commerce. That's fine. I don't expect any favors nor do I need any. As long as we don't encounter any obstacles, I'm content. After she promised to handle the filing and registration, they turned to a thornier subject. With the Planetary Assembly about to go back in session, the tax reform bill became a looming threat to Vase. If the White Doves and the Greens succeeded in imposing excessive demands to businesses like the Living Mech Corporation, then Vase would be forced to relocate his assets. The assemblymen have been busy trading favors. They've added in a lot more exemptions to the people who are willing to play along with the ruling coalition. Opposition is too scattered right now. Whoever is left out is of no importance to Cloudy Curtain's economy. Calci regularly reported her observations, so Vase already knew about it. So there's no use in trying to unite. We're not part of their network. It galled him a bit that the politicians treated him like an insect. They didn't need to take his opinions into account when they formulated their policies. Well, he'd show them up sooner or later. The coalition is doubling down on boosting the agricultural sector. They're even drafting a complementary bill that will indirectly subsidize the consortiums along with the other farming concerns. Normally, the ruling coalition wouldn't be able to make this pass, but with the Bright Republic preoccupied with the terror attacks and the impending war, a small case of self-enrichment doesn't really ping on their radar. They truly picked the best timing. Having first-hand experience of a terror attack on his own had made Vase aware that the Republic were at their wits' end. They had to devote a huge amount of manpower in order to keep a lid on the BLM. Vase turned his palm to her. I understand you've been working on a plan. Let's hear it. I've been racking my brain myself but I haven't figured out a way to stop the coalition. She twirled her straight blonde hair and smirked at him. You haven't been spending much time in town, have you? If I'm not holed up in my workshop, I'm often off-planet. Then you aren't aware of today's sentiment. If you walk down the streets of Freslin, you'll note that you've become a local celebrity of sorts, especially among the young. While no one really knows what mech designers actually do, it doesn't change that you're Cloudy Curtain's very first mech manufacturer. Your physical mechs might be unattainable to the masses, but your virtual mechs have made quite a splash. His virtual mech sales had indeed increased lately, though not to the point of earning him lots of DP. His popular 3-star young blood stopped providing him with DP, while his other designs only modestly sold more. Still, it didn't change that more potentates piloted his mechs. According to Calci, his brand recognition had grown to the point where at least half of the people on the streets knew his name. She continued her story. Once I started hearing your name being bandied about by my fellow students, I suddenly had a thought. What kind of era are we living in these days? This is the age of mechs. Vase scrunched his face. You've lived a fairly privileged life, so you've been able to pursue a career with mechs without a problem. What about the rest? Do you know how much the local youths worship mechs? Everyone is a fan of mechs. However, not many people are able to get in touch with one. After the local potentates graduate from the junior academy, they're often forced to move off-planet or abandon their piloting career. Cloudy Curtain only hosted a handful of grassroots academies that only offered a limited curriculum. If potentates wished to develop their skills to the point of becoming a qualified mech pilot, they often had traveled to a different planet in order to attend a more advanced academy. Not everyone could afford to do so. Slowly, Vase started to understand her point. I see what you mean. My sudden entry into Cloudy Curtain is a portent to a livelier mech scene. A single mech manufacturer can function as the central node of a nascent mech community. All the mech fans should be thankful of me for opening this door. Do you know which organization is the most popular among the young? It's actually the Whalers. They're the only game in town with lots of mechs. They also recruit heavily among the locals. This is why they've never lost support even if they've made a nuisance of themselves over the years. They're our very own folk heroes. In other words, even if the politicians detested them, they would never dare to chase them away. First, they couldn't beat them on the battlefield because the Whalers had way too many mechs, even if their quality left much to be desired. Second, the Whalers were actually more popular than the Greens, White Doves and the Pioneers put together. Cloudy Curtainers generally never bothered with politics because it was boring as hell. In contrast, Walter's Whalers constantly flaunted their exploits with mechs. Vase had to admit that Mr. Walter acted very shrewdly by being so flamboyant. So you think we should adopt the same strategy as the Whalers? That sounds very expensive. Even if most people knew he existed, that didn't mean anything on its own. Turning this awareness into action required a lot of work. A publicity campaign could easily run into the billions of credits. Still, Kelsey kept her confident smile as she passed him a datapad that outlined her plan. Vase quickly skimmed over the documents. It contained 2 ambitious motions that could turn the tables on the rotten politicians who wanted to drive him away. As you can see, my outline calls for applying pressure to the ruling coalition from both the top and bottom. Pressure from any one direction won't affect them too much, but if they have to fight on multiple fronts, they'll be starting to feel the squeeze. I see that your first plan calls for partnering up with the gaming centers. In order to play the best mech sims, potentates had to use an extremely expensive simulator pod. Gaming centers offered a convenient place for potentates to practice their skills without saddling them up with loads of debt. Most of the local gaming centers were actually franchises of established entertainment companies. Right, she nodded. The most popular game, at the moment, is Iron Spirit. It turns out it offers an extensive set of privileges to game center operators. Every establishment has the right to designate a handful of mechs at each star tier as their trial mechs. Pilots are able to try them out without limit even if they haven't purchased them. This is a great way for you to become an indispensable figure to the young. What about the operators? Will they agree to such an arrangement? Kelsey leaned over and called up an appendix. I've already made a call to all of the game centers in Orinoco and Freslin. About a third of them are willing to put your young blood as a promotional mech. As for the others, they're not allowed to decide this on their own. Still, if they see that the game centers that are promoting your models are doing well, they might start to change their mind. Her initiative really came as a welcome surprise. He hadn't expected her to sound out so many game centers. It must have cost a lot of time to canvass so many operators. If this is true, then we're off to a great start. Still, that doesn't mean much on its own. Oh, we still need to do a publicity campaign, but it doesn't cost much if we limit our reach to the game centers. Once you tell your fans that some evil backstabbing politicians are trying to drive you away, they'll cry to their mommies and daddies. Once this phenomenon reaches a certain point, the adults can't sit still. After all, most of them also appreciate mechs. The most popular broadcast on Cloudy Curtain consisted of the mech games. Almost a quarter of the population regularly tuned into the live matches. While the plan still sounded nebulous at certain points, Vase approved of the plan. He allowed Kelsey to draw a limited amount of funds in case she needed to grease the wheels. He also tasked her with forming up a publicity campaign. She intended to leave the work to her friends who studied marketing. If the first prong of the plan intended to poke the masses, the second prong was definitely meant to poke something bigger. As Vase read the second set of documents, his brow rose in alarm. You actually want to petition the Republican commissioner? Are you insane? Major planets such as Bentheim hosted a substantial amount of bureaucracy that answered directly to the central government in Rittersburg. A backwater like Cloudy Curtain wasn't entitled to such treatment. The low population and stagnant economic growth only led to the establishment of a single office. While the Republican commissioner reported directly to Rittersberg, he mainly supervised the local governmental organs. In extreme cases he could fire the entire planetary assembly and rule the entire planet by decree, thought that never happened. Think of the Bright Republic's plight. She responded patiently. She turned on her comm and visited a random news portal. Look at the headlines. Half of them are talking about the war that everyone is convinced will break out soon. When the Republic is dealing with all of these matters, what do you think it values more? Peace, or power? Power, of course. Of all the things the Republic asked of its people, it mostly demanded strength. They needed more pilots, more enthusiasm, more loyalty and above all else, more spirit. In its agonizing journey to become a state, the Bright Republic learned to cast off its naive notions of peace. In times of war, it couldn't afford to see some of their planets acting timidly. The Greens and the White Doves might rule Cloudy Curtain, but they only get to call the shots as long as they didn't step on the Republic's toes. In times of war, every planet mattered. Who knew if Cloudy Curtain's melancholy could spread one day? Vase let out a deep breath once he read through the brief proposal. The Republican commissioner is always a senior statesman. They're wily old foxes who will instantly see through my intentions. They aren't supposed to favor selfish people. If you approach him by yourself, that might be the case. She smirked at him again. The story is different once the masses are riled up. If the Mech fans are starting to make noise, the ruling coalition will find themselves at the opposite side of both central policy and popular opinion. It'll become obvious that the cowards intend to spend the entire war with their heads buried in the sand. She certainly painted a very devious scenario. He doubted the Greens and White Doves would take it lying down. They'd certainly counterattack before it got to that point. Still, it did not change the basic facts. Once a significant part of the population spoke out, the Republican commissioner could use that as an excuse to smack the politicians. A public rebuke could easily stop the tax reform bill in its tracks. The crucial challenge here lies in provoking the public while tying my company's interests with their own. Both will not come easily, he stated after some thoughts. I think we'll need some help with this. It's too much to expect you to do this in your spare time. I want you to look for a publicist who can manage relations with the game centers and take care of the publicity campaign. I can find plenty of those on campus. Make sure they don't have any ties to any of the scum who sit in the planetary assembly. I don't want them to realize our intentions before it's too late. They ended their discussion with a solid course of action. Vase admired Kelsey's boldness. Hopefully her devious plan worked. If not, Vase could always investigate the shady farming consortiums. Chapter 153 Publicist Chapter 153 Publicist, when you told me you mastered 99% of my design, you weren't lying. You did an adequate job. Vase nodded with satisfaction. I expect you to focus on the remaining 1%. You've taken the wrong approach at some turns that has led you into a dead end. Even I can't resolve this issue without spending a lot of effort. A tired-looking Carlos pleaded at him. Can you show me how to fix this first? It's been nagging me for weeks. With his superior skills, Vase deftly threaded the needle. He emplaced the right components through a fairly congested portion of the half-built silver label Mech. Carlos did a decent job with his first real attempt at fabricating the Mark II, but he made a few strange decisions during the assembly process that tightened the noose once he finalized the internals. It should pass certification, he judged. He should know, since he supervised the entire session, all 7 days of it. Don't worry about the speed. Perfect your techniques. Any flaws you pass on might prove catastrophic. At its current scale, the nascent living Mech corporation couldn't afford to fail a single product. Not only would a failure throw his balance sheet into disarray, it also affected his reputation. The MTA kept track of every Mech designer's performance. Customers paid a lot of attention to the ratio between failed certifications and total Mech sold. After overseeing the handover of the freshly fabricated Mech, he turned back to his own work. The new year prompted him to catch up on his paperwork. The LMC's recent incorporation forced him to expand his administrative scope. He couldn't work in a slapdash manner like he used to. Nowadays, he had to track every material that came in and out of his premises. Fortunately, a relatively small company like his who employed only a handful of people didn't require much overhead. For now, Vase could take it easy and implement some simple off-the-shelf systems. He also had to segregate his finances into a number of different accounts. The majority of his money rested in the LMC's balance sheet. Vase wasn't allowed to draw on this massive pile of cash without a justifiable reason. Not that it mattered, because he only answered to his shareholders. Currently, Vase was his own majority shareholder. After spending a fair amount of money getting the Barracuda to work, he also had to cough up about 1 million credits to cover his running costs and pay some miscellaneous taxes. The LMC only had about 50 million credits left in savings. The 250 million credits he received from selling some of his shares technically belonged to him rather than the company. At this stage, the distinction hardly mattered. He was the company, and the company was him. For now, Vase reserved the money for a future license purchase. I should hire a clerk, he thought as he installed a commercial tracking program onto his bots. With their new programming, the bots gained the new task of tallying up his inventory. At least I've already hired a publicist. Kelsey found an interesting student at her university. When Vase first met Gavin Newman, he thought he met an assertive nerd. Vase had read the senior student's CV and became impressed by his excellent grades and extracurricular activities. Since Vase wanted to find someone flexible, talented and independent, Gavin looked to be an excellent prospect. He should have been studying at a much more prestigious university, to be honest. Gavin started his job interview with a very surprising declaration. I hate mechs. Excuse me, I just thought I should let you know. I hate mechs. Okay, why are you applying to be my publicist if you don't think much of mechs? Would you rather have someone working for you who's slavishly brainwashed into worshipping mechs? Love and obsession often clouds your judgment. I can guarantee you that as long as I'm in charge, I won't be fooled by the hype. As a marketer, it's my job to be the trendsetter, not the follower. Once Vase understood Gavin's point, he had to admit it made sense. Still, letting someone who hated mechs take charge of his public relations could also backfire on him. Gavin might not fully understand the nuances the in-crowd took for granted. Also, his motivations also drew suspicion. Why work for the LMC if it didn't match his interests? That's because your company is at a stage of rapid growth. I've done my research. Despite the incredible risks, there's a lot of money to be made with mechs. I don't care if I have to sell mechs, dung or female sanitary products, as long as it has potential, it's worth my time. So basically, you want to work for me because there's lots of promise in my sector. Why not apply for a job at the Raleigh Consortium or something? Peef, where else am I going to work? My talents will be going to waste if I apply for a job at the farming consortiums. Every year, they harvest the exact same crops and sell them to the exact same wholesalers from Bentheim. They're so stodgy and conservative that even a single change of color on their packaging requires an entire conference. Tragically, Cloudy Curtain didn't offer much in commerce. Even a high performer like Gavin couldn't compete against graduates from Bentheim and Rittersberg. Vase eventually decided to hire Gavin. The assertive student might lack experience, but he had an abundance of enthusiasm. Gavin looked forward to be an integral part of the LMC's rise. A mere week after he went to work, Gavin proved his worth by successfully getting the gaming centers to adopt the young blood as a promotional mech. The usage rate of his training mech had skyrocketed. Once Gavin and Kelsey finished designing a publicity campaign, Vase looked forward to twisting public opinion against his political opponents. That will take some time, however. He sighed and looked back to the half-assembled Dortmund. When Vase hadn't been supervising Carlos, he had already started to reconstruct the frame of the massive industrial printer. Vase made decent progress in the early stages of his reconstruction project. The blueprint and the repair manual he obtained from the Clifford Society proved its utility by allowing him to assemble the salvaged and reprinted components in the correct order. Even if he didn't grasp each component's purpose, the printer should work as long as he handled them appropriately. In fact, he assembled the printer a lot faster than he originally thought. Despite its immense size, the Dortmund's complexity lay mostly in its irreplaceable components. Starting from an inventory of salvaged parts allowed Vase to skip the most difficult phase and put together the Dortmund with relative ease. Another week went by as Vase immersed himself with the reconstruction. It started to look more and more like one of those shiny new machines he saw back when he went on a school trip to a major mech manufacturer. The good times ended when Vase hit a snag at 98% completion. Most of its advanced components had already taken their places, but if Vase didn't do something about its processors, the massive block of machinery might as well be scrap. This last stumbling block constantly gnawed at him like a bone stuck in his throat. The questionable legality of the project prevented him from contacting support. He tried asking Dietrich to find a hacker on the black market, but Vase only received a couple of dubious offers so far. The main problem with trying to do business with shady hackers was that he couldn't trust them. What if they slipped in some backdoors on the sly? Even the system is of little help. Learning to hack to the point of being able to tamper the processors required too many skills. Vase couldn't afford to divert his precious DP into exploring a side path. As for the store, it sold all kinds of utilities, but Vase couldn't operate them without the required proficiency. As for the processors themselves, the system disdained selling such materials. I guess the only way to resolve this is through the Clifford Society. Transactions between society members had to adhere to the organization's rules. If everyone constantly scammed each other, its marketplace could never grow to so big. Besides hiring a trustworthy hacker, Vase also wanted to purchase several essential machinery to upgrade his workshop to a fully functional operation. I guess I'll have to take a trip after all. It might take 1 or 2 weeks until the shipyard back in Bentheim repaired his Corvette. Marcella also expected it to take some time assembling a crew for the luxurious ship. She still had to do her job after all, so she left the grunt work to her assistants. Nevertheless, Vase appreciated her aid. This meant that before he went on his way to earn merits, he had enough time to design a virtual mech. Vase wanted to stock up on DP and enhance his ability to survive another fight. While these missions aren't supposed to put a mech designer into the front lines, they often entailed many unforeseen risks. After coming back from his ordeal in Bentheim, Vase reflected on the best way to keep him alive. He realized that enhancing his stealth might be the most practical way to go. He could leave the fighting to others. He left the giant workshop floor in the incomplete Dortmund and reached a spare workplace that his cousins turned into an improvised gym. Vase splurged on a couple of simulator pods along with some advanced workout equipment in order to pay them back and to alleviate their boredom. Right now, Melkor and Rayla engaged in some sparring. Their athletic physiques glistened with sweat as they jabbed and kicked at each other while appearing to dance. Vase didn't pretend to understand their moves, though he noted that Rayla's momentary bursts of power unsettled Melkor. After their session wound down, they left the improvised sparring ring and replenished their fluids. "How are you two settling in? It's kind of boring here," Rayla remarked. "There's nothing to do around here. The people here are hicks and I don't have my friends to keep me company." Melkor shook his head and tutted at his niece. "An assignment is not the time to have fun. We're on the clock now, so you better keep sharp." "That's all fine and dandy, but how long do we have to wait until we can flex our mechs?" Their mechs currently rested in a pair of containers in his workshop's backyard. Rayla piloted a light skirmisher while Melkor brought a medium laser rifleman with him. Together, they made for a rounded pair. Unfortunately, Vase had to leave a mech behind if he went on a trip. His Corvette only fit one unpacked mech. "I should be getting a permit back this week, but I've come to talk about something else. What do you think about taking another trip?" Vase briefly explained the possibility to accompany him on an expedition. Rayla jumped on the opportunity. Take me. I'm so bored right now I could die. I can't even relax outside due to all of the weird clouds." A stoic like Melkor didn't mind holding the fort. With his rifleman mech standing guard, Vase didn't have to worry about the safety of his very valuable workshop. With all of his current matters taken care of, Vase could finally devote some time on coming up with a new design. He wanted to replicate the commercial success of his young blood, though this time he had to do it without borrowing the momentum of his public debut. "I should also design something that will complement my current strategy. Only older teenagers are able to pilot a 3-star mech like the young blood." While Vase had also designed a couple of 2-star mechs like the Mist Prowler and the Speed Demon, they lacked the refinement of his later works. Their specifications couldn't match the dominant models. Even if Vase had to regress back to the 2-star tier, he still wished to round out his catalog of virtual mechs. He started to think what kind of training mech might sell well among the younger teens who usually piloted these mechs. Since he already designed a knight, he should begin to design a ranged mech instead. Besides a rifleman, Vase could hardly think of a better choice. Best of all, Vase also had immediate access to an expert. "I need your help, Melkor." "What's up, Vase?" "I'm planning to design a rifleman mech. Please tell me your thoughts on this archetype. What do you see in this kind of mech and what made you decide to pilot one?" Chapter 154 Holy Grail. The security guard yawned as he closed the hefty coffer. Its antigrav modules sprung back to life and took up position behind its sharp-faced owner. Everything checks out. It's a false alarm, the guard declared and waved the new arrival away. Off you go. Enjoy your stay at Cloudy Curtain. The middle-aged man nodded and sauntered to the exit. Bypassing the security of this dreary spaceport had taken a lot more effort than he thought. For some reason, the spaceport recently received a massive upgrade in its security suite. It took some quick thinking for the man to respond to the alarms. As he walked outside the building, he looked up at the dreary clouds that constantly shrouded this planet. The few sheens of color, akin to flattened rainbows, hardly cheered up his day. He hailed an aircar and set his destination to the opposite side of the planet. After several hours of flight, the man departed from the aircar and looked at the quiet neighborhood he'd be living in for the time being. He glanced at the sturdy walls of the guarded compound a few blocks away and whistled appreciatively. This is going to require a lot of patience. His client had already prepared a house for him. Outwardly, it looked identical to the many other homesteads on the street. In fact, the house incorporated many dampening materials that suppressed signals and blocked unwanted spying. After entering the home, the man ignored the furnished house and the closet full of clothes. He directly climbed to the attic at the top and approached a camouflaged window that could not be spotted outside. The coffer dropped to the spotless floor and opened by itself. Instead of the mundane clothes the man showed to the spaceport's security guard, the coffer held a dizzying array of alloy components. The man took each of the components and methodically assembled them until the entire construction resembled a metal tree sitting on its sides. Its intimidating size and shape resembled a railgun, only scaled up to the point it could threaten mechs. The man laid down behind the complicated weapon and swept over its systems. The railgun's muzzle aimed straight at the entrance of the guarded compound that could barely be seen through the attic's window. "You got away once, but I've seen your tricks now," the man whispered as recalled his previous failure. He never expected to come up short due to the presence of a mythical miniaturized shield generator. He made some adjustments this time. As long as his target left the compound, his railgun would never miss. He simply had to be patient. Back at the workshop, Melkor expressed his views on rifleman mechs with a very simple premise. Why do mechs wield rifles? Why don't all of them come in the style of frontline mechs? For humanoid mechs, the main difference between a standard mech and a frontline mech had to do with their arms. A frontline mech replaced its arms with gun barrels, while a standard mech retained its human-like arms capable of manipulating external gear like mech-sized rifles. A skilled pilot can manipulate the limbs of their mechs with great precision. Vase repeated the standard answer found in textbooks. A frontline mech is largely reliant on its hardware and software to aim, which can shore up the aim of an average mech pilot. A standard mech on the other hand combines the use of its systems along with its pilot's intuition to deliver better results. A lot of mech designers thought that adding arms and a rifle to a mech wasted a lot of resources. Yet on an actual battlefield, a standard mech often outperformed its frontline mech counterpart. Many factors played a role, from the increased range of motion afforded by its arms, to the ability to make better use of a pilot's real-life marksmanship. You mentioned plenty of reasons, but you forgot the most fundamental one. We simply like the feel of a gun in our hands. Melkor tapped the side of his head. You're not a potentate, so you don't know the feeling of piloting a frontline mech. The first time I immersed myself into such a model, I felt as if someone amputated my arms and crudely welded a pair of gun barrels in their place. No matter what, I never regarded them as my own limbs. No one liked to pilot an amputated mech. Those who piloted frontline mechs often fell behind in skill, work ethic and genetic aptitude. More than half of the mech pilots of the Bright Republic fell under this category. What makes piloting riflemen so special then? It's the most basic archetype besides knights. A mech pilot who masters the rifleman can pilot every ranged mech. Skill matters the most. A great pilot can easily ruin a rifleman while a great pilot can mow down an entire squad before he succumbs. Vase started to understand Melkor's perspective. In short, it comes down to skill. How do you describe your learning experience when you were in your early teens? Everyone started polishing their marksmanship with their own bodies. A Larkinson like me enjoyed a great amount of tutoring, so I easily passed the early courses. I jumped straight into mech marksmanship and adjusted my habits to fit the mech scale. It was kind of boring, but necessary to go through this process. Not everyone succeeded in time to take the follow-up classes. These guys always end up piloting the frontline mechs. If unlearning the habits learned through shooting a gun in your own hands is so difficult, why not jump to practicing mech marksmanship directly? It has to do with foundation. Anyone who tries to learn a fundamental skill with mechs will only ever master the process with that model alone. Once the mech pilot switches to another model, he'll find out his marksmanship has to be broken down entirely before it can accommodate the new mech. Remember that humanoid mechs are meant to reflect the human form. I see. If you master the skill with your own body, you will always be able to adjust your marksmanship with every mech you come across. Melkor smiled at Vase. That's right. The skill transference always works best if your mind and body has already been imprinted with the habits that work best for you. The real challenge a young mech cadet faces is to transfer his physical marksmanship to mech marksmanship. The first time is always the hardest, but once someone is capable of doing it once, it takes a lot less time to do it again with another model. Mech academies measured how much time it took for each mech pilot to transfer his shooting proficiency. They kept scores separately for both laser and ballistic weaponry, as both types had their own nuances. Since your very first breakthrough matters a lot, I can imagine the academies pays a lot of attention to its training mechs. What kind of models have you worked with? His cousin chuckled. My experiences aren't typical. My aptitude is quite high and my talent in marksmanship is pretty impressive. Furthermore, the family offered a lot of after-school training, so I gained my proficiencies 5 years ahead of everyone else. You should ask Rayla what she thinks about those mechs. Peef. The woman blew as she finished her drink nearby. Don't get me started on those machines. All of the models boast that they're easier to break through than others. You can pick between light mechs, medium mechs, fast mechs, slow mechs, tall mechs, short mechs, whatever you want. Most people pick the models that closely resemble their own bodies, but I don't think it matters really. Rayla's opinion echoed the studies conducted by academics. Not a single consistent factor had been detected that could increase the odds of breakthroughs. It appeared to everyone that rather than mechs, the key point of focus should be the mech cadet in question. Rather than try anything fancy with the training mechs, the academies just offer us the least complicated mechs. There are many things a cadet has to take into account when piloting a multi-ton machine that could easily crush a house. Too many distractions can hinder the learning experience. This was also why mech cadets started their training with older, outdated mechs. Modern designs incorporated many features that could easily overwhelm a young and immature mind. A good training mech focused on simplicity first and performance next. Vase had already done the same with the young blood, but the stakes were higher this time. Proficiency in melee combat always transferred easier than proficiency in ranged combat. No holy grail existed that could shrink this disparity, and Vase didn't delude himself into thinking he could accomplish what millions of mech designers failed to achieve. As Vase kept asking for stories, he caught an important difference between Rayla and Melkor. His niece never enjoyed the training. She only grudgingly kept up with her academy's demanding curriculum, but spent most of her spare time mastering knife fighting. This gave Vase an opening if he employed his unique insights into the X factor. He might not be able to stumble upon the Holy Grail, but perhaps he could make do with fruit juice. Compared to the bland water that no one really liked, perhaps he could entice the kids to drink a little more. All in all, his talk with Melkor proved useful in shaping the concept of his next design. In his opinion, the way forward did not rest on coddling the kids. Simple mechs don't make very fun mechs. A lot of training mechs went overboard in terms of simplicity. One of the reasons why his young blood drew so many teenagers was because it featured a couple of interesting gimmicks. It spiced up the boring knight concept and made it a lot more interesting without demanding an excessive amount of skill. Those who ascended from piloting one-star mechs sought to pilot more powerful mechs. They've already achieved the minimum amount of proficiency in marksmanship. In his mind, a training mech should have a soul. When Vase left the gym and reached his terminal, he browsed the galactic net to see some examples of rifleman mech meant for training. As expected, most tended to be built for simplicity and ease of use. Other designs chose the other extreme and spiced up the design in order to generate more interest. They're too much like toys. Vase shook his head. He didn't agree with the notion of treating the mech cadets like kids suffering from a short attention span. Now that he established a direction, Vase considered what kind of rifleman mech he should design. He chose to go for a medium-weight class due to the additional power and capacity it afforded over training mechs designed to be as cheap as possible. In any case, Vase didn't need to consider the costs when designing a virtual mech. Properly speaking, a rifleman mech is all about its rifle. I should begin with the weapon. He recently acquired the directed energy weapon optimization 2 sub-skill, so he knew a thing or two about laser rifles. He chose to go for laser rifles, which many mech pilots mastered first. Energy weapons demanded a little less consideration compared to ballistic weapons, though those who mastered the latter first all turned out to be prodigies. Still, even with the optimization skill, Vase did not fully understand the full nuances of laser weapons. When he thought about his inadequacies, he suddenly reminded himself that he once made off with research notes on a certain kind of laser. Vase looked around and saw that no one was present. His cousins likely entered the simulator pods while Carlos already worked on their company's next order. He turned on his comm and turned on his privacy shield. Now, even the security cameras and other sensors wouldn't be able to spy on him. He navigated to his files and after inputting a couple of passwords, he reached the folder labeled Gamma Laser Rifle Research and Development. If anyone from the MTA could see him now, they'd shoot him on sight. Vase knew he had a poisoned chalice in his hands, yet he couldn't bear to delete the files. Radioactive or not, gamma lasers worked on much of the same principles as regular laser rifles. He stood to gain a lot of understand in the workings of a laser rifle if he gleaned some insights from the research notes. While Vase didn't have enough time to decipher the complete collection, he only needed a few pointers to elevate his next design. It might not be a holy grail, but a poisoned chalice shouldn't bring any harm as long as I don't take a sip. Whether he'd be able to resist the temptation, no one knew. Chapter 155 Darkness in Monsieur Joshua followed his friends to the game center today. While he didn't need to rent a simulator pod since he owned one himself, he still preferred to play with others. They entered one of the closest game center to their school and greeted a few other classmates as they waited in line. After paying for the entire afternoon, they entered the common room. Large groups of teenagers lingered in the lounge. Some of them discussed their strategies, while others talked about the news. Several projections of matches gave them something else to talk about. Several ads aired in between each match. Introducing the young blood, Cloudy Curtain's pride. Pilot our homegrown mech designers training mech for free. When one of them showcased the game center's promotional mechs, Joshua squeezed his fists. As a fairly newly ascended player in the Silver League, Joshua still lacked the qualifications to pilot a 3-star mech. An average player had to spend at least a year to meet the requirements to unlock this tier. Short ads like these became a conversation starter since they first aired in a couple of game centers. Most of the teenagers gained a new appreciation for knights once they gave the model a try. It left younger potentates like Joshua green with envy. He had been one of Chasing Cloud's earliest fans. Why did Cloudy Curtain's homegrown mech designer suddenly move to 3-star mechs? It left most of his starting fanbase in the dust. Joshua hadn't given up. He took on his training with renewed passion, working harder than practically every other classmate in his mech classes in order to climb up in the Silver League. He made some gradual progress, but at his current rate, he might as well be a snail. Hey, speaking about the young blood, have you heard the latest news? What's up? Did our hometown mech designer finally develop a new design? Peef, nah, that lazy bum is probably lying dormant again. I heard some of my mates that he might be moving away from Cloudy Curtain. No way, he's ours. I'll beat him up if he's defecting to Bentime. Nah, it's not like that. Mr. Larkinson wants to stay, but some corrupt politicians are trying to chase him away. They're cooking up a new law that will hike up his taxes to 90% or something. What? Even I would take a hike with those rates. They can't do that. Ever since Mr. Larkinson has made a splash, our mech scene is actually showing signs of life. It'll die if he's gone. Joshua frowned to the side. He approached his older seniors. Is what you're saying true? Is the Planetary Assembly really trying to chase our only mech designer from our home planet? Sure as hell. Just talk to the folks around here. Half of us have already heard about it. My older brother who's studying finance says you can even look up the dirty details on the galactic net. Those dirtbag politicians aren't even hiding their crimes. The news truly alarmed Joshua. Like many locals, he was proud of his heritage and his birth planet. Cloudy Curtain might not be the most developed planet in the Republic, but they stubbornly stuck to their own. While his well-off family ensured he'd have the pick of academies once he graduated from his local school, he didn't wish to let go of his roots. Joshua intended to go back to his parents and give them a piece of his mind once he returned home. They'd better not be complicit in this rotten conspiracy. As for the mech designer in question, Vase had taken an entire day to skim the forbidden research notes. The blood-stained documents fascinated him. In a horrifying way, it started off rather clinical and dry. The lead scientist, Drive, Samuel Kawasaki, likely copied over a bunch of important documents whenever his team made a breakthrough. Much of the content consisted of extremely dense reports filled with incomprehensible jargon or massive tables of measurements. It might take many weeks for Vase to puzzle out the meaning of these documents. Luckily, Drive, Kawasaki included a handful of progress reports that had obviously been written for his superiors. The senior researcher had been a little more legible in this case, though Vase could sense the contempt dripping through the words. Kawasaki must not have enjoyed dumbing down his words. The opening statement of Kawasaki's very first progress report caught his eye. The purpose of weapons is to kill. Why do we have to shackle them with artificial limits? We live, we eat, we die, we are but animals uplifted into space. Let us reacquaint ourselves with the long-forgotten art of butchery that our race excels in. Despite his eccentricities, Kawasaki led his team of researchers into what they thought of as reinventing the wheel. While they were aware of the basic principles of a gamma laser, they possessed no real experience in developing an actual rifle around a grazer. Much of the researchers in Kawasaki's team had previously worked on regular laser rifles, so they competently listed the problems they had to solve. The researchers faced two major problems. First, the grazer rifle had to endure extreme conditions. It sucked up a lot more power each time the rifle emitted a beam. The team had to go back to the drawing board and develop an extremely robust design that could efficiently transfer large amounts of power at once. It also had to divert much of the heat in order to prevent the weapon from melting up. This design problem went in hand with choosing the right materials. Regular alloys and cheap exotics couldn't handle the stress. In order to be effective on the ground and in space, the weapon also had to be paired with incredibly advanced energy cells. The problems might seem unsurmountable, but Kawasaki and his people took a shortcut. Without any sense of shame, they pirated existing licenses and otherwise procured restricted blueprints from the black market. They borrowed from the best practices of renowned senior mech designers in order to address every issue. Vase had to admit the researchers picked well. The first prototypes performed badly, but after many intensive tests, they slimmed down the design and cut back on its cost. While it still cost abundantly more than a regular laser rifle, the latest iterations of the forbidden weapon finally worked well enough to be produced en masse. If these figures are correct, the hidden base had already sold more than 1,000 grazer rifles. The thought of swarms of pirate mechs armed with grazer rifles chilled him to the bones. Such a terrible force could paralyze the shipping lanes of half the Republic. If that hadn't been enough, Kawasaki requested live testing. He hadn't been content with using cloned human tissue like any other conventional research outfit. His successes swelled his clout, and once he demanded his weapons to be tested on living humans, his masters were eager to comply. The data gathered from these sadistic tests laid out Kawasaki's cruel imagination. Somehow, his masters had no trouble procuring an abundant amount of captives. They'd been subjected to an endless series of cruel experiments, from irradiating them directly, to studying the long-term exposure of intermittent radiation behind a thick alloy wall. No matter the specific experiment, any captives subjected to a grazer eventually died in gruesome manners. Their cells degenerated due to the damage. The gamma rays inflicted onto their DNA. There's no point to human testing. Modern science already established the effects of radiation damage. Kawasaki didn't have to confirm these well-established facts by himself. Vase realized that the doctor simply commissioned the lurid tests because he could. The rest of the research team went about it with as much enthusiasm as a group of kids at a zoo. Perhaps these researchers merely expressed their human nature. They wanted to see the results of their work in the most direct and visceral fashion. The static experiments they performed on sterile pieces of cloned flesh simply couldn't beat the desperate screams of a man slowly melting from inside. Vase had no idea something like this had been going on. It explained some of the weird spaces on the bottom floor of the abandoned base. They'd been prisons. As his comm started to fizzle out due to the excessive power draw of the privacy shield, Vase closed the final page and turned everything off. He leaned back on his chair and sighed. Even a scientist can fall to such a depth. The dreary research notes had given Vase a sobering wake-up call. The darkness that hid inside each person's hearts had never been eradicated. Even as humanity conquered half of the galaxy, the darkness continued to proliferate. Vase momentarily felt unsafe. Despite his cozy security arrangement, he felt awfully exposed. The base might be destroyed, but the design was already out there. The pirates already owned several thousand Grazer rifles, and more might still be on their way once the shadowy corporation who funded the research resumed their production elsewhere. The Komodo Star sector might face a reckoning one day. It's not like I can do anything about it. I don't even dare to inform the MTA. No matter how many precautions he took, he didn't underestimate the Pan-Galactic Organization. They're one of the very few organizations in the galaxy that could match the Mech designer system's capabilities. Even their branches out in the rim posed a significant threat. Reading Kawasaki's words caused Vase to fall into a melancholic mood. The knowledge that so many people died to satisfy a researcher's whim made him reconsider what he should do. Though Vase had no use of the results that arose from unethical experiments, he nonetheless gained quite a bit of very practical knowledge. He learned what kind of designs worked best with energetic lasers. He got to know many unique design quirks that could massively improve the performance of any directed energy weapon, though Vase had to watch out for licensed designs. He also learned what kind of materials fared best in a compact rifle design. Some of the conventional alloys that normal rifles used tended to perform catastrophically once a threshold had been reached. Knowing what materials he should watch out for was already a massive gain to Vase. Eventually, he came to a decision. What's done is done. I'm not responsible for these atrocities. All that matters is that I'm currently holding a copy. Since it's already in my hands, I might as well make use of them. Perhaps I can redeem the lives that died unjustly. His somewhat noble aspirations lifted his spirits and pushed him along a strange state of mind. Vase threw away his considerations and started to compose the myth he'd use for his rifleman design. It must have a heart. Dr. Kawasaki and his ilk had behaved in a cruel and heartless fashion. Vase wanted his laser rifleman to be a design that invoked justice and compassion. A bounty hunter, a hunter of criminals. Such a profession brought death to those who sinned. They might not enjoy the most stellar reputation, but they at least contributed to society by removing the filth that stained it. Vase came up with the concept of a compassionate bounty hunter. He already started to fill out the bounty hunter's imaginary biography. Vase named him the Dogged One, for his harsh youth as a fugitive and later for his relentless pursuit of his prey. He lived in the same medieval fantasy world of the instructor. Whereas the latter lived among the righteous and powerful, the Dogged One eked out a sparse existence where he donated most of his money to support the families of his target's victims. A survivor of a gruesome incident himself, the Dogged One made it his life's mission to see every murderer brought to justice. His favorite means of punishment entailed the use of his enchanted crossbow. He nailed down his targets with unerring accuracy. No matter how many bolts his weapon fired, they all hit their mark. He initially hadn't been very good with his weapon. It took lots of persistent practice in order to get to this point. Vase wanted to use this backstory to shape his X factor into a dogged persistence for improvement. It's not about fun anymore. It's about redeeming yourself by delivering justice. Chapter 156 Triops. The Dogged One was no saint. He pursued the scum of the world for selfish reasons instead of contributing to society. He wanted revenge, plain and simple. Exacting justice was only a side effect of his endless pursuit to kill every murderer. Vase put it this way: even victims are marked by the darkness in their hearts. Some find a healthy means of coping with their trauma. The Dogged One can only sat his thirst by inflicting the same torment to those who resembled his tormentors. In a dog-eat-dog world, refined notions of justice had no place. In fact, Vase mirrored the Dogged One's tendency to seek revenge to Dr. Kawasaki's urge to see others suffer from his inventions. Such was human nature, no matter much others liked to argue otherwise. In fact, many aliens exhibited the same tendency, but that was another story. Am I going astray? He originally planned to design a training mech. Coloring his design with an intensive myth like the Dogged One might be counterproductive. It's a strong image, for good or ill. Under the influence of a special mood, Vase came up with it spontaneously. It carried an authentic spark of life, unlike many of his other figments of imagination. Vase was loath to abandon such a valuable gem. He still feared the consequences of employing the image. Will he be twisting their morals and worldview? There's a limit to the X factor in virtual mechs. I doubt much will bleed over if it's possible in the first place. To be honest, Vase had no proof either way. He never tested most of his assumptions involving the X factor. Perhaps the lack of formal study prevented the system from granting him the appropriate skills and sub-skills regarding this nebulous field. What may come will come. Vase decided, it's not entirely bad if students gain some perspective in their lives. With the onset of war, there's a chance they'll be fighting in the front lines. The Bright Vija Wars generally lasted around 5 to 7 years. Historically, there had been cases where certain groundside conflicts grew to such an extent that the defenders conscripted barely trained teenagers to fill up their spare mechs. Such an act of borrowing from the future to quench a crisis in the present never really worked out for the planet in question. Veteran mech pilots often tore them apart. After the war had ended, the entire planet suffered the consequences. Every planet and star system had to contribute to the defense of the Bright Republic. A generational gap of qualified mech pilots reduced their clout and gave them less of a voice in matters of policy and national security. The future of the Bright Republic lay in its youth. For a moment, Vase imagined what it would be like to influence Cloudy Curtain's young potentates. Anyone from the age of 10 to 18 had to learn how to operate mechs. Even those who never wished to set their foot on the battlefield learned how to kill. What was it like to possess the power to influence these impressionable youths? Vase could potentially make them smarter, bolder and more confident by incorporating these virtues in his work. Vase shook his head. It doesn't feel right to start over with a different inspiration. Despite its problematic elements, Vase continued to flesh out the Dogged One's backstory. He carefully envisioned his troubled youth as a persecuted thief and slave, his growth period as a crossbowman in a conscripted army, to his eventual desertion from a military disaster. Throughout all of these events, the Dogged One's capacity for stubborn survival allowed him to pick up the skills that set him on the path of a bounty hunter and executioner. The details of the story mattered a lot, as Vase wanted his design to emphasize the conscious layer over the primal layer of the X factor. Great instincts helped experienced pilots more than trainees due to their ability to respond to a crisis faster. On the other hand, the low-level battles the trainees often engaged in were less intensive. Sound judgment and measured decision-making mattered more. If the pilots of a mech influenced by the myth of the Dogged One adopted some of his habits, that might not be an entirely bad thing. Vase deliberately chose to make the Dogged One a specialist in the crossbow. A mundane non-repeating crossbow could only fire one bolt at a time. It took a lot of time to pull back the string in order to arm another bolt. The Dogged One couldn't afford to miss. His sword-fighting skills paled in comparison to his marksmanship, so any enemy that came close could easily butcher him. Thus, the Dogged One unceasingly practiced with his crossbows until his marksmanship became unparalleled. Now that I have this image, should I add another? This led to the larger question whether every design benefited from multiple images. His Mark Antony Mark II used 3 images at once, and it hadn't suffered for it. Yet Vase instinctively rejected the notion for several reasons. First, maintaining too many images strained his concentration. Second, his Youngblood design performed well enough without a multifaceted construction. Certainly, it rated a little lower in terms of X factor, but did it make any difference? Finally, Vase also had to take his own circumstances in mind. He only reserved 3 weeks at most to design his training mech. If he tried to maintain multiple images at once, he'd be taking frequent breaks. If he only focused on a single intent, then he'd easily be able to accomplish a lot of work in a single stretch. He decided to keep it simple. Let's move on and select a base model. With an appropriate image in mind, he headed to his terminal and visited Iron Spirit's market section. After opening the catalog, he turned to the list of 2-star medium rifleman mechs and leisurely browsed the list. Rifleman mechs came in many different shapes and sizes, even in the medium weight classification. Generally, they could be classified as all-rounders or specialists. The former featured stronger artificial musculature in order to leverage more strength when wielding melee weapons. The latter gave up on melee combat and optimized their designs for precision and coordination. Since Vase aimed for a training mech, he did not have to consider any alternatives and chose to go for specialist designs. He quickly found out that these rifleman mechs could be further divided into mobile and precision mechs. Mobile rifleman mechs basically functioned like skirmishers. They optimized their legs for speed and mobility. They're designed to battle in complex conditions where battle lines may be fluid. They specialized in taking down fast-moving targets such as light mechs, and their targeting systems reflected this role. Precision mechs focused on medium to long-range fire from a static position. People often considered these riflemen as snipers, though the moniker did not apply to every mech of this type. They differed from mobile rifleman mechs in several ways. Their arms were smaller and more fragile, but gained the ability to wield a rifle with extreme precision if the pilot possessed the skill. Their targeting systems might have problems tracking fast-moving targets, but they aided considerably in increasing the odds of a hit at longer ranges. Vase narrowed his choice to this subtype of mechs. The Dogged One pursued the path of delivering death with a single shot. A commando-like run-and-gun battle did not suit the image. He let his mind sway a bit when he scrolled over the designs. He suddenly stopped when he faintly imagined a resonance between the Dogged One and the projected design. Rickshaft Conglomerate Talk -1 Triops, 500,000 bright credits. He never heard of the Rickshaft Conglomerate. Vase quickly browsed the galactic net, and it turned out the company used to be a fairly big deal in several non-mech related industries such as real estate and fuel refining. One day, the company decided to jump in on then developing mech craze and released the TOC-1 Triops. The concept of the mech sounded simple. The Triops drew its name for its unique but glitchy main optical sensors. Basically, it had 3 eyes, and every eye saw the world in a different way. Specialized processors took in the sensory data and fed an enhanced image to the mech pilot. Though it sounded daunting, the designers employed by the Rickshaft Conglomerate made sure to simplify the composite footage. The few mech pilots who experienced the Triops in person praised its highly developed sensory feed, which was very advanced for its time. The rest of the mech performed fairly poorly. Besides the sensors, the Triops played it fairly extreme. The designers envisioned their product to be employed as base defenders. They increased the Triops' accuracy at the cost of armor, mobility and endurance. The only other redeeming feature of the design was that it came with a pretty good laser rifle. The Rickshaft Conglomerate obviously splurged quite a bit of money to license a premium model from a specialist designer or manufacturer. Fortunately for Vase, the rifle suited his purposes. Its default settings caused the weapon to fire a powerful sustained beam capable of melting through thin layers of armor in a single shot. Afterwards, the rifle required a fairly long cycle time in order to vent its immense heat. Overall, the entire Triops design presented an extreme in mech design that later proved to be a waste of money. While the concept of the design had some good points, the market decided otherwise. In the chaotic advent of the age of mechs, conventional doctrines weren't fully established. Few mech pilots appreciated piloting what was essentially a sitting duck. The whole concept of mechs at the time focused on its superior mobility in any kind of terrain over other alternatives such as tanks. If a mech can't move fast enough, it should at least be able to take some hits. If a mech can't even do that, who would want to pilot it in the first place? The warmongers at the time expected every mech to come under fire. The Triops performed admirably in its offensive aspects but came up short when considering its paper-thin defenses. Might as well install a cheap turret. The entire Rickshaft Conglomerate ultimately went bankrupt. Despite its checkered history, Vase did not turn away from the Triops. Its strengths and weaknesses already meshed fairly well with the Dogged One. He could save quite a bit of time if he didn't need to redesign too much. Vase also looked forward to the challenge of coming up with a successful variant of this failed design. Its first incarnation failed miserably, and that affected its current embodiment in Iron Spirit. Hardly anyone bought the virtual mech. Many mech designers also eschewed the unpopular design. Few of them dared to gamble with 500,000 credits. This suited Vase fine as he wouldn't be dealing with excessive competition. By now, Vase built up a fairly strong brand in Cloudy Curtain. Even if he wasn't a big deal in the rest of the Republic, he could still rely on his nucleus of loyal fans to try out his virtual mechs no matter the quality. He bought the virtual license and imported its design into the system. Using the system's own designer module, Vase started to envision his variant. Besides updating its outdated methods and implementation, Vase wanted to make the model viable in a wider variety of terrain. When he thought of the Dogged One, he envisioned a patient hunter who ambushed his targets from the bushes. I should focus on stealth and firepower. The Triops variant should never be the vanguard. Like the Dogged One, his design should choose a good position beforehand and wait for its prey to come into view. Once its target was in its crosshairs, he should be able to deliver crippling damage in a single strike. I'll also have to beef up the laser rifle. His recent foray into gamma lasers taught Vase a lot of tricks on how to handle high-powered lasers. Chapter 157 Stealth Armor. Vase began to design his variant in earnest. First, he began with his usual ritual of focusing a desired image into an intent. He only had the dogged one in mind, so his practiced mind easily slipped into his desired state. As a habit, Vase started with the weapon first. The Triops came with a fairly excellent laser rifle that had already been integrated in the base model's targeting systems. It came with 2 default modes, one meant for power and precision and another one for close to medium range strafing. While the laser rifle adequately fulfilled both roles, the mech itself fared poorly on the latter front. Vase had to consider whether he wanted to keep this shooting mode. Just because the mech fared poorly at closer ranges didn't mean that the rapid-fire mode had no use. Yet when he envisioned the dogged one, he imagined a complete dedication to the crossbow. Even if the weapon only excelled in one single aspect, the dogged one always made it work by choosing the right battles. Limitations shapes behavior. Rifleman mechs always let the enemy come to them. They can choose to engage or retreat at will. Vase kept his goal of designing a training mech in mind when he chose to remove the rapid-fire mode. While its absence might not make his model very popular, it nevertheless enhanced its focus. Mech pilots promoted their mastery faster if they dedicated their training to a single aspect rather than flitting around between different styles. He proceeded to extensively overhaul the laser rifle. He wanted to turn it into a compact laser cannon in a way. The weapon should be extremely precise at medium to long ranges and its laser beam should cripple any mech when it struck a weak point. He tore out many redundant and outdated components. In their place, he quickly designed a couple of revised components made of different alloys that improved the rifle's maximum power and heat emission. Vase had to make sure the weapon wouldn't melt when it fired a couple of shots, though he estimated the weapon could only handle 5 shots at a time before it required an extensive cooldown. 5 shots isn't much for a normal rifle, he thought. If anyone else heard that Vase wanted to redesign a rifle that could only shoot this much in a single encounter, they'd call him crazy. Once they see it in action, they'll see why it doesn't matter. By converting the rifle into a high-powered compact laser cannon, Vase completely transcended the 2-star domain. He borrowed heavily from the insights gleaned from Dr. Kawasaki's research notes. Studying the forbidden material had taught him much on how to make gamma lasers workable, though he lacked the foundation to design a grazer rifle from scratch. Furthermore, he also borrowed some design elements from the Caesar Augustus wrist laser cannons. The weapon system employed an extremely compact arrangement that allowed the hybrid knight to fire off a substantial amount of firepower, though its accuracy left much to be desired. The practical example allowed Vase to slim down his rifle design to a reasonable size. Compared to the jumbo-sized laser cannons, his own version still looked like a regular rifle. It only massed a little bit more than the base model. By sacrificing the rapid-fire mode, Vase freed up sufficient space to soup up its precision mode to a ludicrous level. It only took 1.5 days to complete the redesign, but Vase wasn't done. He spent 4 more days subjecting the weapon to a large variety of tests. He uncovered a large amount of flaws. His implementation of borrowed knowledge had been awfully rough, which indicated that he hadn't fully mastered the theories behind these elements. Vase expected something like this to happen, so he simply shrugged and plugged the holes whenever he encountered them. Through this constant iterative process of testing and fixing, the rifle gained a more refined appearance, though it also boasted significantly more mass. He had no other choice. He underestimated the amount of buffers a high-powered laser rifle demanded. Many simulations frequently ended badly due to minute unintentional heat dispersion. Some of the rifle's more sensitive components had a tendency to melt into a puddle if that happened. The materials he had to work with limited his options. While drive, Kawasaki had the luxury of working with modern materials. Vase could only choose from a small selection of exotics. What he couldn't accomplish with quality, he had to substitute it with quantity. Hence the added bulk. The only good thing that came out of it was that the rifle could now handle 6 shots at a time. Now that I'm done with the weapon, let's move on to the mech. He already completed one major modification. The next phase entailed modifying the frame to complement its intended fighting style. In order to be an effective mech right out of the gate, it had to avoid enemy detection and pursuit. Didn't I already own a license for a particle generator? His mist prowler threw up a cloud of vapor and particles in order to obscure his surroundings. While the mist prowler used the cloud offensively, it could also be used as a tool for escape. He browsed his existing licenses and saw that he owned the virtual license of the Relics Systems Valhalla Particle Ejection Module First Edition. It'll do. Before he integrated the particle generator into his design, he first had to revamp the entire frame. He did his usual routine of updating and optimizing the mech's internal layout. His previous experience along with his broad if somewhat shallow knowledge allowed him to make many minor modifications. As a stationary mech employed strictly behind a defensive line, the base model suffered from an abysmally low RF and CF. Anything that penetrated past its relatively lackluster armor could easily cripple the Triops. While Vase considered doing nothing, his professional attitude forced him to at least give his variant a chance to survive. He spent quite a bit of time increasing the mech's redundancy, but focused mostly on increasing its internal compartmentalization. His design was not meant to be a tank, and he didn't wish to compromise on the mech's offensive capabilities. This forced him to make a lot of compromises in order to ensure his design possessed enough high-capacity energy cells and solid heat sinks in order to complement its demanding weapon. As the days went by, Vase continued to tweak and redesign the mech's internals until he became satisfied with what he had. The mech's survivability was never going to break any records, but now it could at least withstand a couple more potshots. That left his variant's armor. If Vase wanted to turn his design into a viable long-ranged ambusher, then he would have to make it much more difficult to detect. Even in a thickly forested environment, mechs could still detect other mechs. If you thought about it, mechs were giant hunks of metal that generated a lot of power and heat. This gave a lot of mech designers headaches because an early detection could easily ruin an entire mission. The particle generator is no use in this case. It's hard to stay hidden if there's a giant cloud of sensor-blocking particles hovering over your hiding spot. It's like holding up a giant, "I am here" sign. Vase had to turn to Iron Spirit's catalog in order to find another answer. He entered the armor section and filtered out everything he didn't want. Nothing too heavy, nothing too light, nothing too obvious. He briskly threw away anything that failed to meet his standards. He only came up with a couple of choices in the end. Vase simply picked the most effective one in dampening signals and containing heat. It also happened to be the least durable armor system, but you couldn't have everything. Arnaud's size company, GS Formula 15, 250,000 bright credits. It cost a decent amount of credits, but Vase could afford it with Carlos constantly pumping out a Mark II every week. He'd been supervising his employees' work from time to time. Besides helping him out of a few tight spots, Carlos did a decent job in fabricating his Silver Label mechs. The newly incorporated Living Mech Corporation charged around 30 million credits for each Silver Label mech. To be honest, for a Laskin mech with uncompressed armor that might have been a little much. Still, without another production line, he couldn't ramp up his production. As long as Marcella kept the orders coming, Vase didn't mind pricing out the majority of his audience. The good times won't last, he reminded himself with a grim expression. The prices of many raw materials already started the rise on the open market. Many suppliers already strained themselves by keeping up with the rising demand from their existing customers. If the total cost rose by 30%, Vase would have to stop selling his Silver Label mechs. While he could still earn some profit with his Gold Label mechs, he'd be forced to lower his asking price over time. There's no future in Laskin mechs. I'll have to make the most out of the current buying spree. Vase was essentially on the clock. He had to gather enough credits and merits in order to reconstruct the Dortmund and purchase all of the production licenses required to design a fully original mech. He estimated that he only had 2 years at most, though the war could easily throw a wrench in his plans. Hopefully the Visions would have the decency to delay their invasion until Vase finished his original design. Ha, fat luck that will happen. He laughed. He resumed designing his training mech. He easily slipped back into the appropriate mood and shaped its armor using the newly purchased GS Formula 15. As an armor system focused on stealth, it essentially focused on two fronts. First, it prevented the frame from leaking heat. Its inner layers cleverly absorbed excess heat and prevented it from radiating outwards. At the time of its invention, such a system didn't work too well in active battles. It's good enough if it works on a stationary mech. The armor system only needs to hide my mech before it fires a shot. Second, it performed its most basic task of dampening various kinds of signals. It naturally took on a matte dark brown shade and hardly brightened up when someone flashed a light at it. Besides dampening electromagnetic signals, it also limited the effectiveness of other kinds of systems such as sonar, motion and gravitic sensors. Naturally, it only worked up to a point. Since Vase intended his design to fight at a distance, it should be adequate for its purposes. This allowed Vase to build up quite a stealthy mech. The rifleman mech took on a dirt-colored angular design that frankly didn't look very pretty. It carried a strange but intimidating demeanor that made it clear the mech meant business. Vase opted not to add any flourishes in order to avoid ruining the effectiveness of its stealth coating. Now I'll have to add the particle generator. Vase borrowed from his earlier implementation of a particle generator backpack module. He didn't recycle his earlier work but started from scratch. He managed to slim it down a bit even as he added in the familiar festive cloud generator. Together with an outer shell of Formula 15, hardly any sensors should be able to pick it up. Now that Vase completed the basic design, he subjected it to a whole barrage of tests. He never worked with stealth armor before, so the simulations exposed a lot of errors. Certain ways in which he shaped the armor turned out to limit the effectiveness of the dampening. Vase spent quite a lot of time revising the faulty sections. He continued on with his work until Marcella finally called back. "Good day, Vase. I'm calling you in order to tell you that your ship is on her way to Cloudy Curtain." "That's great news," he cheered as he paused putting the finishing touches on his design. "I thought it would take a little longer in order to repair my ship." "Me too, but the shipyard worked overtime. The boss decided to get involved in person. He practically fell in love with your state-of-the-art Corvette." They both chuckled a bit. Vase could understand the sentiment. He'd likely drool for hours if a cutting-edge next-gen mech rolled into his workshop. "What about the crew? Your ship is staffed and ready to go, but..." Marcella's words trailed off. "Is there something wrong?" "Maybe." "Great." Vase wondered what Marcella pulled off. It sounded fairly serious if a smooth talker like her stumbled upon her words. Chapter 158. Old. While Marcella's comment about the crew aroused some worry, Vase decided to deal with it later. His newly hired crew used the trip to Cloudy Curtain as the Barracuda's shakedown cruise, so Vase expected them to arrive a bit later than usual. First, he had to finalize his latest design. He mainly dedicated his time with testing his semi-finished mech stealth systems. After optimizing its stealth armor as best Vase could manage in a few days, he turned his attention to the detachable particle generator. Vase intended to employ the particle generator as a smoke generator. Once the rifleman mech fired its high-powered laser rifle, it exposed its position. Even the most ramshackle thermal sensors would be able to sense the incredible amount of heat projected by the laser beam and track it down to its origin point. His mech might as well be waving around a gigantic signal flare. Once its enemies zeroed in on its position, the rifleman mech would have to flee. Throwing up a giant cloud of interfering particles at the right time should allow the vulnerable mech to evade pursuit. Vase mainly had trouble with getting the particle generator to disperse its cloud quickly. If it released its payload too slowly, then the mech's opponents could catch up before the module hit its stride. His handy jury-rigging sub-skill came to use as Vase employed a handful of unconventional means to enhance the spread of the particles. He also tinkered with the festive cloud generator, forcing it to release a massive cloud of black vapor once activated. Once he put the latest iteration to the test, the entire area within 50 meters became engulfed in a soot-like black miasma. "It's like an exploding ancient chimney," Vase noted as he nodded his head in satisfaction. The speed, reach and density of the miasma finally met his standards. Unless the rifleman mech ran too hot, it should be able to use the cloud to withdraw. Such a clever means conformed to the Dogged One's methods. Unlike the instructor, the Dogged One lacked the fortune and destiny that could elevate him into a pinnacle fighter. He only managed to survive through stacking the deck in his favor by making his preparations beforehand. Honor is a luxury for the strong. The weak can only fight the strong through dishonorable means. So what if it was shameless? All's fair in love and war. Different from the standard rifleman mechs, his mech only truly showed its strength when it had the initiative. The moment his variant lost its advantage, it should immediately run and shake off its enraged pursuers. Once he became somewhat satisfied with the design, he put the finishing touches on its appearance. He left the coating alone but added in a diminished version of the LMC's logo. While Vase might not have spent a lot of time on this design, he was proud of his work. He almost finished this project. It just needed a name. He didn't think too much about it. He tried a few conventional ones but when he thought back on the Dogged One, they didn't fit. Vase spent half an hour racking his mind on the issue before he ultimately settled on Old Soul. It contrasts nicely with the young blood. As an immortal, the instructor might be older than the Dogged One, but in terms of mentality and life experience the bounty hunter had an edge over the pampered former knight. The name also reflected the Dogged One's lack of apprentices. He had never taught anyone the tricks of the trade, mostly because he couldn't teach others to survive without putting them through torment. He was destined to live out his life without family or friends. Vase shook his head. He kept getting the feeling he went a bit too far with these myths. Even though they didn't exist for real, he still felt somewhat bad for giving the dogged one such a joyless life. He couldn't come up with anything better with his average creativity. He considered upgrading the attribute since he suspected it might come in handy when he designed more complex mechs. Let's sit on it for now. First I have to increase my ability to survive. Among other reasons, he designed the old soul to acquire some toys. While he might have to wait a few weeks or months until his DP earnings reached its cap, Vase was determined to purchase a permanent augment to his handy privacy shield. The privacy shield is pretty much a lifesaver. A good enough privacy shield will allow me to escape any threats once my shield generator fizzles out. He still wore his partially depleted shield generator on his body. Its extremely compact energy cell only retained an 80% charge, and Vase had no way of topping it back up. His master had already warned him of the consequences should he tamper with it in any way. Vase activated the privacy shield and rubbed his hands. Well, let's get to it. System, please evaluate the old soul for me. Design evaluation, Old Soul. Variant name, TOC-1S Old Soul Base Model. TOC-1 Triops Original Manufacturer. Rickshaft Conglomerate Weight Classification. Medium Light Recommended Role. Ambush Rifleman Armor. D Carrying Capacity. D Aesthetics. C Endurance. D+ Energy Efficiency. D Flexibility. A Firepower. A Integrity. C Mobility. D+ Spotting. B+ X Factor. C Deviance. 65% Performance Improvement. 17% Cost Efficiency. -17% Overall Evaluation. The Old Soul is an extreme-ranged ambusher variant of the Triops. It eschews frontal combat entirely in favor of ambushing unsuspecting enemies from a healthy distance. Its firepower and accuracy peaks at the extreme end of medium range, but it is also able to pose a threat at longer ranges. Its passive and active stealth systems provides the Old Soul with much-needed survivability. You have received 75 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X factor. The initial DP reward lifted his mood, but he didn't particularly pay a lot of attention to it. With his growing fanbase, he mainly relied on sales to increase his points. Now that he finished a virtual mech, he uploaded it to Iron Spirit and filled in the required paperwork. Vase held off on publishing it onto the game's virtual catalog. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and hailed his publicist. Gavin Newman here. It's Vase. How is our publicity campaign doing so far? It's going fairly well, though I'm starting to encounter some pushback. Around 24% of all game centers have adopted your training knight as a promotional mech. That's less than I thought, but it's proven to be an effective draw for those businesses. The other game centers will budge sooner or later. What about this pushback you're mentioning? Gavin sighed over the comm. He sent a few documents over the link. Vase read through the messages and found that they contained all of the responses sent by the game centers. You can see that they are trying very hard to sound polite about it. Reading between the lines, the local managers know the value of the young blood to the locals. It's their superiors in Bentheim or Rittersberg who are putting a stop to their moves. His publicist listed the parent companies involved and found that quite a few of them had connections to the Rickelin Corporation. It's the stupid Rickelins again. They really hate my bones. They couldn't do anything about the invisible suppression. As long as the Rickelins kept blaming Vase for what their wayward descendant had done, they'll just keep finding ways to inconvenience him. He also suspected they had a hand in the kidnapping and assassination attempt on him, but he couldn't prove anything. It's too difficult to come up with an explanation why the BLM and the Rickelins coordinated with each other. They should be enemies. Or were they? The Rickelin Corporation was a quintessential Bentheim tech behemoth. Though it had ties throughout the entire Bright Republic, its headquarters and its main production facilities operated in the Bentheim region. Thinking about it gave Vase a headache, so he stopped speculating about matters beyond his head. If anything fishy went on, the Republic would surely have their eyes on it already. Despite his minor prestige, Vase still remained a private citizen in the eyes of the Republic. People like him should keep their heads down. Why did you call me, boss? Gavin prompted when Vase fell silent. I wanted to inform you that I've finished designing a virtual mech. It's a training. Mech that will round out my modest portfolio of training mechs. Vase proceeded to introduce the old soul to his publicist. He particularly emphasized its extreme and somewhat unconventional fighting style. What are your thoughts, Gavin? Is it viable enough? His publicist paused to consider the matter. Vase already expected him to be taken aback. The concept of the old soul truly stretched the definition of a training mech. To be honest, the old soul doesn't sound like a training mech. Gavin finally replied, it's too niche and one-dimensional, but perhaps you have a point that limiting the pilot's options will enhance their immersion. The only way to tell for sure is to release it onto the market. You hated mechs, right? Yeah, that's why I know your mech will sell. I don't know if you'll only sell a couple of thousands or if it will catch on like the young blood and surpass 100,000 sales. Whatever the case, I'm sure you already have a brainless following of fans who eagerly snap up any design you publish, even if it's shaped like a walking turd. As much as the mech industry focused on specifications and performance, the people who piloted them remained human. Gavin indirectly disparaged their irrationality when it came to deciding what kind of war machine they'd like to use. Be glad that mech pilots are human. Vase responded with a light reprimanding tone. If every customer behaves rationally, they'd only purchase the mechs sold by the transgalactic corporations. Small-time companies like mine don't stand a chance in this aspect. Even if Vase charged less for his mechs, he still couldn't have pulled off so many sales in normal circumstances. Through a variety of good publicity, Vase managed to carve a small niche in the notoriously hostile mech industry. Vase proceeded to give out his instructions to Gavin. He wanted to maximize the early sales of the old soul in order to obtain DP quickly. He increased his publicist's discretionary funds for this purpose so that he could start promoting his latest design. I don't care how you do it, but try to drive sales as fast as possible within a month. I don't care about its long-term performance in the sales charts, so don't hesitate to pull off a trick or two. Once Gavin understood his intent, Vase hung up. Now that he finished his work, he should get around to accepting a mission. He entered Clifford Society's mission hall after logging into the organization's virtual portal. Its interior evoked a martial feeling. From the bare walls to the flickering torches, everything seemed primal. Clusters of society members had gathered in the giant hall. They all looked at the large displays and engaged in heated discussion on which mission to take. A lot of missions allowed for teams. Many society members banded together when they faced a challenge they could never complete alone. Unfortunately, the society's heartless mission hall refused to adjust its merit payout whether a single person or a massive 12-man team completed the mission. For example, if a mission rewarded 100 merits, then if one person completed it, he received the entire amount. If a team of 5 happened to complete it, then they'd only get 20 each. Sometimes, the teams decided on a different merit distribution. A team of 4 squires and a single knight might reserve 80 merits to the leader and only 5 merits each to the squires. This highly unequal distribution illustrated the power of a knight. Vase truly appreciated the opportunity of starting out with this lofty rank. As an apprentice of a master mech designer, Vase stepped forth in public with a measure of confidence. Even as other society members started to note his presence, he approached one of the displays and browsed the missions. Suitable for knights. Chapter 159 Controversy missions generally came in 2 flavors. Vase could either accept a risky but rewarding mission or a safe but less worthwhile one. The latter often took up more time, so many of the less talented mech designers took up these tasks. As for Vase, he'd been eyeing the riskier missions. Though he cherished his life like any human being, he knew he couldn't get anywhere without taking calculated risks. The Clifford Society's whole advancement structure encouraged their talents to temper their skills in exotic adventures. A mech designer who holes up in his workshop all day will only stagnate. Horatio had told him once when he guided Vase around the society. Even if they managed to advance by some fluke, their designs lack an essential spark. The mech industry has no need for clones. In other words, a mech designer has to seek out the untold wonders of the galaxy and survive experience. Only then would they be able to find their own paths. Vase didn't know what to make of this theory. Lemar strongly subscribed to the idea that the best mech designers were those capable of surviving under the most adverse conditions. It's more likely that mech designers who thrive under danger are already outstanding. Whatever the case, many people paid well to enlist the services of a competent mech designer. As long as they had access to the right facilities, they could easily design or modify a mech tailored to the situation at hand. They also served as consultants, able to deconstruct any design and explain its inner workings to their clients. Vase wanted to finish a mission quickly, so he ignored any mission that lasted more than 3 standard months. He also wanted to avoid antagonizing more people, so he drew his attention to join an expedition into the unknown reaches of space. Despite humanity's dominance in the galaxy, vast swaths of space had never been explored. Even if an unexplored star system fell under the borders of a certain state, it might take decades before they sent a survey ship to catalog its planetary bodies. This applied even more to the Komodo star sector, which had only been colonized for over half a millennia. Many of the sparser regions unclaimed by even the poorest fourth-rate states might hide some gems. If some of these star systems happened to contain some deposits of extremely valuable exotics, then an follow-up expedition would swing by sooner or later. "Hi there," a cheerful girl chirped at him from behind. "You're a knight, right?" "That's correct." "Great. Our team of 5 is thinking about taking the Hudson Fairfax mission." She gestured at a couple of men and women a few steps behind. "We'll split the merits equally as long as everyone is doing their fair share of work. So what do you say?" "Hold on a minute, let me study the mission." Vase quickly called up the mission in question. It turned out to be a rather thorny job that involved mediating a conflict between 2 rival fourth-rate states in the middle of nowhere. Instead of going to war, they decided to hash out their differences by holding duels. He admired such a solution, but didn't wish to enter these muddy waters. Who knew if someone powerful had something to gain from the results? The 300 merit reward looked nice, but Vase could only look forward to receiving 50 merits if he had to work in a team. "I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline." "That's a shame," the girl replied, her smiles all gone. "Goodbye then." A handful of other society members asked if Vase wanted to join their teams before someone told him to stand elsewhere. "If you aren't looking for a team, then don't stand in the center." It turned out the society had a tradition where if you stood at the center, you expressed an interest in working together. Vase quickly stepped to the side of the hall in order to put a stop to the incessant questions. He went back to the list of missions and zeroed in on risky expeditions to newly surveyed star systems. After a few minutes of uninterrupted browsing, he found something of interest. Something called the Graining mission stood out from the list. Different from many other missions, the Graining mission explicitly called for a single mech designer. Vase wouldn't have to share his merits with anyone else if he accepted this task. He eagerly pulled up the details of the mission in question. 400 merits. That's a lot, even for an expedition. The mission immediately noted its peculiarities. It kept most of its details mum, including the expedition's route and destination. Anyone who accepted this mission had to trust in the expedition leader's judgment as he or she led the entire fleet into uncharted space. Vase didn't mind the risk. He planned to tag along this trip with his newly crewed Barracuda. If anything happened, he could always get away with one of the fastest interstellar ships in the star sector. The expedition must be looking forward to an extremely valuable haul. He noted to himself, why hasn't anyone accepted this mission yet? Lots of value meant lots of risk. Evidently, the mission had already been posted for a couple of months. No one took the bait. Who would be crazy enough to go in blind? The obscenely high reward aroused everyone's vigilance instead of their greed. There must be some kind of catch for the mission to demand a single mech designer instead of an entire team. There was safety in numbers, after all. Still, if the Clifford Society is willing to offer this mission, then it should be an authentic request. Vase could do a lot with 400 merits. His shopping list was small, but all of the items cost a huge amount of money if expressed in credits. If he could earn a huge sum of merits at once, he'd be able to speed up his already fast-paced timetable. He gulped down his saliva. After considering the pros and cons, he decided to accept the Graining mission. His comm instantly beeped an alert. Report to the Mancroft Independent Harbor within 20 days. Forfeiting the mission is not allowed. If you are delayed or indisposed, then please inform the mission hall. Vase frowned at the message. He knew about the Mancroft Independent Harbor. It was an independent star system that pretended to be a fourth-rate state. It wasn't even a port system, which made it fairly difficult for ships to reach the star system. It only enjoyed a modest amount of traffic because the Common Fleet Alliance maintained a small fueling station. 20 days will be cutting it if I take a conventional ship. Fortunately, a swift corvette could reach Mancroft from Cloudy Curtain in about 9 to 11 days. I still have some time. From the sound of it, the so-called Graining mission required a lot of preparation. While Vase had already packed some stuff, he didn't feel confident at all. Hopefully my latest design is catching on. I need a lot of DP to buy some extra goodies. His latest release was met with mixed reaction. Many of his fans ran to the game centers in order to try out the training mech. Others held off as they questioned the mech designer's sanity. Joshua happened to be one of the fans. As soon as he left school, he returned home and hopped into his private simulator pod. He immediately bought the old soul with credits and entered the massive 100v100 war-torn instance with his newly purchased virtual mech. He still took in the strange vibe that radiated out of his machine. Somehow, he felt as if the old soul was as eager to try out its capabilities as him. He certainly looked forward to trying out this eccentric mech. Training mech or not, you exist for a reason, Joshua whispered to himself in his virtual mech. I don't believe Chasing Clouds has gone crazy. Its release came as a bombshell. Cloudy Curtain's own mech designer suddenly published a new virtual mech, and it was a 2-star training mech. As soon as everyone heard those words, they got excited. Once they looked at the old soul specs, their enthusiasm quickly dashed. Almost all of his fellow classmates scratched their heads at the many limitations. You're not able to dial down the power of the rifle. Why don't you call it a cannon then? More importantly, even cannons won't stop after firing a measly 6 shots. How can this retarded design kill any mech with just 6 opportunities? It's only able to fire once every 2 seconds. Do you know how long that is? By the time my next shot is ready, a skirmisher is already in my face. This mech is completely helpless in melee. Only a wimp who never stepped into a cockpit in his entire life can come up with something so pathetic. It can't even win a knife fight against a 1-star mech. A lot of his classmates disparaged the mech, but Joshua had faith in his idol. Many of peers missed the old soul's incredible stealth, precision and power. Sure, it only excelled as a sniper, but wasn't that a great way to learn the ropes of a rifleman? Of course, Joshua didn't need to play along. Due to his extensive tutoring, he already mastered the basics of marksmanship. His old soul leisurely stepped onto a heavily urbanized battlefield. The battle this time entailed battling over a research institute. Both sides had to fight to maintain possession over the structure. Whoever occupied its grounds for 10 minutes won the match. Let's find a good position. Joshua separated from the crowd and lugged his mech towards the sides. He ducked down his mech or hid behind a corner whenever an enemy scout flew over his head. The old soul's passive dampening armor ensured the scouts never noticed the sneaky mech. It's a lot better than I thought. The welcome surprise emboldened Joshua to seek out a forward position. His fingers already itched to pull the trigger. After several minutes of skulking, he found a collapsed structure that looked over a burning spaceport. Joshua carefully controlled the old soul to crouch behind the debris. The mech settled in as best it could for a giant machine and waited for its prey to approach. The massive conflagration released a huge amount of constant heat. The abundant thermal energy helped mask his old soul's presence. His patient wait paid off when a trio of mechs came into view. One medium knight and one regular rifleman mech escorted a heavy 4-legged artillery mech. It appeared the 4-legged crawler wanted to find a good angle to bombard its enemy's rear. That just won't do, Joshua whispered to himself. After a brief moment's thought, he pivoted his rifle at the enemy's rifleman. The rifleman posed the greatest threat to Joshua while also boasting the least armor. The knight and artillery mech on the other hand employed substantially more armor, to the point where Joshua doubted he'd be able to penetrate past their layers. Joshua calmed down and regulated his breathing. His marksmanship tutor already hammered home the importance of maintaining control. His rifle poked out a low depression of fallen rubble and aimed straight at the wary rifleman mech accompanying the artillery mech. The old soul came to life. Joshua vaguely sensed some bloodlust as he waited for the rifleman mech to come into medium range. Advanced targeting systems went to work, providing Joshua with a prediction of his opponent's movements and its weak points. A tiny shift caused the rifle to be pointed over the enemy. Rifleman's left chest. The old soul's sophisticated sensors detected marginally higher heat at that position. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. The procession neared Joshua's position. Once they came into medium range, Joshua pulled the trigger. The air thrummed as a narrow gout of light and heat blasted through the air and impacted close to intended target's chest. Only a small portion of the laser beam could be seen with the naked eye. Most of the energy fell outside the visible portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. This basically meant that the old soul's laser beams looked deceptively weak. Unlike the more conventional laser cannons which blazed forth its payload with a visible swath of violence, the Old Soul's highly modified laser rifle poked a narrow hole into its target like an unexpected crossbow bolt. Seconds later, the stricken rifleman Mech suffered a catastrophic explosion. The two accompanying mechs were caught completely off guard as their companion's power reactor lost containment. Sniper! The knight suddenly yelled and held its shield close to the startled artillery mech. He's close. Shoot! The artillery mech's pilot quickly regained his composure and fired off an immediate volley in the direction of the laser beam's origin. The explosive shells covered a large swath around the pile of rubble, turning the entire area into hell. As soon as the first shells landed, Joshua triggered panic button. The Old Soul's particle generator quickly exploded into action and spurted out a huge amount of particles along with dark-colored vapor. Damn it! This smoke is in the way. The pilot of the artillery mech cursed. My sensors aren't picking up anything. While the enemy pilot considered bombarding the entire area with shells, Joshua had already made his getaway and waited for his rifle to shed its heat. He only fired a single shot, so it did not take too long for the rifle to become an unremarkable prop in the Old Soul's hands. Joshua slowly circled his bewildered opponents. He set up his mech for his next attack. As long as his opponents failed to spot his mech, he insisted on pressing his advantage. His rifle aimed at the bewildered knight's back. His skills and judgment combined with the Old Soul's targeting system made him target the lower back. His rifle fired again. The narrow beam struck the knight square in its weaker rear armor and punched through until it struck the engine. The knight lurched as its movements hitched up. The attack hadn't killed the mech, but it succeeded in slowing it down. The third, fourth and fifth shots exploited the vulnerability and took down the hapless knight. Chapter 160 Feats Joshua took down the enemy rifleman in one shot. The knight endured 3 more shots but fell after suffering another. The isolated artillery mech panicked after losing its companions and scurried back to base as fast as possible. Sadly, heavy mechs tended to run at a crawl. Despite its lack of escorts, Joshua prudently slipped away. He shot 5 times in a single engagement and built up quite a bit of heat. His mech's internal heat sinks absorbed most of the heat so far, so his mech maintained a low profile. All of that heat will spill out if I stress the Old Soul's heat capacity. The mech came with a very loud warning to never exceed this limit. Even if he had to let go of a juicy target, Joshua pretty much had no other choice. He bunkered down his mech and waited patiently for the heat to disperse. Even as every other mech threw themselves into battle, the Old Soul stood as rigid as a statue, as if it knew its time hadn't come. It's different. It's the same, he muttered. The feeling of piloting any mech designed by chasing clouds always enchanted him. Other models felt cold and static compared to his hometown mech designer's work. It's like comparing a stuffed animal to the real deal. They're completely different even if they look the same. While he didn't have the luxury of experiencing the young blood, the Old Soul felt like an unfeeling father. Sometimes Joshua shifted his actions without explanation, or started to question things when they didn't make any sense. In hindsight, taking out 2 mechs in a matter of minutes should have been beyond him. Even with an overpowered laser rifle, a young potentate like Joshua wouldn't be able to kill a knight so easily. He shook his head. This rifle is amazing. It's able to melt through light armor in a single shot. Every other weapon with comparable power weighed at least twice or thrice as much. The Old Soul's highly compact laser rifle allowed Joshua to wield it with much greater ease. Compared to all of these advantages, he completely didn't mind its limited heat capacity and enormous power drain. Joshua resumed his hunt. He stalked towards the research institute, ignoring the couple of allies who wanted him to cover their backs. While it might help him out if he worked together with others, he kept longing for solitude. No one else will die if I screw up, he rationalized to himself. He frowned soon after. It's just a game. Who cares about others? Regardless of the reason, Joshua preferred to move alone. He slowly reached an open park. Above the trees, a couple of aerial mechs harassed each other with largely ineffectual rifle shots. Considering the skill level of the average Silver Leaguer, Joshua expected the stalemate to continue. They're not much better than I was when I started out with the Seraphim. The main issue he had with the fight was that none of the flying mechs had the guts to close in. Joshua always learned from his tutors to be decisive and eschew battles of attrition. None of these dolts in the sky had learned proper aerial mech tactics. His Old Soul found a convenient pile of crashed shuttles that gave it some cover against magnetic sensors. As the rifleman mech settled in, it aimed its weapon at the sky. A minute passed by as the mech kept still. Every time Joshua wanted to pull the trigger, an impulse held him back. He somehow knew he wouldn't be able to take out his target. They moved too fast for him to land an accurate strike. Even the old soul's targeting system strained to predict the movements of these idiotic flyers. My mech isn't meant to hunt this kind of prey, Joshua painfully admitted. They'll swarm my position as soon as I shoot. Flying mechs should be the old soul's fatal nemesis. They moved too fast to ensure that any of its rifle's precious shots hit the mark. Even if Joshua activated the particle generator, his mech would easily be sniffed out by these perfect scouts. Still, Joshua pushed back his unease and patiently waited for the fight to wind down. He knew that these mechs expended a lot of energy in their highly intense clash. Just as he predicted, his side broke away first after one of their number fell. A trio of haggard-looking aerial mechs gave up on the duel and fled back to base. The enemy team refused to let their opponents slip and chased after their prey. All of the flyers involved smoothed out their flight trajectories as they prioritized speed over evasion. Joshua calmly tracked the opponent who lagged behind a bit due to battle damage. Once it crested over an apartment block, he fired. The laser beam flicked out like a dart and struck the aerial mech's flight system. A veteran pilot would never fly his mech in a straight line, but Joshua's unfortunate victim obviously forgot that other enemies might be lurking on the battlefield. The damaged mech lost altitude and crashed a block away from Joshua. All of the structures in the way prevented him from finishing the job. Instead, he patiently waited out the 2 seconds for his laser rifle to finish cycling and aimed the weapon at the faltering pursuers. Just as they came around to the fact that they'd lost a companion, the old soul fired its rifle yet again. The laser beam struck the aerial mech square in its chest. Previous battle damage had already peeled away half of its layers. The beam burned through the remainder and carved a hole into the cockpit. The dummy pilot inside the cockpit couldn't withstand the massive amount of energy. The dummy tragically evaporated into dust. "You cowardly sniper!" The surviving enemy pilot raged from his mech. "I know where you're hiding. Prepare to die." Joshua fired twice at the incoming mech but failed to land a hit. Unlike his earlier victims, this guy remembered to dodge. If the old soul possessed a normal laser rifle, then Joshua would be able to dial down the power setting and turn his rifle into a spitter. A rapid barrage of low-powered laser beams would enable him to track his opponent's flight. Just as the enemy flyer came into spitting distance, the old soul's particle generator released another charge. The thick and blurry cloud of black engulfed the flight mech in an instant. The pilot panicked a bit but quickly wrangled his mech back into control. He guided his mech straight up in order to shake off the cloud. After gaining back some vision, the pilot tried to track down his hated opponent in order to avenge the death of his comrades. "Where are you?" Had the sniper snuck away while he lost his vision? Or had the sneaky coward stayed in place, confident in the fact that no one could lay a hand on him under all of this smoke? "Screw you." Just as the aerial mech flew away, a thin but deadly laser beam struck its vulnerable back and damaged the main power conduit that fed its hungry flight system. It turned out that Joshua had lingered at the edge of the miasma. The old soul strained its sensors through the diminished concentration of particles and managed to pick up its opponent as soon as it ascended above the miasma. With his prey losing altitude, Joshua directed his mech back into the miasma. With 3 shots left, he wanted to finish off the forcibly landed mech with a single shot. He carefully scoured the miasma and headed vaguely towards the middle. He bumped into the crippled flight mech a few minutes later. The aerial mech incurred substantial damage from its harsh landing. While it tried to turn its rifle towards its hated opponent, the old soul moved first and fired straight through its damaged armor. "That's 4 now," Joshua whispered to himself as he calmly dismissed his latest kill. "There's still another grounded mech." The old soul hadn't reached its maximum heat capacity yet, so Joshua moved away from the dissipating miasma and tracked down his other prey. He found the crash site of the first aerial mech he shot and followed the debris to a shuttle garage where the wounded mech took stock of its damage. "It's you." Joshua instantly silenced the enemy mech by shooting its cockpit. He didn't even need to adjust his aim in order to eliminate a sitting duck. Cold satisfaction enveloped his being as he realized he shot down 5 mechs without suffering a single scratch. The old soul was a powerful mech in the right hands. This isn't a training mech. It's a killing machine. He spent the next few minutes cooling down his mech before trudging towards the research institute. The match had reached its zenith as both sides tried to occupy the institute grounds. Joshua lurked at the flanks and waited patiently for prey to come. He picked off 3 additional mechs in succession when they fled the carnage. The damaged mechs were easy pickings as Joshua took them out with grim satisfaction. His remarkable contribution titled the balance against his opponents, and his team succeeded in winning the match. As the battlefield winked out, he leaned back against his pod. He thoroughly stomped the enemy team. None of them had expected to face a sniper on the battlefield. That might change once this model gained more popularity. His virtual body left the cockpit now that the match had ended. Before he returned to the lobby, a strange message popped in front of his face. An agent of the designer of your mech requests permission to utilize your battle footage for promotional purposes. No credits or in-game gold will be exchanged. Do you wish to accept or deny this request? It took a few seconds for Joshua to parse the request. If he understood it correctly, then someone who worked for his favorite mech designer wanted to use his footage in a commercial. Oh yes, I accept. In the game centers throughout the planet, a new set of ads appeared. It showcased the best moments of the old soul in action. Curious visitors looked up at the projections as the distinctive mechs started to carve their enemies to pieces in just a couple of shots. Is that the new mech? What the? Is that a rifle? It packs more power than a cannon. Those stealth systems are unreal. They're walking right past that mech without a clue. Gavin Newman looked on as the action-packed footage started to sway the crowd. He smirked contemptuously at the people who disparaged the same model an hour earlier. He hadn't even edited clips himself. Instead, he left it up to an automated program, which selected the most intense moments out of every battle record it received permission to borrow. I don't even have to lift a finger at this rate, he noted as some of the potentates started to hop inside their sim pods in order to emulate the incredible feats. How can these idiots be trusted to defend our borders when they're easily misled by some cherry-picked footage? He opened his comm and pulled up the sales record of the old soul. As a publicist working for the LMC, he obtained a limited amount of jurisdiction in the company's virtual account. The numbers started to pick up from the dozens into the hundreds, and this was only the first day. They're all sheep. The publicist knew that he had to promote his employer's latest design with a different approach than the young blood, which possessed a heroic bearing. The rifleman mech's boring appearance and extreme specs turned off many potential customers. Thus, Gavin set out to ignore the masses and instead focus on the handful of talented pilots who knew what they were doing. As expected, those who employed the old soul's advantages to the fullest racked up an incredible score. If he served them up to the skeptical masses, they'd start to question their first impressions and try out the mech for themselves. Sadly, not everyone got the hang of the rifleman mech's quirks. Gavin took a look at the statistics and saw that its win rate ranked near the bottom of the pile. The old soul required a specific mindset and set of skills to make the most out of it. Forget about skill level, most of the teenagers who tried out the mech lacked the patience to employ an ambush strategy. He shook his head at their predictable behavior. Muscle-bound idiots. Even if a handful of angry customers started leaving bad reviews on the model's sales page, it didn't diminish its growing momentum. At this early stage, none of the game centers selected the old soul as their 2-star promotional mech. Everyone who tried out the mech this time had spent their hard-earned credits or gold to purchase the trending mech. This is all I can do for now, boss. We'll see whether your variant catches on as a training mech. Chapter 161 Mulgan Chapter 161 Mulgan. No matter its actual sales performance, the old soul succeeded in rousing the locals. It turned into a ready-made conversation starter as people started to argue against or in favor of the so-called training mech. Many people who tried it out fell flat. Some walked away discouraged, while others persisted in their efforts and tried to master their new purchase. Those like Joshua who trained rigorously were able to showcase the old soul's incredible potential. They gave hope to the masses that the model held a lot of potential. The mech's notoriously high learning curve turned from an impassable obstacle to a cliff that could be scaled. Gavin's ads accelerated this trend by celebrating the most amazing plays. A few local prodigies even piloted the old soul for the sole purpose of showing up in a globally aired ad. Anyone worthy enough to appear in one of these ads enjoyed a lot of renown. Thus, in a warped way, a lot of potentates began to polish their marksmanship after school. Anyone who failed to kill 5 mechs in a single war-torn instance match did not deserve to be called an elite. Whatever the case, the DP started rolling in for Vase. He might reach the cap of 50,000 DP by the end of the month at this rate. Too bad my model hasn't caught on abroad. Only a few hundred virtual mechs got sold outside Cloudy Curtain. Beyond the initial sales, its momentum stagnated as the old soul's unimpressive specs and bad reviews left a foul impression. In any case, the controversy surrounding the virtual Mech succeeded in raising the profile of the living Mech corporation. Even the most remote villagers learned about the new Mech manufacturer. Its modest catalog of virtual and real designs showed that the company had a lot of promise. Almost everyone rooted for the company and its talented owner. No one wanted to see Vase fail in his ambitious venture. He became his home planet's sensation, to the consternation of some of the established powers. Events are proceeding in an unfavorable direction. The rising tide of military fervor will hinder our plans to ride the waves of the coming war. We are only 2/3 done with our preparations. We can ill afford a new variable. Let us wait until we convene the full group. We need to decide on a proper strategy to tackle this thorny problem. Unaware of these shadowy threats, Vase invited everyone involved in his business. Vase sat on a sofa, cradling a still recovering Lucky. His gem cat slowly repaired the battle damage suffered from their last encounter by consuming half of his mineral feedstock. Kelsey and Gavin sat together on another sofa. The two students chatted comfortably with each other. Rayla and Melkor stood nearby, keeping a wary eye on Dietrich, who Vase had invited to the meeting on a whim. Dietrich responded with a charming smile. "I don't know why you're looking at me this way, babe. I'm Ves's bosom friend. I even saved his scrawny ass from pirates. I'm not interested in lowlife like you." Rayla snorted at him before turning to Vase. "We've waited long enough. Let's get this show on the road, please." "All right," Vase responded, looking at each of his friends and employees in turn. "You're all here because I want you to know that I'll be gone for a few months. I've accepted a high-risk mission which will likely take me beyond chartered space. The highly confidential nature of my assignment leads me to believe that communication will be highly restricted for the duration." "Whoa, sounds like serious danger. Do you even know what you're facing?" "Not yet, but the high remuneration leads me to believe that the risk of death may be real." Dietrich looked more and more impressed. "You sure grew some balls last time we traveled together. Even I would step back if I'm faced with such a vague offer. It might be a little stupid of me to throw myself headlong into danger, but I'm confident that I'm up to the challenge." Vase explained. His bulging DP account gave him quite a few options should he face some sort of setback. "Besides, the organization I'm part of won't send me out to die." The entire group digested his news with mixed emotions. His cousins already knew about his plans but underestimated the threat level Vase was willing to face. Even Rayla started having second thoughts on her decision to accompany him on this expedition. "What will happen to the workshop?" Carlos asked with an uncertain tone. "You'll be proceeding with business as usual. I've been checking your work, and I'm satisfied with how far you've come. Keep coordinating with Marcella to fulfill her orders. In exchange, I'll be opening up my database for you. As long as you fulfill your daily quota of work, I'll allow you to peek at some of my books." Carlos lit up at that news. While Vase learned most of his knowledge from the system or from the Clifford Society's exclusive libraries, he also purchased a handful of extremely expensive textbooks. Vase wouldn't get into trouble if he let one or two people borrow these virtual books. "I won't fail you, Vase." "Good. Coordinate with Melkor if the workshop is in danger. You're both in charge of the workshop's safety while I'm gone." Vase turned to Kelsey and Gavin. "The two of you will be in charge of our public relations. I don't want to return 3 months later facing a hostile crowd and taxes that have been jacked up through the roof. When will you approach the Republican commissioner? We can schedule an appointment with his office a week in advance." Kelsey informed him. "Will you stick around to meet with him in person? This will go a lot easier if you talk to him face to face. I'm short on time. You're young, but you don't need my presence to back you up. Your work so far has impressed me a lot. Once you graduate, you're welcome to take up the mantle as my company's lawyer." The offer certainly impressed the young girl. To be honest, Vase knew little about law outside of what he learned in his business classes, but he pretended otherwise in order to instill more pride. A lot of things might happen in 3 months. He discussed the possible worst-case scenarios with his friends and made sure they understood his intentions when formulating a response. "What about me?" Dietrich asked. "So far, you've all been talking as if you're playing a business sim. Where's the exciting the part?" Vase composed his face as he considered his friend. "We're friends, right?" "Sure we are. Didn't I mention that earlier?" "Then I'd like you to do me a favor." Vase requested and pulled the so-called little boss closer before summoning up his privacy shield. The pair discussed something discreetly for a minute before Vase pulled down the shield. Dietrich slapped his back and smiled. "Don't worry, Vase. I'll keep my eyes out." With nothing else on the agenda, everyone dispersed. Vase and Rayla had already packed their luggage. Everyone knew what they were doing and they'd be able to keep his living Mech corporation afloat without his presence hovering over their heads. Once they stepped outside, a small armed convoy of shuttles awaited them in front of his workshop. Ever since the last attack, Vase decided to stop traveling on an unsecured commercial aircar. "Perhaps I'll have to design my own shuttle," he idly wondered as he stepped inside the vehicle while holding Lucky. Rayla followed him inside and gazed at the sturdy armor fittings. "This looks pretty impressive. Sass always delivers, though I'm paying out of my nose to keep them happy." Once they settled in, the procession ascended into the air. Just as they started to accelerate towards cloudy curtained spaceport, Vase felt a familiar sensation brush against his sixth sense. It tasted like a dark blizzard that raged across an entire continent. The force of this destructive wind engulfed everything in its way in an unstoppable avalanche of wind and frost. Though the flavor had changed, it still brought the specter of death. "Sniper! Attack! Get down!" Sanyal Ablin's professionalism kicked into gear. Even as Rayla looked at Vase as if he lost his mind, the escorting security officer immediately activated an unknown protocol. Every shuttle descended with force, just as a flaming projectile slammed into the vehicle transporting Vase. The entire upper section of the shuttle tore apart from the incredibly powerful collision. The stricken vehicle lurched in the air as the pilot bled out of his ears. The split-second descent had saved Rayla's life. Vase had already jumped on top of her body in order to envelop her fragile body within his shield generator. They hadn't escaped danger, though, as his anti-grav suit suddenly morphed into a vacuum suit. Poison. Vase cursed a bit because he knew his shield generator had to let in some air. His assassin came up with a clever solution to counter his strongest protection. If he didn't own a highly advanced and extremely expensive anti-grav suit, he'd already be choking in his breath. Instead, Rayla remained exposed. For all of her complaining and rebellious attitude, the woman was a Larkinson. She recognized the danger as soon as Vase mentioned poison. She clung to him while shutting her eyes and pressing her palms against her ears. She also held her breath, which allowed her to escape the worst of the effects so far, but that didn't help much if the poison spread through skin contact. Lucky had also sprung into action. The alarmed cat activated his energy claws and tore out much of the damaged sections. This gave Vase enough of an opening to jump out of the slowly crashing shuttle while carrying her cousin. Everyone else had already started to respond to the threat. One of the shuttles exposed a nozzle and sucked in all of the surrounding air, hopefully taking much of the poison with it. Another shuttle picked up the VIPs and brought them back behind the safety of the workshop's walls. The workshop's entire security suite had flared to life. One of the turrets swung in the railgun's direction and fired off a destructive volley of shells. The projectiles exploded upon impact, shattering the entire house in a shower of splinters and debris. The few residents present nearby screamed and ran away. A large stream of bots flew into the air before fanning out. Even as Sass began to sweep in the direction of the house, they also kept their eyes peeled for other threats. Meanwhile, the shuttle carrying Vase flung open its doors, allowing a security officer with medical training to hose down the entire interior. Vase deactivated his shield generator, letting the fluid splash over his full-bodied suit. He still fussed over Rayla, who started to show a lot of worrying signs. Despite her quick reaction, the poison had obviously found purchase in her body. "What's going on with her? She's inhaled a significant dose of Mulgan," the medical officer replied as he affixed some kind of tool over her mouth. Vase couldn't figure out what any of his instruments did. The lack of understanding scared him quite a bit. "Is she dying? She's in a bad place, but she'll make it. Whoever wanted to poison you stayed within the limits. Mulgan isn't instantly fatal and can't be absorbed through skin contact, though it's extremely difficult to synthesize an antidote. However, I've stabilized her body. I have to bring her back to our branch office immediately." The panic died down a few minutes later. Sass hadn't found any trace of the culprit, but they found pieces of a high-powered railgun in the wreckage of the house. A heavier convoy of shuttles and mechs descended onto his workshop a moment later. They departed moments later. A handful of doctors already worked over Rayla's reddening body. Vase had to stay and let a bunch of experts isolate his body and take away his anti-grav clothes. His worry was tempered by the fact that whoever ordered the hit didn't go too far. One of the security officers informed him that if the assassin used something more dangerous, he'd be violating the MTA's guidelines against the use of nuclear, biological and chemical weapons. Once the MTA got onto anyone's tail, they usually suffered a brutal end. He gritted his teeth at the thought of losing a family member. Perhaps he'd been too soft lately. He was tired of being someone else's punching bag. Chapter 162 Ship's crew. The journey to the Mancroft Independent Harbor had to be delayed. Vase along with the entire attack site had to be scrubbed clean in order to remove every trace of Mulgan. As soon as he checked out, he boarded a more heavily armed shuttle along with Melkor and traveled to Soniel Ablin's headquarters. Seeing Rayla's still invulnerable body being scanned and prodded by various kinds of medical instruments brought their moods to a low point. "Will she be okay?" Vase asked softly. One of the doctors nodded. "Miss Rayla is a resilient mech pilot. Her implants and gene treatments have also contributed to her survival. It's a good thing your various countermeasures have activated so early. She'll make a full recovery after half a year of therapy." Various coincidences allowed Vase to survive this attack unscathed, but he couldn't say the same to Rayla. He resolved to gift his cousins at least one set of spare antigrav clothes. He already had a closet full of them, so it hardly made a dent. Vase had to cough up 2 million credits to pay for Rayla's treatment, and that included a heavy discount. Sass must have felt a bit sorry for being caught off guard by the assassination attempt. In any case, it was money well spent, as Miss Robin assured him they treated Rayla with Coalition standard technology. "Now that Rayla is out of action, do you need me to take her place?" Melkor asked with a tone that suggested that he'd rather watch over of his cousin. "No, I'm sure my client arranged his own security arrangement. You're better off keeping watch over my workshop. I don't want people messing around with my stuff while I'm gone." Even if Vase forced Melkor to go along, the mech pilot would constantly worry about Rayla. He decided to leave him at home and bring someone else. The only problem was that Vase didn't know anyone else who could take Rayla's place. Surprisingly, Melkor rejected his suggestion. "Your premises are already quite secure, and I'm confident nothing will happen to Rayla. I know you need someone to watch your back, so don't refuse my presence." "All right, I'll arrange your mech to be moved to my Corvette." A few moments later, they entered a press room. A number of local reporters gathered here after passing stringent security checks. Their camera bots hovered behind their heads, ready to stream the upcoming press conference to the entire planet. The attack at his workshop was one of the most dramatic events that had happened in recent history. Every citizen of Cloudy Curtain feverishly spread their gossip as they awaited some sort of official response. The anemic local police services only issued a perfunctory statement while they were running around like headless chickens. This inadvertently gave Vase the chance to shape the narrative, according to Gavin's media-savvy instincts. Vase nodded at Gavin as he walked over to him. "How's the public taken it so far?" "They're restless, excited and outraged." Gavin grinned, as if the assassination attempt actually pleased him. The media aligned to the ruling coalition is already pressing for calm, but almost no one but their diehard supporters are paying attention to those channels. "We've got a large portion of the population ready to cling to your words." While Vase found it distasteful to take advantage of this situation, necessity compelled him to follow Gavin's suggestions. They were in the light and their enemies were in the dark. No one stepped up to claim responsibility for the attack. In addition, events that happened in Bentime and beyond might as well be on the other side of the galaxy as far as Cloudy Curtain was concerned. "Good afternoon." Vase greeted the cameras as he stepped up to the podium. "Thank you for attending this press conference. My name is Vase Larkinson. I am an apprentice mech designer under the tutelage of Master Carmen Olsen of the Vermeer Group. I recently founded the Living Mech Corporation here in my home planet of Cloudy Curtain." All of the reporters already knew his background, but many of his viewers might not be aware. He deliberately mentioned his master's name in order to borrow some of her prestige. It forced those who normally dismissed low-tier mech designers to regard him seriously. "Can you tell us what happened this morning?" "Certainly." Vase gave a brief and factual account of the sequence of the events. Various recordings had already leaked onto the galactic net, so no one learned anything new. He also left his shield generator and antigrav clothes out of his story. No need to give his enemies any ideas. Who is responsible for this terrible attack? Vase tried to maintain a composed expression. "I don't know, but I can think of several possibilities. Various people would like to see me gone. For instance, the ruling coalition has worked hard to ram a new tax bill through the planetary assembly that will drive me out of business. Technically, he didn't lie. He let the reporters and the viewers who watched the broadcast connect the dots themselves. Even if it was on spurious grounds, everyone loved a conspiracy theory. The Greens and the White Doves could issue as many denials as they wanted. It didn't change the fact that they regarded him with hostility. Could they have been responsible for the attack? Vase didn't think so, but he was willing to drag them through the mud anyway. Let the public decide the final verdict. He continued to spin a misleading narrative that Gavin had carefully constructed. Vase had already received some coaching on what to say and what to leave out. Everything he said rang true, and thus should pass scrutiny should someone employ a sophisticated lie detector program. Once he reached the end of the conference, he left behind a final statement. I survived today not because of luck, but because this is my home. Don't believe in the naysayers and pessimists that were only good for feeding bedtime. The living Mech Corporation's presence here represents my belief that we can be strong. His words took everyone by surprise. Vase left the reporters behind as they digested his eloquent response. He nodded to Gavin, who smirked like a cat who got the canary. You did an excellent job, boss. You didn't stumble on your words at all. The only fault I can find is that you've been acting a little too lively for someone who survived an assassination attempt. I can't help it. Vase chuckled a bit. I keep thinking about how many mouthfuls of wine those loathsome politicians will spurt once they see my performance. It thoroughly burned any bridge he had between him and the ruling coalition, but Vase didn't care. He bought himself some time. According to Gavin and Kelsey, his performance should thoroughly pull the wind out of the sails of the tax reform bill. One day later, a heavily armed convoy escorted by 2 aerial mechs landed inside a cordoned-off section of the spaceport. Several security officers accompanied by many bots kept their eyes peeled for trouble. One of the central shuttles opened its hatch, allowing Vase, Melkor and Lucky to step outside. He turned to an escort and nodded his head. Thanks for the ride. Vase turned to the other side of the field and walked towards the parked Corvette. The Barracuda regained her former glory after undergoing repairs. Her rear thrusters looked as pristine as the first day she came into his possession. He also met the Barracuda's crew for the first time. A group of 5 stunning-looking women greeted his eyes. Even Melkor halted for a moment after seeing them together. Even as they dressed themselves in a formless blue uniform with the logo of the LMC plastered to their sleeve, they still looked like angels. Hello, Vase awkwardly said. I'm your new boss. We know who you are. A redhead with the only hat replied. Captain Amber Sylvestra, at your service. First-class engineer Ushra Jacobson, at your service. A dusky-skinned woman said. First-class pilot Miranda Pham, at your service. Ship security officer Angie Sipos, at your service. Able spacer Jen Malcolm Stahl, at your service. The way they spoke, at your service, revealed they received extensive training. Vase could tell that they used to say those same words with charming voices and enticing smiles. None of the women composed themselves as anything other than professionals today. Vase already got the lowdown from Marcella. Evidently, the women worked for a company that operated luxury yachts. Among their regular duties of keeping the ships afloat, they also pampered their clients. A severe dive in fortune for the sleazy company forced them to let go of half of their employees, which included this tight-knit group of highly trained women. Vase should feel lucky for snapping them up without giving up too many concessions. The total monthly salary they drew only amounted to 35,000 credits a month, plus some extra hazard pay. He spent a lot more money keeping the Barracuda in tip-top shape. Captain Sylvestra gave him enough time to regard his new crew before speaking out again. Just to be clear, sir, we expect to be treated with decorum. The prevailing employment laws gives us the right to refuse any unlawful or inappropriate orders. I have no ulterior motives. Vase sheepishly replied while raising his hands. All of the confidence he exuded during the press conference left his body. The only thing I expect from you is to run the Barracuda. Your Corvette is an amazing ship. She's in the right hands. Let's get you all aboard. As they entered the hatch, Sylvestra reported the ship's condition. Vase barely understood the significance of her words. Still, they came fully stocked and prepared for a trip that might take them far from civilized space. How's our fuel situation? He asked once they entered the central corridor. The crew dispersed to their stations. We're fully topped with high-grade fuel. Our mutual friend Marcella arranged a channel that we can use to procure a limited amount of fuel. It's not fully condoned, so don't spread the word. He nodded and let his strange crew do their jobs. Captain Sylvestre took the captain's seat while Vase and Melkor sat on the observer's seats. They strapped themselves in case of a bumpy ride. Do I have permission to lift off? Go ahead, Captain. Under the expert control of their pilot, Miranda, the corvette retracted her landing gear and slowly flew up into orbit. The well-built ship hardly shook as its thrusters worked hard to escape Cloudy Curtain's gravity well. A larger ship might have trouble accomplishing such a task in standard gravity conditions, but the small and sleek corvette possessed ample thrust. We've currently reached orbit, sir. Your orders: set course for Mancroft Independent Harbor. We're due in 18 days. Sylvestre turned her seat to look back at Vase. Do you wish to save fuel? We can save up to 30% of our fuel expenditure if we make short but frequent hops, though our FTL drive will also wear down faster. Vase took a minute to mull over the question. Previously, he only needed to set the autopilot, allowing the ship make all the choices. I'm not an expert, so I'll defer to your judgment. However, I can't arrive late, so I think it's best to play it safe. Very well, sir. Captain Sylvestre turned back to instruct Miranda to plot a course to Mancroft. The pilot cross-trained as a navigator, so she expertly plotted a series of FTL transitions that took them through safe and well-known star systems. Unfortunately, the closer they got to Mancroft, the less settlements they'd find. The border regions are highly chaotic. Pirates as well as alien raiders frequently appear in this part of space. That bad? Vase responded with a frown. I thought the Common Fleet Alliance is supposed to keep a lid on the border. Both the captain and the pilot looked at him like an idiot. Space is big, unimaginably big. To put it simply, it's a giant space which largely consists of nothing. There's no way any fleet can intercept an incursion. I heard the CFA possesses sensors capable of detecting any FTL transitions across many light years of space. Even if they're able to detect them, they don't have the numbers to pursue every probe. They only muster up a couple of warships if they encounter a strong enough signal. The handful of corvette and frigate-sized vessels that routinely pass through the border practically do so with impunity. It turned out the fleet assigned to the Komodo Star sector possessed a lot less functional warships than their propaganda always suggested. It couldn't hold a candle to the core fleet stationed in the center of the galaxy. So in short, we're constantly at risk of encountering something dangerous. That's correct, sir. However, the Barracuda is one of the swiftest corvettes in this star sector. We can outrun any threats as long as we don't travel along a predictable course. Vase nodded ruefully. He once navigated straight into a pirate ambush. Chapter 163 Untamed Stars. Miss Miranda plotted a brisk course that brought them to Mancroft within 17 days. She wanted to alternate between short and long hops in order to test and calibrate the brand new FTL drive. The core of the galaxy is familiar with this generation of FTL, but it's new technology to us. We need to establish a baseline so that we'll know how far we can push it. Corvette-class ships are especially known to have a generous threshold. And a threshold is how near we can transition into a star system. The threshold is mainly dependent on the relative mass between the ship and the destination star. That sounds kind of dangerous. Vase apprehensively noted. Good thing we have a first-class engineer, sir. Ushra has plenty of experience with pushing FTL drives to their very limits. Our former clients like the thrill of jumping in deep. Vase took her word for it. He hired them on exactly because he wanted more options in case they ran into any trouble. While all of the crew engrossed themselves with their tasks, Vase and Melkor had a lot of time in their hands. Melkor sighed as he followed Vase out of the bridge. Rayla probably would have loved to befriend your crew. As the only two men on the ship, they both felt a bit out of place. Vase sighed. I guess we're relegated to passengers. Let's prepare for the upcoming expedition. I don't know what kind of role you'll be able to play, but make sure you're ready to roll out if needed. They passed the time in peace. Melkor spent most of his time down in the cargo bay. He used the cockpit of his rifleman Mech as a simulator pod and feverishly trained his ability to shoot in zero-G conditions. Unlike Dietrich's Harrier, Melkor's Stanislaw model lacked a flight system. Unlike the Old Soul, Melkor's rifleman was meant to fight a running battle. It featured a robust and powerful engine, allowing the Stanislaw to weave around various obstacles while spoiling the aim of its opponents. Its rapid-fire laser rifle excelled at wearing down mechs at medium range. Whoever was in charge of its maintenance did a great job. Vase declared once he finished going over the mech. It hardly required any tweaks. The Larkinsons know their mechs. We employ some of the best mech technicians in Rittersburg, you know. Since Vase didn't have anything else to do at the moment, he returned to his stateroom and lazily browsed the galactic net. Aboard, Lucky jumped on his lap and made himself comfortable. The ship's quantum entanglement node allowed Vase to keep in touch with the rest of the galaxy. He closely followed current events on Cloudy Curtain. The recent happenings along with his first press conference left people scrambling for answers. The complacency on the part of the White Doves and the Greens left them ill-prepared to the sudden shift in public opinion. A large swath of neutral citizens who never paid attention to politics became passionately involved once one of their own got hurt. Vase found it rather funny that he ranked higher than the leaders who ruled the planet for many generations. The pacifists, along with the consortium standing behind them, founded Cloudy Curtain and built it up into a quiet and idyllic farming planet over more than 2 centuries. Even now they directly or indirectly employed over half the population. Despite all of their efforts, the founding elites garnered very little appreciation of the common folk. Their greed and their attempts to stall the development of what they thought was their own private playground worked against them this time. All because of mechs. The current zeitgeist of this era revolved completely around the majesty of mechs. Even the lowliest of farmers and menial laborers were swayed by their primal urge to worship these gods of the modern age. Why does Bentime attract all of the attention? We don't even have our own mech arena. I told you that the man keeps pushing us down. The fat cats up in their towers drink their million credit wines every day while average folk like you and me can't afford a house. Mechs, mechs, mechs. I want to see more mechs. I want to see them with my own eyes. All of these mech heads have gone crazy. I can hardly walk my dog these days without hearing constant discussions on mechs. Even the pioneers started to join the bandwagon. They self-servingly took up his cause as if they never attempted to take advantage of him. Vase didn't know what to make of their support, but he welcomed their efforts anyway. In any case, the White Doves and the Greens started to push back against the rising tide. Perhaps aware for the first time that ignoring the masses was a bad idea, they started talking about their upcoming plans to increase the planet's infrastructure spending. In their words, the tax reform bill is needed to pay for better schools and hospitals. Every wealthy business has to make some sacrifices in order to increase the planet's quality of life. Mysteriously, a lot of exemptions disappeared. In exchange, the bill subjected many industries to a less outrageous maximum tax rate. The clever maneuvering made it more difficult to say that the White Doves and the Greens favored their own little circle of friends over an outsider like Vase. That didn't change the fact the living mech corporation had to pay 40% of its profits to the planet's coffers. While this sounded a little more reasonable compared to the previous rate, it still exceeded Bentime's rate. These guys just don't know when to give up. Hardly anything could compete against free goodies. Even the allure of mechs might lose out to personal benefits. We should strike while the iron is hot, Vase concluded, and his employees concurred. They already arranged an appointment with the Republican commissioner. Hopefully his obligation to ready the planet for war won out against his restraint to favor one side over another. The only time when everyone came together was when Jen served dinner. As the most junior spacer on the ship, she generally handled the miscellaneous duties that didn't require a specialist, which also included cooking. Jen certainly knew her stuff, as every dinner had been sumptuous and filling. Everyone loosened up a little at this time, enough for Vase to pry open their mouths on why they decided to take up this post. He learned that they all earned generous tips in their previous jobs. It's never meant to be permanent, Ushra said. We knew what we were getting into. It's one of the few opportunities commoners like us can afford our training. Do you know how expensive my engineering courses are? I'm thankful my old boss paid for it all. All the other women had similar stories. Even if they possessed a small amount of talent, they lacked the opportunity to get into a decent school. You don't have to feel sorry for us. Our previous boss took great care of us. It's a shame he got caught taking bribes. When a bunch of us got laid off, we decided to quit the service industry. Why choose to crew the Barracuda instead of something larger or more professional? Captain Silvestra smiled at her crew. We like to stay together. Our experience with pleasure yachts has left us with very few job opportunities. We don't have the qualifications to take up senior positions in passenger ships or transports. Those who offered to take us on all expect us to take up our former duties again. Angie, their security officer, snorted in irritation. Those slimeballs are 10 times worse than our old boss. At least he ran a clean ship because he wanted to cozy up with the bigwigs. The other bosses in the service industry have powerful gangs backing them up. That lets them get away with certain things. No one gave any examples, but Vase could make a few guesses. The major gangs that ruled most of the Bright Republic's underbelly didn't behave anything like Walter's Whalers. These weren't the cuddly ruffian hometown heroes who only beat up people once every month. No, these shady enterprises ruled over a vast underground network that earned them billions of credits each year. With this much money at stake, none of these organizations pulled their punches. Well, I'm glad to have you with me, Vase admitted, feeling the need to reassure his crew that he didn't intend to operate in the same way as the service industry. I don't expect to be traveling a lot with the Barracuda, but whenever I do, we might be heading towards danger. We don't have a problem with that, Silvestre replied with a casual expression. Our training combined with the capabilities of your Archon-class corvette will see us through. Vase had the feeling they might even come to embrace any crisis that might pop up. Resolving difficult situations would certainly prove that they were good for something more than flirting with the rich. Personally, he didn't mind if they wanted to pad their resumes. As long as they stuck around for a few years, Vase was willing to grant them several allowances. He knew he wouldn't be able to motivate them with his charm, so he could only use obvious incentives to motivate his crew. Do you happen to be familiar with the Mancroft Independent Harbor? Vase asked. It's a typical frontier den out here in the most remote corner of the galaxy. A bunch of ex-pirates, mercenaries and desperate merchants have made themselves home there. They make their living by exploring the uncharted stars on both sides of the border. What about the Sandmen? He pressed, this time mentioning the aliens who occupied the stars just over the border next to Mancroft. Those silicon-based lifeforms are known to be extremely aggressive against humans. I'd figure they'd be livid if a bunch of fortune seekers rummage around their territory. You aren't wrong, but the situation is a bit more complex. Silvestre replied with a serious expression. The human race has a tendency to look at space as something we own or something that other races own. It's an incredibly simplistic way of looking at the effective territory we own. How do you see space, then? A vast sea of unimaginable distances, dotted with the occasional islands. Every island is a star. Every race can only really exert their influence on solid ground. No one is able to claim the vast seas. I see, so the Sandmen have a different perspective on the border than us. They're pretty weird in many ways. What else can you say about a huge collection of tiny sand-like creatures? In any case, we suspect that the Sandmen don't even know their own borders. No one knew how the Sandmen organized themselves. Only a bit larger than a grain of sand, they acted much like insect hives. Individually, they were weak and inconsequential. They grew much scarier once they clumped up into a gathering the size of a mountain. Researchers have found that the Sandmen combined their processing power into hive minds when that happened. The larger the group, the scarier their thoughts. Sadly, they never appear to possess emotions, and could hardly outthink a 6-year-old human child. Their native, incomprehensible technology was the only reason why humanity took them seriously. Certain anomalous Sandmen centered around a core of various kinds of exotic materials somehow managed to develop a workable form of FTL. This turned the race into a menace, as each major invasion saw entire planets engulfed in waves of Sandmen who propagated easily. They normally multiplied slowly by absorbing the energy of a sun, but whenever they encountered an active power source, they ballooned in numbers. The Sandmen normally don't bother with most small vessels. The CFA thinks that they are constantly weighing the amount of energy they have to expend compared to what they might gain if they catch an intruder. Anything that results in a net loss of energy means that they won't lift a finger. Vase found Captain Silvestre's explanation fascinating. Despite the state of total war between their two races, the Sandmen didn't often pose a threat. Outside of their major extinction-level invasions, they were content to hold on to their existing territories. It's likely my mission will take us into Sandman space. Do you have any advice you'd like to share? Yeah, take a good look at the fleet you're going to be a part of. The larger the ships, the higher the chance you'll provoke a reaction from the Sandmen. No one knows why, but they're just as capable of detecting ships in FTL as the CFA. The little creepers probably took over a CFA flagship and reverse-engineered our technology. That sounded fairly important. Perhaps the Barracuda would be able to outrun the Sandmen, but if his client wanted Vase to stay on his own ship, then he might be stuck with the rest. Chapter 164 Extra Lesson. According to the CFA, the Sandmen thought on an entirely different level. To these intelligent clumps of sand, everything consisted of either matter or energy. They viewed the human race and their many ships and settlements in the same way as a rock or a tree. Though humanity only had a limited glimpse on what went on in their core territory, it appeared they lacked a complex society. Their culture was non-existent and their society consisted of a one-dimensional hierarchy based on the value of their composition. "They're not a race we can talk to," Captain Silvestre said as everyone finished their dessert. "It's either kill or be killed. Energy weapons aren't very effective, but high-impact damage will do the job. Since they're so dangerous, why do people keep invading their space, if you can call it that? As a silicate-based life form, they're extremely obsessed with rare and valuable minerals. Their higher castes have a tendency to hoard exotic minerals for years before processing them or shipping them to their core territories. As long as you're not afraid to die, a strike group can easily overwhelm a smaller colony and make off with a large amount of exotics. While the larger conglomerations of Sandmen posed a great threat, the smaller groups tended to be slow and stupid. As long as the raiders left before reinforcements arrived, they stood to gain a handsome profit. Everyone dispersed after dinner. Vase got a lot more stuff to think about. The dangers and opportunities one could find in the border region could easily enrich a daring prospector. Much of the space in the core regions of the galaxy had already been mapped out and claimed by various powers. Only at the vast rim of the galaxy could someone change his fortunes after stumbling across an untapped windfall. Midway into their journey to Mancroft, Vase received a surprising call. Master Olson personally summoned him to her virtual abode. He immediately dropped whatever news program he idly watched and connected to the one-time address he'd been given. His stateroom's top-quality projectors strained to portray the majesty of her surroundings. Vase beheld the famed Titanium Garden for the very first time. It existed both in real space and in virtual space, and both looked magnificent in different ways. The virtual version looked like an endless three-dimensional titanium garden. The virtual garden had no up or down. Small plots of soil rested atop titanium enclosures which themselves connected to other plots via various vine-shaped titanium lattices. The mixed orientation and the fact that the water that flowed between them never fell outside their channels made it clear that gravity worked inconsistently in this space. Despite the mind-boggling complexity involved in its construction, the entire garden appeared to exist in harmony. Vase did not get a headache even after he tried and failed to derive some pattern out of the random environment. A soft clap interrupted his thoughts. He moved his body and saw that his master rested on a divan in the center of an alien garden. Blue grasses and red leaves swirled around her position like how planets revolved around the sun. The moving foliage presented him with an enchanting sight, especially when the plot appeared upside down in his perspective. "Come on down," Master Olson said, gesturing her carefully manicured hand towards another bench that appeared from the grass. "There are a couple of matters that we must discuss." It took some time for Vase to figure out how to flip his perspective and land on the bench. He looked up at Master Olson like a schoolkid eager to begin his first lesson. "How are you today?" "I'm good. I'm currently on my way to Mancroft. I am aware of your mission," she responded in an elegant fashion, the many jewels adorning her head tinkling with a distinct melody. Her brilliant blonde locks flowed with the wind, which markedly contrasted with the blue and red foliage. It is not to be taken lightly. If his master went out of her way to call him directly, then Vase might be in danger. Is the graining mission that dangerous? Her cool eyes continued to bore down on his sitting form. "Do you know that I have been nurtured by the Vermeer group for more than 80 years? He nodded. "I started my training in a batch of thousands. In order to meet the expectations of the Vermeer group, we competed directly against each other for resources and attention." Vase hadn't heard about this at all. Her public biography only briefly mentioned a dry statement that she had been nurtured by the Vermeer group in a secretive experimental training program. Vase wondered why she narrated her own backstory. "Compared to my brothers and sisters, I was not the most intelligent nor did I make the most friends. Yet after 80 years, only I am able to reach the master level. Do you know why?" He shook his head. "I treated myself harshly. Where my rivals studied 5 courses, I studied 10. When they gained some experience by taking an easy mission, I took an assignment that sent me straight to an active battlefield. I never slacked off in my pursuit for knowledge and power." Vase started to understand why she told him this story. Every great mech designer has worked hard to reach their positions. Hard work is not sufficient. She gently chided him. Her eyes grew chillier by the second. Ruthlessness is needed above all. Everyone starts the same. Only by subjecting yourself to pressure will you be able to break and reforge yourself into something more than human. Only by reaching beyond the limits imposed by our flesh will you be able to reach the senior and master level and craft many wonders from your mind. It sounded like she referred to some great secret or truth. Vase started to get a little lost. So is it a good or bad thing that I'm taking the graining mission? Let me put it this way. Your current chances of survival is less than 20%. Vase wanted to argue her estimate. It sounded exaggeratingly low and likely didn't take into account his system-derived advantages. Yet even with a couple more tricks, how much of a difference did they make? To be frank, this mission is rather ill-conceived. She heartlessly continued. Your client relies too much on borrowed intelligence, and therefore instinctively assumes no other threat exists. Unfortunately for you, it is too late to forfeit the mission. It sounded like even Master Olson became concerned. What are your intentions? Do you want me to back out anyway? Backing out of a mission that he already accepted pretty much ruined his standing with the Clifford Society. Vase would suffer a heavy blow, but at least he'd be able to survive. Unlike the other society members, Vase had access to other channels such as the system and Master Olson's own organization. She looked at him with disappointment. Have you been listening? Vase started to sweat as he put his mind on her words. What did she mean? She started telling him that she began her training program along with many chosen. In the end, only she had been able to reach the eminent status of a master mech designer. I see. The answer became obvious. The greater the pressure, the more you gain. As long as you survive. I won't back out then. He replied with a firmer tone. Even if he lacked some confidence in himself, he still believed in the power of the system. Master Olson smiled as if he gained her approval for the first time. Very good. Now that you have shown your resolve, I'm willing to pass on some of my teachings. You will find it very useful in your upcoming mission. His eyes shone wide at her boon. He never expected his master to teach him this early. The value of a single session from a Grand Master Mech designer was immeasurable. Before I start my lecture, there's one more lesson you need to learn. Yes, do you know what happened to my rivals once I reached the master level? Vase never heard of anyone who rose up in the Vermeer group in the last couple of decades. Had the Vermeer group forced them into obscurity, I killed whoever remained alive. Even the Vermeer group had to stand aside. She responded with a modest grin that hinted at a great amount of enjoyment. Do make sure to deal with your enemies thoroughly if you ever find yourself in a position of power. Her words aimed right at his heart. Vase made quite a lot of enemies, from Carter Gage to the Ricklin Corporation. Many of these influences completely dwarfed his own. Even if they constantly threatened his life, Vase could only keep his mouth shut. That might not hold true in the future. When he eventually rose up to become an influential mech designer, he'd be able to contend with the most powerful influences on an equal level. That was when he should retaliate in earnest. Master Olson wanted him to never forget a slight. Still, Vase couldn't quite believe that all of her competitors deserved to die. He refrained from following up with another question. Best not to provoke her any further. Once she made sure that Vase understood her lesson, she began to lecture him about mechanics and the connection between force and energy. After a brief introduction, she changed tack. Let me ask you a question. Why do mechs still resort to low-tech armaments such as swords and shields? In human history, there was a time when melee combat has phased out. Much of our current non-mech technology such as tanks and spaceships rely exclusively on the power of their ranged weapons. Why do mechs operate on a different paradigm? Vase already learned the answer in his previous studies. Because mechs possess enough armor and mobility to circumvent a force that completely relies on fighting its opponents at a distance. When an enemy gets close enough to punch you in your face, a railgun won't be of much help. The key here is to recognize that the confluence of unique properties allow for the anachronism of melee weapons to play a role. Do not disdain their use. So long as mechs are fast and resilient enough to withstand a number of laser beams or kinetic projectiles, there will always be a use for close quarters combat. Many experts once predicted that the need to resort to primitive weapons would phase out with the development of deadlier firepower. Mechs would become more civilized just as humans evolved from using clubs to using guns. Over the past couple of centuries, the power of lasers, ballistics and missiles had indeed grown in power. The difference between the first generation and the current generation of weaponry was substantial. Even the cheapest Karentgen laser rifle could bore a hole through the sturdiest first-generation mechs. Yet those who developed better armor systems never fell behind for long. After they exhausted the means to develop more resilient armor with conventional alloys, they resorted to developing incredibly resilient armor through the use of exotic materials and techniques like alloy compression. Since the level of firearms and armor has advanced to significant heights, how are melee weapons able to keep up? Vase knew the answer, though he didn't learn this from any of his courses. He possessed a decent amount of experience working with various generations of mechs, from the 1-star Fantasia to the 5-star Caesar Augustus. That gave him a lot of perspective on the gradual evolution of mechs. The amount of force exerted by mechs have also increased over many generations. The average size and mass of mechs increases bit by bit every year. The power of their engines and the effectiveness of their artificial musculature has also experienced several breakthroughs. That is correct, Master Olsen nodded. She sprinkled her fingers, which summoned up a projection of various designs. They all focused upon the methods in which they provided the limbs with mechanical force. Now, let me open your mind to the power of battle mechatronics. Chapter 165. Mancroft Vase learned a great deal from Master Olsen's personalized lecture. She tailored her teaching to him in a way that constantly challenged his assumptions while never straying beyond his capabilities. She loved to illustrate her point through examples. Many times, she brought up various designs and noted what they did right and what they did wrong. Then she changed to a different but somewhat similar design and prompted Vase to do the same. While he didn't always answer correctly, the speed in which he internalized her lessons surpassed her expectations. His rapid progress allowed him to go through a lot more topics. Battle mechatronics is the study and application of machines purposed for war. She noted at the start. In the mech industry, this specifically refers to designing and optimizing a mech for melee combat. Any mech designer with ambitions to design an original mech required some knowledge of battle mechatronics. It provided them with a number of approaches on how to design and shape the overall frame in a way that maximized its power and efficiency. Vase learned many different methods on how to apply his new knowledge. He learned to look at mechs with a different eye. He could tell how fast a mech could run by the length and configuration of its legs. He could also estimate the amount of power a mech would be able to exert from the proportions of its various limbs. Besides refreshing the basics, Master Olsen focused much of her valuable time on teaching him how to toughen up a mech. Vase already learned to increase a mech's integrity through increasing its redundancy and compartmentalization. Those worked best at mitigating range damage. No matter how much he increased a design's RF and CF, it all meant nothing if a huge impact shook the fragile internals. Certain sensitive parts such as processors and tiny mechanical components wore out really fast if subjected to heavy shock. Master Olsen therefore taught him how to mitigate these impacts by hardening the most sensitive components. Besides adding a large amount of buffer materials, he also learned few clever design tricks that could dampen and negate heavy impacts. At the end of the session, his master looked at him with a tired but satisfied expression. "You have a very bright and focused mind. You're a perfect pupil. It is unfortunate that you have passed the optimal age for me to induct you as a core disciple. You must walk your path on your own." Vase didn't mind her regretful words. He cherished his freedom. Becoming her core disciple meant he'd be able to obtain a lot of opportunities as well as frequent tutoring from one of the greatest mech designers in the star sector. Anyone else would kill their mothers for such a chance. "I'm grateful for your efforts, Master. Your teachings have truly opened my eyes." The specific content of her lecture went beyond the basics of what he might learn from a course in Limar. Master Olsen added quite a bit of personal insights in her teachings. As a specialist in mechanics and engine design, she possessed a unique design philosophy on how to design a mech. Master Olsen heavily favored designing mechs that were built to last. Experiencing such a perspective from an eminent master was a privilege enjoyed by very few mech designers. He essentially started with a leg up from his competition. Once Master Olsen cut off the call, Vase sat back in his stateroom and internalized what he learned. His master had also passed on a supplementary textbook that provided him with the underlying data and formulas to apply the various methods. Fortunately, it didn't come with the ridiculous security measures that the Clifford Society liked to use on its more valuable books. As Vase already understood the essence of the field, he only required a week to master its contents. He called up his status. Status name: Vase Larkinson. Profession: Apprentice Mech Designer. Specializations: None. Design points: 33,216. Attributes: Strength 0.8, Dexterity 0.8, Endurance 0.8, Intelligence 1.8, Creativity 1 concentration, 1.7 neural aptitude, F skills assembly apprentice 3D printer proficiency 3 assembler proficiency 3 battle mechatronics apprentice business apprentice computer science incompetent electrical engineering apprentice structural pathway configuration 2 mathematics journeyman mechanics journeyman jury rigging 2 speed tuning 3 metallurgy journeyman alloy compression 2 metaphysics incompetent physics journeyman directed energy weapon optimization 2 lightweight armor optimization I medium weight armor optimization 3 melee weapon optimization 2 abilities super publish available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation. A young but foolhardy mech designer who braves danger like a moth drawn to flame. His status hadn't changed much. He mainly noted that he earned a fair bit of DP. His virtual mech's sales continued to grow apace since he departed from Cloudy Curtain. While the sale of the young blood had already slowed down, the old soul started to gain a cult-like status. The mech trainees consider your rifleman model to be a milestone that they need to master. Gavin told him in a regular report. Anyone who isn't able to employ the old soul in its intended role is regarded as trash. Vase didn't know what to think about his words. He knew that Gavin had a hand in encouraging this behavior. His task was to drive up the model's sales. In any case, it didn't sound very serious and it might benefit the young potentates in the future if they mastered the old soul's patient piloting style. What Vase noted next on his status was that battle mechatronics turned out to be a main skill. Technically, it incorporated many insights from mechanics, electrical engineering and even computer science in order to provide it with a foundation on how to design a mech from scratch. Thus, Vase considered it to be a fusion skill of some sorts. Without a sufficient foundation in the 3 foundational skills, he'd never be able to master battle mechatronics so easily. Still, even if his computer science skill fell behind, his current focus on hardening the internals required little knowledge in that field. He considered sparing some of his ample DP into shoring up this lacking skill, but shook his head. I don't think I'll need to mess with the programming of a mech anytime soon. It'll be important once I begin to design an original mech, but for now there's little use. A day after he reached apprentice level in battle mechatronics, the Barracuda finally made its way to the Mancroft system. A dim red dwarf star in the center of the system provided pathetic amounts of light to its anemic pair of planets. Red dwarfs were considered the runt of the galaxy, the cheap mass-produced version of a star that burned extremely slow but lasted quite a long while as a result. None of this mattered much except to illustrate the star system's overall lack of value. The only true satellite of any consequence was its gas giant. The yellow pearl-like planet contained significant traces of an essential ingredient in the synthesis of high-density ship-grade fuel. The fact that such a common red dwarf possessed such a valuable gas giant caused plenty of people to scratch their heads. It was as if an old farmer had married a gorgeous supermodel. That's the CFA's fueling station. Best not to go anywhere near that place, Sylvestra noted as she switched the main display to a close-up to the station in question. It orbited lazily over gas giant. A fair number of harvester vessels flew down to the upper layers of the gas giant and gently scooped up some gas before returning home. A small patrol of warships made sure that nobody would have any ideas on the station. It consisted of 2 destroyers and a small flotilla of frigates, enough to threaten any casual pirate incursion. No matter how many mechs swarmed the patrol, the warships would quickly tear them to pieces with its abundant rapid-fire cannon turrets. It took only a couple of hours for the Barracuda to traverse past the orbit of the gas giant and enter the inner system. A red dwarf massed fairly light, which meant that ships of any kind would be able to transition closer to the center. This saved everyone a lot of time. We're 30 minutes away from the Mancroft Independent Harbor. Whatever poses as their traffic control is already hailing us. Captain Sylvestra reported to Vase. Has anyone else sent a message to us? Besides the usual unwanted solicitations, no, sir. Then do what you think is best. She nodded to him and turned back to send a brief reply. We'll take up orbit around Mancroft I and keep our distance from others. I suggest you make sure your pilot cousin is ready to enter his mech at any time. We might need to show some muscle from time to time in order to deter the scum from having any ideas. The ramshackle space station acted as the only other populated presence in the system. No one bothered to colonize the ugly gray planet it orbited, so every ship in the neighborhood flocked to the so-called independent harbor. The space station had a mundane history. Shortly after the CFA built its fueling station, a gang popped out of nowhere and funded the construction of a passable space station. Led by the Bozy clan, This group possessed enough strength and foresight to hang on to power and turn their little space station in a regular stopping point for fortune seekers. All kinds of people flocked to the galactic rim. Sylvestra explained with a patient tone. Vase would just keep asking if she didn't answer. She summoned a couple of auxiliary projections that showed the other ships in orbit. The line between scavenging and pirating is often blurred this far out from any central authority. Even the CFA can't do much about to enforce the law in these parts. The galactic rim encompassed billions of stars in many light years of space. The portion that fell under the purely administrative borders of the Komodo star sector already encompassed many millions of stars. Even if the regional density of stars was low, many treasures could be found so long as you pick the right star. How are the Bozies still in power? Vase curiously asked. Some of the vessels in orbit look large enough to field entire companies of mechs. If every ship in orbit disgorged their mechs, they'd surely be able to overwhelm the space station. They never pushed the line. The Bozies know that people can easily choose to go somewhere else to perform their trades, so they don't even bother taking a cut. They make a decent living by buying low from treasure hunters and selling high to their contacts back in civilized space. It sounded smart. Their generous treatment allowed them to make lots of friends. The Mancroft system is fairly close to the border. Has the space station ever been attacked by the Sandmen? Never. Red dwarfs are a dime in a dozen. They're dim, so they don't provide the Sandmen with a lot of energy. Its low mass also makes it hard to navigate. Furthermore, they're also poor in resource endowments. Therefore, Sandmen rarely bother to visit red dwarfs like Mancroft. No wonder the Bozies chose to construct their space station in this system. It not only has easy access to premium fuel, it also provides safe harbor against the Sandmen. Since no one else hailed his ship, it meant his client must be somewhere else at the moment. With a few days to spare, Vase considered paying a visit to the space station. This was the true frontier of human space. Is it safe to visit the harbor? He asked, gesturing towards the large but aging space station and the handful of ships currently docked in its piers. Not without an escort or some assurance. The captain replied. The Bozies might control the station, but for all their pretenses of declaring the harbor a fourth-rate state, it's still a den of thieves. That's a shame. Vase knew better than to tempt fate. Already he could feel invisible eyes staring at his brand new ship. A shiny Archon-class corvette presented a very valuable prize to those who valued absolute speed. Keep me posted on any incoming hails. With nothing else to do than wait, Vase returned to his stateroom and resumed his preparations. Ever since his master warned him about the dangers, he stopped treating the mission like a vacation. Chapter 166 Clean 2 days later, the Mancroft system welcomed an intimidating fleet of vessels. Over 10 different spacecraft of various sizes revolved around a sizable ship the size of a jumbo transport. The flagship was a bona fide mech carrier. Her mech carrying capacity surpassed all the other ships in the system. Like a queen returning to court, the carrier trudged slowly towards the inner system with her escorts leading the way. Vase received an alert from Captain Sylvestra and entered the bridge. That's a really big ship. She's a military surplus fleet carrier. She's meant to carry over 2 companies of mechs. Her length from bow to stern reached 2 kilometers. She took on a long but fairly stubby profile, which reduced her efficiency when transitioning to FTL but allowed her to carry large amounts of mechs and goods in her abundant holds. Frankly, she's not a ship that should thrive out here in the rim. Sylvestra added, disapproval apparent on her face. 3 or 4 civilian large transports can carry the same load as that carrier with a fraction of the cost. The amount of money that you have to spend on fuel and crew to keep this boondoggle running day by day must run in the millions of credits. That made Vase regard the former fleet carrier in a different light. Her flamboyant orange and pink coating made it clear that no government authority currently commissioned the ship. A private outfit must have snapped up the vessel and turned her into a mobile base. There must be thousands of people crewing the ship in her many mechs. Even in a heavy populated system such as Bentime, the large amount of mechs could certainly pose a threat. About half an hour after the emergence of the carrier fleet, the Barracuda received a new hail. The flagship directly sent some codes along with the message that made it clear that the newcomers had some connection to the mission. Accept the hail. Let's see if they're the ones I'm supposed to meet. The central projector lit up and displayed the upper body of a uniformed bridge officer. Greetings. Am I speaking to Mr. Larkinson of the Barracuda? That's correct. Lord Jeremiah Kane has been expecting your arrival. We'd like to cordially invite you to attend a banquet aboard the Ark Horizon. Our ship will dispatch a shuttle at the appointed time, so please maintain your current orbit. Understood. I'll be ready to attend the banquet. The communications officer cut off the hail after a perfunctory goodbye. Vase stared at the display and counted the number of escorts that flew around the arc horizon. How many more ships would join the fleet in the coming days? Your thoughts, Sylvestra? His captain shook her head in disapproval. A conventional fortune seeker rarely needs an entire fleet carrier to explore the frontier. You can't make a profit if you are saddled with too many assets. This doesn't look like a normal expedition at all. It seems to me that they're prepared to conduct a full-blown raid into hostile territory. That made some sense, but Vase believed there had to be another reason. Lord Kane requires the services of a mech designer, and I doubt it's because he wants me to optimize his mechs against the Sandmen. There are plenty of specialized mechs on the market that do a better job. Not anyone would hire a mech designer on a whim. For a mech designer to do a good job, the client has to provide him with an intimate understanding of their current disposition of mechs. If their blueprints and other essential data fell into the wrong hands, they'd be vulnerable to targeted attacks. In any case, his boss summoned him to his ship, so Vase had no choice to attend. He left the bridge and informed Melkor that he should dress appropriately. Vase planned to bring his cousin along as a guard. To be honest, it was pointless for Melkor to act as a guard because as soon as they entered the belly of the beast, they'd be completely at the mercy of Lord Kane's security contingent. I just want to make a statement to my client. Wherever I go, you'll be following closely behind. If I'm supposed to work on Lord Kane's mechs, then I will likely stay aboard the Ark. I'll request your Stanislaw be moved to the Ark horizon if they still have space. What about the Barracuda? Melkor asked with a touch of concern. She's an extremely expensive ship. I don't think it's a good idea to lose her only deterrent against bad intentions. While his cousin might have a point, Vase had other considerations. Your rifleman mech lacks a flight system, so it won't be of much use in defending my corvette. The Barracuda is fast, nimble and observant. She won't be letting anyone get close in the first place. Besides having a trustworthy family member at his side, Vase also wanted to borrow his keen perception. Perhaps his cousin might pick up on something. They'll confiscate my visor if I bring it aboard their ship. It's customary for guests to bring in only a minimal amount of electronics when they visit someone else's spacecraft. I will replace my current visor with a low-tech version that will pass their inspection. Vase didn't even know that Melkor owned another visor. If that's what you think, then go ahead. They returned to their own rooms to prepare for the upcoming banquet. Vase already wore his anti-grav clothes, so he simply changed its setting to a fancier-looking outfit. After that, he sat on his bed and petted Lucky, who wandered over his lap. I'll have to bring you along as well, he told his cat. Stick close to me and don't nose around too much. I doubt our hosts will appreciate your presence if you make a stink. Lucky meowed at him indignantly, but quickly resumed his purring when Vase stroked his back. Although he appeared calm, Vase actually had a lot of concerns. A major expedition made a lot of noise wherever it traveled. One thing is for sure. Lord Kane has a lot of money to throw around. His client must have promised the Clifford Society a lot of things in order to offer the mission to its knights. This gave Vase an idea of what kind of returns Lord Kane was aiming at. You don't fund a massive fleet carrier in order to pick up a few rocks. Vase could speculate all day, so he busied himself with rereading Master Olsen's latest textbook. Even if he mastered most of the theory, he still wished to brush up on its more abstruse concepts. The book hinted at many possible directions a mech designer might choose to pursue. For example, Master Olsen pursued the limits of endurance. Vase didn't have a good grip on her exact design philosophy, but from the examples he browsed from the galactic net, she obviously preferred to design mechs that lasted long and could take a beating. As a fairly recently ascended master, she only just started to spread her wings in the upper echelon of the mech industry. Vase knew that once a master reached the pinnacle of their field, they shored up their other skills in order to broaden their knowledge. Master Olsen hadn't yet finished that stage, so most of her models remained fairly one-dimensional in their properties. Nevertheless, her extreme focus on this aspect bled through to Vase. Having experienced a lecture and reading through a textbook that she personally penned, he gained a lot of insight on how to prolong the operating time of a mech. Considering the vast undertaking this expedition represented, Vase had a feeling he might be hard-pressed to apply his new methods. Time slowly passed as the procession of ships reached Mancroft I and took up a high orbit around the lifeless planet. A dozen different shuttles disgorged from one of the carrier's hangar bays and approached the ships that continued to guard over the capital ship. One of the shuttles approached the Barracuda. The slim short-ranged spacecraft smoothly came to a stop next to the docking hatch of the corvette. A thin collapsible jet bridge extended from the sides of the hatch and carefully mated with the hatch on the shuttle's sides. Vase and Melkor made their way to the docking hatch. Melkor figured out the functions of his recently gifted antigrav clothes and adopted a similar look as Vase. As promised, he also exchanged his tricked-out visor for a more basic model which nonetheless did a decent job at obscuring his face. Lucky came along for the ride as well. Currently, he lounged over Ves's shoulders. Angie Sipos, his ship security officer, stood by on the other side of the reinforced hatch. She donned an armored vac-suit and held a menacing shotgun. "Whoa there, we're not going to war today. Sir, I'm just making sure. This is how I earn my paycheck." Vase understood the precaution, but he didn't expect any trouble this time. Once the jet bridge finished connecting the two spacecraft together, the inner hatch slid open, allowing the two Larkinsons to enter. Once they left the ship proper, the inner hatch closed and the outer hatch opened. This allowed the pair to slide along the bridge. Vase momentarily felt surreal, especially when his body ceased to be subjected to artificial gravity. The jet bridge offered transparent windows out into open space. As Vase floated in 0G, he felt as if he never truly understood deep space until now. It's not natural for humans to live in space. The spaceborne argue otherwise. Melkor responded as he allowed his antigrav clothing to whisk him forwards towards the other end of the bridge. Humanity rules over half the galaxy. Our race has ceased to become dependent on land and soil in order to survive. Humans born in space possessed a different perspective than others. The most extreme among the spaceborne had never set foot on a planet or even a moon. Most of them formed a phobia of large planetary masses. They constantly worry about getting crushed by a planet's immense mass. Even the laws of physics wouldn't allow such an absurdity to take place. Vase shook his head and patted Lucky's head. The cat curiously stared out into the window as well. There's nothing wrong with being a primitive landborn. No matter how far we've come, we can't forget our roots. His short passage ended when he reached the other side of the shuttle. Its outer hatch opened, letting the two Larkinsons inside. Once the outer hatch slid shut, the air started to cycle while a large host of scanners went to work. Both of them expected the scans and allowed them to perform their tasks without a fuss. Some of the scanning modules beeped and focused on Lucky before moving on. Once the scans had ended, they finally entered the shuttle. The air and temperature abruptly changed as they stepped inside. A security officer garbed in a familiar blue uniform greeted Vase with a salute. "Mr. Larkinson and Mr. Larkinson, I'm pleased to meet you too. Please enter and take a seat. It will be a short journey to the Arc Horizon." "Thank you. I look forward to meeting Lord Kane in person." As the Larkinsons strapped into their seats, the security officer received another message. "Ah, my apologies, sir, but I have just been informed that your mechanical pet is capable of posing a threat to others aboard the Arc Horizon. My cat is here for my safety." Vase replied in a firm tone. "He has saved my life several times. I don't wish to be separated from him. I assure you that we have the safety and security of our ship well in hand. My colleagues aboard the Ark wishes to inform you that your cat will have to wear a specialized harness that our technicians are fabricating at this very moment. It won't affect your pet's movements, but it will restrict its claws and allow us to track the creature." Vase accepted the compromise. He had faith he could dismantle the harness if he ever needed Lucky to show off his deadly prowess, but it would take some time. For now, Vase had no choice but to accept the reasonable restrictions. As the shuttle departed from the Barracuda, Vase looked around and noted that the shuttle approached another ship. The shuttle could comfortably carry around 16 passengers in its current configuration. Over the next hour, a small number of oddly dressed men and women entered the shuttle. They wore a mix of flamboyant garments over skin-tight vac-suits. In space, no one dared to live without wearing a vac-suit or something similar. In the event of explosive decompression, you'd still be able to survive in harsh vacuum space once the vac-suit enclosed your head. Most of the newcomers appeared to be the ship captains and corps commanders of the various escort forces. Their hardened gazes bore down on Vase and dismissed him as a threat once they took in his physique. He didn't carry himself as a soldier or a mech pilot. Vase had mixed feelings at being dismissed so easily. Instead, they turned a wary eye towards Melkor. His cousin met their gazes with a cool expression, or at least that was what Vase imagined it looked like behind his visor. Both sides continued their wordless standoff to the point that everyone stopped their idle conversation. A grizzled female corps commander nodded first, prompting Melkor to nod in return. Everyone turned their heads and resumed their friendly chats. What was that all about? Vase whispered furiously. We mech pilots have ways to measure each other's strengths. I acquitted myself well. Melkor responded with pride. I'm not a Larkinson for nothing. As an elite who grew up in a military dynasty, Melkor stood head and shoulders above the rabble who only received standard training. Despite his relative youth, his deep foundation allowed him to match many older mercenaries in a duel. Vase suspected he'd be seeing lots of situations like this aboard the Ark Horizon. Even aboard a capital ship, the mech pilots still reigned supreme. Chapter 167 Lord Cain. After the shuttle picked up a full load, it flew back to the Ark Horizon. As the shuttle neared the immense fleet carrier, Vase got a new appreciation of her incredible construction. Although her armor looked fairly scuffed and worn out, it didn't detract from the majesty of a 2-kilometer capital ship. The CFA and MTA maintained a monopoly on warships. No other ships under any human power were allowed to carry fixed weapons. Supposedly, the main reason why they forbid arming ships was because they'd be capable of an incredible amount of destruction otherwise. This had indeed limited the massive amounts of death and destruction prevalent in internal conflicts. It also left the human polities scratching their heads on how to enforce their power in space. Eventually, they switched over to the combat carrier doctrine. Staring off from a basic mech carrier design, they enhanced its structure and massively piled up the armor. In place of fixed hardpoints, they added in armored enclosures akin to bunkers on the sides of the carrier design. A rear entry allowed mechs to enter these bunkers from within the ship and fire out into space from its narrow gaps. Thus, they turned the carrier into an improvised warship. Over time, the bunkers grew more sophisticated to the point where mech designers came up with specialized defensive mechs that excelled in the role. They gave up almost all pretenses of mobility in favor of enhancing their power, endurance and targeting systems. Both the CFA and MTA turned a blind eye to the phenomenon. The limitations of the mech frame ensured that they could never increase their firepower beyond the level of what a mech would be able to wield. It would be like a fly trying to shoot a human-sized pistol. It couldn't be done without cheating. This imposed a limit on an armored carrier's capacity for destruction, which suited their purposes. As long as no one flung around nukes or planet-cracking mass drivers, everyone got along fine. From an engineering perspective, Vase admired the Ark Horizon's ability to carry and field over 100 mechs. The floating citadel housed an extremely complex ecosystem in order to keep the mechs and the people who serviced them running. The shuttle passed through a translucent energy screen and entered one of the smaller hangar bays meant for shuttle traffic. Once it landed at its designated spot, the hatch slid open, allowing the passengers entry to the carrier's busy deck. This way, please. A uniformed attendant greeted the guests and led them to the exit of the hangar. Vase looked around and noted that all of the shuttles in the hangar bay looked brand new. This contrasted sharply with the slightly worn and used look of the rest of the carrier. Once they entered the corridors and navigated through several decks, everyone could sense the age of the Ark Horizon. Lord Cain hadn't spent too much time and effort in refurbishing its utilitarian interior. He wondered why Lord Cain went to the trouble of procuring such an expensive ship in the first place. The crew seemed attentive enough, but as Vase walked past several hangars and mech stables, he noted that at least half of the mechs were owned by mercenaries. As his mind roiled with questions, they finally arrived at a large and expansive dining hall. Its wood-paneled interior along with the colorful banners draped over the walls gave the room a classy look. Floating little suns of light provided moody lighting. The balls of light whirled around lazily above everyone's heads as if swept by a tide. Various large circular tables awaited the guests. It became evident that the dining arrangements had been split in two. The first tier had been reserved for the mech pilots while those who took up other professions seated themselves at the lower tier of tables. A strange situation emerged where Melkor had received an invitation to sit closer to the seat of power. Go ahead, Melkor, Vase urged his cousin. Observe the other guests and try to figure out their origins and motivations. I have a bad feeling about this mission, so I need you to keep your eyes peeled. Melkor nodded and patted Vase on the back. I'll see you later then. That left Vase with a grumpy-looking Lucky. A security officer had attached a series of shackles and harnesses on his cat that prevented him from employing his energy claws. Lucky looked like a prisoner with all of the extra hardware attached to his limbs. Since the harness limited his pet's mobility, he had to be carried around. Once the pair found their seats, they waited for the other guests to take their places. Low conversation hung about in the air as everyone started to familiarize themselves with their fellow colleagues. "Hello there." A middle-aged woman bearing the uniform of a ship captain greeted him from his left. "You look rather young to be invited to this banquet. Are your parents around?" The question threw him off for a bit. Vase regarded the woman with a wary look. Her question sounded innocuous, but had the effect of undermining his qualifications. Vase didn't wish to give away too much information, so he only replied with a single sentence. "I am a mech designer." The captain raised an eyebrow. "Are you now? That explains your presence." "My, oh my," Lord Kane finally managed to reel in a mech designer, and so young as well. "You must be a great talent if the Lord decided to settle on you." This expedition has been delayed for several months due to Lord Kane's insistence on bringing on a competent mech designer. That sounded worrisome. Vase might have to play a critical role to the success of the expedition. He wasn't sure he'd be up to the task. He expected to take part in a more modest expedition. Even as doubts started to swirl in his mind, their host finally made an appearance. An elderly man with neatly trimmed gray hair glided from the air like a god descending amongst mortals. Even the soft bulbs of light stopped illuminating the room in order to shine a spotlight onto his purple-robed form. Various emblems marked his many folds of clothes, one of which Vase recognized as a noble crest. No one spoke a word as Lord Kane traversed above everyone's head. Once he neared the ground, he smoothly turned around and seated himself at a throne-like seat at the head of the foremost table. Kane lifted a wrinkly hand, which caused the lights to turn back to normal. The man glanced slowly around the room and nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone is here. Good. I have waited so long for this expedition to come together. Now, the final pieces of the puzzle have fallen into place. This banquet represents the official start of our venture." Some of the guests sighed in relief. Evidently, they had been looking forward for the delays to be over. Vase went over these people and saw that most of them wore the same blue uniform as the regular crewmen aboard the Ark Horizon. "Many of you may know me as Lord Jeremiah Kane, the former patriarch of House Kane. I fought in the trench lines as a mech pilot in my younger years and took up leadership of my noble house in my later years. Under my inspired leadership, I elevated my house from a purely commercial family concern into ruling over star systems in the name of the Constance Grand Kingdom." Over half of the guests showed clueless expressions. Constance Kingdom. The Constance Grand Kingdom is an established second-rate state in the Grey Willow Star sector, which is a couple of sectors away. The Ark Horizon has come a long way in order to reach the Komodo Star sector. Even after we have arrived, we have faced several setbacks, from equipment failure to the abrupt departure of our resident mech designer. Lord Kane growled those last words that made it clear that he took it as a personal betrayal. Vase raised his guard. As the mech designer who took up his ignominious predecessor's role, he'd likely be subjected to additional scrutiny. Several minutes went by as the elder noble meandered into a tale about the Ark Horizon. It had a storied history half a decade ago. It acquitted itself well in a war that no one present cared about. House Kane snapped up the ship in a secretive deal that their host quickly glossed over. More importantly, Lord Kane detailed the number of people that would be part of the expedition. The core crew of the Ark Horizon consisted of around 900 spacers, mech pilots and mech technicians. They were all directly employed by House Kane and enjoyed the highest amount of trust in the expedition. Secondly, Lord Kane introduced the 3 trusted mercenary corps he brought with him from the Grey Willow Star sector. They were also in charge of the Ark Horizon's perimeter security and were also tasked with watching over all the other mercenaries. They also took charge of the Ark Horizon's perimeter security with 7 different ships of varying sizes. "Of course, there's also you, the local help," Lord Kane said and turned to the rowdier and less professional-looking mercs at the table. "While we have little in common, we share at least some common goals, the most important of which is to earn a fortune and retire with our lives intact." One merc who blatantly sipped a smuggled flask rose from his seat. Here, Kane glared at the offending merc. Evidently, the former patriarch did not appreciate the interruption. "I am aware that the Komodo Star sector is one of humanity's youngest settled regions. I can make some allowances for frontier culture, but I appreciate it if you let me finish." Sorry boss." With that incident done with, Lord Kane resumed his speech. "Every one of you will play the leading role in our upcoming expedition. I have spent many days poring over every available mercenary corps. Only those who are present here today have made the cut. All of the local mercs puffed themselves up like peacocks showing off their feathers. Lord Kane had offered extremely generous conditions to every mercenary corps. They stood to gain a massive amount of wealth if the expedition panned out. Those with keener eyes will recognize that most of your fighters specialize in close-quarters mech combat. There is a good reason for that which will become clear in the coming weeks. Make no mistake, you will have to earn your paycheck. Lord Kane spoke on for 10 more minutes, but Vase hardly learned anything of true import. The elderly man kept bragging about what he experienced in his 200-year-long life. He proudly shared some anecdotes on his most famous war exploits. All of the mech pilots lapped it up. They eagerly hung on to their employer's every word. The non-mech pilots like Vase paid a lot less importance to his stories. Most of them impatiently clamored for a meal. Vase already suspected something like this might happen. Despite his age and many accomplishments, Lord Kane exhibited the typical behavior of a self-centered potentate. His formative years as a successful mech pilot had made a mark on the rest of his life. The main characters would always be the mech pilots. The norms didn't matter as much. They only existed to serve the privileged class who always played the main role in every conflict. The older and more solidified society in the Grey Willow Star sector probably had it worse in this aspect. The old fart has a tendency to blabber for hours. The female ship captain whispered to Vase. Personally, I think his doctors botched up his life-prolonging treatment. Sometimes, he acts way too senile. You'd expect that kind of behavior from 500-year-olds, not 200-year-olds. They both sounded fairly old to Vase, who until recently never dared to hope he would get to live just as long. A modern-day human with sufficient access to medical services could expect to live around 150 years. His seat neighbor's words prompted him to regard Lord Kane with a critical eye. Vase had to admit that the man appeared to be in much worse shape than you'd expect. Perhaps some old war wounds interfered with his life-prolonging treatment. Such a thing happened more than once. All of this meant that Vase might have his hands full very soon. The prospect of working for an unreasonable boss did not fill his life with joy. Those 400 merits better be worth it, he silently thought. He already started to see the basic setup for their expedition, and it appeared that the local mercenaries would have to take on most of the burden while Lord Kane and his trusted men made sure no one ran off. Chapter 168. A tale. Lord Kane suddenly halted in his retelling of a story of how he bested 3 knights in a melee duel. Enough about my modest achievements. Let me introduce to you the true purpose of my expedition. The flying bulbs of light started to merge into a vivid projection of a large and stormy terrestrial planet. This is Graining IV, our ultimate destination. It is the 4th planet of a fairly significant star system out here in the frontier. Before you don't try to extrapolate its coordinates. My subordinates have carefully wiped all traces that can be used to determine its exact location. While Vase knew little about planets, Graining IV looked incredibly active. Dark storms raged about the gleaming surface of the planet. It looked highly metallic in appearance and the temperature must be fluctuating wildly as well. A single survey ship stumbled upon the mineral-rich planet. She surveyed the planet for several days and found out that it held a vibrant underground world filled with life. Unfortunately, most of the time it is impossible for any ship pass through the relentless storms. The metallic shards in the hurricane can wear down most vessels before they get through. Even a corvette or a frigate might get chewed up by this ever-present metal storm. Vase wouldn't wish to plunge his valuable barracuda through this raging force of nature. Thus, the survey ship left the system. The captain of the ship kept the location and details of this peculiar system to himself. Months later, after he returned to civilization, he processing the data recorded by his ship and found that the storm is constantly strengthening and weakening in a cyclical fashion. The projection of Graining IV calmed down. Many storms started to abate while some portions even saw clear sky for the first time in decades. Once every 27 years, the storm enters its leeward period. For roughly 40 standard days, any ship will be able to land onto its surface and seek an entrance to the planet's promised underground domain. The captain of the survey ship knew he might have some gold in his hands, so he sold it to an experienced group of treasure hunters. Lord Kane carefully left out the details of the people involved. He didn't want anyone to track down their identities and sniff out the coordinates of the graining system behind his back. After obtaining this priceless knowledge, they waited for the right time and sent an expedition to explore the underground world. What they found changed their fortune. A couple of recordings played out in the central projection. Everyone paid attention to the vast metallic flora. It looked like a jungle dyed in silver, green and blue. The indigenous life forms on this planet had developed in a way that made use of the abundant minerals in the extremely hardy soil. No natural light from the local sun reached this underground bounty, but several strange luminescent minerals lit up various portions of the vast region. They shone with a vast amount of power. The light that illuminates the caverns are radioactive, but that is not enough to provide sufficient light. Once the expedition took some samples, they discovered that the glowing minerals are laced with low-value exotics. Everyone shook at those words. A planet that contained traces of low-value exotics might possess deposit of higher-value exotics as well. Further surveys has found that the various plants have extracted trace amounts of exotics from the soil. Unfortunately, the concentration is too low to really matter. While they surveyed the terrain in search of a substantial deposit of exotics, they encountered their first native beasts. Recordings of six-limbed hexapods played out in the projections. At first, the animals seemed wary and alarmed at the new human arrivals. Most of the animals possessed a rigid metallic exoskeleton and their sizes ranged from dogs to elephants. Once the expedition tried to kill a smaller hexapod, they encountered their first casualties. The dog-sized hexapod withstood a substantial amount of laser beams. Its metal shell absorbed and dispersed the heat with far more efficiency than what was possible. In the end, a mech had to intervene and stepped over the creature, finally squashing it flat. The sudden aggression changed the disposition of the native beasts in the area. They suddenly whipped up in a frenzy, causing scores of animals to storm the group. Many people on foot perished due to their inability to threaten the hexapods. Over half of the guards died without damaging a single hexapod. Their laser rifles did no damage at all. In some cases, the animals even enjoyed the free bursts of thermal energy. Even the mechs got beaten up by the larger animals. It took a lot of physical wrestling and stomping to put down these incredibly tough beasts. I will spare you the details of the aftermath. Suffice to say, once the expedition performed autopsies on the beasts, they found to their surprise that they all possess a strange and wondrous organ laced with an exceptionally valuable mix of exotics. This organ is the means in which these hexapods are able to thrive. It absorbs heat from the environment and provides them with energy to move their heavy limbs. A chart appeared that outlined what kind of exotics these heat organs incorporated. The name at the top provoked a substantial response from the crowd. Even Vase sat up straight when he glimpsed the name. Many of the exotics found in the heat organs possess special properties, but are not too valuable in these low concentrations. The only exception here is monoxyrite. Most people who attended the banquet knew the value of monoxyrite. A mere pinch of monoxyrite would instantly devolve this entire gathering into a slaughterhouse. According to the current market price, 1 gram of monoxyrite was worth around 2 billion bright credits. I am certain that everyone is familiar with monoxyrite. 50 milligrams of monoxyrite is enough to enhance the range of an FTL drive by 50%. Smaller amounts of monoxyrite is also used in the fabrication of top-quality mech components. All of the mech pilots present already dreamed about hunting down these beasts. In their eyes, they were nothing but walking bags of credits. Even Vase had to hold back his insatiable greed. One reason why the Barracuda cost so many coalition credits was because its powerful FTL drive incorporated a substantial amount of monoxyrite. He experienced the power of monoxyrite firsthand whenever he traveled with his Corvette. The hexapods seemed to accumulate monoxyrite from their diets. They accumulate the exotics over time. The expedition conjectured that the amount of monoxyrite determines their size. Only when they reach the size of an elephant will it be worthwhile to harvest their heat organs. Once the expedition learned from their previous encounter, they switched their gears. They drew back everyone on foot and sent out squads of mechs armed with melee weapons and ballistic cannons. They tracked down every major hexapod in the region and harvested over 20 heat organs in 3 weeks. According to the chart, every heat organ contained around 200 milligrams of monoxyrite. The expedition already paid for itself many times over. While they hadn't found any major deposits of monoxyrite, the several grams of monoxyrite they harvested so far would set them up for life. Lord Kane shook his head. Unfortunately, the expedition lost its discipline. Every squad of mechs focused on hunting the hexapods above all else. They lost themselves to their greed and forgot that they are operating on alien soil. The projections changed into short incidental recordings of mechs getting ambushed by dinosaur-sized hexapods. These animals might not be much bigger than the elephant-sized ones, but their gleaming metallic scales withstood a large number of cannon shells without problem and could even deflect many sword strikes. A massacre ensued as the kings of the metallic forest systematically hunted down the mechs. Many scientists and guards quickly packed up their gear and escaped to their shuttles. As they ascended into the air, a small tide of winged hexapods the size of bats emerged from the forest. The entire swarm started to pelt the shuttles. They dented the shuttle's thin armor and started to wreak havoc on its systems. Many of the shuttles never made it out. In the end, the expedition lost over 90% of its ground personnel. Furthermore, they lost all of their valuable mechs as well as the monoxyrite they harvested so far. The mothership's orbiting graining IV dispatched several shuttles in order to retrieve the harvested monoxyrite, but found to their dismay that the hexapods have already taken it away. Perhaps a single lucky hexapod gulped the entire fortune. Vase couldn't even imagine how big that hexapod might grow to once it digested all of that monoxyrite. Lord Kane came to the conclusion of his retelling. The loss of all of their ground assets bankrupted the expedition and forced them to sell all their remaining assets. An agent of my house happened to win the logs of their ill-fated journey to the graining system at a private auction. Now we are here, 27 years later. Everyone knew what kind of opportunity this expedition represented. As for Vase, he finally knew why Lord Kane asked for a mech designer. The exact details still eluded him, but he probably figured he'd be tasked with optimizing everyone's mechs to be able to withstand a battle against these peak-level hexapods. Vase already started to gulp. The awesome power of these beast kings scared him witless. They were as strong as heavy knights but moved as fast as light mechs. Their incredible strength couldn't be overcome by any single mech. I will meet with every one of you one by one after dinner. In order to safeguard the coordinates of the graining system during this expedition, we must take several precautions. Every ship that intends to take part will have to accept restrictions to their quantum entanglement nodes and FTL drives. Furthermore, you will also have to accept a liaison who will be in charge of coordinating with my fleet. A lot of the ship captains looked outraged, but they had no other choice but to accept. Such an arrangement happened all the time. While it left the mercenaries vulnerable should the liaison choose to sabotage their ships, in practice they only resorted to such drastic means when threatened. Everyone present had already signed a couple of non-disclosure agreements and restrictive contracts enforced by the CFA. Anyone who willfully defied would be regarded as persona non grata in civilized space. That might not stop some of the mercenaries present, hence Lord Kane partnered up with 3 professional mercenary corps from his native Grey Willow Star sector. Together, they possessed the largest ships and the strongest mechs. Vase didn't know why the local mercenaries went along with these arrangements. The man blatantly intended to treat them like cannon fodder. Perhaps their greed took over their common sense. Once their meals flew to the tables, everyone started to dig in. While Vase leisurely sipped his soup, the female captain by his side started to chatter with him for some reason. "Hey, I never got your name. Can you tell me who you are?" "I'm Captain Rose Wilson, by the way. I run a cozy converted transport. My husband leads our mech contingent." The woman didn't recognize his name nor any of his recent mech designs. "I'm also an apprentice to Master Olson." That startled her a bit. "That posh little doll from the Friday Coalition. I've seen her once or twice. Her outfits are worth more than my ship. A master mech designer is a strategic resource to any state." Vase briefly explained. "If she wanted to, she can earn as much as a planet makes in a year by developing a single design." "Why are you here then?" She frowned. "Good question. To experience new horizons, I suppose. And hopefully remain alive," but Vase didn't mention that. "My master is able to reach the heights she enjoys today because she worked really hard throughout her entire career. I'm merely following in her footsteps. That applies to everything. I didn't get where I am today by taking it easy." "She's a sensible girl, all right." Rose chuckled as if she didn't acknowledge that Master Olson was likely twice her age. "Lord Kane must be expecting a lot from a genius like you. That, or he must be scraping the bottom of the barrel." Regardless of what his client intended for Vase, he'd meet the man himself after dinner. Chapter 169 Summons. Vase enjoyed the varied dishes with relish. The dishes had been enhanced by a lot of unique spices that only a well-developed state like the Constance Grand Kingdom could come up with. It caused a lot of the locals some consternation when their mouths exploded in an unexpected burst of freshness or heat. The only thing he didn't enjoy was Captain Wilson's constant chatter. While she disparaged him a lot, She also mentioned useful information whenever she talked about the mercenaries. She certainly loved gossiping. You need to eat more meat. You're too flimsy to impress the girls. A good boy like can use some time in the gym. The 3 mercenary outfits who partnered up with our boss are all professionals. They fill up half the Ark Horizons hangar and they brought even more mechs. Aboard their own transports, they've got so much firepower that even Lord Kane can't order them around. Frankly, the Grey Willow mechs outnumber the locals, but they aren't geared towards fighting the hexapods. I'm seeing a lot of ballistic cannons and even a couple of railguns, so they're likely there to fend off any Sandman incursion. That drew his attention. Do you think we'll get hit by the Sandman? They'd be blind not to. The Ark Horizon is so big and fat that her FTL transition will radiate for many light years away. The Sandman will definitely respond. Vase had only heard about the Sandman but already developed a lot of apprehension about them. They sounded and behaved in a simple fashion most of the time, but whenever their higher leaders got involved, they made perplexing decisions. Lord Kane might be biting off more than he could chew. Will your ship be participating in the fight directly? Heavens, no. Our mechs are solely kitted out for melee combat. My husband and his men will go groundside and hunt some game. My ship is a sitting duck without mechs, so I'm probably expected to keep her close to the Ark. The courses kept on coming, so they both went back to eating. Vase turned around for a moment and looked at Melkor. His cousin drew some attention due to his youth and his insistence on wearing a visor, but he acquitted himself decently among the mercenaries. They lived in 2 different worlds, so Melkor had little in common with the men and women who clawed their way out of mediocrity through hard work and grit, but they respected his background as an elite brought up by a military family if nothing else. Captain Wilson followed his gaze and whistled. I saw you come in with that fellow. My oh my, he's got a lovely physique for a man so young. So limber and compact. He must have some really dense muscles. He's my cousin. Your family is truly blessed to have a clever designer and a dashing pilot in their midst. Where are you 2 from? We're both citizens of the Bright Republic. That's not too far away from here. I heard about your little republic. Hopefully you heard some good things. Not really. Everyone who mentioned your state expects it to be thrashed by the Visions, who have a lot of fighting spirit. Vase had no way to retort. In truth, while their nobility often descended into infighting, their working-class citizens always fought with passion. They hoped to distinguish themselves on the battlefield in order to be granted knighthood, which was the first step on the road to nobility. Compared to the highly motivated Visions, the Brighters treated the generations-long conflict as a defensive war. Any planet that fell in their hands often didn't resist too hard. As far as the average citizen was concerned, they merely switched landlords. The only reason why the Bright Republic lasted so long was because it invested a lot in a professional military. I believe in my state. We've fended off the Visions many times. This time will be no different. Wilson shrugged. If that's what makes you happy. By the way, speaking of Visions, you should watch out for Keller's blades. She gestured to a mercenary commander sitting quietly at the end of the principal table. The man must be Keller himself. The Vision had a dark complexion and possessed a tall, robust body. Only a couple of other mercenaries could match his sheer bulk and strength. What do you know about Keller's blades? Oh, nothing much besides the usual. They've been operating out of Mancroft for a few years. I heard he pissed off some petty noble and got chased away from his home. He's been eking out a decent living among the stars, protecting prospectors and researchers looking to cross the borders. That doesn't sound so scary. Wilson shook her head. Don't underestimate the blades. The scary thing about their group is that they are always sporting better gear despite fulfilling low-paying missions. Who knows where they get their money? That sounded a lot more suspicious. Either Commander Keller had a backer or he earned a lot of additional income through less respectable means. Even a gossip like Captain Wilson didn't know much more, so they both turned back to their meals. After a sumptuous dinner, their host returned to his stateroom and left his guests with wine and orders to wait until they received a summons. Everyone waited patiently as Lord Kane called up the guests by pair. Captain Wilson noted that he called up the most prestigious mercenaries first, and worked down the list according to their reputation. Commander Keller and his ship captain received their summons midway, so he must be sporting a decent amount of mechs. Captain Wilson received a summons near the end when the dining hall had mostly emptied out. Vase nodded to her politely. Even if she never shut her mouth, she mentioned a lot of useful things. Vase now had a better picture on the mercenaries who signed up for this expedition. If she didn't warn him, he might never know that Keller's blades came from Vija. After all of the local mercenaries left, the non-combatants started to get called up. Before Vase had his turn, a couple of scientists went ahead. Vase learned that they were exobiologists of some renown. They'd likely be put in charge of dissecting the hexapods and determining their weaknesses. 15 minutes after the scientists left, an attendant entered the largely empty hall and finally called up Vase. "Mr. Larkinson, Lord Kane would like to see you now." He nodded and rose from his seat. Melkor also pushed off the wall he was leaning against and picked up Lucky. Vase thought it might be rude if he held his pet while speaking to the former patriarch. The attendant led them through a couple of corridors before they reached a secured hatch. A couple of security officers scanned their bodies and they both came up clean, though Lucky couldn't say the same. "Please hand over your comms and leave your pet outside. He'll be safe while you meet with Lord Kane." Vase knew he couldn't refuse the request. They took their employer's security very seriously. He very reluctantly detached his wrist comm and placed it on a tray. He trusted the upgraded comms security so the security officers shouldn't be able to access the Mech designer system. Still, he felt awfully naked without its presence. Melkor put up less of a fuss. He acted like he didn't have anything to hide on his comm and simply threw it on the tray in a small but impressive feat of accuracy. As for Lucky, he got to sit on the deck in a grumpy mood. "You're cleared to enter." Lord Kane occupied a stateroom meant for admirals. The entire room took up as much space as a house, and represented an extravagant use of space on a spaceship that normally made full use of every cubic meter. Like the dining room, Kane changed the interior into one befitting a classic mansion. A lot of trophies and mementos took up the available space. Banners of fallen mercenary corps hung on the walls while broken pieces of mechs encased in glass hovered before them in a monument to worthy opponents. Vase and Melkor slowly traversed the room and sat down on the high-backed chairs facing the elevated desk. The wooden furniture granted the one who sat behind the desk a lot of gravitas. Though Kane hadn't aged very gracefully, his impeccable purple dress and immaculate grooming enhanced his dignity. "Mr. Larkinson, you brought a companion. He's my cousin acting as my guard." Despite his senile appearance, Kane possessed a strong gaze. He bore down on Melkor with the force of a former warrior and commander, but Melkor didn't flinch. "You have an impressive cousin. What's your name?" "Melkor Larkinson. I will take note of you." Once Kane finished acknowledging Melkor, he turned back to Vase. "Let us get on to business, shall we? You see, you are not the first mech designer to sign on to my expedition. House Kane obtained logs of the previous expedition to the graining system and so we are well aware of what we will find on the ground." Vase could imagine how much time and money they spent on preparing for the expedition. The Ark Horizon alone must have drained a lot of their resources. "We courted a number of promising mech designers, and finally managed to attract a singular talent with connections to one of the planets ruled by our house." The former patriarch declined to mention the mech designer's name. "The mech designer happily made use of my house, borrowing a large amount of funds and skilled personnel to build up his own homegrown enterprise. Up until the expedition commenced, I assumed we had an understanding. Then he disappeared. He abandoned us." Lord Kane suddenly shouted and slammed his fist against his desk. He dissolved most of his assets and disappeared just as the expedition almost reached the Komodo sector. Both of the Larkinsons had to endure their employer's tirade for several minutes. Vase tried to stay impassive, but the betrayal affected Lord Kane on a very deep level. What was worse, he trusted the mech designer a lot, to the point where he granted the fellow access to a lot of the logs of the previous expedition. This meant that the previous mech designer might be able to figure out the Groening system's coordinates. Even Vase didn't have to think very far on what a disaster that might be. Eventually, Lord Kane ran out of steam. "Enough about the past, let's go over your responsibilities." He summoned up a small projection of a familiar recording. It showed several mechs getting torn apart by one of the hexapod kings. "We are bound to encounter these highly developed beasts. They will need to be tackled. Due to the difficult atmospheric conditions even when the storm is at its most placid state, we are limited in the amount of hardware we are able to deploy." The projection changed into a complicated chart. "Our analysts also strongly believe that overly strong power fluctuations will attract a tsunami of beasts, so we will not be able to deploy anything heavier than a handful of heavy mechs." Lord Kane finally went on to how he planned to tackle the kings. "None of the mercenaries are willing to confront these apex predators. Not even my partners from the Grey Willow Star sector have the courage to hunt these majestic beasts down. So be it. Our house has nurtured a number of elite mech pilots and matched them with mechs that can bring out their full potential. He waved his hand, causing the projection to change to a dozen men and women training together. Their ages varied, but most of them looked to be around 30 to 40 years old. Vase paid more attention to their mechs. The platoon consisted of 2 heavy knights, 6 medium melee-oriented mechs and 4 medium mechs armed with cannon-sized railguns. All of the melee mechs eschewed swords in favor of blunt weapons such as staffs and maces. The weapons had a lot of heft to them, allowing them to strike with great momentum even if it took a while for them to land their blows. These are very impressive mechs, Vase remarked, impressed by the performance exhibited by the mechs as they performed several live fire exercises. I don't recognize the models, but they all look like advanced Kurentgen mechs. They are already in a very high state of optimization. Still, I'm not sure if they can withstand the largest hexapods. Even mechs had limits, more so now Vase had some insight into battle mechatronics. The mechs shown in the projection exhibited larger than usual strength, but the hexapods showed off much greater strengths in the old recordings. Even a prepared group of mechs might not survive an encounter. It is your job to make sure they make it out alive. Lord Kane decisively declared, if even one of the pilot dies, I will make sure you will regret you were born. The sudden aggression pushed Vase back against his seat. The command was too outrageous. Why did Lord Kane prioritize the lives of his mech pilots all of a sudden? Vase turned back to the projection and tried to find some clues. Vase found what he was looking for when the mech pilots dove into their simulator pods. Their bodies appeared in a virtual space with their names hovering above their heads. One of them bore the name of Felicity Kane. My great-granddaughter leads the hunting platoon. This is to be her first hunt. Oh, Chapter 170 Hunting Platoon. Afterwards, Lord Kane discussed the finer details. He wanted to keep Vase close in order to avoid another desertion. Vase didn't object to Kane's strongly worded suggestion, but he wanted Melkor to stay with him. He already found his cousin's presence to be a boon. Even if the other mech pilots didn't respect him, they acknowledged Melkor's strength. The Ark has a berth available for your cousin's mech. The leader of the expedition answered after a few seconds of thoughts. I'll allow him to accompany you, but you'll have to leave behind your weapons. Very well. They hashed out an elaborate set of responsibilities and conditions. Vase would transfer to the Ark Horizon and work full-time on improving the hunting platoon's mechs. The fleet carrier came with a compact but modern mech fabrication workshop, outfitted by his predecessor. Treachery aside, the man spent his ample budget well. The 3D printer in particular almost matched the Dortmund in speed and precision. For now, the mech technicians used the printer in order to fabricate new replacement parts, but hopefully Vase would make much better use of the machines. Along with access to the workshop, Vase also had the right to draw on the carrier's well-stocked raw material reserves. In order to make sure he didn't squander his reserves, Lord Kane assigned a minder who kept watch over his activities. I'm okay with that, Vase replied. He knew that Lord Kane didn't trust him very much. He'd keep a close watch on Vase anyway, so they might as well get it out of the way. They also discussed the deployment of the Barracuda. As a fast and fairly modern corvette, she would function as an ideal scout. Lord Kane wanted to bolster her crew with his own men, but Vase put his foot down on that point. I don't want too many foreigners on my ship. She's extremely valuable. Vase suggested that Lord Kane post a single liaison on the Barracuda. He acceded to the demands to restrict the FTL drive and the quantum entanglement node with special hardware as long as they didn't permanently disable the modules. Very well, we shall have to leave it at that. Lord Kane finally conceded. The Barracuda wouldn't be straying too far from the main fleet as a consequence. After coming to an understanding on his role, Vase bid Lord Kane farewell and left the stateroom. As they came out of the reinforced hatch, they returned their comms to their wrists and picked up Lucky. A young uniformed attendant greeted the pair as they wondered where to go. Mr. Larkinson, I'm Ensign Jules D'Amato, and I've been assigned to be your guide. Vase expected some kind of grizzled old veteran who took no bullshit from anyone. Instead, he got a polite and friendly minder who behaved suspiciously friendly. Can you take us to our quarters? We brought some luggage but we left it behind in the hangar bay. Your luggage is already brought to your new quarters. This way, please. They traversed the corridors and went down to the bottom decks. Overall, most of the ship's operations happened in the upper decks. The activities pertaining to mechs occurred at the lower decks. The Larkinsons started to see more crew members donning various different uniforms. Ensign D'Amato explained who they were. Half of the Arc Horizon's complement of mechs are owned by mercenaries. Why isn't Lord Kane filling up the hangar bays with his own mechs? Ensign D'Amato adopted a pensive look. House Kane is currently burdened by many obligations. Lord Kane is unwilling to draw away too many mechs on a lengthy voyage to the galactic rim. His words sounded reasonable, but came off as an excuse. If Vase was in charge of the expedition, he wouldn't have been nearly so liberal in hiring so many mercenaries. After 10 more minutes of navigating deeper into the ship, they finally reached the lower officer quarters. The ensign led them to a modestly furnished quarters with barely enough room for two. This will be your quarters. Your comm is already keyed into the lock, but I don't recommend you store any valuables or sensitive data inside. Please get rested. I will pick you up tomorrow morning for breakfast before introducing you to Lady Felicity. Once D'Amato left the quarters, the hatch slid shut, giving the Larkinsons the illusion of privacy. Vase sighed and sat down on the lower bunk while Melkor checked his luggage to see if it was still intact. They went through our luggage. He stated. That's to be expected. House Kane has grown quite paranoid. Vase expected a difficult assignment due to his predecessor's untimely withdrawal. That might become a larger hindrance in his task to make sure the hunting platoon made it out alive and intact. What are your thoughts about the mission? Lord Kane is light on the details. Melkor leaned against the bulkhead once he went through his luggage. One of the major uncertainties so far is his plan to deal with the Sandmen. It's clear that the graining system falls in their sphere of influence. Anything else? What are your impressions on the mercenaries? The local mercenaries are fairly competent, but they're lacking in discipline. Half of them are quick to anger while the other half are quietly scheming their own plans. I'm not impressed. On the other hand, the 3 mercenary corps from the Grey Willow Star sector behave a bit more competent than you might expect of soldiers for hire. Isn't that a good thing? George's cavalry behave like they're still part of the military. Audila's chosen is bound by a common religion. As for the stray phantoms, they try their best to appear normal, but my senses tell me that they're spooks. This sounded a lot more complex than he initially thought. Vase scrunched his face in thought. Could it be that different factions of the Constance Grand Kingdom have a stake in this expedition? I'd put my money on that bet. House Kane had probably made too many movements. Once the Constance Grand Kingdom found out about his intentions, they probably imposed their own conditions. The truth might be different, but from what Vase had gathered it appeared to be true. The foreign mercenaries treated the ship as their own and took no notice of the officers from House Kane. The situation grew more complex by the minute. He already had to contend with traitors and leakers. Their true identities doesn't matter. My only concern should be to work on the mechs of the hunting platoon. They had nothing else to share. When Vase asked if Melkor had an impression of Keller, his cousin responded that he wasn't even aware that Keller came from the Vija kingdom. Well, we won't be interacting much with each other. Keller and his men will likely be sent down to the ground. Let's go to sleep. They tucked in their beds early after taking a short shower. Lucky painstakingly climbed next to Vase as the light dimmed in the quarters. Careful, Lucky, I don't want your butt pressing on my face, he hissed. The next morning, they both woke up fairly early. Vase scratched his face and sent a resentful glare at his cat. Lucky must have poured out his frustration at his lack of mobility. Melkor had to carry him around like a baby. Good morning, Mr. Larkinson. The officers' mess has already opened its doors. This way, please. Ensign D'Amato brought them to the officers' mess where they all enjoyed a light breakfast. Vase still felt a bit full from last night's banquet, so he limited his breakfast to toast and coffee. After filling up their stomachs, their guide brought them to a hangar bay filled with mechs bearing the livery of House Kane. Now that Vase had a closer look, he noticed that the quality of the mechs fell short on what a second-rate state should normally field. While they all appeared to be Corentgan mechs, they already bore the marks of age. The quality of mechs only went up once they entered the section that housed the hunting platoon. While Vase had already seen the models in a projection, seeing them up close gave him a much stronger impression on their capabilities. A large amount of men and women stood in neatly composed rows. A familiar-looking woman with autumn brown hair stood before her subordinates with her arms crossed before her chest. When Vase came closer, he didn't know how to greet the platoon. He merely signed on as an outside consultant, so it wouldn't be appropriate to respond with a salute. He must have failed some test, because Felicity Kane's expression soured. Are you our new mech designer? That's correct. I hope to have your cooperation in this matter, Miss Kane. That remains to be seen, and don't call me that. I'm the commanding officer of the hunting platoon. My house affiliation has nothing to do with my current position, so I expect you to address me as Captain Kane or ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Vase didn't know if she hated mech designers in general or if he simply pissed her off in some way. Captain Kane didn't waste any more time and promptly dismissed her crew before walking away. An older, barrel-chested man stepped up from the dispersing crew. Don't mind her attitude. The success of the expedition rests on her shoulders, so she's bearing a lot of responsibilities right now. I take it she took the betrayal of the previous mech designer hard. Don't you know it? Your first task is to check and audit the workshop and its stores. My men have already checked the records and found nothing out of place, but it will help if you lend a hand. You'll also be able to familiarize yourself with what you have to work with while you're double-checking our records. The man led the way as he introduced himself as Lance Ramirez, but everyone simply called him Chief Ramirez. As the senior NCO in charge of maintaining the hunting platoon's mechs, Ramirez had taken up the duty of orienting Vase. My men and I are very familiar with the mechs of the hunting platoon. Hopefully you'll be working on 4 different models. Chief Ramirez brought him up close to each of the mechs resting in their stables. First up was the 2 heavy knights. The Ajax Olympian are variants of a popular model back home. They're great at absorbing impacts with their shields, but they don't possess enough arm power to threaten a well-armored hexapod without building up momentum. Why choose a variant over the base model? The regular Ajax is a standard heavy knight meant to soak up damage from a distance. The Ajax Olympian on the other hand is great against threats up close. It specializes in grappling and locking down any threats up close. Vase looked dubious at the mech as he heard the claim. He could see that the knight worked well enough if he had to grapple a regular mech. He couldn't say the same if it tried to wrestle even the weakest hexapod kings. Next up is the Volmar. It's a weapon specialist platform that possesses a good balance of speed, armor and power. While the 2 heavy knights hold down the big ones, the 5 Volmars will attempt to crush their eyes and other vulnerable parts of their bodies. They should possess sufficient force to grind down the massive 6 legs. Are you certain about that? From the recordings I've seen so far, none of the mechs in the previous expedition have ever made them flinch. Those mech pilots were idiots. Half of the time, they panicked and lashed out blindly. They also piloted Laskin mechs that lack many innovations. This time, we know what's coming, so Lord Kane picked the very best mechs for the job. The Volmars will crush the beasts, you can count on that. He didn't expect Chief Ramirez to have so much faith in his own models. The hexapod kings were clearly not to be trifled with. Vase faintly thought that Chief Ramirez had grown too attached to the mechs under his charge. As an outsider, Vase possessed a more sober perspective. He considered the Volmas to be a well-made armsmaster design. However, this wide compatibility came at a cost. He thought they needed a lot more power to finish off a hexapod king without dragging out the fight. Lastly, Ramirez showed off railgun mechs. The Empyrean is a mainstream model dedicated solely to wielding railguns. Every aspect of the Empyrean is slanted towards powering and providing the best targeting to its railgun cannon. It's able to fire a slug every 5 seconds at full charge. How many shots can it fire? With an extended backpack module, it's capable of providing ammunition and power for 60 shots. That's more than enough to soften up 4 of the big lugs before they close in or run away. Of all the mechs shown so far, Vase put most of his hope on the Empyreans. Their sophisticated railguns packed a lot of punch, though their firing rate didn't particularly impress him. A hexapod king might close the distance in the time the Empyreans fired off a single volley. I notice that you've only shown me 3 models so far when I distinctly remember there's supposed to be 4. Ah, Chief Ramirez scratched his head. Captain Kane pilots a customized mech. She gave out strict orders to not let you get anywhere near her baby. Great. Vase knew he had to make an effort to break the ice with Captain Kane. He hadn't ignored some of dirty looks. His predecessor certainly poisoned the well around here. No one trusted mech designers anymore. How could he prove to the hunting platoon that he didn't intend to scam them all? Chapter 171A Proposal. Vase spent the first day going over his available assets. First, he checked the terminals as well as the machines he had to work with. The Ark Horizon possessed multiple workshops, many of them meant to repair or replace large amounts of broken components over the course of a campaign. A fleet carrier serves as a central staging point for a planetary invasion. Chief Ramirez explained to Vase. If we wanted to, We can stuff more mechs inside the Ark Horizon, but as soon as they incur major damage, we won't be able to use them again until we bring them back to a usable condition. In other words, the fleet carrier offered any substantial mech force a large boost in staying power. With the Ark Horizon as the backbone of the fleet, Lord Kane could squeeze every bit of value out of his mechs. The workshop servicing the hunting platoon is the smallest one aboard the ship, but it has all of the basic necessities. Vase widened his eyes as he beheld the workshop in its entirety. He only briefly glanced at the 3D printer and assembly system. Instead, he turned his full attention to the other machines in the open space. Is that an alloy compressor and a chemical treatment machine? The previous guy hand-picked the models himself. He might be a self-serving coward, but he knew his stuff. Chief Ramirez quickly shut his mouth once Vase tried to ask more about his predecessor. It appeared the previous mech designer became something of a taboo existence in the expedition. If Vase had access to the galactic net, he could find more information about House Kane and the mech designers they contracted. Unfortunately, Lord Kane had already taken measures in restricting every quantum entanglement nodes aboard every ship in the fleet. They hadn't even left the Mancroft system and already they were cut off from the rest of the galaxy. When will we depart and how long will it take to reach our destination? Vase asked, curious about his timetable. I'm not privy to the full details, but word around the grapevine is we'll be setting off as soon as our fuel tanks are topped off. That will take half a day. After that, the fleet will be following a roundabout path to the graining system. That might take a couple of weeks or so. Vase grew alarmed. A couple of weeks isn't enough to improve all of those mechs. There's not enough time. Time waited for no one. Graining IV's metal storm only subsided at a fixed schedule. No matter how much Vase wanted to delay the expedition, he could do nothing against the forces of nature. The expedition already wasted a lot of time and they only received a new mech designer at the very last second. Lord Kane waited a long time to recruit a talented mech designer. Ensign D'Amato suddenly spoke up by his side. In truth, he cast his net fairly wide. He received a large amount of offers, but rejected them all. They lacked the qualifications to work on something important as his great-granddaughter's first command. I can understand why he would reject the lowest tiers of mech designers. Vase replied, but surely there must have been more qualified mech designers knocking on his door. I am not aware of how the negotiations went between the applicants and Lord Kane. In any case, he rejected their terms. Journeyman mech designers often presided over a growing business empire. They didn't lack for money if they possessed enough sense. They'd only sign up for dangerous expeditions if they got something substantial out of it. Lord Kane must have rejected their excessively greedy demands. As for the apprentice mech designers like Vase, Lord Kane must have had some reservations. Apprentices were always fairly young and thus lacked practical experience. In truth, Vase possessed a flimsier resume than other apprentices, especially the core disciples who had been groomed to take over their master's legacies. Did Lord Kane go with Vase because the deadline of the expedition forced him to accept any candidate? It would certainly explain the cold shoulders he received so far. No one really expected him to make any difference in the coming weeks. With a glowering expression, Vase resolved to prove them all wrong. His first task was to see what he had to work with. He spent a couple of hours going over the systems and inventory he had at his disposal. He expedited his checks because he didn't believe his predecessor went through the trouble of sabotaging the gear in the first place. As someone who cross-trained in hacking, Melkor also lent a hand by checking over the software. I haven't detected anything wrong with these systems. That's not to say they are clean, but whatever bugs they carry is beyond my capacity. Chief Ramirez smiled. Don't worry about it, our ship doesn't lack for computer specialists. My men will be happy to hear they can stop borrowing the other workshop's facilities. Just as Vase wanted to discuss his tentative plan, a shipwide alert stopped everyone in their tracks. A strange tone sounded out that prompted everyone on the deck to stow away their gear and secure any loose pieces of equipment. What's that? The expedition is about to set off. Ensign D'Amato answered. After they finished sweeping anything that hadn't been bolted down, D'Amato and Ramirez guided Vase and his silent companions Melkor and Lucky to a set of crash seats placed to the sides. Everyone strapped themselves in. It's customary to button down the entire ship once the Ark is about to go underway. The ensign explained as he activated a projector installed next to his seat. He fiddled with the settings until the display showed the entire fleet. We'll be departing the Mancroft system very soon. Vase saw that the smaller ships left their orbits and paved the way for the arc horizon. The huge fleet carrier engaged her thrusters and slowly ascended from her stable orbit over Mancroft Eye. Despite the awesome power propelling the 2-kilometer ship forward, Vase only sensed a tiny vibration from his seat. The ship's inertial dampeners and artificial gravity systems worked in tip-top shape to ensure no one got splattered by the shift. Such a major movement must have attracted the eyes of everyone in the Mancroft system. Some of the treasure hunters must be wondering about their final destination. The escort ships did a good job scaring them away when they dipped close. The excitement on the lower decks quickly died down once the brass gave the all-clear. Everyone resumed their current tasks. As for Vase, he led Ramirez, D'Amato and Melchor to an empty office. I think I've got a decent picture of what's going on right now. I've already formed a plan. The question is, who do I have to convince to implement any changes? Ramirez and D'Amato looked at each other before the ensign replied, I'm mostly present as an observer. I'll step in when I think you are going astray, but other than that I'll leave you be. The buck stops with Captain Kane. She's in command, Chief Ramirez answered after a thought. I'll listen to your proposals and if I think they won't piss her off, I'll pass it on to the captain. If Vase had to convince Captain Kane, then he had to start small. He already adjusted the plans formulating in his mind. What about this? Let me work on the Ajax Olympian. The Heavy Knight is the largest but also the simplest models of the three. It's the linchpin of our hunting strategy, so it requires extra attention. It also has the fewest numbers available, so I'm confident that we can improve both frames before we arrive at the graining system. All of his reasons had merit. Even Chief Ramirez nodded at some of them. Still, would he trust Vase to do a good job? Well, the big man did hire you in the end. It'd be stupid to let you sit around doing nothing during the entire expedition. I won't let you make any changes immediately, but if you come up to me with an updated design, I'll let you try and convince the captain. Vase immediately went to work after receiving the chief's permission. He first sat down in front of a terminal and called up the design of the Ajax Olympian. While he studied the design, the entire expeditionary fleet had reached one of the Mancroft system's Lagrange points. Several scouts jumped in first before the arc horizon transitioned into FTL. Her movements immediately sent ripples throughout the higher dimensions. Anyone with access to sophisticated technology would know that a capital ship had crossed the borders. Every mercenary vessel had to operate under strict conditions. The men Lord Kane stationed on their vessels made sure that all means of communicating with the outside universe were clamped down. Even the relatively tiny Barracuda had to put up with a stone-faced security officer who kept a careful watch over the female spacers. The expedition's grand departure attracted a lot of unwelcome attention. Various shady forces had already sent scout ships ahead to keep track of the arc horizon. The leaders of these forces justifiably believed that Lord Kane grasped the coordinates of an extremely resource-abundant planet. Everyone wanted a piece of the action. During the arc horizon's first hop, everyone aboard the carrier worked quietly to prepare her mechs. Once they entered Sandman space, they had to be ready to deploy against both Sandmen and pirates. Only the people attached to the hunting platoon had it easy for now. Their time to shine came later. While Vase looked up the design of the Ajax, Chief Ramirez went back to supervising the mech technicians. He couldn't spend all day watching over the shoulders of their new mech designer, so Vase only had Melchor, D'Amato and Lucky for company. He might as well pick their brains if they were here. What do you think about the Ajax Olympian? Since Ensign D'Amato came from the Grey Willow Star sector, he should know a thing or two about the mech. The standard Ajax is a mainstay in many local forces. As you know, heavy mechs are extremely expensive, so House Kane has opted not to purchase a model from the top segment of the market. In other words, the Ajax and most of its variants tried to offer the most bang for your buck. It became a popular model among many middle-sized influences due to this reason. As a dependent of a second-rate state, House Kane couldn't afford to underinvest in their mechs. All of the models Vase had seen so far could beat any model used by the Bright Republic's mech corps in a direct clash. How would you describe the Ajax Olympian's strengths and weaknesses? The ensign had to think about his answer. I'm not a specialist in mech design, but from what I know, the Ajax has an almost unbreakable shell. Its compressed armor has a reputation for weathering a storm. On the other hand, its internal structure can't keep up in prolonged engagements. It always breaks down long before the armor is breached. So that's why the expedition uses a variant. Vase remarked. I suppose this version has implemented some measures to improve its shock-absorbing capacity. Right, but it has also driven up the cost and difficulty of repairs. Vase referenced the design of the Olympian and found how they solved the problem. The internal frame is reinforced by supports made out of compressed alloys. A heavy knight possessed a lot of volume due to its extravagant size. The alloys used by the model also used up a lot of exotics. Once Vase thought things through, he decided upon a course of action. Cost should not be a concern. The Ark has an ample store of raw materials. I think it's best if I attempt to strengthen its shock resistance even further while lengthening its operating time under difficult conditions. The Ajax Olympians were expected to operate for 40 days straight. Any time taken away for repairs would prove extremely detrimental to the task of hunting down the hexapod kings. Without keeping these giant beasts in check, the other mercenaries wouldn't be able to hunt the regular hexapods in peace. The only problem was that Vase had too little time. Heavy mechs required a lot of time to refurbish, so Vase had to submit a new design as soon as possible. A week. I only require a week. Chapter 172 Peak performance. In the coming days, the expedition set off with a tumultuous fanfare. The main thrust of the fleet encountered several scouts from other forces along the way. In order to avoid leaking out the location of the untapped graining system, Lord Kane employed the mercenary ships to chase away the snooping scouts. Destroy every ship that doesn't make way. Some of the bolder scouts tried to play games, but they couldn't outfox the swift corvettes owned by the stray phantoms. They possessed a decisive technological edge against the riff-raff of the frontier. Even the advanced Barracuda couldn't match their performance, which proved the Grey Willow Star sector's strength. Under Lord Kane's arrangements, Captain Silvestre jumped ahead of the main fleet. As a civilian corvette, the Barracuda wasn't suitable to be employed as a combat vessel. Instead, she functioned as the expedition's own scout and provided advanced warning to the main fleet via a limited transmission through her restricted quantum entanglement node. Overall, the expedition had a rocky start. House Kane severely underestimated how much eyes they attracted when they arrived in the Komodo Star sector. Back at home, a fleet carrier in the hands of a noble house might be ostentatious but not too rare. At the frontier, such a phenomenon instantly turned the expedition into the talk of the town. Especially considering that everyone knew that to take a capital ship into Sandman space was asking for trouble. Thus, the first week of the expedition bogged down due to Lord Kane's insistence on removing each and every scout. While his measures might have scared away the ships, even he could do nothing against covert sensors hidden throughout every star system in the way. Still, the amount of stars in the galactic rim couldn't be counted. No matter how many sensors they planted, they couldn't have seeded every star, especially the ones deeper into Sandman space. While passive sensors were nearly undetectable in deep space, they lacked the resolution to determine the precise coordinates of the main fleet's route. In addition to chasing away the scouts, House Kane and their mercenary partners employed many methods in order to obscure their route. As an outsider in charge of improving a small number of mechs, Vase didn't have the right to know anything more. His minder, Ensign D'Amato, might know more, but the young man carefully kept his lips sealed. Over time, Vase noticed that D'Amato understood a fair amount of engineering principles. He likely specialized in engineering or some related field. This meant that Vase couldn't hide too many things from his watchful minder. Due to his constant company, Vase didn't dare to access the mech designer system. He started working on the Ajax Olympian using the workshop's existing design suite, which impressed him with its extensive features. It might not match the system in sheer breadth and versatility, but it provided a fair amount of conveniences that helped save some time. After familiarizing himself with the variant's design, he started asking other people's opinions on the Ajax. Vase followed Ramirez's advice and approached the mech technicians who worked on the two heavy knights for years. Not all of them opened up to him. Captain Kane still didn't trust him, so the mech technicians assigned to the hunting platoon adopted the same mistrustful attitude. It took a lot of pestering in order to convince the friendlier ones to throw him a bone. The Olympian is a steady mech. It's built to last. If something happens to break, it takes a lot of effort to replace because the armor isn't meant to be removed that often. All the flashy marketing states that the Olympian variant excels in wrestling, but they're exaggerating its flexibility. There's no way a heavy mech is capable of performing even the simplest acrobatics. The Olympian can barely grapple another mech and force it down against the ground. Heavy knights don't focus much on speed, but the Olympian is slower than the original Ajax. You can't imagine how many times the mech pilots of the hunting platoon are grumbling about their speed. Chief Ramirez tweaked the Olympians in our hands as best he could, but he's no miracle worker. The feedback from the humble mech technicians proved to be a boon to Vase. Even if they only possessed a shallow technical background, they were well versed in the Ajax Olympian's many quirks. They possessed an intuitive understanding of its design that was worth gold to a mech designer like Vase. Vase heard enough. He considered the hunting platoon's mission profile and compared that with the current Ajax Olympian's capabilities. Normally, he'd discuss his findings with Chief Ramirez and Captain Kane in order to take advantage of their input, but their attitudes made him feel unwelcome. No matter, he still had Melkor and D'Amato. First, he explained his most critical observation. The way I see it, the role of the hunting platoon is a critical one. They're the only group of mechs that stand a chance of winning against a hexapod king. As the tanks of the platoon, the Ajax Olympians perform an essential role in their hunting strategy. It's natural for the platoon and the mech technicians to treat as like a treasure, but they're valuing the heavy knights way too much. Ensign D'Amato frowned at this strange remark. We only have 2 Olympians in our entire contingent of mechs. Even I know that heavy mechs are very difficult to get a hold of. It would be an unimaginable loss if we lose one of them during this expedition. Vase knew what D'Amato hinted at. On average, heavy mechs weighed 5 times as much as a medium mech, so they normally cost 5 times as much as well. They could only be fabricated with specialized, expensive machinery and cost even more to maintain. As a design catered to second-rate states like the Constance Grand Kingdom, the Ajax Olympian came with an unimaginably high price tag. Vase made the calculations himself and found that the Ajax Olympian cost around 5 billion bright credits. 5 billion credits. Vase could fabricate over 200 Mark Antony Mark IIs with that much money. Most of that money had been spent on fabricating the Olympian's highly sophisticated armor system, which consisted of various layers of exotic alloys. That is why this entire unit are taking the wrong approach. Mechs are meant to be used. How many hexapod beasts are running around in the underground world? How hard will it be to make up for the loss of an Olympian? What I'm telling you is that everyone is making a mistake by deifying the heavy knights. Vase pressed on. A high-class mech like the Ajaxes are ordinarily built to last several campaigns. It's hopeful if you think you can keep these big mechs intact, but they'll be facing extremely hostile conditions on Graining IV. Currently, the Ajax Olympians aren't optimized to withstand the incredible amount of abuse for 40 days straight. What are you suggesting, then? Treat the heavy mechs as disposable tools. I know several ways of increasing their power and speed. It won't take too much time for me to come up with a modified design that won't take too much time to implement. This shook D'Amato's mind. As a young officer who aspired to be an engineer, he had always been taught to eschew short-term gains in favor of maximizing stability, reliability and longevity. Ships always cost vastly more than mechs, so everyone expected them to last decades. Vase suddenly introduced a different perspective that went directly counter to what he learned. What kind of performance boost are you expecting then? And how long will the models last? I can easily boost its performance by 20%. This performance will slowly degrade over time, but the first measurable drop won't happen in months under normal conditions. Heavy combat will accelerate this breakdown, but even I'll make sure they'll last the entire 40-day window. What Vase proposed frankly astounded the ensign. It took a lot of effort for him to get a grip on the radical suggestion, but once he thought it over, he thought it might have some merit. I can accept that the expedition will increase their odds of success if the Olympians gain a short-term boost. However, it won't be easy to cover the loss of 2 heavy mechs. I'm not so sure that Lord Kane will allow such a travesty to happen. Vase started to smirk. It seems to me that Lord Kane is gambling everything on a single throw of the dice. It's impossible to succeed every time. Besides, it's not like the mechs are worthless if they have drawn their last breaths. As long as you can salvage the wrecks, you can recycle most of the exotics used in their construction. He eventually convinced D'Amato of the merits of his plan, but he was merely the gatekeeper. A decision of this magnitude went above Felicity Kane's head. Only Jeremiah Kane himself could give the green light on this plan. When the ensign notified Lord Kane directly, they waited for hours before they received a simple reply. Show me a design. Vase took that message as an encouraging sign. While he hadn't received definite approval to mess around with the Olympians, he finally pried open the door. In addition, his radical suggestion bypassed Captain Kane and Chief Ramirez. While he did no favors by going over their heads, he also wouldn't have to deal with their irrational obstinance. Once he got the okay, he immediately went to work. Due to the fact that he'd likely be letting the mech technicians do most of the work, he didn't spend too much effort on nurturing the X factor. After all, he intended to produce a variant of another design. Not only that, he also planned to modify existing mechs that already possessed an identity of its own. Vase did not wish to spend an excessive amount of time on fostering an X factor that would only end up stillborn when he finished. He finally laid down his tools. It's better to focus on the hardware this time. Vase unintentionally drew on Master Olsen's teachings, but in the opposite direction this time. Her extensive lecture on battle mechatronics obsessed on how to prolong the service life of a mech. Put simply, he intended to invert these methods in order to squeeze out every bit of latent potential out of the Ajax Olympians. Many of these methods involved tweaking the performance of a design so that it flattened out. This lowered the maximum capacity of its systems but prevented them from being strained by short but excessive bursts of power. A normal mech designer striving to build up a solid reputation always designed mechs that were intended to last. No one wanted to acquire a mech that only promised to perform up to spec for a year. Even heavy knights meant to take a beating incorporated many excessive buffers and fail-safes in order to prevent a premature breakdown. By going in reverse, Vase ensured that the mechs would be able to exert much more power. While the excessive stresses reduced the effective lifetime of the mechs in question, the sacrifice was worth it if Vase ensured the models maintained their peak performance during the mission. He chuckled a bit to himself. I don't think my master thought I'd apply her teachings in this fashion. She's probably slap me to death if she can see what I've cooked up. He spent a fruitful week whipping up a hasty but effective design. He kept it fairly simple and avoided any major redesigns. Instead, he tore out a lot of duplicate components that raised the Olympians' redundancy but only really came into being at the end of the model's life cycle. Certainly, Vase risked condemnation for reducing the redundancy of a mech that sorely needed it. Therefore, he tested the design himself and gathered the data to back up his decision. Once he freed up some space, Vase started to rearrange the internal architecture. He increased its capacity to deliver a higher performance by widening some channels, bulking up the artificial muscles, adding in some amplifiers and tweaking the programming of some of the components. He ended up with an Ajax on steroids. Chapter 173. Convincing. Finishing the design only meant that Vase fleshed out a plan. It didn't mean anything if his client denied him the opportunity to implement his changes. Vase believed his redesign had a lot of merit. The reworked Ajax Olympian lasted a bit longer under heavy pressure and could exert a lot more force through its limbs. This helped the heavy knight contend against the hexapod kings in terms of brute force. Still, nothing came for free. Maintaining a constant level of peak performance severely degraded the longevity of the frame. Running all of that excess power through systems that hadn't been rated to handle them meant that the mechs would slowly burn themselves out. Its pristine layers of armor could still be salvaged, but the internals would have to be torn apart entirely. The cost is worth it. Vase tried to convince himself as he prepared to meet Lord Kane in person again. As long as the expedition can recover the heavy knights, they'll only end up with a temporary loss. Melkor, who always accompanied him by his side, shook his head. The hunting platoon won't see it that way. You don't know mech pilots like I do. The pilots assigned to the heavy knights have trained with their individual frames for years. They're practically lovers at this point. What Melkor said momentarily worried Vase. Mech pilots indeed developed a bond with their mechs. This was natural human instinct. Right now, he pushed out a proposal that basically kidnapped their lovers and injected them with highly lethal stimulants. Such a naked violation of their partners would deal a heavy blow to their psyches. Tough luck then, Vase eventually replied, his eyes as cold as steel. The expedition doesn't revolve around their interests. All of the mechs serve at the pleasure of Lord Kane. If they have to be used up in order to increase the odds of success, then so be it. It's a fair trade-off. House Kane invested an incredible fortune to put this expedition together. Even then, they could only nurture a small number of hand-raised elites to tackle the awesome hexapod kings. Every one of those mechs played a critical role, but that didn't mean they should be treated as heirlooms. With the way Lord Kane obsessed over the expedition, Vase expected him to make the smart decision. Pissing off the pilots of the Olympians is the least you've done. You completely disregarded the hunting platoon's leadership. Captain Kane will only think worse of you. There's no way I can negotiate with her in the first place. Not with so little time. If Captain Kane and the hunting platoon approached him with a genuine desire to cooperate, then he might be able to make some compromises. Too bad they hadn't recovered from the betrayal of the previous mech designer. In any event, Vase didn't come here to build up a relationship with these foreigners. After finishing his mission, he'd return to Cloudy Curtain while the Arc Horizon went on her merry way back to the Grey Willow Star sector. Like a lawyer making a case before a judge, Vase stood before Lord Kane behind his imposing desk. If I'm allowed to implement my design, the Ajax Olympians will be able to perform beyond their regular parameters by around 20%. Downsides? Lord Kane asked idly while he browsed through the extensive notes that Vase had written up. Besides the obvious degradation that won't really matter, the mechs will drastically increase their energy consumption by around 50% or so. I've already tried my best to preserve as much efficiency as I can, but you always have to pay a huge price to squeeze out a little bit more performance. We'll have to increase the supply of spare energy cells. An experienced leader like Lord Kane always knew the right questions to ask. Even if he held some animosity to Vase, he was capable of putting it aside in favor of advancing his cherished expedition. However, just as the meeting drew to a favorable conclusion, the main hatch slid open and an angry wildcat entered the stateroom. "Grandpa!" Felicity growled and stomped over to Vase. She abruptly grasped his collar and used her prodigious strength to lift him up. "I just heard what this bastard intends to do. He wants to butcher the Ajaxes." "Sit down, Miss Kane," the older gentleman roared, forcing Felicity to halt her impending tirade. "Remember your duties. We are not playing games right now." Felicity let go of Vase, allowing him to breathe. She slowly calmed down and squeezed her fists. "Sir, I respectfully wish to issue an objection to Mr. Larkinson's stupid idea. The men assigned to pilot the Olympians have trained with the Heavy Knights for years. Abruptly implementing major changes will throw away their familiarity with their mechs. I can't guarantee they will be able to perform up to standard when everyone is counting on them." She certainly adjusted quickly. Vase admired her excuse. It sounded quite plausible. Captain Kane has a point, but the redesign will not offer a vastly different piloting experience. The new Olympian is still the same, it just has higher limits now. We don't have the time to indulge in your flights of fancies. You spent so little time on this design. I don't believe you eliminated all of the flaws. Besides that, it also takes an incredibly long time to reconfigure a heavy mech, let alone two. There's no way you can finish converting the Olympians to your new design. I think you underestimate my assembly skills." Vase shook his head. "Under my supervision, I'll be able to direct the mech technicians in your department to take the best paths. I can guarantee you that I'll be able to get it done in 10 days. 10 days? This is not a flimsy light mech you're talking about. These are heavy mechs." Just as it seemed the argument would go on, an alarm suddenly blared. A brief but complex tone sounded out that caused the faces of both Kanes to pale. Lord Kane immediately activated his intercom. "All hands prepare for action. Set condition yellow." Felicity already left the room in order to lead her hunting platoon. As for Lord Kane, he frowned as he studied the incoming data sent to his terminal. He gritted his teeth. Opportunists. Then, he suddenly remembered that Vase hadn't left. "Mr. Larkinson, you have my permission to implement your design. Begin your work immediately and don't report back until you have finished the overhaul. You want me to convert the Olympians right now? A naval battle can drag on for days. The expedition can't afford to keep you idle. Corral the mech technicians assigned to the hunting platoon to assist your efforts as long as it doesn't interfere with the defense of my fleet." Vase acknowledged the order and promptly got kicked out of the office. The entire fleet carrier transitioned into condition yellow, which was better than condition red but worse than condition green. Basically, the Arc Horizon raised her guard and prepared for battle, even if there might not be an imminent threat. "What's going on?" he asked. Ensign D'Amato studied his comm for a moment. "A large fleet has arrived in our current star system. Considering the remoteness of our current location, the new arrivals are likely targeting our expedition. While they can't match our numbers, they possess enough ships and mechs to pose a threat to Arc Horizon. Is the Ark in danger? I'm not quite sure. Our force is bigger, so it will be strange if they decide to commit their forces. We still don't know what they're hoping for that's giving them so much confidence." The ensign turned to Melkor. "Do you wish to contribute to our defense?" The fleet carrier offered a large amount of reinforced bunkers that allowed mechs to shoot against approaching enemies. Melkor's Stanislaw might prove useful. He shook his head. I'll only be in the way. It's better if I keep an eye on Vase. Melkor didn't fit in their chain of command and never trained to take up a defensive position aboard a fleet carrier. In this unfamiliar environment, the last thing he wanted to do was to attract suspicion. "We'll hole up in the workshop," Vase declared. He wanted to be out of the way in case something dangerous happened. "Lord Cain has given me his orders, so I best get to work." The hangar bay where the hunting platoon holed up turned into a hive of activity. Vase, Melkor and D'Amato had to make way for important people going on important business. Their imposing stances revealed that they expected the worst. Even the hunting platoon had begun to mobilize. Captain Cain corralled her subordinates to ready every mech. Mech technicians hurriedly canceled their routine maintenance tasks in order to free up the mechs. The Empyreans readied themselves to be employed in one of the Arc Horizon's bunkers where they could employ their railguns to the fullest. The Volmars stayed in their stables. Their mech pilots sat close, ready to hop in if they were needed to repel any boarding parties. Their relatively relaxed faces showed that they didn't think it would come to that. The Arc Horizon possessed a lot of teeth. As for the Ajax Olympians, no one prepared them for deployment. Felicity Cain had already been notified that they'd be modified and she had no time to waste on the matter now that the fleet had been set to condition yellow. This provided Vase with an unexpected boon. Many mech technicians assigned to the hunting platoon had nothing to do for the moment. The story might be different once a battle erupted, but from what everyone surmised, the fleets were out of range and stayed that way for at least several hours. "Has the Arc Horizon ever been tested in battle?" Vase curiously asked Chief Ramirez. "Not since House Cain got their hands on her. We've received excellent training, but we've never been tested in actual battle." That didn't sound encouraging. Hopefully, the Arc Horizon's impressive capabilities and her abundance of mechs deterred the pirates from testing the expedition's readiness. In order to prevent any leaks, the entire ship locked down on any form of communication. When Vase activated his comm, he found he couldn't view the current disposition of the fleet. For all he knew, the fleet was flying straight into a star. The lack of information caused him to feel slightly claustrophobic. It was as if he was trapped in a space elevator that suddenly descended uncontrollably. Ensign D'Amato patted his back. "It's nothing unusual to feel uneasy about. What's going on outside? Trust in our crew. They've got our backs. It's better if you focus on your own duties." Indeed, one good thing that came out of this course of events was that Vase received permission to go ahead with his plans without coming to blows with Captain Cain. Even though she probably hated his guts, her feelings on the matter didn't matter. The entire ordeal proved that the young scion of the Cains possessed little actual power. Together with D'Amato and Ramirez, Vase delegated the difficult assignment of converting the Ajax Olympians to a new design. This was his first time working with a large number of subordinates, but through the help of his two liaisons, they came up with a workable schedule. Jobs like these are split up in two. First, you've got to fabricate the new parts. As far as I see it, there's nothing challenging in fabricating these extra parts. I'm not familiar with half of them, but they're not too complex. Just because they're simple doesn't mean you can slack off. Vase quickly warned. In order to make sure they're able to withstand the shocks they're likely to face, they have to be reproduced exactly according to specs. We absolutely can't afford to cut corners in this matter. The tolerances have to be extremely tight. I'll make sure my men won't slip," Ramirez promised with fiery eyes. "We all know what's at stake. I won't forgive anyone if he thinks he can get away with sloppy work." The chief's supervision lifted a weight off Vase. "That's good. If you can ensure the parts are fabricated without faults, I'll make sure the technicians know how to go about and reassemble the Olympians. They have to open up the entire frames and carefully remove the right parts. Then, they have to install the freshly fabricated parts in the right order. I expect this won't go so smooth." Vase didn't trust the low-class mech technicians to know the correct order. He directly took charge of the most difficult aspect of this conversion project. "I'll tell the men to listen to your orders. If they give you some lip, just smack them around." Everyone nodded. Vase felt relieved that Chief Ramirez didn't put up any roadblocks. He knew when to follow orders. Since the current project had been authorized by the big man directly, Ramirez certainly knew he couldn't fob off his responsibilities. Chapter 174 Dragons of the Void. Even if every channel of communication had been shuttered, it didn't stop people from talking. While most of the crew possessed some propriety, a small number of loudmouths couldn't help but pass on gossip. Of course, everything they said happened hours ago and didn't relate to the current condition of the expeditionary fleet. The expeditionary fleet avoided a minefield. They put some really nasty ones out in space. I heard that they had some impressive homing capabilities and their movements are stealthy enough to sneak up on us to about 100 kilometers. After that, it activates this enormous booster, then propels it straight into the biggest ship it can find. Some of the merc ships in our fleet are dragging their heels. I heard Lord Kane has been shouting their butts off for refusing to meet the enemy. I told you guys the local mercs are scum. They're good little soldiers as long as nothing happens, but they're acting as scared as rabbits as soon as actual combat is involved. The brass keeps arguing on how to handle the pirate fleet. Lord Kane directly butted heads with the big three. Even the three big mercenary groups don't agree on what to do. George's cavalry want to conduct a pitched battle, while the stray phantoms is hoping to drag out the engagements. What about Audiola's chosen? The hell if I know what those religious nuts are thinking about. They're praying to themselves. Half of the time, the stray phantoms rake their vanguard. I heard they chewed up dozens of mechs at once in a single pass. The attack caused the entire pirate fleet to pause. The constant chatter apprised Vase and the others of the situation and gave them some perspective of what went on in space. Though he didn't know how the lower ranks got their news, it sounded as if the entire engagement had just begun. Vase slowly got used to working under an elevated alert level. He had to watch his actions and make sure he didn't get up to anything suspicious. Ensign D'Amato kept a laser-like gaze on him while he directed the partial disassembly of the two Ajax Olympians. As heavy knights were meant to absorb damage, they possessed an extremely complex armor system. Every layer and every plate connected to another one, and entangling them took a lot of care and effort. Fortunately, the mech technicians in this department possessed plenty of experience in peeling back the armor. They expertly stripped away the dense and heavy plates and set them aside. Vase didn't even have to get his hands dirty. "Alright, we've opened up the Ajaxes," Vase announced to the technicians that Chief Ramirez had placed under him. "Now, carefully dismantle the components marked in the chart according to the order I set out." The feeling of leading an entire work crew made Vase feel like a queen among a hive of bees. It helped that the bees all possessed their own competences. As an influence from a second-rate state, House Kane would never hire idiots. Vase also gained an unexpected benefit in this process. He personally witnessed the various methods the mech technicians used to coordinate with each other and keep track of their progress. All of their sophisticated means had been laid bare before his eyes. If he ever wanted to expand his production capacity, he wouldn't be starting from scratch. Even if I don't gain much on this trip, this experience is already worth it. I should start hiring some mech technicians once I return home. Over at the workshop, Chief Ramirez had already begun to fabricate the new components. Vase didn't worry too much because the design mostly demanded auxiliary components that didn't possess any complex functions. Neither did they incorporate a lot of finicky exotic materials. The Arc Horizon's workshops all came stocked with powerful but compact 3D printers. It possessed similar qualities to the gigantic Dordman but took up half the space. With the help of these advanced machines, the production of the parts proceeded on schedule. A change happened in the third day. The Arc Horizon vibrated briefly, interrupting everyone's work. Vase looked up from the diagram he studied and frowned. "What's going on?" Ensign D'Amato looked concerned. "That's the thrusters of the Arc Horizon. The ship is accelerating at its maximum speed." The alert light that everyone previously ignored turned from yellow to red. Everyone quickly received a new set of orders. "Stop your work and secure everything in sight. Change into your hazard suits and ready your gear." The hunting platoon started to rouse. Every mech except for the Ajaxes came online. The Volmars gathered together and lumbered towards the center of the hangar bay while the Empyreans gathered their railguns and headed towards their assigned bunkers. The mech technicians split in two. The first half remained in the hangar bay and waited to receive damaged mechs. The other half joined various damage control parties that stood by to mitigate the damage the Ark might incur. Vase started to get very concerned. From what he gathered so far, the expeditionary fleet acted cautiously in front of the pirate fleet. An abrupt course change and full acceleration meant the Ark was either running away or turning headlong into the enemy. Ensign D'Amato kept trying to find out the current situation, but his junior rank stopped him from obtaining anything solid. Vase shook his head and stormed directly to Captain Kane. The woman had already changed into an armored piloting suit and started to head for her private mech stable. "Please wait a moment. What do you want?" Captain Kane spat out as she looked at him as if he was a worm. "Tell me what is happening." Though she wanted to brush him off, She glanced at Melkor, who always stood by his side, and reconsidered. Another round of treachery occurred. Some of the local mercenary outfits turned coat and ambushed the ships that belonged to the mercenaries who are still on our side. The opening round alone devastated dozens of mechs and crippled 3 small transports. Vase felt as if he had been struck by lightning. I thought House Kane had a handle on the mercenaries. They somehow conspired to betray House Kane from the start. The traitor mercs hid a number of assets aboard their ships and attacked our security officers who had been placed aboard their ships to prevent any mutinies. Some of them are still holding out. The expeditionary fleet possessed a lot of assets, so the betrayal hadn't managed to threaten the Ark horizon. However, the pirate fleet led by a menacing pirate gang called the Dragons of the Void had begun to swoop in for the kill. Instead of shying away from a fight, Lord Kane decided to directly put his powerful fleet carrier into play. The entire expeditionary fleet redirected their course in a direct heading towards the pirate fleet. Lord Kane intended to bull right through the enemy's formation. Vase wanted to curse at his client's recklessness. Let me help. I'm a mech designer. I'm good with anything that involves mechs. I'm sorry, Larkinson, but the last thing we need is another outsider butting in where he doesn't belong. Your place is here. If you want to help, then ask Chief Ramirez for something to do. Whatever you do, don't leave this department. The woman turned around before Vase could say anything else. He missed his opportunity to make a difference. He wanted to cross over to the other side of the hangar bay and help work on the spaceborne mechs that started to deploy into space. Vase had never come close to seeing an actual spaceborne mech, let alone perform any maintenance on these special mechs. An hour went by as more than half of the mechs in the hangar bay had left. The mechs that remained all waited for their turns to deploy. Over time, damaged mechs started to fly back into the hangar. Their damaged frames passed through the security screen that acted as a membrane to keep all of the air and pressure inside the hangar stable. Even if the security screens malfunctioned, everyone had already changed into hazard suits, including Vase and Melkor. These hardened vacuum suits provided their wearers with a lot of protection against explosions, shrapnel and radiation. Their boots possessed a strong magnetic sole that helped everyone stay on their feet even at 0G. Vase spent most of his time helping Chief Ramirez securing the workshop and mech stables for any loose ends. The 2 Ajaxes especially remained vulnerable. Most of its heavy armor plating that protected its delicate internals had been placed to the side. If a pirate happened to drop by and fired a volley of shots from a regular infantry rifle, he'd be able to do a massive amount of damage. Keep attaching as much armor as you can. Chief Ramirez frantically yelled at his henpecked technicians. I'll dock your pay if I see a single exposed section in an hour. Everyone frantically raced to put some measure of cover on the exposed Ajax frames. Even though it might not help that much if a missile went off, it would at least limit some of the shock damage. Throughout all of this chaos, Melkor stood largely forgotten. As a mech pilot and bodyguard to Vase, he lacked access to both a mech and a personal firearm. The expedition's admittedly justified caution towards outsiders relegated him to the role of an observer. His only job these days appeared to be keeping hold of Lucky. The cat happened to detect something strange. He loudly meowed and tried to catch his owner's attention. Melkor tried to stifle the cat due to the commotion he caused, but Lucky remained undeterred. Vase had learned to trust his mechanical companion. What's wrong, Lucky? The cat stretched his paw towards one of the entrances of the hangar bay. The harness prevented him from utilizing his full range of motion. Okay, enough of this crap. Vase turned around and borrowed a cutting tool from a work table. He turned it on and carefully cut apart the restrictions that kept Lucky largely immobile. Once all of the shackles broke, the cat quickly lunged in the direction of the nearest entrance. Hey, what are you doing? That pet is not allowed to roam free. Ensign D'Amato yelled and pulled out his laser pistol. Even if D'Amato hadn't aimed his pistol at anyone, Vase still raised his hands. Hey, I don't mean any harm. My cat has a really good nose. He might have detected something fishy. That's ridiculous, the ensign exclaimed with an incredulous expression. The Ark Horizon is the flagship of this fleet. Every compartment and every corridor is monitored day and night. Nothing that can threaten the ship and her crew can ever get close. It all came down to trust. Vase hoped that his stay aboard the Ark had proved he could be trusted to advance the interests of the expedition. Ensign D'Amato went beyond his job as an observer and frequently helped out Vase by providing his own insights. Yet as soon as Vase crossed the line, D'Amato acted like someone pressed his reset button. It hurt a bit to be treated like a stranger and a potential threat after so many days of camaraderie. Melkor already stood in front of Vase. Calm down, the both of you. Ensign, Lucky is not a toy. I believe in Vase when he states that Lucky is capable of sniffing out any threats. I suggest you warn whoever is in command on this deck to prepare for the worst. Just as Ensign D'Amato was about to reply, a large explosion near the entrance interrupted his words. The blast knocked all of the spacers off their feet and blew away various pieces of junk in the vicinity. Some of the mech technicians who still remained standing even got hit by cabinets and unsecured tools. Another explosion triggered close to the security screen, instantly disabling it. The entire hangar bay suffered from explosive decompression as all of the air inside the massive bay departed into space. A few more loose components flew off into vacuum. Lucky, Vase called as his hazard suit sent out an alert. His suit came with 2 hours of oxygen, but his stress caused him to deplete his reserves faster. Lucky, where are you? Vacuum transmitted no sound. Vase couldn't call out for his cat. He disregarded the wounded and hobbled over towards the first blast site. A shiny bronze cat appeared from nowhere. The cat appeared frazzled. There you are. Vase grasped Lucky's body and inspected him for damage. He sighed in relief once he saw his cat only suffered a glancing blow from a random piece of shrapnel. Melkor and D'Amato raced to his position and beheld the carnage around them. The blast hurt a fair amount of unsuspecting mech technicians. Just as it appeared that things couldn't go worse, a strange, damaged mech coated in red descended onto the hangar bay. Pirate Mech, Chapter 175 Critical Repair. Before switching to Condition Red, the two fleets danced around each other. The expeditionary fleet centered around the Arc Horizon kept trying to transition into FTL. In order to bar their way, the dragons of the void kept bombarding them with miniature gravity bombs. These bombs did nothing much but radiate a strong local gravity field that quickly tapered off. However, they were cheap to make, so thousands of these bombs rained over the expeditionary fleet at any moment. At its current state, the expeditionary fleet's FTL drives couldn't handle the disturbance. The constant ejection of the bombs was like throwing stones into a formerly placid lake. The ripples that ensued when the stones touched the water prevented the ships from going into FTL. However, the dragons of the void miscalculated. In order to disturb the expeditionary fleet, their own pirate ships had to come fairly close. When Lord Kane decided to turn his ship straight into the pirates, he surprised everyone but putting the Arc Horizon in the vanguard. Putting his flagship in the heart of the offensive thrust exposed the valuable ship to significant enemy fire, but also allowed him to use his best ship in the best possible way. The expeditionary fleet's maneuvers had caught the dragons of the void off guard. Lord Kane ordered the fleet to close up its formation and assemble into an arrow. The man wanted to pierce straight through the dispersed formation of pirates before they could do the same. Their disparity in strength became evident after the two fleets collided. The vast distance between each ship ensured no actual collision occurred. However, many spaceborne mechs came into medium or close range to each other, which allowed House Kane to flex its superior ships and mechs. The pirates fell short on both firepower and armor. Many pirate vessels simply consisted of civilian transports converted into improvised mech carriers. These ships generally didn't possess exceptional armor and their keels and support structure were never rated to handle heavy abuse. On the other hand, the ships controlled by House Kane and their partners boasted thick layers of exotic armor. Each ship cost a fortune, but all of them made it through the thick of the fight with nothing but scratches. In terms of offense, House Kane chewed up the pirate fleet with its abundant number of riflemen and cannoneer mechs. They had been equipped to handle the Sandmen, so they possessed a large amount of kinetic weaponry such as ballistic rifles and railguns. These weapons possessed a very large punch and were capable of crippling any small to medium-sized ships in a couple of volleys. Yet the pirates didn't go down without a fight. After experiencing the ferocity of the forces from the Grey Willow Star sector, they shifted the bulk of their firepower towards the mercenaries who remained loyal to House Kane. The mercenary ships already had to deal with their colleagues who turned their coats. They suffered heavy casualties once they became the focus of the enemy mechs, especially considering that most of them carried mechs kitted out for melee combat. While George's cavalry eventually swooped in and came to their rescue, even they couldn't cover every direction. The mercenaries sustained casualties up to around 30%. In the meantime, some pirates went crazy and plunged straight towards the Arc Horizon. The massive ship utilized both her broadside bunkers to lay down a massive field of fire in two directions. Her prodigious firepower disrupted the pirate formation and softened them up to follow-up blows. While many pirates valued their own lives and tried to fly away, some daredevils running on stimulants dove straight towards the behemoth. The defenders aboard the Ark Horizon focused their fire towards these dangerous lunatics, but some of them managed to get through. The pirate mech that sneaked into one of the hangar bays made for a sorry sight. It lost an entire arm and much of its torso lost its armor plating. Despite the catastrophic damage, it held onto its laser rifle with its remaining arm and tried to raise it towards a group of bewildered mech technicians. The mech suddenly crunched into pieces as a dazzling white mech fell on top of its prone form. The newly arrived mech featured a light feminine contour with marvelous red streamers hanging from its head. From the way it collapsed a pirate mech merely by stomping on it, the white mech must be a highly advanced mech. The white mech flourished its spear, the tip of which glowed in a mysterious white glow. The mech transmitted Captain Kane's voice to everyone's hazard suits. Lock down the hangar bay. Close the ramp and man the defense turrets. Everyone sprung into action. The huge opening that exposed the hangar bay to space started to close up. Just as the ramp covered the giant gap, another pirate mech appeared and slammed a sword through one of the mechanisms. The ramp abruptly stopped midway, leaving enough space for more intruders. A handful of pirate mechs that survived the initial barrage flocked to the opening and tried to squeeze into the vulnerable hangar. The pitfalls of deploying a fleet carrier straight into the fray finally became apparent. In the end, the Ark Horizon lacked the armor coverage and anti-mech defense systems of a true warship. Mechs, hold your ground. Repel the invaders. A significant amount of House Kane's mechs remained on standby, all of them mobilized at this moment in order to respond to the new threat. In the meantime, Melkor raced towards his own mech which had been stowed in the corner since their arrival. His Stanislaw wielded a deadly mid-range laser rifle which could wreak havoc if he recklessly fired the weapon. Thus, as soon as his mech came online, he dialed down the power and aimed carefully before firing at the pirate mechs, making a mess of things. Internal defense turrets came online at this moment and helped repel the pirates. Some enemy mechs collapsed after suffering a couple of blows, while other mechs required much more effort to defeat. All of the latter mechs carried the emblem of a white and black dragon's head. Turrets, focus on the rabble. Leave the dragons of the void to us. As the mechs started to fight around the broken ramp, Vase hurriedly sought out Chief Ramirez. The man had hunkered down behind a control terminal. He hastily tried to activate various settings only to encounter error messages. Ramirez cursed. Everyone on the local channel heard his frustration. The pirates knew where to strike. The earlier explosion wrecked the primary power channel to the ramp. The damage the pirate mech inflicted to the mechanism shouldn't be able to cripple the ramp if it still had full power. Perhaps the random attacks hadn't been so spontaneous. All of the evidence so far pointed out that the local mercs weren't the only ones dealing with questionable loyalties. Still, Vase shook his head. Now was not the time to sniff out any traitors. Ramirez just pointed out an area where he could be of use. Calm down, Vase demanded and put his hands over the chief's broad shoulders. We have to repair the broken power channel. What, now? The repair work had to be done out in the open where almost any mech could fire a stray shot at the location. Chief Ramirez didn't dare to send out any men to fix the broken channel. Even if he cut every possible corner, the work would still take over 10 minutes of frantic working. If the ramp stays open, the pirates will keep pouring in. The longer this goes on, the higher the chance. Our Ajaxes will suffer damage. I don't need to tell you how much it will set back the expedition. Chief, make a decision. We have to get that ramp moving again. Vase had a very good point. Even as the Ark Horizon threaded her way out of the pirate formation, the large amounts of reckless pirates deployed in space ensured that a trickle of enemies would always squeeze through the opening. The chief gritted his teeth. Fine. The man finally got his head back together and ordered a team of his most solid mech technicians to grab some tools. Meanwhile, Vase and Ramirez entered one of the storehouses and retrieved the materials to replace the broken power channel. They couldn't lift the load by hand, so they piled it on top of a loader bot and brought it with them back to the main hangar. Let's go, boys. The group of technicians tried their best to remain inconspicuous. They slowly neared the main entrance of the hangar and entered the area affected by the initial explosion. The wounded had already been retrieved while the dead still lingered where their breaths snuffed out. Most of the dead wore simple vacuum suits covered with simple work coveralls that provided them with an abundant amount of pockets. They provided little protection against a serious blast like the one that broke the power channel. Vase felt a little queasy walking past the unfortunate dead. Lucky on the other hand reveled in his newfound freedom. The harness had irritated him for weeks, preventing him from running around without restriction. Now that Vase had cut off his bonds, he eagerly took the lead and made sure that the repair team encountered no other threats. Too bad he couldn't help if a pirate mech decides to shoot in their direction. Vase might survive on account of his shield generator, but everyone else only had their hazard suits to protect their bodies. Once they reached the affected portion, Vase and a number of competent technicians turned on their plasma cutters and separated the wrecked portion of the power channel. They worked for several minutes, trusting their comrades to cover their back. Melkor in particular shot at every mech who turned their weapons to the work team, drawing attention away from their vital effort to secure the hangar. Captain Kane also intervened with her top-quality machine. Unfortunately, her mech lacked a flight system and had to borrow a spare ballistic rifle in order to fight back against the pirates. While she might be an excellent warrior with a spear, her marksmanship barely sufficed. Many of her shots missed her target and traveled on to hit the deck or bulkhead. Despite her abysmal hit rate, she succeeded in distracting the pirates, causing them to forget about the puny humans who worked out in the open. Everyone in the repair team made brisk progress trying to improvise a new channel. They couldn't afford to go through a checklist of procedures. They merely settled for a crude and improvised channel that would hold up to the stress of channeling a significant amount of power. It already sounded good if it lasted for an hour before burning out. Skip the safeties. Work faster. Don't wait for the couplings to settle in. Just skip to the next part. While Vase possessed a vast amount of theoretical knowledge, the best mech technicians surpassed him in handling the tools and conducting the actual repairs. The mech designer had been pushed in a supervisory capacity and made sure the mech technicians took the right actions to repair the power channel quickly. Several minutes flew by as the ugly-looking kludge took shape. Once the power channel finally took shape, Ramirez raced to the nearest console and forcibly tried to order the ramp to close. The half-broken ramp shook, then abruptly moved as its remaining mechanisms powered through. The few remaining pirate mechs tried but failed to sabotage the ramp again. Reinforcements arrived just in time to contain the rogue mechs. The ramp finally slid shut and powerful locks kept the heavy cover in place. The hangar bay now enjoyed as much protection as the rest of the ship. The repair team led by Vase and Chief Ramirez collapsed on the ground. The stress of working under fire completely drained their energy. After giving everyone a minute of rest, Ramirez started to kick his men up their feet. "Get up. This is no time to sleep. We still have work to do." The battle wasn't over yet. The Ark Horizon paid a significant price in her attempt to cut the pirate formation in half. While the expeditionary fleet succeeded in disintegrating the enemy formation, a lot of ships and mechs suffered various amounts of damage in turn. Chapter 176 Graining System. The majority of the dragons of the void fought to the death. They clung to the heels of the expeditionary fleet and tried to gnaw through as much flesh as possible before they perished. This diehard behavior was completely uncharacteristic of opportunistic pirates who only cared for money in their lives. After the vanguard led by the Ark Horizon completed their firing pass, much of the pirate fleet lost their coordination. Every ship and every mech on their side ended up in random positions. They couldn't gather into a cohesive formation anymore that could withstand the concerted efforts of House Kane. Most of the other pirate gangs fled. They made for easy pickings and more than half of the pirates never made it very far before they got shot to pieces. In contrast, every mercenary corps suffered losses. Lord Kane hired them to hunt hexapods, so they possessed the wrong loadout to fight a space battle. Combined with the defection of some other mercenaries, the expeditionary fleet lost about half of its original force of local hired help. The mercenaries hadn't signed up to be cannon fodder. They were just about to mutiny until Lord Kane granted them full salvage rights. Every wrecked ship and mech that belonged to the pirates were free rein. The clever measure placated them and caused most mercs to descend on the derelicts like bees in a hive. After all, any wreck contained a lot of untapped treasure. Any mech or ship contained many millions of credits worth of exotics. Even if they lacked the facilities to extract the most valuable resources out of the wrecks, they still cut away the juiciest bits and intended to sell them to a professional salvager once the expedition returned to civilized space. Vase found out that Keller's blades distinguished themselves in battle. They possessed a small number of spaceborne mechs and helped put down the traitors when they caused a ruckus. The Vision mercenaries even received a public commendation from Lord Kane. As for the arc horizon, the fleet carrier adopted a somewhat somber mood. A small number of spacers and mech pilots lost their lives in the ensuing chaos, not helped by Lord Kane's abrupt decision to plunge the flagship into the enemy formation. While his maneuver succeeded in breaking the pirates, it also left much of the crew unprepared for a pitched battle. "You should go with us to the funeral service," Chief Ramirez said as he wore a dress uniform. Around 60 people lost their lives in total, half of them killed by traitors who set off explosives. "You and your cousin fought alongside us. Even if you're not a part of our crew, you're comrades nonetheless." "All right." Vase and Melkor switched their anti-grav clothes to something more appropriate before joining the rest of the maintenance department. They entered the largest hangar bay where a large space had been emptied near the ramp. Although a security screen kept the vacuum out, everyone wore skin-tight vac-suits underneath their dress uniforms just in case. As soon as Vase saw the coffins, he started to turn a little numb. When Lord Kane arrived and presided over a brief ceremony, he kept staring at the coffins with morbid fear. "I could have ended up in one of those coffins." Only now did the danger of the expedition truly sink in. They hadn't even met the Sandmen in battle and already the expedition lost half of its peripheral mercenaries. Though House Kane and their core mercenary partners hadn't lost too many assets this time, they might not be so lucky next time. After sending off the coffins into the endless road of stars, everyone resumed their duties. The mech technicians became twice as busy as several mechs came back from the battle in a damaged state. Even Vase and Chief Ramirez had to make do with fewer mech technicians as every department became short-handed. Still, the overhaul of the Ajax Olympians still continued largely on schedule. Lord Kane personally sent them a memo telling them not to reassign too many men away from this project. "The big man himself wants to see these mechs up and running before we set foot on Graining IV." Chief Ramirez told Vase, "There will be hell to pay if we end up holding up the timetable. We've already suffered too many delays." Everyone soon got over the deaths and went back to work with determination. This time, the hunting platoon didn't regard Vase as a busybody who had no place in their midst. While Captain Kane still avoided him like the plague, he got along a bit better with the rank and file. Even Ensign D'Amato mellowed out. He gave permission to Melkor to carry his personal sidearm and allowed Lucky to stroll around with just a tracking collar. Vase appreciated the amount of trust House Kane extended to him. He felt a little safer now that Melkor could respond immediately. "Will the expedition still be viable?" Vase asked the ensign one day. "We lost an awful lot of mercenaries. Will Lord Kane be able to hunt enough hexapods to make up for his massive investment?" "I'm not privy to the costs, but from what I know, Lord Kane has already taken the loss into account before we even set off for this expedition. We always knew that we'll be losing a lot of mercenaries along the way. They're not exactly the most trustworthy bunch." His remark made Vase look up at him. "You guys intended to cull the mercenaries from the start." It sounded really devious now that he thought about it. He always wondered why Lord Kane hired so many mercenaries to begin with. The man appeared to invite disaster by keeping so many potential enemies close. Now it seemed that the wily old fox had other intentions in mind. The ensign smirked. "There might still be some people with questionable loyalties among the mercenaries, but they won't have the numbers to threaten our fleet. We've already cleaned up the worst of the bunch together with their pirate associates." A few questions remained, however. Post-battle analysis revealed that much of the Dragons of the Void fought to the death except for the flagship of the pirate group. The pirate commander ruthlessly threw away his entire force and fled without a single shred of decency. Once investigators began to dig into the wrecks, they found to their surprise that much of the crew had been hopped up with stimulants. The poisonous cocktail fanned their aggression and lowered their inhibitions. In particular, they stopped fearing death. To everyone's surprise, none of them had been forcibly injected with them. Instead, an unknown force subjected many of the pirates to a sophisticated form of brainwashing. The mech pilots had it particularly worse as their neural interfaces had been tampered with. When Vase had been asked to take a look, his face turned white as a sheet. He beheld the half-broken neural interface helmet like it was a live grenade. "This thing is pure insanity. Messing around with the neural interface without express permission from the MTA is never a good idea. They've touched on a fundamental taboo. The human mind was sacred. No one condoned brainwashing, not even if it happened to pirates. In the long history of humanity's rise to the stars, they dabbled plenty of times with various forms of brainwashing and mental conditioning. The horror of forming a society of human-form robots had once threatened humanity's dominance over the galaxy. Still, the professional investigators working for House Kane kept the details close to their chest. They only briefly consulted Vase on his opinions of the mechs they salvaged from the battlefield. They look like what a well-off pirate group is able to offer. It doesn't look like anything they fabricated themselves. Much of these mechs are pretty much off-the-shelf models that you can find in any corner of the Komodo Star sector. Besides the tampered neural interfaces, are there any other anomalies in these mechs? The lead investigator asked. His own men must have already checked the salvaged wrecks, but it didn't hurt to obtain a second opinion. I haven't spent enough time to make a definite judgment. The Dragons of the Void don't seem to be a fan of custom mechs or custom loadouts. This is all standard gear. Not every fleet enjoyed an abundant amount of trained and skilled personnel. Generally, only criminals and degenerates resorted to piracy. Skilled mech technicians and engineers enjoyed way too many job prospects. Anyone with a brain would never volunteer to become an outlaw that had to run from the authorities like a dog for the rest of his life. Days went by as Vase and the maintenance department assigned to the hunting platoon finished the overhaul in time. Under his personal supervision, Vase made sure that nothing went wrong with regards to the final reassembly of the Ajax Olympians. When their surly pilots entered the cockpits and brought both mechs online, the diagnostics revealed that everything ran according to specs. "We did it," Ramirez bellowed and cheered along with the other technicians. They certainly outdid themselves in transforming the heavy knights into a much more formidable machine. The 20% boost in strength on top of their already prodigious power ensured that they stood a much better chance at subduing a hexapod king. They only had a few days to smooth out the kinks. Vase worked hard to ensure the Olympians could take the abuse for an extended amount of time. They finished right on time as the expeditionary fleet finally arrived at their fabled destination. The graining system's size and wealth exceeded everyone's expectations. The system possessed 19 planets and many more moons. Much of these planets didn't amount to much. The expedition had no interest in exploring the lifeless rocks or boring gas giants. They made their way straight towards the inner system and to the only planet that possessed an atmosphere. When D'Amato showed Vase a projection of the planet, the metal storms had already started to subside. It truly looks like a treasure. The constant storms had smoothed out the surface of the metal ground, causing it to adopt a pattern of dream-like waves. The graining system's active yellow dwarf cast a glossy sheen atop the metal globe. The ensign hadn't come up to Vase with this projection without a reason. "It's good that you appreciate the planet's beauty, because you'll be part of the ground team." What? Vase knew that despite its exotic look, the planet hid a lot of threats. Who knew if the logs of the previous expedition encompassed all of the wildlife? In addition, things might have changed after more than 20 years. Lord Kane gave the word himself and wants you on the ground. Even though the metal storm has entered its low period, it's still too dangerous to expose our shuttles to the planet's hostile atmosphere. We also have to take the hexabats into account. Each trip will degrade the integrity of a shuttle or transport, and we only brought so many to this expedition. The hunting platoon and the mercenaries deployed to the underground paradise couldn't operate around the clock. Their pilots needed rest and the mechs might need some quick repairs. Just like the previous expedition, House Kane intended to establish a temporary base camp at a defensible position. With some hasty entrenchment, the camp should be able to withstand a horde of hexapods for a limited amount of time. That still didn't mean that Vase could treat this trip like a vacation. The hexapods had already proven their lethality and Vase didn't look forward to seeing one in the flesh no matter how many walls the base camp erected. "You're assigned to assist the hunting platoon. You can't do that effectively up in orbit," D'Amato explained. "Lord Kane doesn't want to see you slacking off. Your contribution to improving the performance of our Ajax Olympians isn't enough to pay for your services." In other words, Lord Kane wanted to squeeze every little bit of value from his presence. Vase understood that the hunting platoons and other mechs might face some difficult problems. A mech designer like him could prove very useful in various ways. He couldn't come up with a viable excuse to shirk this duty. Very well, all prepared to join the ground team. He should have expected to be employed in this fashion. From what he experienced so far, Lord Kane and the rest of his men hardly valued the lives of their mercenaries. While they had to treat their formidable mercenary partners from the Grey Willow Star sector with care, they obviously didn't extend the same amount of concern to the help they picked up in the frontier. Even if the hexapod kings all rose up and wiped the base camp off the map, then so what? If Vase ended up in a hexapod king's belly, House Kane already earned a massive fortune from their earlier harvests. Even the Clifford Society didn't seem so scary once the Ark Horizon left the Komodo star sector. Chapter 177 Descent. The night before planetfall, Vase and Melkor gathered together in their bunk. Ensign D'Amato also turned in for the night, so they didn't have to worry about any nearby physical presences. Vase turned on his trusty privacy shield, which doubtlessly blocked all forms of hidden monitoring. "It's safe to talk now," he said. Melkor immediately brought up his suspicions. "Have you noticed how this expedition is vastly over-prepared for a mere hunting expedition on an untamed planet?" "Huh, I never thought about it that way. You're right in that House Kane has brought way too many mechs, but aren't they making sure they'll be harvesting as much monoxyrite as possible? Even with all the losses, they are bringing in so many mechs that the local ecosystem will definitely notice. The scale of this expedition is vastly larger than the previous one. The surveyors who stumbled upon the graining system came as explorers and mappers. They only possessed a handful of smaller ships and only several dozens of mechs at most. The expedition organized by House Kane was at least a magnitude larger." When Vase thought about scale of the entire venture, he started to suspect the motives of House Kane. "You're right, a hunting trip doesn't require a capital ship like the Ark Horizon. Half of the fleet is geared to fight the Sandmen, which is strange since no one has explicitly mentioned any plans to raid Sandman space. What did that mean? Either Lord Kane intended to attack the Sandmen, or he had good reason to believe the Sandmen might take the initiative. Unfortunately, neither of the Larkinsons could figure out the real aim of the expedition. They lacked a lot of information and had no way of gathering more. Ensign D'Amato made sure that Vase didn't wander around or ask too many uncomfortable questions, not that anyone in the lower decks knew anything important. The only person who might know the full picture was Captain Felicity Kane. As an up-and-coming scion of the house, she had to be informed of the real score. Vase found some reassurance to the fact that she and her entire hunting platoon would also be deployed to the underground world. The need to provide safe haven to the hunting platoon meant that the base camp should be safe as well, up to an extent. In order to increase his chances of survival, Vase decided to spend a large portion of his DP. He accumulated a few thousand more design points in the last month. Besides the ongoing sales of his virtual mechs, he also earned a little extra through the sale of his physical mechs. "I think it's time to boost some of my physical attributes." Graining IV posed a lot of challenges to those deployed on the ground. Not only did everyone had to contend with 1.4 times the gravity of ancient Earth, it also featured a dense atmosphere filled with toxic, heavy gases. Everyone had to wear customized hazard suits in order to function normally. Those with feeble constitutions like Vase might not even last an entire month in those conditions. Even if the base camp offered pressured accommodations where workers can get rid of their bulky suits, the brutal work schedule ensured that no one had enough time to laze about. The metal storm that raged about the surface only slumbered for a limited amount of time. Everyone had to work overtime in order to make sure that the ground team harvested as much monoxyrite as possible within their 40-day window. He'd be physically exhausted a long time before the end of the window if he kept his attributes at their shabby level. Endurance Attribute Candy, 800 Design Points. Endurance Attribute Candy, 900 Design Points. Endurance Attribute Candy, 1000 Design Points. Strength Attribute Candy, 800 Design Points. Strength Attribute Candy, 900 Design Points. Strength Attribute Candy, 1000 Design Points. Vase quickly ingested all of the candies in succession. He groaned a bit but kept his pain to himself. While the candies came with a much milder effect, it still took a lot of effort to rein in his agony. The increase in strength and endurance to a level just above an average human should come very handy without attracting an excessive amount of attention. Minutes later, he finished his transformation. A thin layer of sweat suffused his body as he beheld his firmed-up muscles. He hadn't bulked up a lot, but he definitely gained a bit of mass. As long as he wore a bulky hazard suit, no one would find out his body gained a sudden upgrade. After that, he considered a way to improve his chances of making it out safely in the event of an unforeseen crisis. The truth was that he couldn't do much if the hexapods decided to storm the base camp. Vase pretty much had to put his faith in others. Will a stealth augment even be of any use? He'd be able to hide from hexapods and people with ill intentions with a permanent augment. He could also wrap his comm around Lucky and let him sneak into restricted places. The utility of complete stealth at his fingertips should serve him well throughout his career. Comm upgrade, privacy shield, Level 0 Augment, Full Stealth Price, 30.000 DP Duration, 5 minutes. Upgrades a Level 1 Privacy Shield to emit an overpowering field that disrupts any means of observation. It is capable of obfuscating every possible means of observation that is known to the Mech designer system. Even with his minor fortune, Vase couldn't afford the Level 1 version of the Stealth Augment. He had to take a step back and buy the GIMP version. This energy-inefficient augment gobbled up so much power that it only lasted 5 minutes in total. It's better than nothing. 5 minutes should be more than enough to save my life. Normally, a comm possessed enough power to last for months. Hardly anyone bothered to recharge their wrist devices every night, something which Vase planned to do now that he had a stealth augment in his hands. This should be the last time I open up the Mech designer system. It's too dangerous to fiddle around with it once I'm on the ground. Vase already browsed some of the plans of the base camp. It featured extensive monitoring and shielding of every kind. In such a sensitive location, Vase didn't dare call up the system. Using the privacy shield without full stealth also risked attracting a lot of attention. Status. Status name. Vase Larkinson Profession. Apprentice Mech Designer Specializations. None Design Points. 1648 Attributes Strength. 1.1 Dexterity. 0.8 Endurance. 1.1 Intelligence. 1.8 Creativity. 1 Concentration. 1.7 Neural Aptitude. F Skills Assembly Apprentice 3D Printer Proficiency 3 Assembler Proficiency 3 Battle Mechatronics Apprentice Business Apprentice Computer Science Incompetent Electrical Engineering Apprentice Structural Pathway Configuration 2 Mathematics Apprentice Mechanics Journeyman Jury Rigging 2 Speed Tuning 3 Metallurgy Journeyman Alloy Compression 2 Metaphysics Incompetent Physics Apprentice Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 2 Lightweight Armor Optimization I Medium-Weight Armor Optimization 3 Melee Weapon Optimization E Abilities Superpublish available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation. A Mech designer who graves the abyss. Vase completely splurged his reserves of DP this time, but he didn't regret it. The utility of his stealth augment should see him through a lot of crises from now on. He deactivated his privacy shield and removed his comm in order to place it on a charging station on a counter next to his bed. After a good night's rest, Vase woke up to a busy day. A large amount of mechs had been partially disassembled and packed into standardized containers in order to ease their shipping down to the surface. Even Melkor's Stanislaw joined the stacks of containers waiting to be loaded into heavy-duty transports. Good morning, Vase. Morning, Ramirez. Most of the mech technicians busied themselves with packing up their inventory. The maintenance department had to make sure they had every essential tool and material on hand. We'll be joining the second wave. Ramirez continued. Last night, the survey bots sent out from the Ark have found a good location to establish a beachhead. The first wave is largely composed of mechs and scouts and will make sure that there isn't anything nasty waiting for us down there. Once they clear the site, we'll be joining them to construct the initial facilities to support a medium-term occupation. The ground team had to construct a rudimentary wall and a barracks before the end of the day. After that, they'd put up mech stables and workshops while continuing to expand the base's security envelope. At the end of the week, the base camp should be fully operational. I'm not sure how much use I will be if I go in this early. Vase dubiously replied. After all, he didn't know anything about construction. There's little reason to delay your deployment. Relax. There are plenty of things to do outside of erecting some walls. A lot of screw-ups happen in the process of unpacking the mechs from their containers. It's always the patch jobs and sloppily applied mods that get in the way of such things. The chief had a point. The mech technicians likely needed someone with a brain in order to handle any complications that arose without damaging the entire mech. After several hours of waiting, Vase, Melkor and Lucky followed the rest of the maintenance department into boarding a reinforced passenger shuttle. The pilot wasted no time in setting off once everyone strapped to their seats. The shuttle smoothly glided out of the Ark Horizon's shuttle bay and started to plummet downwards. No one came in a skinny vacuum suit this time. Even Vase had changed into the hazard suit issued by his client. The suit came with gravity compensators that eased the alien planet's elevated gravity. It also came with special lining that worked great against blocking out the persistent level of radiation they'd face in the underground world. The shuttle started its violent descent down to the planet. Graining IV possessed a thick atmosphere filled with toxic gases and dense metal shards even when the periodic storms entered their resting phase. Everyone aboard the ship felt the vibrations and the shuttle strained to fly through the metal mist. Even with a magnetic screen pushing aside most of the metals in its way, the shuttle still suffered plenty of impacts. Fortunately, nothing happened when the convoy of shuttles and transports finally reached the surface of the planet. The flight flew over the smooth and shiny surface of the planet before coming across a gaping cavern in the ground. Every shuttle plunged into the abyss and followed a series of narrow tunnels before ending up in a vast underground jungle. As the sensors readjusted to the lower intensity of light, everyone beheld the beauty of the underground kingdom. The primal alien flora and fauna gave the environment an enchanting promise of hidden wealth and buried treasures. Anyone who braved the dangers could certainly stumble across a fortune. "All right, we're setting down in 5 minutes." Chief Ramirez spoke through the local communication channel. "Stick to the plan and don't wander off. I don't need to tell you what will happen if you end up in the belly of a hexapod." The chief only spared a couple of words in order to keep the men and women from doing anything stupid. The novelty of landing on an untapped alien planet always sparked some delirium among the more excitable people. Once the shuttle finally reached its destination, everyone stepped out into the open air. The first thing Vase noted when he looked at his flourishing environment was that he couldn't see very far. All of the particles in the air along with the constant electromagnetic disturbances caused everything beyond 50 meters to be obscured in a hazy gray mist. This mist obscured more than sight. It also played a lot of havoc with communications, to the point where the ships in orbit wouldn't be able to communicate with the base camp in real time. The base had to rely on its fragile quantum entanglement nodes in order to keep in touch. The restrictions on communications also effectively cut off the mercenary teams when they went out to hunt. Anything might happen deeper in the jungle. House Kane could hardly do anything if the mercenaries were up to mischief, not that they particularly cared all that much. With the Ark Horizon and the rest of her fleet keeping a watchful eye in orbit, no one had the chance to make off with smuggled goods. Every haul the mercenaries brought back would be handed over at the end of the day. By controlling the metaphorical gates, House Kane possessed an ironclad assurance that nothing went up without their say-so. "Buckle up, Vase." Ramirez bumped his chest. "We're going to have a lot of work on our hands. You can forget about relaxing for the next 40 days. Vase nodded in agreement, but had other thoughts in mind. Chapter 178 Base Camp. The construction site bloomed into existence as the first shipments arrived. The prefabs took little effort to put together, though they took up a large portion of the cargo. The extremely rigid ground and soil made it highly difficult to dig through, but the construction team achieved some progress with the help of high-powered diggers. The first wave of mercenary mechs arrived shortly after the shuttles finished hauling the construction materials. Despite the insufficient facilities, the plan called for unpacking them immediately in order to help secure the base. As expected, a lot of hijinks happened in the process of taking the mechs out of their containers. The partially detached limbs required a bit of finesse to put them back into their sockets. Having to work in the awful conditions outdoors made everything worse. No, don't put that back together without cleaning the joints. All of the gunk in the air has fouled the connectors. We're not working in a modern workshop environment right now. Have you forgotten how much gravity we're dealing with right now? Those loaders aren't rated to lift at maximum capacity under our current gravity levels. It's a wonder they're even lifting off in the first place. Start with the light mechs first. They're easier to put together and we need them to scout the perimeter. Doesn't matter what outfit they're a part of, start with the lightest mechs and work your way up." The heavy workload kept Vase up all night. House Kane wanted every mercenary mech up and running within 3 days, which he found utterly unrealistic. Around 200 different mechs in total joined the operation. If it hadn't been for the previous battle, that number could have reached as high as 400 mechs. Compared to the mechs belonging to the forces from the Grey Willow Star sector, the local variants didn't seem impressive. None of the Komodo mercenaries belonged to the elite. Some mercenaries piloted their mechs so badly that Vase wondered how they graduated from the academy in the first place. "This is a real mess," Melkor commented in a disdainful voice. "I bet that half of the mercs have embellished their track record. There's no way that the expedition accepted them otherwise." The lack of training and professionalism among much of the mercenaries also caused the slowly emerging base camp to be a rowdy sight. The security officers keeping the peace had their hands full trying to prevent the various grudges between individual mercenaries to come to blows. In order to keep the mercs busy, Commander Tregus sent out the mercs to begin their first hunting expedition. Tregus took charge of the entire base as it slowly took shape. Under his leadership, the mercs stopped brawling with each other and cleaned up their act. Vase found him to be a highly competent leader. As the man in charge of the expedition's only settlement, Tregus eased into the job like his entire life revolved around the role. The man must have prepared for the job many years ago. It showed when he argued with the civil engineers on how to tweak the existing wall designs to accommodate their current terrain advantages. The base camp sat on a low hill that overlooked a vast swath of terrain. The metallic foliage surrounding their site obscured much of the wildlife, but the view afforded them plenty of warning should a hexapod king decide to attack their base. On the second day, the first team of mercs arrived from their successful hunt. Everyone put down their work and welcomed the squad of mechs that came back with a bunch of scratches on their coating. They dragged over two incredibly formidable corpses of hexapods that instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even Vase came over to touch the recently perished hexapod. While they weren't as impressive as a king-sized beast, the regular adults posed a significant threat against isolated mechs. Only through teamwork could the mercs hunt these beasts without incurring significant losses. "It's pretty big," Chief Ramirez remarked as he knocked his armored fist against the dead hexapod's surface. The beast possessed some kind of palm-sized scales composed of an organic composite. Different hexapods derived the metals from their diet in different proportions, leading to many variations of colors. Commander Tregus tried to get everyone back to work, but the crowd continued to converge around the carcasses. They waited until a team of exobiologists personally harvested the heat organs. In order to cut open their extremely tough scales and hides, they employed a specialized surgical mech to make the necessary incisions. The mech's awesome power easily parted the skins, allowing more delicate tools and bots to sever the heat organ from the bodies and store them into a transparent container. Is it me, or are the heat organs glowing? All those exotics packed into a single mass of tissue is bound to act weird. Everyone returned to work after that. Vase found the hexapods to be remarkable creatures to be able to thrive in these difficult circumstances. The vast galaxy possessed an uncountable amount of stars, but only a handful possessed the right conditions to support a form of life. Humanity had the misfortune to evolve from a star system devoid of any exotics. This shaped the race in a way that provided them with hardly any innate superiority compared to other forms of life. As a rule, the most formidable forms of life evolved to make use of the exotics present in their native environment. This granted them many special and even metaphysical capabilities, such as a near-total immunity to heat, a passive form of telepathy that spans the entire race, or an intelligence that mimics quantum computers. Strangely enough, all of these innate strengths came with a major downside. All of these extremely dangerous aliens were constrained by their dependence on specific types of exotics to procreate. They couldn't propagate as fast as the human race because they constantly had to seek out star systems that contained deposits of the right types of exotics. This constraint formed massive invisible shackles among the various alien races. Some of them transcended the stars hundreds of thousands of years ago or even more. Despite their higher levels of development, humanity had beaten them back through luck, trickery and sheer numbers. These days, humanity also depended on exotics, but only to augment their existing technologies. Only a couple of critical technologies such as the FTL drive couldn't do without exotics. As for everything else, humanity wouldn't collapse if every exotic material suddenly disappeared one day. Weapons and armor would lose most of their potency and it would become more difficult to traverse the stars. Only the most primitive FTL drive worked without employing trace amounts of exotics to massively increase its range and effectiveness. It's pretty sad to see these awesome creatures devolve into six-legged bags of monoexerite. Vase idly commented, "They've been ruling this underground kingdom for how many years now? To think that all of this might end now that humans like us have descended down into their world. It's their misfortune to grow up alongside monoexerite." Ensign D'Amato smirked underneath his own hazard suit. "Life isn't fair. Our FTL drives hunger for the stuff. Every gram we extract from their chests will help a couple of warships fight back against the aliens who wishes to see us dead." Since Vase didn't feel too much compassion for the hexapods, he merely shrugged before returning to work. The base finally took on a semblance of order on the fourth day. An expansive set of walls in the shape of a five-pointed star enclosed the perimeter of the base. Extensive rows of flimsy prefabs provided climate-controlled berths for the mechs who returned from their hunt. They also provided the bare minimum amount of space to allow the mech technicians to maintain the battered mechs. The mercenaries definitely had to get used to hunting the hexapods. As the native predators of Graining IV, none of the hexapods went down without a fight. Each of them possessed the strength of a light mech at minimum, with a couple of them reaching the level of a medium mech. A hexapod who fought without regard for its life could easily dish out a lot of hurt. Vase even had to lend a hand to the repair teams once in a while. He didn't mind the work, as he got to experience a variety of mechs suffering from different kinds of damage. The work opened his mind to how a real expedition worked. The hunting platoon set off on the start of the 4th day. Captain Kane in her highly advanced white mech stood before the main entrance of the base. Vase found out that the model carried the name of Cathrek, which sounded a bit too masculine for such a slim and graceful medium mech. Despite its emphasis on mobility, the Cathrek was capable of piercing through almost any material with its powered spear. Behind the Cathrek, the Ajax Olympians looked as sturdy as always. Few knew they packed a lot more punch than before. With its enhanced strength and various other kinds of boosts, Vase put a lot of faith in their ability to pin down a hexapod king. Still, he couldn't help but worry a little bit for the machines. The Volmars and Empyreans stood further back. Compared to the previous 2 models, they attracted less attention, but that didn't make them less important. The Volmars looked and fought like brawlers or skirmishers. They possessed the right mix of strength, speed and agility to make full use of their staffs and maces to deliver crushing blows onto their prey. As for the Empyreans, no one expected them to vanquish the largest predators in the area with their railguns. Their weapons might be able to take down a king if they had the time to unleash a couple of volleys, but their prey wouldn't let them do so with impunity. Still, the ability to deal damage from a distance gave the group a large amount of tactical flexibility. "All right fellows, I'll be back with a trophy." Vase joined the others in waving at the elite group of mechs as they disappeared into the jungle. No one knew when they returned, not even Vase. The hexapod kings rarely made an appearance unless the expedition did something drastic. Even the current deployment of mechs hardly fazed the elder creatures. Even as the initial rush of activity made way for a new routine, Vase and Melkor never forgot to keep an eye on what went on. Vase conscientiously built up a reputation among the work crew for his excellent work and sage advice. With the absence of the hunting platoon, he mingled among the other crews performing maintenance on the mechs. He learned a variety of news concerning the other mercenaries involved in the expedition. Even though Ensign D'Amato kept a constant eye on him, even he grew bored of his job. He found out something interesting one day. "So you say these mechs have been digging into the ground?" Vase asked with minor astonishment. "How can they do so when the ground is as tough as ship armor?" "They've been melting it, I guess," the bearded mech technician casually remarked. "God knows what kind of temperatures they're working with or where they are getting their gear in the first place. I haven't seen anything in the stores that's capable of pumping so much heat. They require energy cells the size of aircars as well." A female mech technician added her own thoughts. "They're trying to locate the main deposit of monoxide, I bet. The plants around this region has to get it from somewhere to be able to feed the hexapods with the stuff. With so many flora containing traces of monoxide, there's bound to be a major concentration nearby that's been spreading it outwards." That made some sense. Vase wondered what else could be found deep underneath. Perhaps the expedition aimed to uncover other kinds of natural treasures. Chapter 179 Field Repairs. Since the hunting platoon left to scour the jungle for the alpha beasts, Vase sought to find more clues. Through regular contact, he learned that several mercenary teams received missions other than hunting the hexapods to harvest their valuable heat organs. This bunch of fellows came back with an uprooted tree. "It's a small one, though. Like, no taller than you and me. It looks really old and gnarly and it definitely had been gnawed by the beasts. Besides that, I don't have a clue why the mercs brought it back." This team encountered a hexapod and instead of slaughtering it on the spot, they pinned it down and shot lasers at it. I swear, they received orders to pump it full of energy before killing it. The beast thrashed so much the team almost lost some of their mechs. It's going to take an extensive overhaul to bring those mechs back to normal. Though he heard plenty of gossip, Vase didn't gain anything truly useful. The main factor that limited his exposure to information was that the core of the expedition gathered within the inner area of the base. All of the mercenaries and most of the outsiders lacked the permission to enter this highly secure area. Instead, House Kane had relegated them to the periphery of the base. Even Vase received the same treatment, though most of the maintenance department including Chief Ramirez also had to stay outside. Ramirez shrugged at him when he remarked about it. "The only people who get to know the important stuff are those who need to know. Techies like us are only here to keep the mechs running. It doesn't matter what's going on. Even if the cavern is collapsing, we'll still continue to maintain everyone's mechs. You don't think they're hiding something from us? Of course they're hiding the truth from us. Do you think they showed us the full recordings of what went on in the previous expedition? That's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure the hexapod heat organs are worth a lot of money, but even the dumbest mech technicians know Lord Kane is after something else. There's no reason to take a high-profile approach otherwise. Neither Ramirez or D'Amato answered any of his questions. They deliberately stifled him even if they knew something more. Perhaps Ramirez had a point, but Vase couldn't leave things be. He constantly had a bad feeling about this entire venture. If he received some kind of advance warning, he'd be able to maximize his chances of getting through a crisis unscathed. He also kept Master Olsen's words in mind. So far, the expedition hadn't suffered any major setbacks. Besides the strange and unusual pirate attack, everything went according to plan. Vase stared at the solidly guarded entrance to the inner sanctum of the base. Vase considered employing his stealth field to sneak into the inner sanctum, but he reconsidered after thinking about its limited duration. Neither he nor Lucky could accomplish anything in only 5 minutes. With no other choice, he opted to wait. In any case, his workload kept growing as the mercenaries returned with dead hexapods and damaged mechs. The highly competent mech technicians serving under House Kane were able to fix most of the issues they encountered even without the help of a mech designer. He mainly found himself trying to fix extensively damaged components that took a lot of time and effort to replace. His much greater knowledge on the workings and composition of each part allowed him to bring almost anything back to life. He managed to accomplish most of the challenges he faced due to his long-dormant jury-rigging 2-sub skill. The skill provided him with a mentality that prompted him to think outside the box. His solutions might not always be proper, but they always held up in the short term. When Vase thought he'd continue to improvise solutions for the rest of the expedition, Ensign D'Amato suddenly received an emergency transmission. Vase, put down your work. You're needed elsewhere. Is there an emergency? A critical one. The hunting platoon encountered a mishap. One of the Ajax Olympians suffered critical damage. Captain Kane used up her only high-powered signal device to relay her help request to the nearest mercenaries, who eventually relayed her message back to base. The news came as an unpleasant surprise. Vase worked so hard to upgrade the Heavy Knight's parameters. What's the damage? The ensign consulted his comm. Its entire left leg received extensive damage to the point of immobilizing the machine. The mech can't walk back to base and it's too heavy to be hauled over. The rest of the hunting platoon is staying by its side, but the site highly unsafe. As a heavy mech that weighed about 5 times as much as a medium mech, Vase knew that nothing they had on hand could bring it back to base. The 1.4 times gravity complicated the situation even more. The mech effectively weighed 40% more on this planet, which made it impossible for any hauler platform to bring it back to base. They made their way over to the eastern gate of the base camp. What's the plan? Commander Tregus has already formed a rescue party. You will lead a repair team over to the hunting platoon and bring the damaged Olympian back up its feet. It's vitally important that the Heavy Knight regains enough mobility to walk back to safety. I have to perform repairs on the spot. It sounded outrageous to Vase that he had to leave the safety of the base camp's walls and be forced to traverse an alien jungle. I'm aware that we're demanding a lot from you, Vase. You'll be safe inside an armored transport that will also bring the necessary supplies to facilitate the repairs. A couple of mechs will accompany the transport on the ground to make sure that no indigenous life forms will intercept the vehicle. It still sounded crazy, but Vase had no choice but to follow orders. The success of the entire expedition hinged on the Olympians. Commander Tregus worked fast. He commandeered an armored transport scheduled to ship their current harvests back to orbit and emptied it of its entire cargo. Chief Ramirez took over at this point and ordered his subordinates to load it up to the brim with tools, machines and materials. Once Vase arrived at the transport, he wondered why they didn't intend to pick up the damaged mech from its current location. It sounded much more convenient to him if they could bring the mech back to base before attempting repairs. There's too many metal trees in the way. They're so tough and resilient that it's nearly impossible to form a clearing without creating a huge commotion. The chief replied as he supervised the loading process. Instead, the transport will be hovering above the site, allowing us to drop in our gear one by one. The transport also wouldn't be sticking around for long. Once it unloaded all of the gear, the pilot had orders to return back to base. Otherwise, the transport risked attracting the attention to a flock of hexabats. The expedition learned pretty early that their flying craft attracted the hexabats like moths to a flame. The heat from the thrusters and other active systems formed an irresistible attraction to the small but dangerous beasts. Everything had to be done quickly. Vase barely took stock of the damage readings when Ensign D'Amato forced him to board the transport. Fortunately, Melkor also came along with his Stanislaw while Lucky slept in his embrace. Let's go. The transport slowly lifted off and headed east at a slow pace. A squad of 7 mechs accompanied the low-flying craft on the ground and tried to navigate through the trees as fast as possible. Except for the Stanislaw, all the other mechs consisted of elites from George's cavalry. The supposed mercenaries navigated the alien jungle with a high degree of proficiency. They hardly let the dense forest slow them down. It became apparent that they took to arboreal terrain like fish to water. Impressively enough, the Stanislaw didn't lose out too much in speed. Melkor skillfully danced aside any obstacles in his way and always found the right footing to travel forward without tripping up. He only lacked the practical experience to match the older mercenaries who had already been through a lot. The transport and its escort made good speed towards their destination. They encountered a couple of hazards along the way, but the squad of mechs took care of most of the issues. The biggest danger occurred when a small flock of hexabats flew too close to the transport. They noticed its heat emissions and instantly went berserk. Melkor and the 2 other ranged mechs all aimed their ballistic rifles in the air and shot down the beasts with specialized airburst ammunition. Despite the plentiful fire, the hexabats were so resilient that glancing hits only shrugged off their thick scales. A couple of bats reached the transport and tried to drill through its thin armor. It took quite a bit of effort to stamp them out for good. Continue on, we can't afford any delays. They reached the Olympian around a standard day later. The surrounding brush and ground exhibited a lot of traces of a furious battle. Despite the marks, the larger trees remained stubbornly intact. Nothing in their arsenal could take down these incredibly resilient plant life. We're here, start lifting down our gear. Ramirez then turned to Vase. I want you down there first to take stock of the damage. We've already received the Olympian's internal telemetry, but who knows if it's complete. We've got to go down there and scan the damaged limb ourselves. With that, Vase boarded a lifter platform that snuck him past the razor-sharp leaf cover until he finally touched the ground. As soon as he stepped off, he put down Lucky, who eagerly started to explore. Unlike Vase, who had to wear his hazard suit, his feline companion roamed the toxic environment like a hexapod. As a mechanical beast, he didn't need to breathe in the first place. Lucky would still be fine if he ended up in vacuum. Even the constant levels of radiation hardly fazed the miraculous cat. While he waited for the scanner module to be gently brought down, Vase studied the battered hunting platoon in order to figure out what happened. Most of the mechs looked like they had better days. Only the Empyreans looked pristine. The only intact Olympian obviously had a rough time. Its robust shield featured many deep scratches. Its armor was in better shape, which was a testament to both its quality and the skill of the pilot. As for the Volmars, around half of them suffered damage. Claw and bite marks scuffed their weapons and armor, which wasn't supposed to happen in the first place. Once the aircar-sized scanner module arrived, Vase steered the lifter platform in the direction of the crippled Olympian. Its leg looked as if a giant beast chomped its thigh. Huge bite marks and traces of tearing suffused the entire limb. Its thick armor saved it from being gulped into the stomach of a giant hexapod, but it hadn't prevented the teeth from punching past the armor, dealing loads of internal damage. Don't move, Vase instructed the pilot when the heavy mech tried to turn. Just stay in place while I scan the affected portion. The pilot frantically spoke back in the local voice channel. Stay away and get to cover. He's back. Who's back? Vase turned around and noticed the high-strung hunting platoon getting ready to meet a formidable opponent. His stomach sank as he realized whatever chewed up the Olympian hadn't left the area. Captain Kane's Cathrek frantically gestured him back with its charged spear. Larkinson, move to the center of our formation. We can't let the doctor get his hands on you. Doctor, ha 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 ha, a loud screech echoed through the trees. Different from the earlier conversation, the awful voice hadn't been conveyed through any of the local communication channels. A mech designer, you say? Delightful. While Vase still wondered who the voice belonged to, a gigantic moving object charged through the trees and impacted against the braced Olympian that met the charge. A loud impact sounded as the Olympian had been shoved back more than a dozen steps. As for the beast itself, it looked nothing like a normal hexapod. In fact, it looked like a cross between a mech and a hexapod king. Various rusting mechanical parts had been married into a rotting but still largely intact hexapod king carcass. Is that an improvised mech? Vase inadvertently blurted out. The strange marriage between mech and beast sent chills through his spine. Even more remarkable was the ragged human man strapped to the top of the chimera's head. The man had obviously seen better days. His ragged lab coat had been scruffed to the point where its formerly pristine white composite fabric took on a disgusting black appearance. Even now, the madman laughed. His amplified voice disturbed the entire rescue party. How could a human being even breathe the toxic gases that make up graining IV's incredibly hazardous air? Ha 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 ha, the interlopers think to stop my pet. The nerve, I am the king of the forest. No one disobeys me without paying the price. Dr. Jutland, Captain Kane shouted out from her cathrek as she quickly positioned her mech between the beast and Vase. I know it's been long, but you're still human. Please allow us to treat you and we'll promise to return you to civilized space. Human, you dare call me a human? I am no human. I am a king, the only king of the forest. Ha 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 ha, the madman atop the chimera went absolutely bonkers. Despite his evident madness, no one made a move. Despite the deplorable state of his chimera mech, it still possessed enough power to rip the hunting platoon to shreds. Chapter 180 Dr. Jutland When Vase was young, he used to watch a lot of dramas about mechs. Some of the staple villains of the shows piloted irregular mechs built with strange materials. The idea of cannibalizing a formidable alien creature's corpse and using it to form a chimera mech often horrified and fascinated the impressionable kids that watched these broadcasts. He had never thought to come across an actual chimera mech in a serious setting. The maniacal drive. Jutland sat on a crudely crafted chair welded to the top of the dinosaur-shaped hexapod king. The massive creature resembled an unholy amalgamation of rotted hide and rusting metal. Despite its shoddy construction, the base materials exceeded those used by every other mech on site. Despite colliding with the intact Ajax Olympian several times, its entire frame simply took no damage. An unknown but potent power source kept the chimera mech running at an astounding level. Hand over your mech, designer. Dr. Jutland raged as he ordered his chimera mech to bash through the Olympian standing in its way. Through a combination of guts, the hunting platoon avoided getting bulldozed by the extremely powerful chimera mech. The Empyreans tried to pin it down with their railguns, but the chimera mech hardly took notice of the high-powered kinetic projectiles. Even shooting at its head didn't work, as some kind of energy shield bounced away anything that could threaten the Mad Doctor. Only Captain Kane achieved some progress in pushing the monstrosity back. Her gleaming white cathrek possessed a remarkable combination of speed and power that allowed it to threaten the chimera mech's incredibly tough exterior with its powered spear. Get out of the way. The doctor bellowed as his chimera mech shied away from a deadly spear strike. My subjects, heed my call. Destroy these interlopers. Half a dozen adult hexapods answered his call and stormed the hunting platoon. The Volmars had their hands full fending off the berserk beasts. Unfortunately for Jutland, the sole functioning Olympian and the cathrek continued to fend off the chimera mech. The Olympian's shield looked increasingly tattered, but the cathrek landed a couple of solid blows in exchange. Evidently, the damage pained the doctor to the extreme. He wailed and shrieked in an inhumanly loud pitch that caused the nearby hazard suits to dampen their sound transmissions. Even Vase started to feel dizzy for a reason. Get back, Vase, Ensign D'Amato urged as he showed up by his side. His other hand held a ballistic pistol that appeared completely useless to the situation at hand. Dr. Jutland is trying to kidnap you. The last thing we want is to see you ending up in his hands. Under the ensign's guidance, Vase reached the base of a massive tree and holed up inside a hollow. What's going on? Who's Dr. Jutland? The ensign carefully watched the surroundings for approaching hexapods and considered his answer. There's no use hiding it any longer. He's a survivor of the previous expedition that previously traveled the graining system. We never expected him to cling to his life in this way. Vase had so many questions. How could anyone survive for 27 years straight on this planet? Is he still alive or is he some kind of AI? He's still human, for a given definition of it. D'Amato quickly explained. He's an exobiologist who already extensively modified his body before he signed up for the previous expedition. Like many scientists, he flocked to the frontier in order to escape his past. He's vastly overqualified for the job. Our logs show that he conducting a small number of very reckless experiments during the previous expedition. The battle continued to rage around the two. Mechs fought against hexapods while the Chimera Mech continued to chip away at the Olympian's shield. Meanwhile, the mechs from George's cavalry reluctantly offered their aid. They assisted the Volmars into repelling the maddened hexapods, allowing the hunting platoon to mop them up one at a time. Though Vase still had questions about the doctor, D'Amato didn't know anything more. Instead, he turned to the Chimera Mech. Who's controlling that monster? It doesn't appear that Jutland is controlling it directly. That's one of the questions we are wondering about as well. Take a good look. What's your judgment as a mech designer? Vase took a very good look at the Chimera Mech. Once he got past his shock, his fascination started to grow. For a mech that lasted more than 2 decades, it exhibited an astounding level of resilience. Jutland isn't employing a neural interface, nor is he using any physical controls. If we leave out the metaphysical possibilities like telepathy, then I'm guessing something else is piloting the Chimera Mech. Is he using the Hexapod King's own brains to control the Chimera Mech, or is another survivor piloting the monster from within? Both possibilities sounded horrifying. If Jutland implanted a brain from a dead beast, then technically the Chimera Mech was an undead creation. On the other hand, if a human pilot controlled the Chimera Mech from within, then he might be even madder than Dr. Jutland. Who knew how much a 27-year isolation from human space took a toll on their psyches? Ensign D'Amato held his hand over his helmeted head. He received new instructions. Vase, Captain Kane is ordering you to analyze the Chimera Mech's weak points. She wants to know the best way to disable Jutland's ride. I can do that. He wanted this ordeal to be over as quickly as possible. Vase didn't relish being kidnapped by a mad doctor who had been stewing among the hexapods for so many years. The faster the hunting platoon destroyed the Chimera Mech, the faster he'd be able to repair the crippled Olympian and return to the highly guarded base camp. Vase started to study the mech in greater detail, paying attention to the various holes in the rotted creation. The Chimera Mech looks to be in an awful state, but don't let its appearance deceive you. The Hexapod King's hide and bones haven't degraded to the point where they are easily broken. That's not a weak point. I know, I'm just telling you not to focus upon its intact sections. The Chimera Mech has been through a lot of battles over the years. I'm seeing plenty of signs of battle damage. A lot of them has been patched up by improvised repairs. Whoever fixed the damage is no mech designer or mech technician. Some of the limbs are slower and have lost a lot of range of motion. You can try to pressure the joints of its middle left leg and its upper right arm. The captain had evidently patched into their communication channel, because she immediately adjusted her targeting. Her speared IP started to dart at the joints of those specific limbs. A single strike even struck a heavy blow near the joint that caused a handful of scales to fly away in a shower of sparks. No, Jutland screeched. My Caius, my lovely Caius, this is unforgivable. Despite his indignation, the Chimera Mech lost a lot of its aggression. The mind that controlled the Caius knew that taking a hit at its imperfectly repaired joints could result in a lot of damage. By the time the Cathrak pushed the Caius a fair distance back, the rest of the hunting platoon had finished off the hexapods with the help of George's cavalry. The Volmars started to flank the Chimera Mech while the mercenaries stayed close to the transport that continued to hover above the tree cover. This time, Vase determined another weak point. I'm fairly certain the head is the cockpit. That must be the reason why it's protected by a shield generator. The shield generator is impervious. The ensign replied, I know you are wearing one as well, so you should know that they are capable of resisting almost anything as long as they have enough power. They drain an enormous amount of power. I don't know what this Caius is running on, but I bet there's a limit to what the shield generator can bear at a time. Even with an unlimited power supply, the shield generator won't be able to sustain the massive amounts of energy running through its systems. A light went off in the ensign's head. I see, I should have thought of it myself. As incredible as the Chimera Mech appears, it's still a machine. What do you suggest? Keep hitting the head with simultaneous attacks. It doesn't matter if the blows seem ineffective. As long as the shield generator is working at its upper limits, it will only be a matter of time before it breaks down. What Vase suggested allowed the weaker mechs in the hunting platoon to do something useful. As medium melee mechs, the Volmars lacked the strength to damage the Chimera Mech's weak points. Their staffs and maces constantly bounced off the Caius when they struck the oversized machine. Melkor Stanislaw joined the Empyrean into pressuring the shield generator with carefully aimed volleys. Even though the Stanislaw's ballistic rifle lacked the punch of a railgun, its rate of fire made up for it. Both models held the Caius back when it tried to retaliate against the flanking Volmars. The doctor finally had enough. Insolent creatures. You humans are always in the way. The doctor retrieved a strange, cylindrical device from his blackened lab coat and pressed a button. That doesn't look good. Get away. The Volmars that assaulted the Caius from all sides reacted quickly and turned away. The empty eye sockets of the Caius started to glow in an unearthly blue light. The jaw of the Chimera mech hinged down and a jet of blue-colored flames emerged from the opening that engulfed the Cathrek. Captain Kane frantically dodged her mech aside. The Cathrek suffered a nasty burn that caused the hand that held onto the spear to melt into slag. The captain's quick reaction saved her elite mech from suffering more substantial damage. Having lost its initial prey, the Caius turned its head towards the lumbering Olympian. The heavy mech couldn't step back fast enough to escape the effective range of the Chimera mech's breath weapon and suffered a substantial amount of burns onto its entire frontal surface. Only its half-broken shield and its incredibly thick armor saved the mech from total annihilation. The Caius couldn't maintain its breath weapon for long. It drizzled out after a dozen seconds. The incredible heat washed over the entire area and even caused the ground to scorch and melt into a puddle due to the incredible amount of heat. Even Dr. Jutland didn't look so fresh anymore, even though the shield generator saved him from getting cooked by proximity. Frustration marred his mad expression. Keep defying your fate. I shall return to take back my dues. The Caius turned around and lumbered away on all of its 6 limbs. Even though the mech weighed more than the Olympian, its running gait could match the Cathrek in speed. Captain Kane didn't order her mechs to pursue. Instead, she rearranged the hunting platoon in order to cover both of the damaged Olympians. Vase and D'Amato emerged from the tree hollow as the mechs secured the perimeter. They approached the Olympian who faced the breath weapon head-on but couldn't get very close due to the lingering heat. The pilot reports that he can still move his mech. D'Amato related to Vase, "Is it safe for it to walk back to base under its own power? While I'm certain there's some internal damage, the Ajax Olympians won't be taken down so easily. Their armor has an incredible capacity to withstand heat. It will need an overhaul once it returns to base, but it will hold up for several days without problem." His pronouncement relieved the hunting platoon. The repair party only brought enough supplies to repair 1 Ajax Olympians. Vase and the other mech technicians had to repair the Olympian with the crippled leg as fast as possible before Dr. Jutland returned with a horde of hexapods. Chapter 181. A shoulder to lean on. The departure of Dr. Jutland and his gigantic Caius mech gave the hunting platoon a much-needed reprieve. Mech technicians and supplies continued to pour down the transport at a steady rate. A maintenance team replenished some of the depleted energy cells of the battered mechs. They also replenished the Empyreans with ammunition for their railguns. As for the Ajax Olympians, they both suffered badly in the last engagement. One heavy knight laid down on the ground with a mangled leg while the other stood haplessly with a scorched exterior. Both mechs required an extensive overhaul, something which Vase couldn't do in the middle of an alien jungle. In order to bring the damaged mechs back home, Vase prioritized restoring some mobility to the mech with the crippled leg. The limb suffered grievous damage, but the readings the scanner module spat out showed that he had a way out of this mess. "Looks like the Chimera mech's teeth haven't cut very deep," Chief Ramirez muttered as he stood next to Vase. He gestured to the center of the wireframe leg. While much of the outer sections are in disarray, the internal frame of the limb is still intact. Both of them had worried about this possibility. Since it functioned as the leg bone of the aforementioned limb, a broken internal frame meant that the mech couldn't support its weight on the limb even if they fixed some of the internals. The Olympian simply couldn't walk in this condition without snapping its hastily propped up leg in that case. Fortunately, the scans revealed that the leg suffered from extensive but shallow wounds. Vase already adjusted his preliminary repair plans. "We can get this Olympian back up its feet if we replace the broken control modules and repair some of the tears in its musculature." Vase explained and pointed at the most critical components to repair. "At a minimum, we have to fix these areas in order to raise the load-bearing capacity of the leg. That's the real challenge that we're facing at the moment. Even with some patches and improvised repairs, the mech might never be able to walk on its own feet without crippling the leg again." Ramirez nodded, though his hazard suit hardly bobbed. "It's this damn heavy gravity. I reckon we won't be able to bring the mech up to a state where it can walk under its own power. A couple of Volmars are needed to support the Olympian on its way home." "Are you certain that the Volmars won't get crushed under all of that weight?" "The moment the Olympian diverts more than 20% of its weight onto a Volmar, the latter mech will get crushed." "Let's run the numbers then. You're a wizard at math, right?" Let's say we fix the Olympian so that it will be able to stand and walk with assistance. If nothing else, we can employ the other Olympian as a support as well. Only a heavy mech can support another heavy mech's weight. I don't think Captain Kane will like that proposal. Vase carefully replied, we're in a bad spot right now and Dr. Jutland might be cooking up another attack. Pinning down our remaining heavy knight leaves the hunting platoon with no viable tank that can meet the Chimera mech's charge. Both of them had to keep in mind that they faced a lot of constraints. Not only did they have to make repairs in the field with hardly any proper facilities at hand, they also had to keep in mind the constant threats from the environment. I'll go begin to prep the leg and clean up all the ruined parts. You should stay here and refine the repair plan. They split up to perform their own tasks. With a mech designer like Vase on hand, Chief Ramirez didn't have to perform a haphazard repair job that might work out for a couple of days but quickly broke down afterwards. While Vase modified the Olympians to perform beyond their safety margins, the heavy knights still had to last for at least another month. The mech technicians started to use their limited supplies to cut open the mangled and deformed armor plating. Once they opened up the leg, they quickly tore out the internal components that looked dubious. By the time the repair team was about to install some replacement parts, Vase finished testing out a rudimentary model. He passed on an updated repair scheme to Ramirez, who used it to guide his men in prioritizing the restoration of a small number of critical sections. The repair team made good speed in restoring the functionality of the leg. After half a day of rushing the repairs, the Olympian managed to rise up to its feet with the assistance of the scorched Olympian. Once it stood on its own 2 feet, a pair of Volmars took over and carefully let the half-crippled heavy mech sling its arms around the skinnier medium mech's shoulders. An awful sound of metal pressing against metal sounded out, but the Volmars hadn't caved in yet. A lot rested on the shoulders of the pilot of the damaged Olympian. He had to juggle between balancing the right amount of weight his mech put on its damaged leg and the shoulders of the Volmars that supported his machine. He had to put some weight on each of his supports, but not too much to overwhelm any one of them. The hunting platoon had no choice but to take it slow. Once it became clear that their repairs accomplished something, the repair team started to pack up and lifted their gear back up to the transport. Ensign D'Amato approached Vase as he stared out at the metal forest. Commander Tregus has sent his compliments to you for a job well done. It will take about 2 days for the hunting platoon to return to base, but at least it will be able to do so under its own power. He nodded at the ensign's words, but took them lightly. Vase was only here to do a job. Once he completed his mission, they'd go their separate ways. Building up a favorable impression availed him nowhere at this moment, especially considering House Kane's current stance. I'll return to the transport in a moment, he answered to D'Amato. Let me admire the scenery while I can. Once the nosy ensign walked away, Vase leaned his hazard suit against a metallic tree trunk and beckoned with his hands. Lucky. The cat sprung out from nowhere and landed its paws in front of his feet. Lucky looked fairly frazzled at the moment. Vase quickly picked up his pet and removed the comm he slipped around the neck. Good work, buddy, hopefully you got in some good shots. Since they arrived at this location, he let Lucky loose with his comm attached to his gem cat's collar. Vase wore a replacement comm on his wrist that could send out simple commands to his primary comm. The moment Dr. Caius showed up, Vase quietly relayed a couple of commands from his replacement comm. He first sent the code to activate the stealth field on his primary comm along with its attached recording sensors. He then ordered Lucky to find a way to sneak inside one of the Caius' many holes in order to record its internal state. While Vase also ordered Lucky to try his luck in trying to approach Dr. Jutland, the shield generator prevented his pet from getting anywhere close. If Lucky succeeded in his mission, Vase could probably look forward to a couple of minutes of valuable footage of the Chimera mech's internal makeup. Lucky kept yowling at his owner. Vase exasperatingly made another promise. Okay, I'll make it up to you. Once we're back, I'll order another batch of luxury minerals for you to munch on. After placating his cat some more, Vase finally joined the rest. He stepped on a lifter platform and let it bring him back up to the hovering transport up above. It gained a few more scratches on its hull after suffering from sporadic hexabat attacks. Though the vessel boasted thicker armor than regular transports, even the smallest indigenous life forms on this planet could tear through the armor over time. Once they finished loading all of their gear and men, the transport returned to base along with its escort. The mechs from George's cavalry and the Stanislaw adopted a dispersed formation and overtook the hunting platoon in their fairly brisk journey back to base. Besides encountering a couple of wild hexapods, they enjoyed a quiet trip back to the safety of the base camp's walls. Vase let out a deep breath. Everyone on the repair team started to relax once they realized they had a couple of very thick walls between them and the monstrous Caius. While the frightening Dr. Jutland still had the run of the forest, at least the mech technicians didn't have to risk their lives in the field anymore. Ensign D'Amato received a message on his comm. Once he read his instructions, he turned to Vase. Commander Tregus wants to debrief me in his office. While I'm gone, you should start setting up a plan to bring both Ajax Olympians back to full functionality. They're the only mechs we have on hand that can withstand a head-on charge from both the Hexapod Kings and the Caius. I understand. I'll be sure to work with the chief to set up a detailed plan. Also, your presence is needed 2 days from now when Commander Tregus convenes a meeting on how to handle Dr. Jutland and his Caius. Your expertise will be of vital help here. You can access the workshop's secure terminal to look at the recordings and sensor readings we've taken of the Caius. I'll be sure to do that. The repair team settled back in the maintenance department and immediately went to work. Vase hadn't spent the trip back to base idling around. He already formed an extensive repair plan that saved as much time as possible. Vase didn't anticipate much of a challenge in this matter. The experienced mech technicians serving under Ramirez could fabricate and install the replacement parts on their own. However, a complete repair required at least 2 weeks of constant working. With the limited manpower and facilities on hand, they'd waste far too much time, leaving the mercenaries out in the field without a shoulder to lean on when they encountered a Hexapod King. In order to speed up the repairs, Vase and Ramirez huddled together in order to determine which parts needed to be replaced and which parts only needed a couple of taps to bring it up and running. We're cutting a lot of corners here, Ramirez remarked as he leaned back onto his seat. They both worked for hours to complete a detailed repair scheme. This is real sloppy work. I won't be surprised if a few components blow apart under stress. Heavy mechs have ridiculous amounts of redundancy. It can take a few malfunctions. The repairs of the Olympian with the crippled leg was fairly simple. In comparison, the other Olympian who bathed in the flames of the Chimera mech's breath weapon posed a thornier problem. While the heavy knight remained functional bar the need to replace its shield, its entire frontal area had been subjected to a massive amount of heat. This not only degraded the integrity of its extremely expensive armor, it also affected the components at some level. Most of them functioned properly for now, but who knew if the Olympian could sustain its current level of performance? Vase made a difficult suggestion. We can keep most of the existing components in place. We should trust in the quality of the Olympian. All of its internals are rated to withstand a very high heat level already. As for its armor, we can manage for now if we settle for replacing its upper layer. It will take far too much time to fabricate replacement plates for its middle and lower layers. Chief Ramirez shook his head. It takes over 2 days to fabricate a single plate with our facilities. The only heavy-duty armor compressor in this expedition is back on the arc horizon. The fabricators there will have to work around the clock to form the most essential replacement plates and ship them to surface in the next couple of supply runs. That meant they had to pick and choose the worst sections of armor to replace. Vase didn't look forward to making the decision. If he made the wrong judgment, the Olympian might suffer grievous damage when its armor failed to hold up against a heavy blow. Chapter 182 Achilles' heel. Vase entered the conference room with tired eyes. He stayed up late the last 2 days as he tried to juggle various duties at once. Not only did he had to come up with a way to bring both damaged Ajax Olympians back to fighting form, he also had to devote some time into studying the sensor data the hunting platoon had taken of the Caius. The more he studied the Caius, the more he admired the strange and primal-looking Chimera mech. For a mech that had been built more than 27 years ago, it possessed a lot of charm. Whoever designed the initial incarnation of the Caius possessed a lot of hands-on experience. However, that mech designer's skill level didn't exceed what Vase already mastered. The mech designer must be a senior in age who never made any achievements in the field. Doubtlessly he only reached the level of an apprentice mech designer in his later years. Still, age and experience brought its own strength. His work might lack in sophistication, but he made up for it with a strong mastery of the basics. The sound design and solid foundation of the Caius allowed it to remain functional long after the first expedition ended in failure. Commander Tregus welcomed Vase into the conference room and nodded him to a seat at the side. Since the headquarters of the base featured full climate controls, everyone took off their bulky helmets and breathed in the sterile air. Vase took a seat next to a handful of exobiologists. They had been studying the same sensor's readings as he had, but they focused instead on the incredibly powerful heat organ. The room already had a handful of other important people present. Captain Kane sulked next to Tregus, while an officer wearing the uniform of George's cavalry conferred with someone from the Stray Phantoms. A handful of other officers whose roles Vase couldn't guess rounded out the gathering. Commander Tregus clapped and gestured everyone to take a seat. Now that we are here, let us begin with this meeting. First, I'd like Captain Kane to recap her encounter with Dr. Judland and his strange biological mech. Captain Kane didn't wish to recount the awful experience, but Tregus put her on the spot. She briefly described the events that took place, and described how a crippling strike against one of her heavy knights forced them to hunker down and wait for rescue. No one laughed at her. They all knew that she did her best under the circumstances. The power and endurance shown by the Caius exceeded every other mech in the expedition. After she sank back into her seat, Tregus turned to Vase. Before we go into Dr. Judland, let's start with the Caius. Mr. Larkinson, please relay your analysis on the Chimera mech. Vase dutifully described his initial results and threw out a guess on the identity of the mech designer. One thing to note is that the Caius shows definite signs of cross-discipline collaboration. At a minimum, a mech designer and a specialist in biology have had a hand in its initial design. He summoned up a projection of the Chimera mech's wireframe model. Sections of it had been shaded in blue while a lot of other areas had been shaded in red. That's living tissue. The Chimera mech isn't so much a mech but is more like a carcass brought to life with the help of technology. The Caius told a story of its own. The mech hadn't been designed and fabricated in a well-stocked workshop. It looked more like a product that a mech designer came up in the field. The lack of facilities along with the limited amount of supplies necessitated some compromises. The survivors of the first expedition must have started hollowing out a hexapod king carcass. It's powerful on its own and Dr. Judland must have done something in order to preserve the heat organ which acts as the power reactor for the Caius. They then augmented it with parts salvaged from other mechs in order to turn it into a controllable war machine. Isn't the beast supposed to be dead for over 2 decades? Captain Kane suddenly asked, expressing the bewilderment of much of the mech pilots present in the room. How come it hasn't rotted to the point of becoming a useless mess? That's something for the exobiologists to explain. Vase nodded to the exobiologists who patiently remained at their seats. I don't have a clue how Judland managed to stretch the longevity of the Caius, muscles and organs, but there's obviously been some failures over the years. You can see in the readings that there's a lot of gaps and places where salvaged parts have taken the place of living tissue. So the mech is failing. Tregus honed in on the most important point. The state of the mech is fairly awful at this point. Vase stated carefully. That doesn't mean it's a pushover. The design is incredibly robust. The mech designer, whoever he may be, had built it to last for years, perhaps in anticipation that a second expedition will arrive 27 years later. However, the patchwork repairs over the years has not been very effective in maintaining the full capabilities of the design. In other words, the mech designer is dead. He's either dead or is unable to help with the maintenance and repair of the mech. Whatever the case, these repairs appear to be done by someone who is inventive, but is not an engineer. The current version of the Caius has already drastically drifted from its original design, to the point of performing around 20 to 30% worse. Captain Kane shuddered at his words. If her hunting platoon faced the Caius at its peak, then they would have been smacked down hard. This sounds promising. Commander Tregus smiled viciously. While the Caius represents an enormous threat to this base, we still have a chance to turn the tables on Dr. Judland. Dr. Mello, please report your findings on the biological aspect of the Caius. A prim and proper middle-aged woman with her brown hair tied in a neat bun stood up from her seat. Our studies of the hexapod species and its various properties are still ongoing. Though we lack a direct comparison of an apex hexapod, our studies of the smaller hexapod adults allow us to extrapolate the properties of this chimera. Dr. Mello slowly explained her findings in a simplified way. None of the people present had a background in the biological sciences, so she skimmed over much of the details. The Caius takes advantage of the remarkable capabilities of the heat organ, as you call it. The doctor frowned for a moment, as if she disdained the layman's term of such a powerful example of life's ingenuity. The role of this marvelous organ is first and foremost to draw in power from ambient heat and radiation. It is incredibly capable of doing so, to the point of absorbing the energy from any form of direct energy weapons with near complete efficiency. What is even more remarkable is the role the monoxyrite plays in this system. It's part of a complex organic structure that's compressed all of that energy into a space the size of your palm. What she described truly defied convention. While the most advanced technology humanity had at its disposal could also achieve such an effect, that took thousands of years of scientific accumulation to develop. Even Vase couldn't recharge his precious shield generator by himself with the facilities he had on hand. The Caius expended a lot of energy in the last engagement. Its breath weapon is especially potent. Do you believe the mech is on its last legs? The doctor shook her head. Do not underestimate the prowess of the indigenous life forms on this planet. The heat organs become increasingly more formidable the larger they become. The average hexapod adult has a heat organ the size of a human, while the heat organs of an apex hexapod has reached the size of a small aircar. She waved her hand, causing the projection of a wireframe model of the Caius to zoom into the center of its torso. Its heat organ deviated from its purely organic counterparts with the addition of various mechanical attachments that served unknown purposes. The Caius is unusual in its size. It is about 50% larger than what our models suggest. Our conjecture is that Dr. Jutland must have preyed on other hexapods and processed their heat organs to augment the chimera mech's biological functions. All of the other tissues show evidence of extensive modification, much of which we are still determining their purpose. In other words, the exobiologists knew that Jutland had done something, but they didn't know how he did it. Still, the effects spoke for themselves. The Caius performed significantly better than a purely organic hexapod king. It truly deserved to be called the king of the forest. Commander Tregus rapped his fingers on the table. Is there any way to exploit the biological portion of the Caius? Can we synthesize some form of poison that can weaken its functions? The exobiologists all shook their heads. The hexapods are the most resilient forms of life on this planet. They've thrived under incredibly difficult situations that would poison an unaugmented human to death in seconds. I'm not sure even Dr. Jutland has managed to find a way to poison this species. All of this meant that they couldn't take any shortcuts. With Dr. Jutland's extensive tampering, the internal structure of his chimera mech had become exceptionally resilient to all forms of damage. They stood a better chance of defeating the Caius by focusing on its mechanical portions. Everyone turned back to Vase. While House Kane had its own experts to consult with, Vase remained one of the most knowledgeable people around when it came to mechs. Vase zoomed the projection back out and pointed his finger at a couple of portions, causing them to be shaded in orange. I've already determined that 2 of its 6 limbs are improperly affixed to its joints. I found a handful of other components that show similar signs of poor maintenance and patchwork repairs. 10% of the wireframe model turned into orange. These portions should be the chimera mech's Achilles heel. They're much less tolerant of damage than the rest of this complex mech. A light shone in Captain Kane's eyes. She dearly hated the Caius for beating her first command to the point where they had to abandon their mission and return to base in disgrace. Her Cathrek also lost its hand at the end, which cut her combat effectiveness in half. Unfortunately, the scans we've made of the Caius has not been very extensive, especially in its deepest portions. I'm still unable to figure out the state of its cockpit or if it's even present on that thing. However, I'm confident that the weak points I've pointed out should severely impact the performance of the Caius. In truth, Vase learned a lot about the chimera mech's internal structure with the help of Lucky's surreptitious recordings. He even encountered something frightening that gave him a whole new conception of what mechs were capable of. He left all of these details out of his story because he didn't wish to explain how he got a hold of this information. After Vase finished his report, the meeting turned to other topics. They talked about Dr. Jutland and whatever scraps of information they found of his background, which was surprisingly brief. He definitely had a checkered past, but someone with a lot of power had scrubbed all mention of the man from the galactic net. Tregus even brought in a psychologist who talked a whole round of nonsense about the crazy doctor's mental state. Vase largely slept through his long and winding explanation. The man had simply gone native. He also let the poison in the air affect his judgment despite his best efforts to modify his body to become more compatible with the environment. The 27-year-long wait for the next expedition had also taken a toll on his psyche. At the end, Commander Tregus relayed something unsettling. The mercenaries in the field have started to relay unusual movements among the hexapods. Much of them are being drawn away to the east of our position, which is where the hunting platoon had been circling towards. Our analysts believe that Dr. Jutland is gathering them for an assault. The news came like a thunderbolt from the sky. While the hexapods possess a formidable amount of power, they generally acted with beastly instincts and thus could easily be outfoxed. They also generally roamed the forest in a solitary pattern. If Dr. Jutland gathered them into a horde, and directed them with a rudimentary strategy, the base camp could very well be overrun. We should ask for reinforcements from the fleet, a nameless officer proposed. His eyes darted around as if he feared a hexapod could jump out at any moment. There are still a lot of mechs that haven't been shipped from orbit. That is out of the question. Commander Tregus shook his head. The vast majority of the assets this expedition has brought comprise of spaceborne mechs that function best in zero-G space. Bringing them down to the surface where they will have to face crushing 1.4 times standard gravity will severely hamper their effectiveness. In addition, the spaceborne mechs also possessed flight systems that wouldn't be able to function in atmosphere. This severely neutered the spaceborne mechs to the point where they were better off with deploying obsolete mechs. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I also have to relay an important change that affects our entire operation. The base commander continued. Scout ships have reported sightings of a small but potent Sandman fleet. They're approaching the graining system in an inexorable march. Due to this approaching threat, the main fleet has quietly left orbit to meet the Sandman fleet in battle. If the threat of Dr. Jutland could be likened to a rabid dog, then the threat of the approaching Sandman fleet was comparable to a hungry tiger. Between the two adversaries, Lord Kane put a higher amount of priority in beating back the spacefaring aliens. Half of the people present in the conference room adopted despairing expressions. Even Vase frowned at the news. The departure of the Ark Horizon cut off their supply lines, which meant that they couldn't get their hands on replacement armor plating for the damaged Olympians. Without the heavy knights, nothing could stop the Caius if it decided to barge past the walls of the base. We're so dead. Chapter 183 Pressure. The situation changed abruptly the next day. Dr. Jutland had finally made his move. The mercenaries in the field started coming back with damaged and half-broken mechs. They moaned about getting overwhelmed by large hordes of hexapods. More than a dozen of the beasts popped out of nowhere. They destroyed Jimmy's mech in an instant. If he hadn't ejected in time, he would have ended up in their bellies. I looked over the hill and saw 6 of the hexapods following this giant monstrosity. It's like a mech, but not. I don't know how to describe that crazy thing. Here, my mech recorded the whole thing. Do you see that weirdo sitting atop its head? He's not even wearing a hazard suit. The mercenaries hadn't lost too many mechs, but all of them returned to base with extensive battle damage. This led to endless frustration as the unseated mech pilots hounded the overworked mech technicians to bring their machines back to prime condition. Practically every mech technician had to work around the clock. The absence of the main fleet up in orbit exacerbated the problem. The base's logistics became severely strained as far too few mech technicians had to repair too many damaged mechs. No matter how hard they worked, they ended up with even more mechs waiting for repairs the next day. The brass wanted to keep the presence of Dr. Jutland and the departure of the main fleet quiet, but the deteriorating situation caused everyone to know of their new circumstances. Dr. Jutland deliberately showed up and taunted the hapless mercenaries whose mechs crumpled in a single hit when faced with the awesome might of his Caius. I'm not sure whether I'm glad the mad doctor is taking his time. Chief Ramirez remarked to Vase as he looked over the spotty repairs they rushed through for both Olympians. The man's turning the mercenaries against us just as Lord Kane and his fleet are gone, but at least he's giving us a chance to bring the Olympians back in action. Even if a vast horde of hexapods descended upon the base, its defenses provided the expedition with a formidable advantage. Nonetheless, the Caius exceeded everyone's expectations and could easily open up the base by charging through a wall. Only the Olympians stood a chance of surviving a head-on charge. Vase shook his head. 3 days is far too little time to restore these machines. Both Olympians sustained a moderate amount of damage. The main issue with these mechs was that their highly advanced armor required a lot of time and effort to replace. They simply couldn't replicate the original armor system with the facilities on hand. Thus, Vase and Chief Ramirez made a difficult decision. They gave up on the original composition of the armor and used a cheaper formula instead. The alloys they chose to work with possessed a decent amount of strength and could be formed quickly. However, its production wasted a lot of exotics, which depleted a large amount of their available stock of raw materials. This worsened their already awful reputation. Not only did the hunting platoon fail to tackle the strongest threat in the region, their extravagant mechs also wasted a large amount of resources. The mercenaries who waited for their mechs to be repaired grew surlier by the day. These rough and hardened men and women easily resorted to their fists whenever tempers flared. The grounded mech pilots had nothing to do while they waited for their mechs to be patched up. The entire hunting schedule had to be halted. "You should watch your back," Ramirez warned Vase. "There's talk of handing you over to Dr. Judlin because he's loudly demanding your help in repairing the Caius. He says as long as we hand you over, he'll stop harassing the mercenaries." "I know." The Mad Doctor aimed to force the expedition to give up on Vase through applying continuous pressure. His strange ability to control the local wildlife gave him a decisive edge in the field. Currently, he made the hunting parties suffer miserably whenever they set off. "We won't serve you on a silver platter to Jutland." Ensign D'Amato spoke from the side. He carried a stun baton around these days in order to deter the mercenaries from doing something stupid. "It's counterproductive to empower the doctor by allowing you to repair the Caius. He'll immediately employ his strengthened Chimera mech against our base." The analysts and psychologists who studied Dr. Judlin's behavior believed that he wanted to wipe out everyone who trespassed his territory. The doctor fully believed that only he possessed the right to enjoy the fruits of his underground kingdom. Vase huffed under his breath. "Tell that to the mercs." The tense standoff couldn't be maintained for long. After calling back the mercenaries in the field, Commander Tregus let slip that he intended to go on the offensive. A strong strike force centered around the hunting platoon and its partially repaired Olympians would go out and confront the Caius away from the base. Vase imagined not a lot of people would be willing to sign up for such an arduous mission. Indeed, almost none of the mercenary groups signed up. Only the mercenaries with close ties to House Kane such as George's cavalry and the Stray Phantoms expressed any willingness to join the strike force. With no other choice, Commander Tregus conscripted a third of the mercenaries who shied away from the job. Through a combination of naked threats and generous rewards, he managed to augment the strike force with 50 mechs of dubious quality. The strike force gathered at the main entrance of the base. Such a large gathering of mechs posed enough of a threat to topple many smaller planets, but against an anomaly like Dr. Judland and his steed, they barely qualified as cannon fodder. Captain Kane walked over and conferred with Chief Ramirez about the particulars of the hastily patched-up Olympians. "It's best to employ the Olympian who took a breath weapon in the face as the primary tank. Its armor has largely held up apart from a few critical sections. It's just the internal components close to the surface that have gone bad." "What about the other machine?" Both Ramirez and Vase grimaced. "The leg is rather shoddy. We haven't been able to replace nearly as many plates as we wanted. While it's able to bear the Olympian's full weight, I don't recommend it use that leg to absorb the impact of a charge. It's liable to snap in that case." They discussed a few other concerns that Captain Kane had to shoulder. Her elite Cathrek mech also received a touch-up. House Kane prioritized its repairs, and allocated several mech technicians in other departments to replace its molten hand in record time. Out of all of the recently repaired mechs, only the Cathrek enjoyed a better treatment than the Ajax Olympians. Once she finished her discussion, she returned to her mech and boarded its cockpit. After raising the Cathrek's spear, the strike force finally left the base. The departure of a large amount of mechs caused the base to quiet down. While the mech pilots waited for the results to come in, the mech technicians quietly resumed their repairs. Vase also did his part by lending a hand at the other workshops. While Vase supervised the overhaul of a partially crippled mech, Melkor spoke out. "Do you think the expedition has any chance of success?" "I don't think highly of their chances. Dr. Judland might be missing a few screws, but he isn't the type to take the bait." Dr. Judland's indirect approach of pressuring the mercenaries showed that he possessed some form of restraint. Adversaries who actually contemplated their moves scared Vase more than a strong but overconfident brute. Put into his perspective, why would he want to fight the strike force in the first place? At best, a pitched battle could result in mutual wounds. While his Caius handedly beat every other mech on the planet in terms of power and resilience, the hunting platoon knew its weak points now. Supposedly, the exobiologists determined that the Caius requires a large amount of fluids to keep its living portion running. The regular hexapods draw their moisture from their diet, but the Caius doesn't even have a digestive system anymore. The scientists think Dr. Judland must be basing around a spring. If the strike force manages to find his hiding hole, then he'll be forced to stand and defend. Vase also heard the rumors. Dr. Judland also had to take care of his own needs. Even though he messed around with his body's makeup, he still needed to drink if he retained a shred of his humanity. While Vase quietly talked with Melkor, Ramirez and D'Amato received an alert and turned around. Vase became alarmed when the ensign armed himself. He wielded a laser pistol in one hand and a stun baton in his other hand. "There's trouble. Quick, move away. We have to run to the inner base." "Has Dr. Judland sneaked up to our base?" "No, it's worse. Half of the mercenaries are mutinying. They've forcibly activated over 40 mechs at once and intimidated the security officers into standing down. They're on their way here." Vase froze in place. The mercenaries brazenly defied their current orders at the worst possible moment. They waited until the strike force left, bringing away much of the mechs who ordinarily worked to restrain the mercenaries from acting out. Without the deterrent posed by George's cavalry and the stray phantoms, the mercs who were supposed to defend the base instead turned against it in order to act out in their own interests. Even the base defenses couldn't do much to deter the mercs, as most of the turrets could only fire outwards. Any threat that bypassed the walls would ordinarily be handled by the mechs in charge of security. For a moment, he considered running. But then he recalled the distance to the inner base and gave up. There's nowhere we can hide. The only way he could escape the incoming mercs was by making use of his stealth field. Though he strongly considered activating it now, he didn't wish to reveal one of his trump cards to his current audience. He never really fully trusted House Kane. The four waited for the workshop to open up. A small squad of mechs coated in black stepped forward. The lead mech was a swordsman mech. It chopped down the toxic air with its massive two-handed blade, causing Vase and his companions to stumble backwards due to the wind it whipped up. A deep and grizzled voice patched into the local channel. "Vase Larkinson, I'm going to have to ask you to surrender yourself in our custody." Vase recognized the voice. It was Commander Keller of Keller's Blades. Of all the possible mercs who had the guts to pull of this stunt, it had to be the Visions who organized the entire revolt. Ensign D'Amato bravely stepped forward. "Mr. Larkinson is a mech designer contracted to House Kane. You have no right to apprehend him." The black mech crushed the tip of his mech-sized sword into pavement of the workshop. The impact threw everyone back. "Don't speak, please. Like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to me about rights. We're the ones who are risking our lives out there every day. What is the worth of a mech designer to the safety of my brothers and sisters? Don't forget that this expedition will only turn a profit if mech pilots like us continue to enter the forest." A handful of mercs on foot arrived at the workshop and forcibly pulled Vase away from Melkor, D'Amato and Ramirez. None of his three companions made any moves to resist. Against the awesome power of a mech, nothing could make a difference. "You'll regret this mutiny. Lord Kane never forgets a slight," the ensign impotently yelled. Commander Keller laughed without holding back his amusement. "Lord Kane won't care a thing. Compared to a bag full of monoxury, the safety of a consultant is not even a priority." Vase might not be so sure about that. Keller and his band of miscreants might enjoy their moment of superiority for now, but once the strike force and the main fleet returned, he'd lose much of his temporary leverage. Unfortunately, he'd have to wait a couple of weeks for that to happen. Right now, a sword many times larger than his own body pointed straight at Vase. He had no choice but to go along with Keller's arrangements. Chapter 184 Handover. The revolt spearheaded by Keller cleverly pitted the fate of the expedition against the freedom and safety of a hired mech designer. Commander Tregus could do nothing but glower and watch on from his personal mech. Though the mechs that answered to his call could match the rebels in numbers, he hesitated to engage in a senseless battle that could only result in mutual annihilation. As a trusted subordinate of Lord Kane, he knew he had to prioritize the harvesting operation over anything else. Nevertheless, he felt he couldn't let the mercs tear down the social contract they had with House Kane. Even if he didn't like it, Vase understood what Commander Tregus had to go through. In order to prevent the situation from spinning out of control, he allowed the revolters to take him into custody without a fuss. A handful of foot soldiers in the employ of the mercs came close and pushed Melkor and the rest aside. They prepared a bulky set of cuffs designed to restrain the hazard suit that Vase currently wore. Without even checking for any weapons, they slapped it on his wrists. "That will keep you in place." One of the mercs smiled cheekily. The mercs hauled him out of the workshop and dumped him into a beaten-up shuttle. The craft clearly had seen better days. Vase could spot the telltale signs of hexabat claws and fangs scarring its hull. "Get in there." They threw him into the empty passenger compartment of the tiny shuttle. Vase tried to get comfortable as the shuttle started to ascend. Unfortunately, the pilot blanked out the windows, preventing him from looking out. After a couple of minutes of wondering what to do, a small projection came to life. Keller's face leered at him from the cockpit of his mech. Unlike his usual controlled expression, this time he completely revealed his nefarious intentions. "Commander Keller." "Ah, the smart little brighter," he spoke, drawing out his voice at the mention of his nationality. "You brighters always think you're smarter than anyone else." Vase didn't give the Vision the satisfaction of seeing him beg and plead for his life. "You are making a very big mistake here. Dr. Jutland isn't your friend, or anyone's for that matter. He'll never honor whatever deal you made with him." "Ha, as if it matters." Keller laughed. "The good doctor can't do anything once we return to space at the end of our 40-day stay. Last I knew, dinosaurs can't fly. I'll be eagerly leaving this ratty planet and the crazy doctor behind. Getting rid of a brighter mech designer along the way will earn me enough merit to earn my knighthood. You Visions chase after nobility as if it's something attainable. It's just a carrot your slave drivers dangle in front of your heads. No matter how hard you work, the carrot will always be out of your reach. You lie. You understand nothing. I'm sure they won't welcome you back in open arms. After all, you clearly mutinied against your client when you signed a mercenary contract with them. As far as I recall, most of those contracts are filled with clauses that will make your life very short once you cross a few lines. In today's society, mercenaries were plentiful, but the means to control them had also evolved. Mercenaries generally didn't possess the same loyalty and dying devotion of a warrior nurtured by the clients themselves. Too often news came back that revealed that the mercs abandoned their cushy assignments as soon as they encountered a spot of trouble. In order to bring some order to the chaos, some enterprising organizations formed a trans-galactic mercenary association to regulate this blooming business. Though the Mercenary Association lacked the enforcement power of the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance, they were nevertheless the only game in town. Earning a bad mark on your record in the Mercenary Association often spelled a dead end to your career as a reputable mercenaries. Those with negative records often retired in ignominy or resorted to taking shadier jobs that hadn't been regulated by the Mercenary Association. People usually called them dark mercenaries, and were often regarded as one step away from pirates. Keller snorted at Vase. "Once I earn my knighthood, I can leave my mercenary days behind me. My boys and I will be able to retire to a quiet mansion on a rural planet in the kingdom until we're called back to fight a war." The man had a decent plan. Depending on how much Vija valued his head, eliminating him could indeed earn Keller enough kudos to propel him into the lowest level of nobility. By then, what did a negative mercenary record matter? The mercenary commander gloated some more before he shut off the channel. Vase sighed in frustration as he looked down at his shackles. The mercenaries never regarded Vase as a threat, and didn't even pat him properly for weapons. Outwardly, he only wore a tool belt around his hazard suit. He didn't carry any holstered weapons because they'd be worse than useless against the native life forms on this planet. "Turns out I've been watching out for the wrong threat," he sighed. He learned a very painful lesson today. Vase had never considered the mercenaries to go out of control in such a dramatic fashion. He continually relied on the iron grip of his client to keep the rowdy men and women in line. Today's event proved that the iron grip was as soft as a pillow. Well, no use recriminating himself. Vase regained his composure and started to take stock of his gear. First, he still wore his hazard suit. The suit's heads-up display showed that he still had over 7 days of oxygen. After that, he'd get into a lot of trouble, because the air-on graining IV contained plenty of junk but precious little oxygen. The exobiologists discovered that some of the plant life emitted oxygen, but most of the other plants seemed to thrive on a very different cycle. Vase would slowly suffocate at that time if he couldn't get any replenishment from his captor. Second, he had his shield generator with 80% charge remaining. This might save him from a couple of fatal blows, but Vase had no illusion that it would last very long against a raging Caius. Though a shield generator looked conspicuous, he hoped that Jutland wouldn't notice. As long as the doctor didn't frisk him or force him to take off his hazard suit, Vase was sure he'd be able to keep its presence a secret. Lastly, Vase still wore his all-important comm. Besides the system, his comm also held his privacy shield and its full stealth augment. He put most of his hopes on the latter in order to provide him with an opportunity to escape. That was also why he didn't struggle too much when Keller came to whisk him away. He still held on to a lifeline. A shudder interrupted his thoughts. The shuttle's engines cut off, and the hatch of the vehicle opened. "We're here. Throw him out." The same pair of soldiers grabbed a hold of Vase and dragged him out of the shuttle. After bringing him in the middle of a clearing, they unceremoniously dropped him against the harsh metallic soil. "We've got your mech designer here. Come and pick him up." To his surprise, the Caius itself appeared from the jungle. Its giant, half-rotting form crawled over to the middle of the clearing with deliberate steps. Every time the Caius stomped with one of its 6 limbs, the entire ground appeared to be shaken up. The looming sight of the Caius intimidated everyone present in the clearing. Remarkably, no one brandished their weapons. Despite the fact that a strike force composed of more than 100 mechs had set off to pin down the Caius and force it into a decisive engagement, the monstrous mech evaded House Kane's determined efforts. "Ah, the esteemed Mr. Larkinson. How delightful that you have come." The infamous doctor spoke from his makeshift seat atop the head of the Caius. "For an apprentice mech designer, you are very far away from home. The likes such as you never venture this far out in the frontier." Vase chuckled deprecatingly at himself. "I let my greed get the better of my judgment. Greed, the ever-present motivator of man. You can do a lot with greed," Jutland replied as he rummaged through his dirty lab coat and retrieved a small sack. He threw it towards one Keller's soldier standing beneath the towering giant. The man easily caught the falling bag with dexterous skill. "As promised, here's your 50 grams of pure monoxyrite. Take care not to eat it all at once. You'll turn into a human furnace in seconds before blowing up. Your flesh will be scattered over hundreds of meters. I should know, because I once saw someone try." "Ha ha 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 ha." Vase leaned back when the doctor continued to babble on. The mercs meanwhile stayed silent and waited for something to happen. Once the soldier verified its contents with a handheld scanner, Commander Keller spoke out from the speakers of his mech. "It's all there. Thanks, Doc. Pleasure doing business with you. If you need anything else from me, I'll be sure to lend a hand." The doctor abruptly swung his mood and scowled at the loose collection of mechs in front of him. "I do not need more help from hired thugs like you. Do not presume that you are of equal standing to me. My apologies, Doctor." Commander Keller and his gang of mercs ended the conversation as fast as possible and practically fled away at the first available moment. They didn't wish to hang around any longer in case Jutland decided to kill them on a whim. Unfortunately, Vase couldn't go anywhere. Even if his shackles didn't prevent him from running, a man on foot could never overtake the massive Caius. "Up you go now, mech designer. A vast new world awaits your mighty presence." The Caius lowered its tail and forced Vase to climb on top of it. A crude metal poke hammered between the unbreakable scales of the Chimera mech provided him with the only means for him to hang on to the mech as it slowly slithered back into the forest. Vase had an awful ride as he tried to maintain his seating on the moving mech. If his grip ever lost power, he'd fall several stories down and certainly break some bones. He could even bump against a sharp metallic tree on the way and cut a hole through his hazard suit. Once he started to get a hang of staying seated, Vase looked up to the raised head of the Caius. The Chimera mech practically strutted through the jungle as if it truly believed it ruled the forest. Dr. Jutland appeared to be engrossed in something as he frequently talked to himself and laughed. He considered sneaking off. The doctor didn't pay any attention to him at the moment, granting him a prime opportunity to flee from Jutland's presence. Perhaps his shield generator could absorb the impact of his fall. If Vase remained unharmed, he could immediately activate his stealth augment and run like hell. Yet he paused after considering the stakes. Even if he ran away now, he couldn't go very far. Without any map or way to orient himself in the jungle, he would never be able to find his way back to base camp. Furthermore, Vase wanted some answers. House Kane always acted like they held back a significant secret. Perhaps he could pry something important out of Dr. Jutland, though he also had to survive the doctor's unstable temper. Vase started with something simple. "How is it you're able to breathe without a suit?" "What's that? Did you say something?" Jutland turned his head and snapped at him. "Ha, your puny little mind won't understand the wonders I've been able to craft with my mind. The flesh is trivial. With my unfathomable genius, modifying by respiratory organs is child's play. I've done so much more to my body that it will break your simple little mind if I list them out. You might not know this, but I'm still a regular human. I'll die once my suit runs out of oxygen after a week." "What? Your suit runs out of air after a week? That's too short. You still have so much to do. Damn these hired thugs." Jutland's anger extended to the Caius. The chimera mech began to shudder dangerously, making it even harder for Vase to hang on. Then, the doctor suddenly stopped his tantrum and looked at Vase like he was an interesting lab rat. "Don't you worry, mech designer. Once I bring you back to my lab, I'll implant my latest set of enhancements in your body. You'll be able to breathe the air without risk. Oh, your body will be transformed into a true new species, just like me." Vase almost wanted to let go of his grip right then and there. He didn't relish being cut open by the craziest exobiologist in the Rim. The thought of losing his sanity and becoming best friends with the delusional Jutland frightened him to death. He had to escape before the doctor cut him open. Chapter 185 Secrets. Carlos stepped backwards and looked at his latest finished work. The Mark Antony Mark II sparkled like a shiny new jewel. It looked to be his best work to date. Too bad he still lacked the skill and finesse to match the gold label mechs. Rayla whistled impressively as she hobbled over while chewing a nutrient bar. "It's really impressive to see you conjure up a mech out of nowhere. How much do these go for anyway?" "Our company's mech broker is currently selling them for 28 million credits. It used to be 30 million, but the models haven't proven to be very popular at that price." Though 28 million credits sounded respectable, Carlos knew that it wasn't enough. The Living Mech Corporation needed to accumulate billions of credits in order to establish a fully mature production line as well as acquire the necessary licenses to design and fabricate a newer generation mech model. Still, he believed that Vase had a handle on the problem. His previously average friend and classmate had turned into a terrifying mech designer as of late. While Carlos still scratched his head at the sudden transformation, his friendship with his increasingly inscrutable boss gave him a unique opportunity to ride on his coattails. "Man, you must be rolling in credits right now. Won't you slip a few million credits?" "On my way." "No can do." Carlos shook his head. "I don't have full authority to the company's accounts. Ves's grandpa is constantly keeping an eye on the company's expenditures. As a director of the LMC, Benjamin Larkinson took an active interest in the development of the company. He especially guarded over the influx of money used to buy a 25% stake in the business." "Cheapskate." Rayla shrugged and finished off her nutrient bar. "It's so boring around here. I really would have liked to join Vase. Do you think he's having fun right now?" "No idea. All I've heard is he's somewhere out in the frontier doing something dangerous." "That sounds like an adventure. Vase and Melkor must be having the time of their lives right now. Damn, why am I stuck here recovering from a bout of Mulgan? I could have been out there beating up pirates and aliens in order to rob them of their treasures." No matter how much Rayla moaned about her fate, she couldn't do anything at the moment. Her body still had to undergo several treatments stretched over months before she became fit enough to pilot a mech. Any excessive physical exertion risked setting back her progress. In reality, Vase experienced none of the wonders she imagined that went on in the frontier. Instead, he hobbled down from the tail of the Caius and sat down on the ground of the hollowed-out cave. A pitifully small stream of water flowed from the cave, making it one of the few readily available sources of water in this underground kingdom. Vase looked around the cave and tried to peer through the relative darkness. From the ambient light streaming from the entrance of the cave, he spotted decades worth of improvisation and neglect. A couple of makeshift structures ringed around the pool. They were cobbled together from a combination of fallen metallic trees and salvaged building materials from the prior expedition. A large pile of rusting mech wrecks laid heaped upon a pile in a corner. Dr. Jutland must have been cannibalizing their parts over the years to supplement the Caius. What struck Vase the most was that he detected various forms of life scurrying about. Dog-sized hexapods vaguely shimmered around the wrecks while small flights of hexabats flew lazily over his head. None of them showed any hostility to him. Vase figured that Jutland must have tamed them with his strange control method. The madman's ability to tame and direct the hexapods alone gave him the qualifications to call himself the king of the jungle. The Caius lumbered over a deep pool dug out from the side. It submerged itself into the water up until it reached its neck. Dr. Jutland removed the straps holding him to his makeshift seat and jumped to the edge of the pool with practiced ease. The man grinned at him, as if he knew what Vase tried to hide. "There will be no rescue for you here, Mr. Keller has helpfully kept me apprised of what your expedition is up to. Don't think this is my only base. In fact, I've built up over 15 outposts. They'll never be able to find all of them." "Ha ha ha ha, that traitor." Vase cursed under his breath. Keller's nearsighted decision to collaborate with Jutland just ruined one of his hopes. The expedition couldn't divert too many mechs to chase around a madman, especially after he got what he wanted. The chance of rescue just dwindled down to almost nothing. Vase could only rely on himself for now. Why did you kidnap me? What else? I need a mech designer, and you're the only idiot who's stupid enough to land on this planet. You're it, ha 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 ha. Dr. Jutland's hysterical laughing grated on Vase. The man acted like he constantly injected himself with stimulants. Sometimes he paused and whispered softly to himself as if he had a second personality in his mind. When Jutland regained some clarity, he turned to Vase with a laser focus. A mech designer only needs to design mechs. Why else have I brought you here? Finally my Caius will receive the attention it deserves. The doctor whistled loudly in a very peculiar pattern. A juvenile hexapod lounging nearby sprung to readiness and approached Vase in no time. The creature hissed at him and bumped its head forward. Through the creature's direction, Vase stepped forward and approached the lake with the half-submerged Caius. The mech looked like a wreck stranded in water, though the darkness prevented him from spotting more details. It's too dark here. Do you have a light or something? You pitiful baseline human. Jutland shook his head, but he started moving and approached one of the structures formed out of salvaged armor plating. Both of his hands touched a pair of twin rods poking out from the sides. Let there be light. Something incredible happened. A live current emerged from Jutland's hands and transferred over to the rods. The entire cave came to life as different lights salvaged from wrecks lighted up and illuminated the breadth of the cave. Vase had underestimated the amount of hexapods Jutland gathered in his base. He could spot an entire colony of hexabats quietly resting on the roof of the cave. As for the landform hexabats, a small group of formidable adults rested near the entrance, ready to swat Vase into mush the moment he tried to escape. Jutland's control over the hexapods had reached a terrifying height that couldn't be explained through common sense. Even if he spent decades training up the same group of hexapods, he shouldn't have been able to make them smart enough to follow orders only a sentient being could follow. Are the hexapods sentient? Hee 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 hee. Jutland erupted into giggles. You blind fool. They are mere beasts. Can you ask a dog to cook you dinner? You can't unless you've tinkered with their genes, but then they won't be dogs anymore. The man rambled onwards for another minute before he inadvertently revealed something important. The Compact never believed in my research. The nearsighted idiots at the Life branch only concentrate their funds on replicating the MTA's secrets to longevity. They've gone completely astray. We cultivate the soul, not the body. The flesh is trash. Vase tried to rub his ears with his shackled hands, only to bump against his helmet. Did he hear correctly? Were you part of the Five Scrolls Compact? The man snapped shut and his gaze bore down on Vase like how a cat gazed at a bird. You are not supposed to know about the Compact. You're not a regular mech designer, are you? My master has some intelligence reports on the Compact. My clearance is too low to read them though. I only glanced at their titles. The odd mix of truth and lies saved Vase from having his secrets exposed. He definitely did not wish to let Jutland know that the Five Scrolls Compact forced his father into the life of a fugitive. Oddly enough, Jutland smiled at Vase as if he performed a funny trick. To those who are only peripherally aware of the Compact, we are often made out as cultists and terrorists. Do you know why? No, because it's true. We venerate the Five Scrolls. We revere the immortal gods who gifted us with forbidden knowledge. For these reasons alone, the vile traitors of the MTA and CFA saw fit to bite the hand that fed them. We provided them with the means to prolong the life of a baseline human up to 500 years. Without our exclusive life-prolonging treatments, they would have never been able to subdue the elites who rule over their petty states. Vase couldn't determine whether Jutland spoke any truth. The devastating secrets flowing out of his mouth changed his entire cognition of the current human order. He often wondered why the MTA and CFA maintained such an iron grip on human society. Perhaps the offer of living far beyond the natural lifespan of a human presented a fatal attraction to these pampered rulers. You know how to extend the life of a human? Of course, I'm part of the Life branch. I've even had the opportunity to glimpse some of the majesty of the Earth Scroll and the Water Scroll. Do you know how rare it is to view a fraction of a copy of the scrolls? It was the most defining moment of my life. The scrolls, oh the precious scrolls, if only I was able to view the originals. The missing portions are constantly haunting me even now. Perhaps the doctor already went off the deep end before he fled to the frontier. Vase guessed that these supposed scrolls turned anyone who saw them into lunatics. Dr. Jutland kept lamenting on how he only understood a tiny portion of the secrets contained within these elusive scrolls. No matter what, Vase wanted to dig out more secrets out of Jutland while he was still in the mood to talk. What did you learn from the scrolls? Did they teach you how to communicate and control the hexapods? Shut up. Dr. Jutland jerked his arm, causing the dog-sized hexapod next to Vase to slam him down with a forelimb. The sanctity of the scrolls cannot be tarnished. The immortal gods will strike me down myself if I disseminate what I've glimpsed. Despite his stern words, Jutland quickly laughed again and rambled about his conflicts with former affiliation. The life branch thoroughly misunderstood the point about life. They pursue longevity to a ridiculous extreme, not even realizing that they're merely placing more shackles upon the soul. Only by cultivating the soul can we pursue immortality. Every other path is a distraction. While Vase believed in metaphysics, he only admitted that he didn't fully know how the multiverse worked. Everything could be explained through logic and science once you understood the rules of how things worked. Unlike this reasoned approach to the unknown, the Five Scrolls Compact assumed that gods actually existed. A delusional fantasy like believing that a bunch of rolled-up parchments of dubious origin could help your soul become immortal clearly went too far. No wonder the MTA and CFA considered the Compact a collection of crazy cultists. Throughout Dr. Jutland's barely understandable rambling, Vase got a small sense of what the Compact did. The scientists of the Life Branch experimented without any regard for safety and sanity. Their wild experimentation often led to bizarre results like human-alien hybrids that deserved to be incinerated, all in an attempt to develop new ways to make a human body more formidable. Though they failed more often than not, their rare successes sometimes led to a radical advancement in a difficult field of research. Jutland obviously enjoyed some of the fruits of this extensive research in order to be able to modify his body in a way that allowed him to adapt to this alien biome. Ah, what have I done? I spoke about the Compact. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Jutland loudly berated himself to the point of punching himself in the face. Vase got a terrible fright when each of the punches released a small burst of potent heat that washed over their surroundings. Any unprotected human would have been burned to ashes with the amount of energy Jutland's fists released, but the doctor still looked fine. Ah, that reminds me, I should gift your body with some new implants. We can't have you dying of hunger and thirst while you slowly suffer from the pain of your body breaking apart from acute radiation poisoning like Mike. He only lasted a couple of months and croaked as soon as we ran out of nutrient paste. Jutland leered ominously at Vase, as if the doctor intended to cut him open right now. While Vase secretly envied Jutland's strange abilities, he didn't wish to lose his sanity in the process. Besides, Vase suspected that Jutland wouldn't stop with only a couple of essential implants. Look, we can get some food, water and air from the base. No need to go through the trouble of operating me, right? Too slow, too limited, too finite. With my exclusive Jutland organ wrapped around your heart, you'll be able to draw out most of the energy from around us like the hexapods. I'll make sure you'll last long enough to consolidate my rule over the forest. Before Vase could take a couple of steps back, Jutland stepped forward with inhuman speed and gripped the collar of his hazard suit. The doctor fumbled at the outer controls and forcibly removed the helmet. Air, I can't breathe. Vase choked as he tried to hold his breath. The toxic air of graining IV stunned his eyes to the point of almost turning him blind. The insides of his mouth, nose and ears burned like they'd been doused in acid. The pain overwhelmed his body so much that he couldn't activate his life-saving gadgets. Jutland put his bare palm atop Vese's thrashing head. Sleep now. Chapter 186 Post-human. One of the biggest fears any human faced was the prospect of never waking up after sleep. This especially crept up when you were being operated immediately after being knocked out. The prospect of never knowing when you died haunted Vase when Dr. Jutland forcibly sapped his consciousness. It came as a small relief when Vase eventually woke up. That relief quickly made way for pain, as his entire body ached. The most prominent pains came from the incisions in his chest and in his head. Jutland obviously hadn't wasted much time cutting him open. The recently cut flesh still radiated a lot of pain as his flesh actively worked to recover from the damage. Several new portions inside his body emanated a lot of pressure that constantly washed over his flesh and bones. A portion near his heart constantly released a stream of omnipresent pressure that constantly pressed against his body as if he was a dam about to burst. Having nowhere else to go, the scalding hot energy washed inside his body, forcing it to accommodate the excess. His body couldn't take the sheer amount of energy flowing out from the organ next to his heart. However, a strange sensation swept from a spot near his spine that forced the volatile energy to submerge in every cell of his body. Vase could vaguely sense that the energy brutally transformed his flesh and bones through a constant cycle of destruction and rejuvenation. Each time his cells got destroyed, new ones grew in their place that were able to contain a little bit more energy before they reached their limits. Vase didn't know how many cycles his body already went through, but it grew to the point where he could breathe the foul-tasting air of graining IV without suffocating to death. His eyes and all of his orifices only lightly stung when they came into contact with the toxic air. A constant prickle suffused his body from his surroundings. They weaved through his flesh and entered the organ besides his heart without stopping. Vase took that to mean his body drew on the ambient heat and radiation to fuel his ongoing transformation. "Ah, you're awake." Dr. Jutland entered the makeshift hut with a smile. A small, salvaged light taken from a mech hung from a wire extending from the ceiling. Jutland's face took on a mock-fatherly appearance as he studied the readouts from a medical device strapped to his bed. "Your life signs have stabilized. Good, you've passed the most difficult test." Jutland turned around and brought up a bucket filled with freshly butchered meat. He grabbed a random thigh of a juvenile hexapod and ripped the hardy scales from the flesh with his bare hands, coating it with greenish blood. After he finished removing the inedible scales, he extended the raw piece of meat to Vase. "Here, eat. Your energy is limitless, but your body still needs nutrients." His overarching hunger suppressed usual disgust when presented with a raw piece of meat. Vase grabbed onto the shank and sank his teeth into the hardy flesh, not even taking note of his strengthened denture. He finished up the shank in only a couple of minutes. His stomach finally subsided from its constant nagging for food. The urge to sleep overtook him. Vase tried to restrain his fatigue, but his strengthened body overwhelmed his feeble desire. He returned to slumber just as Dr. Jutland injected his body with a strange solution. Over the course of an unknown amount of time, Vase kept waking up with hunger gnawing in his stomach. Each time, Jutland entered the hut and eagerly handed him another freshly butchered hexapod limb. Sometimes, the doctor fed him their organs. Vase even got to sink his teeth into a juvenile's heat organ, which instantly scorched his mouth despite its increased tolerance for heat. Just a tiny bite of the underdeveloped heat organ had surpassed what his stomach was capable of digesting at any single moment. Minutes later, the organ besides his heart flared up as if it had been injected with chicken blood. The torrent of energy that flowed out from his chest almost physically pressed against the insides of his toughened skin. When the waves finally subsided, Vase blissfully returned to sleep. After his 20th or something awakening, Vase woke up devoid of excessive hunger. His body had finally finished whatever Jutland had initially spurred on. His exposed flesh withstood the alien atmosphere without any signs of degradation. Though his body still generated a lot of energy, most of it threaded through his body in a circle and returned to the strange organ in his chest. When Jutland finally returned to check his body, he cackled maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha, you not only survived the process, but exceeded my expectations. What did you do?" Vase asked weakly. Though the excess of energy invigorated his body, he had a hard time gaining control over it. It was as if the energy didn't belong to him but merely rented space in his body. Sporadically, it even showed signs of erupting, which Vase suspected would be really bad. Jutland grinned at the opportunity to brag. "I put in 27 years of focused research to use. My Jutland organ is carefully designed and grown to incorporate the best traits of a hexapod's heat organ. Meanwhile, the regulator I've implanted in your spine has spurred your body to renew itself along a modified genetic makeup. All of your cells down to your bone marrow have fully adapted, just as I intended. Did you change my genes? Of course, it's the only way I can force your body to transform with the failing tools I have on hand. Be glad that I found out that you took an initiating elixir. Without that gene boost as a primer, I would have never been able to spur your cells to swap their DNA so effortlessly." Vase recalled the M21 initiating elixir gifted by his master. He only received a small boost in attributes from the injection, but he'd been told that it only laid the groundwork for further gene boosts. If Dr. Jutland recognized that he used that gene boost, then his earlier rants about the relationship between the MTA and the Five Scrolls Compact might be true. Vase tried hard not to think too deep about that connection. "What else did you do to my body?" Jutland cackled again and rubbed his hands in a nefarious manner. He rambled on a bit about the various enhancements he developed over the years. His Jutland organ formed his magnum opus, but he didn't limit his research on the humanized heat organ alone. Overall, Vase received two other major enhancements. First, his digestive system received a large enhancement in order to be able to process food that regular humans could never stomach. The doctor expanded the range of foods he could digest. To his relief, Vase did not lose the ability to digest conventional human food. He hadn't lost any capabilities in that area. Instead, his digestive system became even more effective in extracting every possible nutrient out of everything he ate. Combined with the energy provided by his heat organ, Vase required a lot less food to make it through the day. Next, Jutland implanted a small growth next to his spine that initially directed the transformation of his genes. Now that his body adapted to his revamped genes, the regulator organ mainly functioned as his heat organ's central processor. For example, the energy cycle within his body had only come into being with the help of the regulator organ. Its cells contained extensive biological programming that coordinated his central nervous system with all of the changes in his body. After all, a baseline human didn't have anything like a human-sized heat organ. Without some form of instructions, his body wouldn't know what to do with it. The regulator essentially augmented his baseline central nervous system, like how his full stealth augment added a new function to his privacy shield. That reminded Vase to check his gear. He found out that Jutland stripped him of all clothes and gear, replacing them with a spare set of hospital clothes that must have been stewing in a box for a couple of decades. Ah, wondering where your devices are? I confiscated them both. Thank you for your spare shield generator. As soon as I decipher its identity lock, it will make for a useful guarantee of my safety. That blasted lock. The latest system is too tricky. Vase already expected to be stripped of his shield generator when Jutland stumbled upon it. After all, without it, he'd be at the mercy of his deranged captor. He could only give up on that avenue. Instead, he focused on his comm. He had to get his hands on his system. What about my comm? What about it? I need it to redesign the Caius. Do you expect me to design a mech by drawing hexapod blood on the ground? Jutland waved his hand dismissively. I've salvaged a number of terminals from a couple of derelict workshops from the first expedition. Half of them still work, last I checked. Their processors have never been rated to endure this much radiation and corrosive air over time. Even if they still look functional, you can't trust them to produce reliable results. Then I'll commission that thug Keller to steal a terminal from your current expedition. That won't do. The workshop runs on a vastly different software suite. I'm used to working with the software installed in my comm. Please give it back to me. Dr. Jutland uncharacteristically fell into silence. After a long consideration, he nodded and pulled out a familiar comm from his dirty lab coat and threw it onto Vase. Fine, but no more delays now. You've slept for 8 days straight now and your expedition is already halfway through its window. You'll start your work immediately. The news that Vase had intermittently slept over a stretch of 8 days affected him greatly. He already missed so much. A new sense of urgency washed over his mind, spurring him on to sit up from his cot. He slowly reached upwards, but his sudden movements disturbed his internal energy cycle. A large portion of energy escaped the cycle and traveled onwards until it smashed the front of his chest. The invisible impact forced a painful cough out of Vase. He heaved a bit and vomited out some blood. Reckless. Just because your body finished its transformation doesn't mean you've mastered your new source of energy. How can I control this rampant energy? You can't. Jutland cackled again. An unenlightened boor like you will never be able to master this higher form of energy. Instead, the cycle will continue to revolve your internal energy until its quantity surpasses the limits of your flesh. Am I dying? Everyone is dying, Vase. You are merely expiring faster than others because your body is eventually unable to process the vast amounts of energy from my Jutland organ. You'll blow up in a grand explosion that will spread your scattered flesh over many kilometers. Maybe you'll even break Mike's record. He. Jutland's insane behavior frightened Vase but also made him question why his thoughts and behavior still remained the same. Had Jutland improved his new organs and fixed the flaws? Don't think all of that energy will keep strengthening your body. Jutland ominously said after he recovered from his latest bout of giggling. The flesh is weak. Your only salvation lies in cultivating your soul. I predict you'll be bedridden for a few weeks. Don't bother moving away. Instead, start working on improving my steed. Dr. Jutland made some arrangements to his bed so that Vase could prop himself up into a somewhat comfortable seating position. He also threw a data chip at Vase that he could slot into his comm. I'm not a mech designer, but years of boredom have given me plenty of time to master a trivial scanner device. I've already included extensive scans of the chias in that chip. Ignore the living tissue and focus on remedying its mechanical components. After Judlin finally left the hut, Vase tiredly smiled. Despite the ticking time bomb implanted in his body, he remained hopeful he could remedy the flaws in his body. He already achieved significant progress after Judlin had rambled about the soul. Even though he automatically dismissed the doctor's assertion, his beliefs gave Vase a clue on how to tackle his runaway energy cycle. Obviously, Vase couldn't rely on his body to sort the problem out itself. Even the regulator organ did nothing but impose a rudimentary cycle that extended his lifespan from a couple of hours to a couple of months. Vase didn't believe in the existence of the soul, yet the idea prompted him to employ his mind. He instinctively sharpened his focus onto his Judlin organ, trying to impose his will on it. He treated it like he wanted to nurture the X factor onto a design. Strangely enough, it worked. His Judlin organ jerked a bit, and it took several minutes to figure out how he could dial down the overactive organ. The energy cycle slowly subsided from a raging torrent to a placid stream. It became much more bearable for his body, which enjoyed a reprieve for the first time in more than a week. He regained control over his body in rapid time, which broke Judlin's estimate that he required weeks of rest before he could even leave his bed. Now we're talking. Now that he managed to restore his mobility, Vase could finally cook up an escape plan. Earlier, Judlin ignorantly handed him back his comm. Not only did he regain access to the stealth augment, he also recovered the ability to access the system and its various marvels. Vase carefully pretended to be weak and tired and slowly activated his comm. Instead of opening his hidden Mech designer system, he executed a mundane designer software. Who knew if Judlin kept some eyes on him? Vase had to be very careful in order to preserve his ability to escape. First, I'll have to master this abundant power reactor in my chest. Pseudoscience or not, Vase resolved to cure his body. Through his own efforts, he refused to entertain Judlin's delusions and his heretical faith that he could find salvation from these supposed immortal gods. Vase recalled two very pertinent quotes he learned from school that guided his resolve. First, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Second, the weak believed in God while the strong seek to surpass his existence. Chapter 187 In Shambles. Vase currently likened his body to a balloon that steadily took in air without stop. His body could only hold a limited amount of energy. Even after Judlin directed his body to grow stronger, it had reached its limits, meaning that Vase eventually faced the possibility of bursting apart like a balloon with too much air. For now, he couldn't figure out a way to release the pressure. The strange energy cycling inside his body consisted of a strange sort of energy that resembled a thick, permeable gas of some sorts. It was remarkably difficult to control and currently Vase had no way of siphoning a portion outwards. Therefore, the only way to relieve the problem was to slow down his overactive heat organ. Such a solution wouldn't work forever, as he merely delayed his eventual death, but he bought himself a lot of time. When Vase narrowed his concentration on corralling the heat organ, he estimated that the rate of accumulation had slowed down to a fifth of its former activity level. His active efforts also pulled the wind out of his internal energy cycle, which reduced the pressure it put onto his body. This allowed him to regain his mobility. I can't keep this up forever, though. It took a lot of effort to maintain his current level of concentration. Vase felt as if he had to maintain two trains of thoughts, one for the present and one dedicated to keeping his heat organ in check. Designing the Mark II, which employed 3 images, had been a bit more onerous. He estimated he could keep this up for 3 hours at a time before he needed to take a break. He also determined that he couldn't maintain his concentration when he slept, which potentially cut the effectiveness of this exercise by a third. This is merely a temporary fix. I'll find a more permanent one once I've returned to civilization. At worst, he'd travel to the Titanium Garden and beg Master Olsen to remove his newly implanted organs. Despite the awesome power they provided, it was useless if he couldn't control it. Vase constantly played with fire the longer he hosted this strange new energy. The door of the hut slammed open. An angry-looking Judlin saw that Vase hadn't done much of anything, as he still pretended to be suffering from enough energy. Get a grip. Your body isn't crippled to the point you're never able to move again. Get to work. Vase minutely shook his head. Despite all of his fanciful thoughts, he remained vulnerable to the whims of a madman. Let's see what's on the datachip. When Vase studied the contents of the datachip, he found the information to be partially complete. Much of the inner portions of the Caius remained obscured, as Jutland probably didn't intend to put all of his eggs in a single basket. Pity he didn't know that Vase already had a good look inside, courtesy of Lucky. Dr. Jutland made detailed scans of his Chimera Mech's mechanical components. In case of salvaged components, he also documented the wrecks from where he sloppily removed them. The chip even contained the precious notes of the initial Mech designer. Parsing them proved to be a challenge for Vase. The Mech designer mostly wrote down minuscule details and incomprehensible calculations that meant nothing without knowing the context. The Mech designer never intended to present his notes to others, so he didn't bother to format them in a way that allowed other Mech designers to pick up his torch. Puzzling through the schematic and documents yielded a little more understanding of the Caius. The Mech designer not only mastered the humanoid form, but also knew his way around several beast shapes, including reptilian ones which the hexapod mostly resembled. Vase vaguely gleaned several insights about the peculiarities a reptilian form demanded. It's all about stability. A hexapod massed as much as a mech and more due to its highly developed bones, muscles and scales. This granted them an incredible amount of speed and power that surpassed the specs of most mechs with an equivalent mass. All of this strength came at a cost. Hexapods required 6 sturdy limbs in order to leverage their heavy muscles. Though they could make do with 4 limbs for a time, eventually they reached its limits. Supporting their immense bulk required a lot of constant effort. That heat organ is certainly a cheat. The plentiful amount of energy provided by a highly developed heat organ allowed the hexapods to do more with less. It removed most of the bottlenecks that constrained their size and allowed them to balloon to epic proportions. According to the schematic, Jutland modified a hexapod king's heat organ into an organic power reactor. The highly augmented organ was a marvel of nature and technology. It provided a stable output of energy that powered both its organic and mechanical components. The only downside to these tweaks was that the Caius thirsted for water whenever it exerted its heat organ. Everything is balanced. Limitless energy doesn't exist. Exotic materials often produced miracles, but they always hit a lot of limitations. Besides their scarcity, their effects always exacted another price. The heat organ's dependence on water gave Vase a clue on one of the vulnerabilities of the Caius. Too bad it's not something I can mess around. Vase was a mech designer. He hardly knew anything about exobiology, which was Jutland's core strength. If Vase wanted to figure out a way to sabotage the Caius, he'd be better off focusing on his own core strength. A fifth of the hexapod king carcass that made up the Caius had been replaced with metallic parts. All of them were in pretty bad shape. They withstood decades of corrosion, neglect and incompetent handling. In addition, the quality of the salvaged mech parts left a lot to be desired. The mechs brought by the first expedition simply didn't hold a candle to the advanced models employed by the forces from the Grey Willow Star sector. Even in an optimal environment, it would be remarkable if they lasted over 20 years. This fit with the modus operandi of small to medium-scale expeditionary fleets. They employed fairly cheap mechs made out of materials that could be easily recycled and be used to fabricate new replacement parts or even entire new mechs. While this meant that the materials were easy to work with, the parts never lasted very long. The Caius clearly suffered a substantial degradation in performance due to the perennial weaknesses introduced by its various mechanical components. It was like a galactic-class athlete being hobbled by a crude prosthetic made of wood. That single imperfection ruined the perfect balance of his body that allowed him to break galactic records. Depending on the facilities at hand, Vase could think of a number of remedies. To be frank, the parts needed to be broken down and reformed. Vase had no expertise of the former and he'd require a fully functional 3D printer to do the latter. From the state of this sorry-looking outpost, Vase guessed that Jutland hadn't been able to preserve a 3D printer. Even if he did have one in the early years, it must have broken down as many of its components were rather delicate. I'll have to assume I only have basic tools at my disposal. Expeditions that established an outpost groundside usually brought a standard set of portable equipment to service their mechs. A compact autoforge was a step down from a 3D printer in that it couldn't fabricate precise components from a ready supply of raw materials. However, its low-tech nature gave it a robustness that could withstand many different hostile environments without a sweat. I don't know how to work an autoforge. He used to handle one when he studied mech design, but only to familiarize himself with its various functions. The much superior industrial 3D printers provided students with a much easier experience. Only the true hardcore metallurgists kept hanging around an autoforge in order to fine-tune the casting of alloys. Vase spent the rest of the day drawing up a preliminary overhaul of the Caius. He only touched up the most glaring weaknesses in order to placate Jutland. The next day, Vase woke up with his entire body aching lightly. He obviously lost control over his energy cycle somewhere in the night. Without his conscious direction, his heat organ went back to pumping his energy at full throttle. Jutland came by sometime later. Good, you're awake again. You better show some work, or I'll feed you to my subjects. I've already drawn up a plan, Vase quickly replied, and proceeded to show his captor his meager efforts. HMPH, considering the state of your body, you've made an adequate amount of progress. How soon until you finish a new design? That's difficult to say because I don't have a complete grip on the facilities you have on hand. Do you still possess a working 3D printer? I don't know. Let's take a look. It's your first day on the job, so you better familiarize yourself with your workplace. Haha. The doctor summoned a random juvenile hexapod and dumped Vase onto its back. Its coarse scales chafed against his skin, but Vase refrained from uttering a complaint. Ever since he started working on the doctor's long-awaited overhaul, Jutland hadn't exploded into anger very often. When the hexapod brought him to a shambling shack, Vase got to see the outpost's workshop. Well, what do you think? I've salvaged more than enough tools for you to work with. I've even hauled over a 3D printer for you. It looked abysmal. A broken 3D printer took up most of the space. From all of the rust and broken parts poking out of its massive shell, Vase directly wrote it off. As for the pile of handheld tools such as plasma cutters and welders, he briefly sorted them and found that maybe 1 in 4 still worked. At least the workshop held an autoforge. It exhibited sporadic signs of use. Jutland must have fumbled with it over the years as his Caius began falling apart and needed more mechanical replacements. The hexapod brought Vase over to the autoforge. He turned on its control terminal. It booted up at least. When Vase initiated its diagnostics, the terminal reported the state of the autoforge. While he didn't understand some of the readings, he noted that the machine largely held up despite the abuse it suffered over a period of 27 years. Your autoforge needs some work. It's not in the best shape. Then fix it. Vase bought some more time for himself with that trick. The diagnostics painted a worse picture than what actually went on, as the diagnostics reported all of its error reports up front. That gave the machine the illusion that it suffered under a mountain of issues. Jutland left the room to do his own things, but before he left he ordered the hexapod to stay put. While Vase didn't relish hanging on to the creature all day, it behaved noticeably docile under Jutland's influence. He probably didn't have to worry about it getting hungry and wanting to take a bite out of Vase. You won't eat me, will you? The stupid creature didn't even jerk at his question. Whatever. Now that Vase had a better picture on what he had to work with, he began to formulate an actual escape plan. After thinking through his options, he reluctantly gave up on running away on his own. From what he saw, a horde of juvenile hexapods guarded the cave and its surroundings. With only 5 minutes worth of stealth, Vase could never run away fast enough to escape Jutland's reach even if he sabotaged the Caius. He'd have to send a signal back to base camp asking for rescue. In order to send a strong enough signal that could penetrate the miasma of metallic particles and garbled radio spectrum, he'd have to get his hands on 2 different things. First, he had to get his hands on a transceiver. Fortunately, Jutland's datachip showed him that most of the derelict mechs still possessed their transceivers, though they weren't in the best shape. Vase could use the tools at hand to covertly bring them back online. Second, in order to penetrate the miasma, he required a massive amount of power, enough to short out the transceiver seconds after it sent out its message. Vase expected a lot more difficulty in getting his hands on a power source. The base obviously ran on Jutland's own internal energy which he somehow converted to a stable current. The salvaged energy cells Jutland used as batteries must have also slowly degraded to the point where they frequently ran out of juice. Powering a high-strength transceiver would probably drain most of the energy cells all at once, alerting Jutland that Vase had done something sneaky. Once he came across the transceiver, there would be hell to pay. I've got to find an alternate source of energy. Vase instinctively turned his attention inwards. His internal energy cycle continued to revolve inside his body. Could he figure out the trick Jutland used to draw out this strange energy in the form of electricity? Chapter 188 Opportunity. Vase spent the next couple of days pretending to be physically infirm while dragging his feet on the redesign of the Caius. Jutland frequently hounded him in his free time and made sure that Vase presented some progress. His job became vastly more complicated due to its dual nature as a mechanical and living machine. The huge chimera mech incorporated a vast amount of living tissue that Jutland spent a lot of time trying to keep alive. The incomplete schematic included in the datachip only briefly mentioned the various functions of the strange organs inside the beast. In truth, Vase only partially directed his attention on the chias. Most of its complexity lay in its living components. As for the mechanical parts, they mostly provided support, taking the place of bones and tissue that Jutland hadn't managed to save. They were simple to design but difficult to fabricate. The lacking facilities available in the cave forced Vase to be a little more creative in his designs. He had to take into account his meager proficiency with the low-tech autoforge. Whenever Jutland holed up in his lab to cook up his latest biological horror, Vase slacked off in his current duties and focused on his goal of upgrading a transceiver and providing it with a vast amount of power. Both of these challenges required a lot of effort to make any headway. Vase gained an opening when the doctor suddenly appeared alarmed and readied the chias for action. The nerve of these outlanders. I will be off for a while. Before he left, Jutland gave a stern warning for Vase to stay put. He called out even more hexapods and stationed them around the entrance in his most important labs. If Vase got anywhere near the creatures, they'd gobble him up without hesitation. The biolab practically turned into an impregnable fortress by the time the doctor finished his arrangements. Seeing the chias come to life and emerge from the pool of water once again gave Vase a sense of majesty. Even devoid of actual life, the chimera mech still provided him with a sense of dread. Each step elicited a minor earthquake. Its vast bulk forced the chias to expend a mountain of energy which its modified heat organ provided in spades. It slowly crawled out of the cave like a dragon about to raid a village. Something serious must have happened that caused Jutland to bring out the big guns. Ever since he kidnapped Vase, Jutland had been content with keeping an eye on Vase while he holed up in his precious labs. Perhaps the expeditionary forces stumbled upon something important to Jutland. I'm finally alone. Without the good doctor looking over his shoulders, Vase could accomplish a lot more things. He scoped out the outpost for the last few days and got a good measure on Dr. Jutland's security arrangements. The man generally disdained relying on technology. Everything high-tech had already degraded to the point of turning into scrap. The plentiful amount of hexapods standing guard spoke of Jutland's trust and reliance on these remarkably dim-witted beasts. Though Vase still hadn't gotten a clue how Jutland directed the alien creatures. Still, no matter the control method, he doubted they worked like cameras, which meant that Vase had free reign of much of the outpost. Besides the biolabs and exit, Vase could walk everywhere as he pleased. In his boundless confidence, he judged that Vase should still be coping with his runaway internal energy cycle. Vase indeed suffered a lot of pain and a loss of control, but that only happened when he stopped suppressing his Jutland organ. Once the doctor and his giant mech disappeared, Vase sharpened his focus once again and dedicated at least a third of his mental capacity to dialing down his rebellious organ. Days of practice enabled him to become more adept at channeling his concentration. The urgency of the situation and the constant threat of harm had spurred his will to life like a torch. Before he ended up in Jutland's hands, he always required a lot of lead time to transition his mind. Now he only required a couple of seconds to switch his focus. Once his artificial organ had been leashed, Vase slid out the uncomfortable back of the hexapod that acted as his transport. The hexapod that ordinarily watched over him did nothing to stop him from leaving. Hey, thought so. These hexapods don't understand Jutland's intent. At the very least, the juveniles are as dumb as rocks. 2 hexapod adults patrolled the biolabs at all time, which clearly indicated their importance to the doctor. Vase thought it wise not to challenge these beasts. Though he was curious what preoccupied Jutland these days, he doubted he'd get away without losing a couple limbs. Still, his curiosity continued to nag at him. If he activated his stealth augment, he could sneak past the oblivious hexapods and take a peek. Yet he shook his head after weighing the possible benefits. Using the stealth augment will drain the batteries of my comm. Vase couldn't find a single outlet that allowed him to recharge his comm. Such a thing must have been a low priority to Jutland, who lost his own comm many years ago. He decided to hold back his stealth augment for his inevitable escape attempt. Without 5 minutes worth of stealth, he'd never be able to sneak past the vigilant hexapod adults standing guard near the exit. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the pile of derelict mechs shoved into a corner of the cave. A devious smile appeared on his face for the first time in weeks. There weren't any hexapods standing guard over the Rex. His captor hadn't considered the possibility that he'd regain enough strength to make use of them. This allowed Vase to waltz over the pile of junk without challenge. This is truly a mess. All of the wrecks consisted of remnants of the first expedition. 27 years ago, Vase could have salvaged a good number of high-quality parts. Now though, neglect and the passing of time allowed corrosion to set in deep. In the overall scheme of things, a transceiver played a vital role for the mechs that carried them. They enabled the machines to keep in touch with each other and send back vital telemetry. As humans often employed mechs against each other, the use of jamming technology was widespread. This limited the ability for mechs to communicate across vast distances such as a ship in orbit. Most mech designers therefore employed a transceiver that specialized in establishing secure short-range communication channels. Thus, a mech transceiver had to fulfill two criteria. First, they had to be robust enough to withstand shocks. It would be monumentally bad if a crippled mech couldn't call for help when its transceiver got taken out as a bonus. Second, they had to be capable of scaling up its output when it received an increase in power. Most of the mechs in the junk pile happened to use the same like other sophisticated components such as power reactor and engines. Mech designers always licensed a readily available transceiver model from a third-party developer. Such a model had been designed from the ground up to accommodate many different kinds of mechs. A heavy mech possessed a shipload of power while a light mech had to be sparing in its energy expenditure. A transceiver had to work reliably in many different situations if its developer wished to license them out. Vase brought a heavy-duty plasma cutter over to the Rex and began to make some careful cuts. He chose to work at the Rex from the rear so that Judland wouldn't notice anything amiss when he glanced at the pile. When he worked with the plasma cutter, Vase noticed his body lost a lot of flexibility. His recent body transformation played hell with his coordination, which often led to near accidents when he overshot his aim with his plasma cutter. Vase had to slow down even further if he wished to avoid a very nasty burn. He wondered what the system thought of his new attributes. His strength and endurance must have shot through the roof at the expense of his dexterity. I haven't checked my status in months. It should be almost 2 months since he joined the expedition. Due to House Kane's omnipresent surveillance as well as Ensign D'Amato's watchful presence, Vase never dared to access the system. Now that he'd been left alone with a bunch of stupid hexapods, Vase could finally access its many miraculous functions. He quickly turned off his plasma cutter and placed it aside. Just in case Judland hid some cameras around the cave, Vase dove inside the half-open cockpit of a fallen mech. Closing the hatch took some effort, but a judicious application of strength allowed him to seal it somewhat shut. The cockpit looked even worse than the rest of the mech. All of the projections and status screens either rusted away or hosted some strange metallic plant growth. Even the soft ergonomic seat cushions had decayed in a foul puddle of viscous ooze. Vase ignored his surroundings and hunched over his body, trying to shield his comm from as many angles as possible. Once he ensured that almost nothing would be able to capture the contents of his comm, he navigated through a hidden menu and executed the Mech Designer program. Mech Designer System Menu, Status Designer Missions Skill Tree Shop Lottery Inventory. The familiar menu reassured him that he hadn't lost his most important tool in his career. The system accompanied him in his current rise as an apprentice mech designer. The difficulties he faced nowadays strained his current capabilities. Without the help of the system, Vase faced an uphill struggle if he wished to escape with his hide intact. First, he called up his status. Status name: Vase Larkinson. Profession: Apprentice Mech Designer. Specializations: None. Design points: 17,643. Attributes: Strength 1.6, Dexterity 0.5, Endurance 2.2, Intelligence 1.8, Creativity 1, Concentration 1.7, Neural Aptitude. F skills: Assembly Apprentice, 3D Printer Proficiency 3, Assembler Proficiency 3, Battle Mechatronics Apprentice, Business Apprentice, Computer Science Incompetent, Electrical Engineering Apprentice, Structural Pathway Configuration 2, Mathematics Apprentice, Mechanics Journeyman, Jury Rigging 2, Speed Tuning 3, Metallurgy Journeyman, Alloy Compression 2, Metaphysics Incompetent, Physics Apprentice, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 2, Lightweight Armor Optimization I, Medium-Weight Armor Optimization 3, Melee Weapon Optimization 2. Abilities: Superpublish available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation: a post-human mech designer capable of surviving harsh environments without protection. The moment he saw his attributes, his eyes practically bulged. My strength practically doubled and my endurance almost tripled. The last time he checked his status, his physical attributes all scored below average at 0.8. Mech designers weren't hotshots like mech pilots who had to be able to navigate a battlefield on foot in event their mechs broke down. Thus, Vase always paid no attention to his lackluster fitness. Right now, Vase didn't know what to think. His strength and endurance rose to a ridiculous level to the point of throwing his balance out of whack. He even broke through the natural genetic limit of a human body by surpassing the barrier at a score of 2.0. As expected, all of the benefits came at the cost of dexterity. He definitely had to address this deficiency once he returned along with every other side effect. The system's status only summarized his attributes. They didn't list out his overall fitness nor all of the junk that Dr. Judlin stuffed inside his body. My DP hasn't grown by much, he muttered with disappointment. After thinking about it, Vase figured out the reasons. He'd been absent from the market for 2 months. This pushed him out of the current news cycle, which severely impacted his brand awareness. Several other factors also limited the sales of his catalog. His earlier creations performed fairly bad compared to the most popular mechs in their market segments. His later works could be piloted for free via the game centers that participated in the promotion spearheaded by his publicist Gavin. Only his most radical fans purchased the Young Blood or the Old Soul. The accessible and well-received Young Blood already capped out its DP contribution, so Vase earned nothing else from its sale. As for the Old Soul, its ambush sniper playstyle didn't appeal to the vast majority of young potentates who craved instant action. Well, it's not like I can scoff at 17,000 DP. I can do plenty of things with this amount. Chapter 189 Ingenuity. With around 17,000 DP in his name, Vase had to consider his purchases carefully. The greedy system charged an arm and a leg for a high-powered transceiver or high-density energy cell, the latter of which also came without a charge. It'll be a waste to purchase an item from the shop except for attribute candies, he concluded. A side effect of his decreased dexterity strangely reset the prices for the equivalent candies. It seemed like such a great deal that Vase instantly bought 3 of them in order to regain his former level of coordination. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 500 design points. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 600 design points. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 700 design points. After swallowing the candies one after another, his body merely tingled for a couple of minutes before it finished its transformation. When he flexed his fingers, he nodded in satisfaction. His body hadn't changed much, but he regained his coordination, which helped him a lot when he worked with his tools. He retained 15,000 DP after his minor purchase. This sum wouldn't be enough to purchase a powerful item, but he had plenty to spare for handy skills and sub-skills. When he initially obtained the system, Vase spent a lot of DP on skills. Only later did he wake up to the fact that he needed to upgrade his attributes and his equipment as well, so he spent vast sums on the latter 2 categories to make up for his deficiencies. That doesn't mean I can neglect my skills. A mech designer relied on his knowledge and expertise to make a living. A powerful mind assisted him in advancing up the ranks, but what mattered now was what he could do with the resources and tools at hand. Their awful state made them very difficult to work with at his current level. Vase had only ever really worked with gear in their optimal or at least well-maintained state. Now that he had to work in dismal circumstances, he urgently required an upgrade in his capabilities. Otherwise, it will take too long to get a transceiver up and running. Vase didn't expect Judlin to return for a couple of days, but he'd be hard-pressed to complete his project by then without the convenience of a working 3D printer. The Autoforge worked great with large, uniform components but couldn't really fabricate any micro-components such as processors or chipboards. Salvaging, Incompetent 1000, Salvaging, Novice 2000, Salvaging, Apprentice 4000, Signals and Communications, Incompetent 200 DP, Signals and Communications, Novice 400 DP, Signals and Communications, Apprentice 800 DP, Jury Rigging 3, 600 DP. Vase added 2 major skills to his repertoire. The salvaging skill encompassed everything related to recovering parts from derelict mechs. Purchasing the skill in succession dumped a large amount of knowledge into his head. While the cost of getting it up to apprentice level halved his available DP, his increase in capabilities made it up in spades. It urgently filled the gap in his knowledge on how to fully exploit the heaps of wrecks piled up in Judlin's cave. At least I won't be ruining anything I dig out now that I know how to recover them safely. Different from fundamental skills like physics or mechanics, Vase learned a large amount of practical knowledge instead of highly abstruse theories. Seasoned salvagers mostly learned on the job, and the system-granted skill offered him years' worth of experience in an instant. His entire perspective changed. Where once Vase saw a wreck, now he saw a hidden treasure ready to be unearthed. Even with all of the damage and corrosion, Vase could still recover millions of credits worth of materials and components. Even if he failed in his mech designer career, he could still earn a decent living among the rough and tumble world of salvaging. Hey, they earn a lot, but they're also exposed to a lot of danger. After all, not everyone appreciates a grave robber. The other skills spoke for themselves. Vase always gained a lot of use out of his jury-rigging skill, which allowed him to apply unconventional solutions in case he lacked the ideal part for the job. Enhancing it brought him a wealth of insight that, among other things, increased his understanding of damaged parts and how to employ them despite their deficiencies. He also picked out some primers on signals and communications technology in order to avoid fumbling like a caveman when he tried to repair a transceiver. As a bonus, the skill also provided him with a good foundation on how to reduce a mech's emissions and enhance their stealth. Naturally, this benefit would only help him out later once he returned home. Status name, Vase Larkinson. Profession, apprentice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 6,843. Attributes: strength, 1.6 dexterity, 0.8 endurance, 2.2 intelligence, 1.8 creativity, 1 concentration, 1.7 neural aptitude. F skills: assembly apprentice, 3D printer proficiency 3, assembler proficiency 3, battle mechatronics apprentice, business apprentice, computer science incompetent, electrical engineering apprentice, structural pathway configuration 2, mathematics apprentice, mechanics journeyman, jury rigging 3, speed tuning 3, metallurgy journeyman, alloy compression 2, metaphysics incompetent, physics apprentice, directed energy weapon optimization 2, lightweight armor optimization I, medium weight armor optimization 3, melee weapon optimization 2, salvaging apprentice, signals and communications apprentice. Abilities: superpublish available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation: a post-human mech designer capable of surviving harsh environments without protection. Right now, Vase figured he gained the minimum amount of proficiency for his current project. His status page looked much better equipped to face his current crisis. A low-end transceiver isn't complicated in its functions. I should be able to salvage most of what I need from these wrecks. What else should I spend my 6,800 points on? Too bad the mech designer system only conveyed skills related to his primary profession. Vase could sorely use an upgrade in his ability to survive in an alien wilderness. He shifted his priority to the Caius. As long as the giant chimera mech remained operational, the expeditionary forces had to treat Dr. Judland with kid's gloves. Taking out this asset would prove immeasurably useful to his safety. I need a quick fix. Vase estimated the expedition was already halfway through their 40-day window. This left precious little time for everyone to complete their goals. He didn't believe Judland intended to let the expedition rob his entire territory blind. It didn't fit in with his erratic and vindictive behavior. How could he sabotage a monster like the Caius without tipping Judland off? He considered the issue carefully. The mech withstood a head-on clash from the entire hunting platoon without a sweat. Its vulnerable head, which contained the Chimera mech's most vulnerable components, enjoyed an almost perfect level of protection by employing integrated shield generator. Then he remembered the pool of water in the middle of the cave. The Caius will certainly rest in the pool once it returns. If Vase discreetly messed with the water, he'd be able to deliver a crippling blow to the Caius. Best of all, Dr. Judland wouldn't be aware of the danger until it was too late. Yet, to do so without getting caught required a lot of thought. Dr. Judland won't be easy to hoodwink. As much as Vase improved in most of his physical capabilities, he had no doubt that Judland reserved the best for himself. Who knew how much work he had done on his smell, hearing and sight? Once he spotted something fishy in the water, the game was up and the Caius remained fully functional. I'll just have to pick carefully and risk a try. To do nothing at all left the expedition open to retaliation from Judland. While he didn't care too much about House Kane, their failure affected his own rewards from the Clifford Society. Vase had very limited options with his remaining budget. If he skimped on upgrading his skills, he'd be able to do more, but he didn't regret his earlier purchases. After all, without a working transceiver, he'd still be on his own. That reminds me, I still haven't figured out a way to convert my internal energy into a stable current. A powerful transceiver required a corresponding amount of power. The last few days, Vase frequently tried to manipulate his internal energy, but he came back with absolutely nothing. He found no way to exert any influence on the mysterious cycle of energy. No matter the method, be it physical or mental, the energy cycle behaved as it was aloof to the mortal plane. That didn't mean he became stuck. His salvaging skill conveniently provided him a lifeline by giving him the option to recover and perform basic repairs on a reasonably intact energy cell or power reactor. And if one reactor didn't suffice, then he could always string up a bunch of them with the help of his jury-rigging sub-skill. He left the issue of poisoning the water for later, as he still needed to consider his options carefully. Instead, he started working on salvaging what he needed from the pile of wrecks. Unlike before, Vase didn't opt for the crude option of cutting straight through a damaged mech's frame. Instead, he approached the wreck like a salvager wishing to preserve as much of its value as possible by using various tricks to peel off the layers of armor and components in the way. He had to exert a lot of effort this way. Working without bots or a decent assembly system slowed him down a bit. However, the upside to his slow and methodical work was that he succeeded in removing a couple of decent-looking transceivers after a couple of hours. He also conveniently removed a couple of energy cells along the way, though he had less luck with the power reactor. These things are too heavy. He wiped his brow and stood back. Even his increase of strength meant nothing when it came to several tons of weight. He didn't even dare to attempt to bring it online. The absence of a power reactor as a moderating force meant that Vase had to pass another hurdle before he completed his setup. First things first, he worked on the transceiver. Having scavenged the same model over 4 different mechs, he dismantled them all and reassembled a single copy from the best parts. Unlike a sophisticated industrial 3D printer, a low-end transceiver like this one didn't bother with employing restrictions. This saved him a lot of time and effort. Still, I'm not sure it will be able to handle the amount of power required to reach the base camp. Vase estimated that this cave should not be too far away from base camp, so he set an upper limit of 500 kilometers. That still exceeded the base parameters of his stock transceiver. Fortunately, he had a solution to this shortcoming. His newly signals and communications and upgraded jury rigging skills enabled him to upgrade his transceiver's range while also boosting its ability to cope with a large influx of power. While his work had no chance of passing certification, it would work in a pinch. He worked through the night to tackle the power problem. If there was one thing his newly enhanced body improved, it was his ability to work through his night cycle without losing too much focus. In order to prevent the energy cells from short-circuiting his transceiver, he salvaged various components off the available power reactors. He combined these parts into a makeshift power converter. Vase even jury-rigged a rudimentary control panel that allowed him to adjust the amount of power he pumped into the transceiver. The moment of truth had come. Vase selected a widely used distress frequency and began to transmit his voice. This is Vase Larkinson, the mech designer assigned to the expedition. Is anyone listening to me? Please come in base camp. I say again, this is Vase Larkinson, the mech designer. Come in base camp. The transceiver only returned a large amount of static even after he kept his message up for 5 whole minutes. Vase frowned and appraised his current setup. Looks like I'll have to put my work to the test. Vase gradually cranked up the power. Chapter 190 Breaking Point. Vase pushed his setup to its limits when he failed to get a response. Due to the inverse square law, the poor little transceiver had to accommodate an increasingly alarming amount of power. Neither the salvaged energy cells, the improvised power converter or the hastily upgraded transceiver handled the increasing load well. Vase frequently shut down the power to cool down the stressed devices and replace a few of the more delicate components that only hung on by a thread. His persistence finally paid off when his shabby transceiver finally returned a response. It came in with dense encryption that made no sense if Vase didn't have the right key. Why reply with encryption? Then he thought about the untrustworthy elements in the expedition. If someone like Commander Keller listened into their correspondence, then that could lead to a lot of unpleasant consequences. Acting upon a hunch, Vase applied a unique code that his father hammered into his head to his transceiver. The gibberish transformed into simple text. This is base camp. We read you loud and clear. Both your cousin and the commander are present. Vase checked his transceiver and noticed a trail of smoke. He rapidly typed in his reply on the projected keyboard. I am still in captivity and am transmitting through an improvised transceiver. It will only hold up in a limited amount of time. Roger. We are triangulating your position, but it will take time. Please explain your circumstances. Without any delay, he briefly transmitted what he experienced, including the fact that he'd been operated on. He also emphasized that Dr. Jutland and his Caius departed the cave a day ago. Copy that. We have anticipated his arrival. Base camp is currently in upheaval. Expeditionary fleet has suffered a defeat against Sandman fleet but fled in good order. CMDR. Keller and his supporters have rebelled and are at large. Prospectors have found the motherlode and its exploitation has disturbed the local ecosystem. Disabling the Caius is a critical priority. Do you have a solution? The brief message came at a bombshell. The defeat of the expeditionary fleet caught everyone off guard. No wonder Keller and his ilk went AWOL. That latter part of, fled in good order, sounded reassuring, but who knew what the truth really looked like? Without a stable fleet presence up in orbit, they'd never able to leave this miserable planet. If they couldn't leave within 20 days, they'd be joining Dr. Jutland in his merry isolation. Forget about retaining your sanity, you'd run out of food, water and air long before the next 27-year lull arrived. As for the motherlode, Vase figured that House Kane finally found the source of all the monoxyrite spread throughout the jungle. An unimaginable amount of wealth should be locked away in this vein. Digging it out should net the expedition an unimaginable amount of monoxyrite, perhaps in the kilograms even. However, taking such a valuable source of monoxyrite away would also devastate the local ecosystem and cut off Jutland's ambitions. He's just like an alien who can't do without a source of exotics. Cutting him off from monoxyrite is like taking away the stimulants of a hardcore addict. Jutland will never be resigned to give up his source of bliss. Fortunately, House Kane took its security seriously, and with Vase warning them of the coming of the Caius, they'd be fully prepared to repel the monstrous Mech. That reminded Vase of his data chip and the valuable schematics within. Please stand by while I transmit incomplete schematics of the Caius. Vase retrieved the data chip and inserted it into an open slot on his transceiver. After selecting the pertinent files, the device slowly transmitted its contents to base camp. Due to the great distance and the constant interfere in the air, the transmission dragged on for minutes. We've received your transmission in full and are in the process of verifying its contents. Please stand by. His transceiver started to release a lot more smoke by now. It shouldn't be able to hold on for long. My transceiver is breaking up. I have only seconds left. Please send rescue to my transmission point. There are half a dozen adult hexapods and a score of juveniles under Jutland's thralls. No elder hexapod kings are present to my knowledge. If the Caius returns, I will attempt to sabotage it. Our manpower is short, we can only divert a limited amount of help. Your rescue will hinge on the success of your sabotage. Rescue party will abort its attempt in the event of failure. For a moment, Vase felt the need to slam his fist down the radio. House Kane practically pushed him into a corner and blatantly blackmailed him into disabling the Caius. Still, if they had to fend off Jutland, Keller and the native wildlife at the same time, it'd be a wonder if they could send out a squad of mechs. Roger. I will await your rescue party. Out. His transceiver finally bit the dust before he received the final reply from base camp. He hastily put out the flames, then dismantled his entire setup before stashing his half-fried gear among the desolate pile of mechs. After cleaning himself up, he left the junk pile and walked over the edge of the massive pool of water. A familiar juvenile hexapod padded over and croaked towards him as if he was a dog welcoming back his owner. Hey there, friend, he said and tentatively reached out a hand to rub its head. The hexapod barely noticed his touch. I guess you're nothing like a dog. The dim-witted creature acted more like a badly programmed bot than anything else. Vase wondered how Dr. Jutland managed to direct these creatures in the first place. Did he raise them from their infancy and condition them to obey him from the start? Had he fed them with a cocktail of drugs and slowly weaned away their instincts? Or did the crazy doctor use some mystical mind magic? The truth mattered little to him for now, as his rescue party could clean up the beasts themselves. Vase only had to figure out a way to cripple the Caius. He looked down the pool of water and tried hard not to smell the disgusting scent emanating from its murky depths. What can I purchase with my remaining points? His newly added insights into salvaging provided him with a couple of decent options. Sometimes, they had to bypass obstacles without resorting to heat-based cutters. The most sophisticated salvagers in the center of the galaxy employed highly advanced nanites. These microscopic bots not only ate through the toughest materials, but were also capable of limited self-replication. Sadly, the system's store charged a ludicrous price for a thumbnail's worth of basic nanites. Even if he possessed the points to exchange them, his lack of expertise prevented him from employing them as he wished. A lower-tech solution to salvagers was the use of chemicals. They relied on various acids and the like to dissolve extremely hardy obstacles. Proper use of chemicals required a lot of foreknowledge on the kind of materials the salvagers expected to encounter. If you brought the wrong formula, you'd be liable to waste your time. It's a good thing I know exactly what kind of alloys the Caius has incorporated. He smirked. He couldn't do anything against the Chimera Mech's resilient living tissue. Jutland spent a lot of time and resources to strengthen them against every possible form of damage, and they were already strong to begin with when the Hexapod King was still alive. Vase only aimed to weaken its mechanical replacement parts. He returned to the junkyard and found quiet corner to activate his system. He visited the store and sought out the chemicals that should be effective against the alloys incorporated in the fallen mechs. Formula FDER 351, 25,000 design points. Formula HH5500030F, 50,000 design points. Formula U22V77 full mention, 30,000 design points. Formula 22256F, 5,000 design points. Of the handful of formulas that met his criteria, only one of them came close to his price range. As the most affordable chemical on the list, Formula 22256F appeared to be a product designed to appeal to the cheapskates. It was highly unsafe and had a limited shelf life. It also came in a smaller container than the rest. Will it be enough to weaken the alloys? If Vase dumped the skinny vial into the giant pool of water, the chemical would spread out over a very wide volume. Still, despite its price, the chemical was very potent on its own. Vase even knew a couple of tricks that salvagers often used to give the formula some extra kick. He decisively purchased a vial from the store. It materialized in his hand, which he carefully stuffed in his pockets. It would be a disaster if he spilled it. Now that he possessed the main ingredient, he could get to work with adding some supplements. Vase returned to the junkyard and carefully opened up the engines and power reactors. Most of these core components were highly complicated systems by themselves that incorporated a number of chemicals. He salvaged a couple of critical chemicals that hadn't evaporated or turned bad over the years. Damn, he hissed as he barely drew his fingers back in time. A foul splash of chemical goop exploded from the power reactor he worked on. Even my thickened skin won't save me if I get any of this acid on me. Dr. Jutland could return at any time, so Vase worked with haste. He finally gathered a sufficient amount of chemicals after several hours of focused work. He looked down at the makeshift buckets he fashioned out of spare scrap. After blending them together, he added in the formula. The entire mixture instantly seethed as if it came alive. Vase didn't wait for it to fully mix and tipped over the container into the pool. The mystery blend submerged into the water and had become diluted to the point where Vase couldn't spot any difference from before. He wouldn't want to dip into the waters, though. I've done all I can now. Vase cleaned up the scene of the crime as best he could and returned to his designated juvenile hexapod. He laid down on his ride and deliberately loosened his focus. With his reins loosened up, his Jutland organ hit back with a vengeance. The massive influx of energy destabilized his internal energy cycle and caused a lot of pain. He gritted his teeth and tried to deal with the problem without resorting to his mind. Vase only achieved a minimal amount of progress in this regard. Time passed slowly as he pretended to be weak and infirm. Vase caught up with his sleep but could do nothing for his hunger and thirst. He didn't dare piss off the hexapods by attempting to slaughter them for sustenance. Besides, hated the barbarity of eating raw flesh. He'd rather go hungry for a while. Seems my body hasn't finished adjusting if I'm still craving for food. While Vase continued to speculate about the changes in his body, Dr. Jutland finally returned after half a day of quiet contemplation. The Caius obviously suffered a setback. Its entire left torso appeared to have suffered a massive explosion that cracked some of its scales and enormously weakened the exposed metallic components close by. The man also came with company this time. A very familiar-looking swordsman Mech that had seen better days trudged after the Caius. Keller. The situation on the ground must have been dire for the both of them if they retreated to this cave in a hurry. Neither of the two men paid much attention to Vase, which was just the way he liked it. Jutland even directed his Caius to submerge into the pool without glancing at it, which relieved Vase from one of his worries. Doc, this isn't what you promised. Keller yelled as the cockpit of his mech opened up. Unlike Vase, the mercenary commander wore a vacuum-sealed piloting suit, which possessed less armor than a hazard suit but provided him with much more flexibility. It didn't avail him when Jutland pounced on him from a ludicrous distance with his massively enhanced body. The crazy doctor grasped Keller's neck and slammed him against the side of his cockpit. "Don't talk to me in that tone, little worm. I'm the one in charge, not you. If you and your men remained patient, we'd be able to attack the expeditionary forces from two separate fronts. You don't know my men. I couldn't get a lid on my men once they got wind of the main fleet's defeat. They had to lash out. Incompetent simpleton." Jutland cursed and slammed Keller against the surface of his mech again. "Are humans always so dumb? What is the use of keeping you alive when you don't have any men anymore? Wait a moment, Doc. I can still get in touch with some of my friends in base. Not everyone lost hope. I can continue to feed you information and..." A loud crack sounded out as Jutland mercilessly punched his fist into Keller's visor. The force not only broke through the transparent composite that made up the foreplate but also crunched the Vision's head like a watermelon. Vase felt a chill in his spine. The brute force displayed by Dr. Jutland far surpassed a baseline human's limit. Even he didn't wish to measure his strength against the murderous exobiologist. With hardly a word, Jutland threw aside the corpse. Keller's broken form practically shattered upon landing. Only his vac-suit prevented his body from splattering out in a disgusting display. The doctor jumped from the vacant mech without a word and landed on the ground. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm surrounded by incompetence. There is no hope for humanity." Jutland's gaze turned vicious as he stared at Vase. "Are you incompetent as well?" Chapter 191. Rage. Vase had a premonition that if he replied with the wrong question, he might not have his head on his shoulders anymore. A lot had happened that pushed Dr. Jutland to his breaking point. One more shove could send him over the edge. He decided to come clean, if only a little bit. "I can work. I've been working on my mobility. Look, I can move again." He allocated a tenth of his focus on his Jutland organ. His energy cycle became lethargic, which relieved some of his pain and loss of control. Vase quickly demonstrated his competence by moving his fingers. "This shouldn't be possible," Jutland muttered as he stared at Vase dancing his fingers. "Your physique should still be adjusting to its changes." Enthusiasm replaced his earlier rage. The speed in which he changed his mood astounded Vase. For fear of triggering him back to a fouler mood, he kept his mouth shut and tried not to resist the doctor's inspection. This is exceedingly strange." The exobiologist mused and pulled out a rusty scanner from his lab coat. "But the readings don't lie. This phenomenon is exceedingly rare." Jutland practically slobbered over Vase as he poked and prodded his body. The man particularly paid attention to his internal energy cycle and noted how much it had diminished compared to its uncontrolled state. "You shouldn't be able to exert any influence on your Jutland organ. Your regulator organ lacks the capacity to do so." Despite his discomfort, Vase mentally sighed in relief. At least he got rid of Jutland's impulse to wrench apart his neck. The doctor had proven to be highly unstable when things didn't go his way. As the doctor dragged him back to his cot and brought out a number of machines to study his body, Vase tried to wait out the examination. All he had to do for now was to drag out the time while he waited for rescue. Hopefully his help was on its way, because he did not enjoy Jutland's ministrations. The obsessive doctor started cackling as he injected Vase with several different solutions. The uncertainty of their purpose kept Vase from relaxing. Who knew if Jutland decided to kill him off on a whim? In order to distract himself from all of these morbid thoughts, he tried to think about what happened to the expedition as a whole. What concerned him the most was whether he'd still be able to leave this planet when the 40-day window came at an end. With the metallic storm on the surface of Graining IV starting to pick up again, the groundside forces had scant little time left to leave this exotic but exceedingly dangerous planet. Without a fleet presence in orbit, they'd never get picked up. Still, Vase didn't entirely lose hope. A naval defeat rarely spelled the annihilation of all of the ships on the losing side. As long as the Ark Horizon herself retreated in good order, then the nucleus of the main fleet could still stage a comeback. In addition, Vase could also rely on getting picked up by the Barracuda. His corvette might have been seconded to house Kane, but the crew answered only to him. If Captain Sylvestra could get his ship out of House Kane's leash, then she'd certainly attempt a pickup. Therefore, he still clung to hope. Even if the worst-case scenario happened, he still had a lifeline in the system. As long as he spent a couple of years pumping out designs, he'd be able to accumulate enough DP to purchase a long-range teleporter that could take him away without going through the murderous metallic storm clouds. The doctor eventually left him alone and returned to his biolabs. The reprieve allowed Vase to relax and prepare for his escape attempt. Depending on the effectiveness of the diluted chemicals, the Caius could still retain some of its functionality. Hopefully, the formula affected more than just the mechanical parts which mainly played a supporting role. The hours dragged on as Vase quietly waited for change. Just as he dozed off, a tiny prickle against his palm interrupted his rest. Something metallic brushed against his hands. Vase carefully grasped the object and raised it to his face. It turned out to be a tiny bot. His rescue party finally reached the cave. His heart started to pump faster as he grasped for hope. The bot extended a secure cable which Vase attached to his comm. It established a secure, short-range comm channel. "What is your current status? Are you in restraint?" Vase typed in his reply. "In captivity in a hut. There is no lock to the structure. I'm not restrained. Judlin thinks I'm infirm due to the implants he installed in my body, but that's not true. I can move if needed. Please detail Judlin's security arrangements." He emphasized that he only got a glimpse of what Judlin prepared. With his excellent memory, he noted all of the hexapods and their positions as well as described the various makeshift structures in the cave. He pointed out that Judlin cared the most about the biolabs. He also warned his rescuers that Judlin had long exceeded the standards of a baseline human. Is he able to match blows with a mech? I'm not sure about that, but he is very fast. You won't be able to stop him if he's determined to run away. Your suggestions will be taken under advisement. The operation will begin as soon as we've verified your words and gathered more intelligence. The rescue party took extreme caution in their approach. After all, Dr. Judlin frequently defied expectations. Confronting him in one of his main hideouts would surely prompt him to reveal the trump cards he developed for many years now in preparation to confront the next expedition. The bot shut down the channel and floated away after retracting its cable. Vase guessed that his rescuers intended to go through the entire cave from top to bottom. Unfortunately, they underestimated Judlin's vigilance. What is this? A bot? Mere rats seeking to gnaw my heels. Arise, my subjects. The hexapods that used to wander around like broken puppets turned savage. Even the little fellow next to Vase behaved as if someone snatched his dinner. The amount of threat the juvenile beast even intimidated Vase. It proved that despite his extensive enhancement, he could never hold a candle to a real predator. A lot of things happened in succession. Vase stopped pretending to be lame and landed on his feet. He ignored the growling hexapod and went to the entrance of his hut. As soon as he opened it, he witnessed a daring entrance from his rescue party. It turned out that base camp pulled out the big guns. Half the hunting platoon spearheaded the charge. They pushed aside the hexapod adults and squashed the juveniles into paste. A handful of other mechs bearing the colors of Georgia's cavalry secured the entrance of the cave and took out the handful of hexapod adults in their wake. "Dr. Judlin, this is Captain Kane," the Cathrek in the lead released from its loudspeakers. "We've got you cornered. We beat you once, and we can beat you again. Give it up." The doctor laughed maniacally as he raced towards the half-submerged Caius. "Ha ha ha ha, you've made a grave mistake in confronting me at my seat of power. Arise, my guards." The cave walls collapsed at certain points as several strange creatures emerged from their holes. The beasts looked like worms but resembled hexapods with stubby limbs. Though they lost the use of their limbs, they made up for it with speed, toughness and an incredibly strong bite. Their ability to bore through the resilient cave walls alone showcased their strength. The intervention of the hexaworms, for lack of a better word, stalled Captain Kane's forces from apprehending Judlin. It took all they got just to fend off the danger. Mechs that lacked flexibility, such as the sole Ajax Olympian participating in the attack, suffered grievously from the agile worms that nipped its heels. The Cathrek aborted its attempt to intercept Judlin and turned to save their only heavy mech from an early grave. The doctor noticed Captain Kane's movements and released a mocking laugh. "You call yourself a captain? A sentimental sop like you is unfit to lead a mech unit." Once the doctor reached the Caius, he stamped his foot on top of the dormant chimera mech. Its eyes glowed with menace as the massive mech roused from its slumber. The gigantic mech emerged from the pool with lumbering grace, ready to face its challenges. As the Caius slowly neared the entangled hunting platoon, Vase had already taken advantage of chaos by running off. The little hexapod juvenile in charge of keeping an eye on him squawked with indignation and ran after Vase like a prison guard attempting to stop a fleeing inmate. Vase didn't relish being bitten in. The angry hexapod's deadly jaws and ran even harder. A familiar mech entered the cave. The Stanislaw kicked aside a couple of juveniles and brandished its ballistic rifle towards Vase. Melkor's voice emerged from its speakers. "Get down, Vase." Vase threw himself on the ground as the Stanislaw fired its rifle. The air above Vase whooshed awfully as he narrowly avoided being splattered by the bullet. The projectile traveled past over Vase and tore apart the hexapod about to bite his rear. The impact of the bullet against the solid cave floor pinged his ears and momentarily overwhelmed his focus. This inadvertently freed up his Jutland organ, which unleashed its revenge at Vase for being suppressed. While Vase tried to get himself together, Jutland finally noticed something amiss. As the Caius slammed against the Olympian in a head-on charge, its internals started to release some distressing sounds. Jutland swiftly drew back the Caius, only for it to stumble as it appeared to lose control of its limbs. The madman adopted a befuddled expression on his face, but the hunting platoon already knew what to expect. Despite the intervention of the worms, the Cathrek's powered spear pierced through their near-invincible scales one by one. Once Cain eliminated half of them, she left the remainder to her subordinates and proceeded to assist the Olympian. Jutland hardly figured out why his pride and joy moved so jerkily. The Caius suffered from so many ailments that it couldn't even balance itself on its legs despite having 6 of them. It moved like a snail when it attempted to avoid the Cathrek's glowing white speared IP, with predictable results. The powered spear punched through the scales that exceeded the protection of a heavy mech and wrought serious damage to the muscles underneath. Sadly for the captain, her target's immense bulk brushed aside the piercing blow. Instead, the Caius attempted to force its limbs into moving faster. It even darted forward to bite the Cathrek, but the highly advanced mech danced back well before its jaws came close. By this time, Jutland figured something out. He sniffed the air a couple of times. His face slowly soured. "Sabotage. It's you." His eyes honed in on Vase, who flopped helplessly on the ground. Jutland's stare somehow aggravated his impaired condition as his internal energy cycle shook erratically. "Even you betrayed me. After all I've done to strengthen your body, you would rather bite the hand that fed you. Perish then like the rest." Jutland ignored everything else and wordlessly directed the Caius to storm over to Vase. The Olympian tried to stand in their way, but Jutland retrieved his controller and activated his Chimera Mech's blue flame breath. Its jaws released much less flames from before, but they still posed such a threat that the pilot of the heavy mech instinctively dodged aside. Only the Cathrek kept its cool. Captain Cain circled her mech around and expertly attacked some of the weak points pointed out by Vase when he transmitted the schematics of the Caius. While she inflicted serious damage, it took much more to cripple the huge mech. When the flame breath sputtered off, Jutland pressed another button on his controller. The Caius slowed down in its stride while its chest started to glow distressingly. The doctor finally unleashed one of its trump cards. Vase was afraid of this. The schematics on the data chip hadn't included the strange growths inside the chest of the Caius. Over the many days since he first got his hands of a recording of the interior, he continued to puzzle over its appearance and purpose. The only thing he transmitted to base camp when he got in touch with them with his transceiver was that it looked like an oversized human brain. The artificial brain took up a prominent place within the chest of the Caius. It even enjoyed a direct connection to the Chimera Mech's augmented heat organ. Now, a significant amount of power flowed from the heat organ to the strange oversized brain. Vase could even see its outline as the strange glow seemed capable of penetrating through all obstruction. A grin appeared on Dr. Jutland's face. "I command you to stop." An invisible wave of psychic energy blasted outwards from the artificial brain. Every mech and every hexapod in the cave suddenly halted their actions. Some of the mechs even tipped over due to their precarious stances. No one could move. Vase got it worse than others. Jutland's words propagated through a vast and powerful psychic shockwave that burrowed straight into his mind and body. The strength of both turned against him, making it impossible for him to breathe or blink his eyes. Worse, the phenomenon showed no signs of subsiding. Everyone turned into fish on the chopping block while Jutland loudly laughed at the turn of events. "I have waited 27 years to wreak my revenge. Unenlightened beings like you will never be able to match my genius." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 192 Culmination. Just as Jutland indulged in his triumph, the Cathrek suddenly beeped in alarm. Its limbs moved stiffly as its pilot failed to respond. Detecting incapacitated pilot. Initiating contingency Gamma 16. Autonomous control mode activated. Some of the other mechs of the hunting platoon also started to move without any prompting from their pilots. From their awkward movements, Vase figured out that artificial intelligences had taken over their controls. It was a brilliant countermeasure against Jutland's psychic attack. Vase remembered that no such backups existed in the designs of the Olympian. Chief Ramirez must have taken his warning seriously. These primitive bots won't stop me. Jutland hissed and commanded the Caius forward. The smart intelligences that appropriated the mechs finished off the hexapods first. Jutland's indiscriminate mental command affected not only humans but also the native wildlife. The AIs conveniently cleaned them up before the Caius lumbered over. Its extensive internal damage due to the corrosive chemicals Vase slipped inside the pool slowed down its gait, giving its opponents plenty of time. The massacre didn't even affect the raging madman. He continued to push the Caius onwards as if he helmed a spaceship about to crash into a moon. He disregarded every possible consequence as the ice mastered the controls and formed to receive the charge. The Caius stopped in its tracks as its anemic charge failed to phase the prepared Olympian. The Volmars along with the Cathrek had long positioned themselves at the flanks. As medium mechs, they pounced on the briefly immobilized Caius like a pack of raptors. All of the ice aimed at the weak points, as if they'd already been programmed with the relevant data. The Caius truly buckled this time as some of its weakened metal parts buckled under the force. However, a starved camel was still bigger than a horse. Even with all of its ailments, the Caius continued to hit back with slow but powerful attacks. It even managed to pull off a difficult feint and struck a Volmar square in the chest. This highlighted the faults of using ice. They had obviously been implemented with haste, giving them very little time to master their respective mechs, let alone develop a smooth routine that took full advantage of the strengths of their machines. Still, as bad as they currently performed, they rapidly learned their lessons. Their movements grew smoother over time, and they made less mistakes than in the first minute. The Caius became increasingly hard-pressed to fend off their coordinated attacks. If the hunting platoon fought against any other opponent, House Kane would hesitate giving up control of the mechs to ice. Yet they lucked out this time because as much as Jutland excelled in exobiology, he lacked the expertise to counter the use of ice. Any competent force employed hackers and cybersecurity specialists that punished any widespread use of bots and ice. Despite falling leeward, the doctor still urged his Caius to fight on. Neither side yielded. Now that the Caius became preoccupied in its battle against the AI-controlled mechs, Vase gained a much-needed reprieve. Ever since his body became immobilized by the psychic attack, he started fighting back against the restriction keeping his mind and body imprisoned. It helped that while the restriction covered much of his mind, it focused predominantly on his subconscious. Somehow, it hadn't managed to get a good grip of his conscious mind, allowing him to nibble at the edges of the restriction. The more he freed up his conscious mind, the faster he got rid of his entanglement. He employed his newly freed up brain capacity to assisting his efforts to free his mind. Once Vase reached a tipping point, he outright broke his shackles, freeing his entire mind as well as his body in rapid succession. He gulped in some air as he breathed in and out. His heart pumped with fury and his Jutland organ roiled as if it hated being stopped. Vase quickly devoted his full concentration on suppressing the rebellious organ. He didn't wish to lay down on the ground any moment longer. A welcome arrival padded over to him then. Lucky greeted his owner with a relieved meow. As a purely mechanical creature, the psychic attack hadn't affected the gem cat at all. Lucky, it's good to see you again. Vase picked up the cat and affectionately hugged the pet. I'm going to need your claws for something important. Let's go. He turned around and instead of running for the exit, he rushed towards the biolabs. While Vase cherished his life quite a lot, he also possessed a burning curiosity of what Jutland had been cooking in his labs. What if the doctor prepared something even worse than the psychic attack? So with Lucky in tow, Vase reached the highly guarded lab area. Vase ignored frozen hexapods standing guard in front of the sturdy structures. He looked at the three structures and chose to begin with the smallest lab. With the help of Lucky's energy claws, they easily bypassed the lock. Damn, this is a dud. The smallest lab primarily consisted of scavenged computing terminals and the like. Jutland must have performed most of his data analysis and number crunching in this room. The lab also contained a few rudimentary microscopes and the like. After a round of searching, Vase finally found a cooler stashed underneath the desk. When Vase opened it up, an entire rack of vials greeted his eyes. Most of them carried coded labels that Vase had no way of figuring out. Without a guide, he couldn't figure out which ones were poisons or medicines. Whatever the case, Vase grabbed a nearby pole and resolutely smashed all of the vials. A dangerous stink emerged from the cooler, so Vase only made sure he broke most of the vials before he quickly left the lab and shut the door. Let's go to the next one, Lucky. After another swipe broke the lock to the lab next door, Vase entered it with trepidation. What the? Unlike the first lab, this one contained actual specimens. Vase expected to encounter a genetically engineered monstrosity like the hexworms. Instead, he came face to face with half a dozen incubated human bodies. They floated silently in their own transparent vats with many tubes and cables connected to their bodies. The most frightening aspect about the bodies was that they looked identical to Dr. Jutland. That madman cloned himself. Worse, the clones consisted of human hexapod hybrids. While the original Jutland still retained a semblance of human appearance, he hadn't constrained himself when he developed his clones. All of them featured a different mix of typical hexapod traits such as claws or scales. One Jutland hybrid even adopted a complete reptilian head. While the clones appeared dormant, given the amount of time Jutland had spent on their development, Vase took no chances. First, he turned off the power to the various machines that connected to the bodies. Then he requested Lucky to claw through the vats and destroy the brains of the monstrous clones. It took a tense minute for Lucky to complete his task. While the human-like clones perished quickly enough, the ones with scales fended off his energy claws with alarming ease. Lucky had to sneak his claws through their mouths and penetrate their brains from the inside in order to finish the job. Just as Vase and Lucky exited the middle lab and approached the largest lab, they finally got caught. Jutland bellowed with rage as he diverted his attention from the AI-controlled mechs. My labs, what have you done with my experiments? Vase cursed Jutland's perception but continued to the final lab. This one had obviously been built to last, as its walls, doors and locks outclassed the other labs in thickness. Despite their robustness, Lucky only had to swipe a couple more times to destroy the sturdy lock. You rat, get away from that lab. The doctor finally noticed Vase skulking about. He became so alarmed at the intrusion that he resolutely abandoned the fight and jumped from the Caius. While the Chimera mech continued to clash against the hunting platoon, the doctor himself employed his full might into closing the distance. Naturally, Vase became scared at the approaching doom. Nevertheless, he opened the door of the lab and sneaked inside. Despite the risks, Vase wanted to see why Jutland cherished this lab. He came across an unusual sight. Vase expected to encounter a formidable hexapod, or some other biological horror. Instead, he came across an incubation chamber which housed a single, resplendent flower in the center. The flower resembled a white lotus flower in the middle of a pond. It rested quietly in the middle of an artificial pool that was constantly being fed with nutrients from a reconstructed dispenser. The size of the containers told him that the radiant flower had a voracious hunger for nutrients. Where did it all go? Vase couldn't figure it out really, but one thing was for sure, the scent it gave off instinctively roused his appetite. His entire body screamed that if he were to eat this carefully cultivated flower, he'd receive an unimaginable amount of benefits. Time is running out, Vase reminded himself while shaking his head. Though he didn't know what purpose the flower served, with Jutland hot on his heels he had to make a swift decision. Would he listen to his body, which hungered for the flower, or his instincts, which warned him of the danger of eating a completely alien organism? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. In the end, Vase couldn't resist the temptation. The flower must be representing Jutland's hopes and dreams if he devoted so much effort on this magnificent flower that completely clashed with the local environment. Vase guessed that Jutland must have grown it from a seed he obtained elsewhere. With Jutland breathing down his neck, Vase didn't hesitate any longer. Once Lucky swiped open the incubation chamber, Vase ignored the hot gases escaping the chamber and grabbed hold of the flower. His skin tingled as he brushed against the beautiful plant by its floating roots. Vase stuffed the flower in his mouth while grabbing hold of Lucky. As soon as he completed his actions, he turned on his stealth augment. Vase disappeared from every kind of view just as Jutland smashed open the front of the lab. As the lab door bounced beneath his feet, the maddened doctor beheld the damage Vase had wrought just seconds earlier. He gazed at the broken chamber as well as the dissipating gases. His eyes took in every detail before focusing on the very center where a flower used to float. In the meantime, Vase quietly sneaked way under the cover of his stealth module. He smoothly bypassed Jutland as he stumbled towards the broken incubation chamber and successfully exited the lab. Once he passed the broken door, he picked up his pace, wanting to get as far away from Jutland as possible. The flower already started to disintegrate in his stomach, turning into a strange kind of energy that resembled the one cycling through his body but with much higher potency. Despite the incredible amount of energy rolling in his stomach, the flower possessed an exceedingly gentle attribute. It was as if it had been made to be compatible for consumption. What is this energy? After a couple of seconds of accumulation, the energy jumped straight past his internal energy cycle and reached his brain. The sudden influx of energy momentarily caused him to blank out. His body suddenly fell mid-stride, causing Lucky to meow in alarm. Fortunately, the stealth augment remained active. While Vase dealt with the rash consequences of eating an alien growth, Jutland screamed with indescribable rage and blasted the entire lab to pieces with a single shock wave emanating from his primal body. "Return my heavenly flower, you thief!" That's the culmination of more than 70 years of research. Jutland continued to bellow his demands while overturning the entire surroundings. A distressing amount of heat escaped his body as he slowly spun out of control. He completely disregarded his Caius, which slowly succumbed under the increasingly competent teamwork of the AI-controlled mechs. Captain Kane even broke through the psychic shackles on her mind and body somehow. She took over from her awkward AI and brought her Cathrek to its full potential. The spear-wielding elite mech danced around the increasingly burdened Caius while trying to dig through its scales in order to stop the giant glowing brain buried deep inside its chest. While the battle turned against the so-called king of the jungle, Vase slowly recovered from his impulse action. He didn't know whether he made a mistake by eating the flower, but much of its energy suddenly flowed inside a hole inside his brain. Where did it go? Once the energy disappeared from his body, Vase regained control over his body. For a moment, he thought the energy would fry his brains into ash. Never did he expect to see it disappear like water flowing down the drain. His rudimentary inspection of his body revealed no other changes. "I can't afford to dawdle any longer. I've got to go." Vase resumed his escape, passing by Melkor's immobilized Stanislaw as he neared the exit. After suffering from several delays, his stealth augment only lasted for another minute. Vase had to get out of Jutland's sight or he'd have a post-human madman going for his head. Damn it, what heavenly flower! All of that energy instantly flushed away into another dimension. He guessed that the flower's potency ended up in one of the other dimensions besides the visible ones. Spacetime only consisted of the three dimensions of space along with time, but scientists have long determined the existence of additional dimensions, mostly through their interaction with exotics. The flower must be an exceedingly precious growth nurtured with precious exotics then to possess its special characteristics. Vase therefore speculated that the flower was meant to nurture Jutland's supposed soul, but in actual fact it just dumped a huge load of energy inside a higher dimension that, as far as he knew, had nothing to do with the human body. Did I just throw away a priceless treasure into the trash? He idly wondered. As long as Jutland didn't get his hands on a power-up, Vase had done his job. Chapter 193 To challenge a mech. The amount of energy Dr. Jutland released surpassed anything Vase had ever witnessed. His body even glowed red from the sheer amount of heat leaking from his pores. He definitely pulled out all the stops this time. "I shall destroy you all." He went after the biggest target, the Olympian. By now, the venerable heavy mech endured a lot of abuse. Not only did it engage the Caius in multiple engagements, it also had to deal with the consequences of running its systems at full tilt. Its overall performance already began to slide. Jutland clearly didn't care. He just wanted to pound the biggest mech to pieces. While he obviously couldn't fly, his ability to run and leap reached superhuman levels. Bang! He became so terrifying that when he slammed against the huge building-sized Olympian, the heavy knight actually stumbled back. A loud crunching sound accompanied the impact. Jutland actually wrenched away a couple of layers of armor. Is he challenging a mech with his body? Vase wondered as he kept running away now that his body became unburdened. This is impossible. Vase had never thought that he'd witness a phenomenon many people dreamed about. A human actually challenged a mech up front. More than that, he actually held the advantage. With his powerful body and his endless supply of energy, the crazy doctor exhibited both strength and speed. Jutland challenged everyone's perception on the primacy of mechs by boldly treating the Ajax Olympian as his punching bag. After slamming his body against the shield for the 6th time, Jutland finally broke through all of its layers, causing the heavy object to splinter apart. The AI that controlled the heavy knight reacted poorly to this, having never been programmed to fight against a human-sized monstrosity. It treated the loss of its shield as a prompt to go on the offensive, and proceeded to foolishly attempt to kick Jutland with its agonizingly slow foot. "Insignificant worm, get out of my way," Jutland contemptuously growled with a deep, inhuman timbre. He drew his body inward before jumping straight at the center of the Olympian's chest. Bang! The high-powered collision dented the Olympian's incredibly durable armor. Even the Caius would be hard-pressed to do the same. Everyone present genuinely feared for their lives. A man with the power to challenge mechs represented certain doom. If they didn't want to die, they had to do something about him. "Stop it!" Captain Kane yelled as her Cathrek ceased to cripple the largely immobilized Caius and turned around to aid her Beliage-red subordinate. Her entry changed the dynamic of the battle. As an agile spear wielder, the Cathrek possessed just enough speed to keep up with Jutland's rapid movements. It helped that he merely possessed a lot of straight-line speed and couldn't easily change directions. Whenever Jutland charged forward, the Cathrek brandished its powered spear in his path. Even maddened as he was now, he personally witnessed the weapon's power against the Caius. The glowing white speared IP tore straight through the Chimera mech's scales. Thus, the doctor always veered away. Volmars. Constrained Dr. Jutland. 4 of the Volmars ceased their assault on the Caius and moved to reinforce the Cathrek. The remaining 2 Volmars along with the heavily damaged Olympian took over the duty of suppressing the extremely hardy Caius. Despite suffering a myriad of crippling blows, it still hadn't gone down. As long as the Chimera mech kept its artificial brain alive, it continued to put pressure on everyone's mind. Fortunately enough, the ice controlling the Volmars observed the Olympian's reaction towards Jutland and learned plenty of lessons. Like the Cathrek, they refused to block with their frames, instead preferring to dodge Jutland's charges. One of Jutland's major flaws was that he never tried to feint or take advantage of his incredibly speed and flexibility. The rage suffusing his mind had turned him into a half-coherent animal that only knew how to employ brute force. In this case, the ice used their superior processing speeds to analyze Jutland's movements and predict his vector before his legs completed their steps. The Volmars all avoided his attacks without fail. Captain Kane ordered all of the Volmars to surround and constrain the doctor. While he didn't feel threatened by their maces and staffs, they still delivered quite a bit of damage if he got hit. His impregnable body didn't suffer a lot of damage, but the attacks were never meant to finish him off. Instead, they interrupted his rhythm and halted his high-speed movements. Once Jutland bounced away from a solid staff strike, he didn't get the opportunity to recover. A massive white spear struck him from behind and tore through his spine. Its powered enhancement sheared through the doctor's body like a hot knife through butter and brutally dissected his torso from the stomach. Time seemed to slow as Jutland fell in 2 pieces. As mighty as he appeared, even he couldn't survive without half his body. When his upper body slammed against the cave floor, he gasped and vomited streams of blood. He gaped at the Cathrek, which slowly drew back its spotless white spear. His blood never even stained its tip. His hand stretched forward, as if he wished to grasp the mech-sized spear in his hands, but eventually fell down as Jutland completely lost his strength. Vase let out a sigh of relief. A man chose to challenge a mech this day. He failed. It's over. Captain Kane still had her scruples, however. Jutland spent so much effort on his body that he might be pretending. The captain impulsively decided to finish the job, foregoing the possibility of capturing him alive and milking out his incredible wealth of knowledge and secrets. The butt end of the Cathrek's spear landed upon his upper body several times, pounding his brain and all of his unique organs to mush. Once the madman's highly developed heat organ got hit, it instantly exploded. A huge wash of heat escaped the site of the impact, disintegrating Jutland's entire body as well as burning his lower body which had landed nearby. Fortunately, not all of the energy released from the Jutland organ at once. It leaked out an unstable current of heat and other energies over several minutes like a deflating balloon. The battle truly came at an end this time. The Cathrek returned to the pitiful Caius and efficiently pounded its limbs before cutting through its chest. After pricking the strange magnified brain, the psychic attack finally ended, allowing everyone to regain control over their bodies and mechs. The hexapods also regained their faculties, but the mechs made quick work of the annoying beasts. Without Jutland's directions, the creatures devolved into primitive creatures that cared only for their own needs. Half of them fled the cave and disappeared into the jungle. None of them even glanced at Vase, who rested halfway towards the exit. His stealth augment ran out of power, but even so he didn't fear the beasts as Melkor stood guard over him. His Stanislaus shot any hexapod that neared their position. Once the recovered mech pilots secured the perimeter, the Cathrek slowly approached Vase. Its cockpit opened, revealing Felicity Kane in her piloting suit. She floated down with the help of an integrated antigrav module and landed right in front of Vase. "You're not looking so good, Mr. Larkinson. I've had better days." The woman rested her arms on her hips while she regarded him through her helmeted head. "How is it you're able to survive in the open without a suit?" Dr. Jutland found it inconvenient to accommodate my baseline human body. Whatever he did to his own body, he partially applied to my own. I'm not fully human anymore. Despite his gains, Vase genuinely sounded depressed. After all, the label of hybrid carried a certain stigma in human society. With so many alien species wishing to wipe out every human, no one dared to flaunt any obvious alien features. "This is going to be trouble," Captain Kane predicted. The aftermath of the rescue attempt proceeded quickly. Once Captain Kane sent back a mech to convey their victory, a horde of transports along with workers descended upon the cave. Chief Ramirez led a crowd of mech technicians that looked over the heavily damaged Olympian and the Caius. The former pretty much turned into a crippled machine, while the latter represented a bounty of exotic development. The scrapping of the Olympian pretty much turned into a sideshow compared to the Herculean effort of trying to haul the crippled Caius back to base camp. A couple of exobiologists also arrived at the cave. While Jutland hinted that it merely represented one of many outposts, the presence of the research labs proved otherwise. This must surely be his principal hideout. The exobiologists, along with the help of other experts, systematically dismantled and preserved Jutland's labs. House Kane made plentiful gains, to the point where Captain Kane behaved like a cat who got the canary. She frequently rubbed her palms as she stared at immobile Caius. They not only recovered a unique chimera mech of immense power, they also recovered Jutland's damaged clones as well as reams of data, though Jutland encrypted all of it so it would take years to decipher their contents. As for Vase, his surprising transformation alarmed the exobiologists and the regular doctors. Dr. Mello took charge of his health and urged the expedition members to send them back to base camp. Thus, Vase got to return to a half-ruined base camp before the end of the day. The transport had to fight off several sporadic hexabat waves along the way, though their escorts expertly beat off the opportunistic wildlife. "What happened here?" Vase asked from his floating medical bed. Dr. Mello insisted him to rest on the bed despite his protests that he was fine. She constantly studied the readings from the bed. She glanced at him with a distracted look. Once some of the mercenaries learned of the fleet's defeat, they responded with irrational violence. Keller's blades instigated a violent mutiny that inflicted many casualties, especially when he tried to storm the communications center. Commander Tregus ordered the destruction of all of our quantum entanglement nodes. That sounded especially bad. The quantum entanglement nodes represented the only form of contact between base camp and the rest of the galaxy. Without it, they could never get in touch with Lord Kane and the fleet, let alone anyone else. Mello guided his bed off the transport and into a treatment facility. Vase noticed that all of the rooms were occupied with wounded. To think that all of them suffered injuries from other humans instead of hexapods. "Do you think it's possible we might be stuck on graining IV after our 40-day window subsides?" The exobiologist shrugged. "It's not my job to care about these matters. In my opinion, the mutineers acted prematurely and gave in to their despair in vain. As long as the storms hasn't blocked our way out, there's still a chance we can make it out." Put in that way, the mercenaries indeed lashed out without proper consideration. Perhaps Commander Keller secretly fanned the flames and incited the more impulse mercenaries to take action. Luckily, they failed, though House Kane paid a grievous price. Dr. Mello estimated that not more than 100 mechs remained functional. Half of the base camp's defenses also got destroyed in the ensuing battle. No one was in a mood to hunt for hexapods any longer. Commander Tregus allocated most of his core forces to guarding what remained of their base camp. As for the mercenaries that remained loyal, they had mostly been sent out in batches to guard over the extraction of the motherlode. "How much wealth are we talking about here?" Mello pursed her lips. "It's not much of a secret, so there's no harm in telling you. The surveyors determined that the vein reaches about 50 meters below ground. The raw minerals contain lots of waste elements of little value, but the total amount of monoxide you can expect after processing them should yield around 7 kilograms. Vase adopted a dumbfounded expression when he heard the ludicrous figure. That should be enough monoxide to supply several CFA battle fleets. House Kane has made it big. That is only if they can recover it. Dr. Mello retorted gently. Remember, all of that monoxyrite will amount to nothing if we're unable to leave the planet. While Commander Tregus has promised me that House Kane is working on the problem, he hasn't provided any details. She had a very good point. Thinking about earning a windfall distracted Vase from the despairing fact that they probably couldn't expect to be picked up by the expeditionary fleet. What transports and shuttles the base camp had at its disposal would only be able to bring a limited amount of men and cargo into orbit. They were powerful, short-ranged craft meant to transfer cargo across planetary distances. They lacked the acceleration and fuel capacity to cross the star system, so they couldn't even take refuge in the graining system's other planets. More importantly, they didn't come with an expensive FTL drive, so they couldn't even limp back to civilized space. We're truly stuck, Vase concluded with a tone of finality. Chapter 194 trapped. What struck Vase the most when Jutland made his last stand was that he completely became unhinged. His overwhelming rage at losing his flower pushed aside his devious intelligence and his admirable capacity for patience. If Jutland hadn't lost his rationality, he still had a chance to turn the tides. In the end, he lost to himself. All of his plans came to nothing due to a lack of self-control. Vase feared the same could happen to him. So how's my brain, Doc? It appears to be fine, but that is only a preliminary assessment. Dr. Mello replied as she put him through the latest barrage of scans. She already took extensive samples of his blood and tissue. She even cut a tiny portion off his Jutland and regulator organs. It's too early to make a conclusion. Dr. Jutland's fascinating work have a myriad of wonderful effects. I can't even make sense of this new kind of energy. The exobiologist had never encountered this form of energy that could only be induced through special circumstances. It didn't show up on any existing scans and could only be perceived through the minute amount of heat it released as waste. This proved that it at least adhered to some of the rules that governed energy. So you can't figure out a way to make it less destructive? No, she resolutely shook her head. We can't make any headway on this matter. With the equipment we have on hand, it's better to focus on what we can do for now. Over the next couple of days, Dr. Mello along with some other specialists treated him like a patient and test subject depending on what struck their fancy. At least with Lucky hanging around, they shouldn't be reckless enough to do anything radical like cutting him open and removing all of his organs. The modifications made to his body represented something new to the scientists. They constantly learned something new every day, but even more remained out of reach. Dr. Jutland is a brilliant man, but he's also a paranoid man. Mello explained when Vase asked if he figured out his changes. Cyber specialists are still trying to crack his data chips, but it will take years to open them up. Meanwhile, we aren't making much progress deciphering the functions of your new organs either because Jutland has employed a form of biological encryption. The doctors did the best they could to map out his various improvements. They confirmed his suspicions that his flesh and bones had toughened up to an absurd level compared to an average human. The most remarkable aspect of Jutland's work was that he successfully transplanted the capacity to resist radiation damage from hexapods to humans. Not even the best gene therapy applied to the special forces of the Constance Grand Kingdom can match up to this level of enhancement. His respiration and digestion systems also gained a massive enhancement, though that didn't mean that Vase could eat icky stuff. He concerned himself the most about adapting back to normal human standards. Could he still breathe the same air and eat the same foods as he had always done? There is some loss of efficiency there, make no mistake about it. However, your Jutland organ sufficiently makes up the gaps in these areas. In conclusion, Vase gained a remarkable boost in strength, endurance and adaptability in a wide variety of environment. He'd make for an ideal treasure hunter and pioneer with his new physique. Still, that didn't mean Mello grew confident enough to declare his body healthy. Jutland could have sneaked all kinds of hidden bombs and booby traps in his body, but the man's extreme level of paranoia made it difficult to figure out where they've been buried. There's one anomaly that you should be aware of, Mello said as she handed over a scan of his brain to him. Your central nervous system is influencing your regulator organ in a markedly concerning fashion. Usually, it's the other way around, as the regulator organ is designed to provide additional instructions that your regular brain is incapable of controlling. The projection began to animate a model of what might happen. As you can see, our models predict that your central nervous system will gradually merge with your regulator organ. What kind of effects this will result in is still to be determined, but whether they are positive or negative, we can still interrupt the process if you wish to do so. Vase could hardly make a decision on his own. He truly lamented the limited facilities of the half-ruined base camp. A proper hospital or research institute would make a lot more progress on the mysteries of his body. From your words, I gather this shouldn't be happening. Could this merger be initiated by that strange, heavenly flower? While no other heavenly flowers existed, the expedition knew about its existence due to the various references Jutland had left behind. Vase eventually had to admit he ate a dubious alien growth. Fortunately, Jutland intended to consume it himself, so it likely didn't come with any negative side effects. However, that only truly applied to Jutland's unique physique. The amount of resources Dr. Jutland spent on nurturing the heavenly flower is astounding. It also explains why the expedition has never met another apex hexapod. He preyed on them all and harvested their biomass to feed this flower. While it sounded fairly concerning to them both that Vase ate a growth that contained a ridiculously high concentration of energy, they couldn't do anything about it. Unlike the rougher form of energy being cycled by his Jutland organ, the heavenly flower extraordinary energy stream truly escaped any form of control. In the end, the doctors and specialists threw up their hands and declared him safe, for now. They hadn't found any acute threats that could kill him before he returned to civilized space, that is if they would ever get picked up. The defeat of the expeditionary fleet still hung over the entire base like an omnipresent cloud of rain. Once Vase got discharged from Dr. Mello's care, he carried Lucky out of the treatment center and met with Ensign D'Amato. The young and promising ensign looked a lot worse off this time as he lost his entire left arm. D'Amato, what happened to you? I suffered a laser burn that forced the doctors to discard the entire limb. He shrugged nonchalantly. They're growing a replacement arm for me, but there are others in the waiting list who get to have their turn first. Since D'Amato didn't show any concern, Vase put down his own. So what is happening these days? Are we making any progress getting out of here? Right now, the groundside team suffered many losses but also made enormous gains. Both the motherlode and whatever Dr. Jutland left behind could be sold for a huge pile of credits back home. No one wanted to leave this wealth behind. You should know about the truth. D'Amato said and gestured Vase into an isolated office. We've been sparing with the details before, but that was obviously a mistake. Some of our less stable employees who haven't been able to cope with their deployment to the surface have leaked what has happened to the mercs, who promptly lashed out and tried to take over the communications center. Do you know why they aimed for our quantum entanglement nodes? I'm guessing they wanted to ask for rescue from anyone they can reach. They don't care about keeping the graining system a secret anymore. That's true, but it's not their main goal. In truth, the expeditionary fleet came prepared to repulse the Sandmen, which they did after expending a lot of effort. What happened immediately afterwards brought the fleet into disarray. They were set upon by the dragons of the void who pounced on the exhausted fleet. A chill went through his spine as Vase imagined the consequences. He was no expert in fleet engagements, but even he knew how difficult it would be for Lord Kane to fend off a follow-up attack when he least suspected it. How could the pirates have found our fleet? We may never know, D'Amato replied with a grim face, which hinted at the possibility of traitors within the expedition. What we can determine is that the Ark Horizon sustained heavy damage along with the vessels of our core partners. The Dragons of the Void aimed to behead the expedition in a single stroke, but the Ark Horizon proved to be more resilient than they thought. The expeditionary fleet lost a lot of smaller ships as well as many mercenary transports. When it became obvious that they couldn't win the engagement, the expeditionary fleet dispersed in all directions, forcing the mysterious pirates to spread out and lose their advantage. The heavily damaged Ark Horizon successfully slipped away in the end. Have the Dragons of the Void left to pursue the remnants of the expeditionary fleet? Vase curiously asked. No, they spent some time salvaging the wrecks before making their way to the graining system. In fact, the pirate fleet is currently orbiting over this planet. The only reason why they haven't made way to this underground region is that they can't find the entrance. The pirates don't appear to have any surveyors in their midst. That sounded both good and bad. If they wanted to get off this planet before the storms began to rage anew, they could surrender to the Dragons of the Void. However, pirates weren't known to be merciful to their captives. I'm guessing the rebelling mercs tried to signal the coordinates to the entrance of this underground cavern. That's correct, the ensign grimaced while holding the stump of his arm. Make no mistake, House Kane will never give in to pirates. Commander Tregus has promised to execute anyone who intends to do so. Even to the point of resigning ourselves to being stuck on this planet for 27 years straight. D'Amato didn't reply to his question, but his face exhibited unflinching resolve. That proved that the core of the groundside team held out hope for an eventual rescue, if not now then perhaps a couple of decades later. They held firm to their loyalty to House Kane and refused to hand over their bountiful harvest to the pirates. Who are the dragons of the void anyway? They've attacked the expeditionary fleet twice. We may never know their true origin. Even before we destroyed our quantum entanglement nodes, our investigation has turned up very little information. Even the vast resources and manpower House Kane had at its disposal couldn't penetrate the fog that surrounded these determined pirates. D'Amato believed that they definitely enjoyed support from a powerful backer. So what's the plan? Vase tentatively asked. Are we doing anything that can get us out of here? Nothing that matters. We're busy wrapping up our operations on the surface and we'll be packing all of our valuables. We can't lose hope at this moment. In other words, they had to pray to the heavens for deliverance. Besides surrendering to the pirates, nothing else on hand could surmount the impossible problem of fleeing their grasp and transition out of the graining system. The absence of FTL-capable ships alone halted any fanciful ideas. There's nothing else we can do but do our jobs and wait. As the final 10 days of their 40-day window loomed, Vase spent most of his time helping the maintenance department pack up their gear. They prioritized the recovery of their most valuable assets such as the Caius, and planned to leave behind everything that wasn't valuable but took up a huge amount of space, such as the prefab structures and walls. Vase half suspected that they were only doing make work in order to distract the men and women from giving in to their despair. Did Commander Tregis truly hope for rescue, or had he already resigned himself to an extensive stay on a hostile planet with limited resources? The entire predicament showcased their helplessness in the face of losing the backing of their fleet. As much as the age of mechs revolved around groundside operations, the battle in space negated all of their efforts. The situation changed at the 37th day. A new fleet entered the graining system. Chapter 195 Control, is it ours? Vase asked as he walked towards the inner base. It's doubtful, D'Amato replied as he tried to hurry up. His missing arm disrupted his coordination. From what little sensors we still have in place that are transmitting back their readings, the fleet is several times larger than the expeditionary fleet at its height. None of the incoming ships are broadcasting any identifiers that we can recognize either. Could there be a fourth party trying to ruin the third party's game? Or were the Sandmen up to no good? It's not the Sandmen, if that's what you're thinking. They're fairly distinctive even at a distance. They entered a command center after the guards verified their identities. These days, his contributions extended Vase a lot of privileges, including extended access of the base. He even got to meet Commander Tregis in person. The man looked as if he'd aged a lot since the start of the expedition. Tregis wearily gestured Vase into his office. Ah, I was just about to summon your presence. Please sit. After Vase and D'Amato took a seat, he began to ask the first thing that came to his mind. What's the status of the pirates? Tregis gripped his fist. They're getting close to finding out the entrance to the underground cavern. Even without a professional surveyor in their payroll, they're exploring and scanning the surface of graining IV with numbers on their side. With the amount of processing power at their disposal, they'll discover the entrance at any moment now. The ground team faced a difficult situation then. If the recent arrivals turned out to be friendly, then the base camp merely had to wait out their arrival. If they proved hostile, then they had even less hope than before, because any friendly reinforcements would have to go through two enemy fleets. Vase couldn't give up too soon. He held out hope that the incoming fleet would prove friendly. How shall we fend off the pirates if they come? We don't have a lot of assets left. In addition, all of our mechs and mech pilots are worn out. According to the latest calculations, the unknown fleet is making good speed towards graining IV. If the Dragons of the Void make a stand, then both fleets are projected to clash within 22 hours. A fleet engagement will drag on for several hours, though, so we'll have to hold out for around 30 hours. 30 hours sounded a lot. With the arrival of an unknown element, the pirates must be accelerating their efforts at finding the entrance to the lush metallic jungle underneath the surface of the planet. We'll have to do our best to fortify our position then. Tregis nodded. Our miners have already finished extracting the motherlode, so we can fully concentrate our defenses here. However, that still leaves us with an exhausted force. In truth, I've assigned some men to employ a radical solution to increase our defenses. What is it? Bringing back to Caius online. What? Vase widened his eyes as he heard the preposterous words coming from his mouth. That's impossible. That mech is a badly damaged enigma and we don't even know how it works. Vase thought that Chief Ramirez and his men were in the process of dismantling the huge Chimera mech in order to make it easier to move. The base commander didn't deny his assertions. It's a long shot, but we should be prepared to employ every resource we have on hand. Our exobiologists and mech technicians are already at work trying to get the biological machine to work. They're still encountering problems with the control method. You should see if you can lend a hand. After Vase received his assignment, he left the office, but not before he got his shield generator back. He'd been looking for the valuable life-saving device. Tregus told him that his men found it in a corner or something, but Vase knew they probably tried to appropriate it for themselves only to get defeated by its highly advanced locks. Once he stepped outside, he took a deep breath and sampled the local air. Ever since he got transformed, he didn't bother wearing a bulky hazard suit anymore. The things were nuisances as far as he was concerned, though he also drew a lot of weird looks. No other human could survive toxic atmosphere without a suit. It smells like death. With D'Amato and Lucky in tow, Vase walked over to a beefed-up workshop and received a very firm security check before being allowed entry. The Caius obviously received a lot of care. A combination of workers from multiple disciplines crawled over the dormant monster. They worked on both its mechanical and biological components. Impressively enough, the workers made good headway with both. Replacing the worn-out alloy components with freshly fabricated ones required little brain power, though Vase found it regretful that they hadn't consulted him about it. After all, Jutland likely improvised the later additions, which caused the Chimera mech to become increasingly burdened. Still, that mattered little compared to the living components of the mech. A couple of exobiologists who Vase didn't recognize led a team of assistants in reviving and healing most of the damaged tissue. Compared to Dr. Jutland, they made a lot of progress by virtue of their collective intelligence and much better lab equipment. "Come over, Vase," Ramirez called while he looked over the giant mech from a ramp. When Vase climbed the ramp, he once again got a good glimpse of the Chimera mech's primal majesty. This was truly a mech that ruled over all. The commander wanted to keep you out of it, but we're running out of time. This mech is nothing but a hunk of junk if we can't figure out its control method. Vase understood House Kane's desire to monopolize the inner workings of the Caius. The machine not only represented a unique fusion of the living and the mechanical, it also outperformed any other mech of its size. How did Dr. Jutland control the mech anyway? What kind of progress have you made? The maintenance chief shrugged his shoulders. You'll have to ask the exobiologists for the specifics, but in short they found some creepy stuff inside the head of this big thing. It looked like a brain of a mech pilot that's been tortured into staying alive. Well, we ripped it off as fast as possible and started working together to rewire the Caius into accepting the input of a standard cockpit. When Vase looked over the schematic of their progress, he found that they made some significant changes to the Caius. They stuffed a sturdy cockpit in the chest cavity that used to hold the giant psychic brain that Captain Kane punctured at the end of Jutland's final stand. The mech technicians worked together with the exobiologists to allow the cockpit's neural interface to connect with the nervous system of the Caius. "I'll be honest with you," Vase said after studying the schematics. "I don't have a clue how the neural interface works. This is out of my area of expertise." The Mech Trade Association posed very strict limits on the modification of a neural interface. It would be very easy to make the wrong decision that could end up frying a mech pilot's mind. Most mech designers opt to use a standard, off-the-shelf neural interface without any tweaks for that reason. No one else knows a thing either. Just take a look at it and see if you can knock it into place. With time running out, the base camp needed every asset ready to defend against invaders. Commander Tregus put a lot of hope into the Caius. The Chimera mech was a king among melee-oriented mechs, possessing a perfect mix of speed, power and armor. Vase first approached the chest area that had been opened up to make way for a cockpit. An exobiologist stood next to it, racking his mind on the problem. "Hey, can you tell me what kind of issues you've encountered trying to get the neural interface to work?" "It's complicated," the man replied, but explained the issue in a simple way. "The Caius is not just a machine. It's also a living being. The remarkable thing about this Chimera mech is that it possesses its own subconscious that is able to decide whether to allow you to control it. Obviously, we're not Dr. Jutland, so it hasn't submitted to our control. The machine can think." He already started to get a headache after hearing about the issue. This went way above anything he learned. Even though he founded the Living Mech Company, Vase never imagined working with actual living mechs. We've tried to coerce the subconscious mind with various methods, but the Caius is an immense system derived from an apex hexapod. Nothing we have on hand can force it into surrender. The exobiologists also tried to use a softer approach, but the subconsciousness ignored any entreaties. The thing behaved like an ancient dragon sleeping atop a mound of gold. Without being able to wake it, they had no opportunity of negotiating with it for its coins. When he read through the logs and tallied their methods, he had to admit the exobiologists tried everything he could think about. Vase couldn't figure out another way except for the X factor. Ever since he joined the expedition, Vase resolutely sealed his abilities concerning this mysterious phenomenon. Working together with a crowd of mech technicians muddied up the mechs he designed and worked with, so the X factor never had a chance to break out of its shell. Now though, he faced a mech that lived, in a way. If Vase was correct about the rules governing the X factor, then it had an intricate connection to life. Could he communicate with a living mech through the X factor? Could he manipulate it in his favor? How would he go about it in the first place? Nothing ventured, nothing tried. Vase ignored the exobiologist as he prattled on and approached the chimera mech's chest. He put his palm over its hardy scales and tried to connect with the beast. He expanded his mind and narrowed focus, tuning out every other distraction. The sounds of mech technicians installing new parts and exobiologists treating damaged tissue faded out. Deep within his mind, a brilliant light ascended into the heavens and threatened to burn down in an unprecedented nova of destruction. He painfully pulled out his mind from the dangerous illusion. Vase had a suspicion that if he let the image run its course, he'd blow out his brains. What is happening to me? Vase wasn't stupid. He associated the phenomenon with the disappeared energy from the heavenly flower. He faintly recognized its flavor. The strange occurrence forced him to take a step back. He left the cockpit and sat down in a quiet corner while stroking Lucky's back. The cat had missed his presence and demanded a lot of attention since Vase returned from captivity. What do you think is going on, Lucky? The cat meowed ignorantly at him, caring more about his scratches than his owner's conundrums. The dangerous vision in his mind scared him quite a bit. Would he be risking his mind every time he tried to focus his concentration? He carefully dipped his mind inwards. Nothing happened. He easily manipulated his thoughts into a mental blade that could cut through any errant thoughts floating in his head. Vase found that its potency had even increased. Was this another effect of the heavenly flower? I can't be sure of that. It could have grown from surviving the last few weeks. I know far too little about the mind to make any solid conclusions. Vase avoided making assumptions and instead tried to determine the changes. It became even easier to form his focus into any shape he willed into existence. He found it difficult to describe the process. It was as if he applied a giant net onto a cloud of myriad meanings. It ignored all the irrelevant meanings and only latched on to the concepts he wanted. It's even easier to shape the right image. Vase imagined upgrading an ancient second-hand image projector with a premium brand one. The resolution and vitality of his images received a substantial upgrade. Whether it could help him break through the impenetrable border between the system's C rating and B rating was another matter. From his understanding of the X factor, it demanded more than brute force to break through that barrier. It required an evolution in his methods. It's still a benefit, though. A more focused and intense image likely allowed him to impart more life in the same amount of time. He wouldn't have to spend months trying to saturate a design with his fingerprints. He even guessed that once he became powerful enough, he could wipe off the fingerprints of others in a collaborative work. I don't even know if I reached that point. He only brushed against the tip of the iceberg with both his physical and mental changes. Though they all appeared to be beneficial, the doctors warned him that they might take a turn for the worse. Only through extensive examination at a proper facility would Vase be able to uncover some of the hidden dangers buried within his body. He laid his worries aside since he still had a job to do. Once he regained his composure, he approached the Caius and touched it again. This time, Vase formed a mental probe of sorts and carefully tried to pry into the shell of the monstrous mech. His mind encountered a thick, nebulous cloud. Vase thought he encountered some form of barrier that acted as a form of protection. He firmed up his mental probe a bit and dove deeper into the cloud. The probe continued extending until the cloud suddenly reacted. Vase became alarmed when his instincts warned him of a major crisis. The roiling cloud turned hostile and bore down onto his probe. The cloud established a connection to Vase. It conveyed a sense of hostility. Vase blanked out. He woke up half an hour later, his entire body stained with sweat. What just happened? Chapter 196. Outnumbered. No matter how much he tried, Vase couldn't recall what happened when his mind got sucked into the chaos. It was as if conscious mind got pulled into the vast vortex of the Chimera Mech's subconscious. Fortunately, most of the workers ignored his unmoving presence. They probably figured he was making calculations in his mind and didn't wish to interrupt his train of thought. Vase departed the workshop with a flush on his cheeks and spent some time to freshen up. All the while, he mentally assessed his state of mind. Nothing appeared to have changed. He didn't get the sense that he lost anything, nor did he gain any boons from the encounter. He simply lost half an hour of his time. I don't believe I wasted my time. Something must have happened, his instincts told him. The uncertainty of what happened and whether it changed something in him gnawed at his nerves. Lately, the more he dipped into metaphysics, the more he realized how unfathomable the unknown represented. Dr. Judlin's shenanigans alone amply demonstrated its potential as well as its dangers. In order to be certain of his health, Vase returned to the treatment center and had himself checked. Predictably, they found nothing unusual. They did state that his regulator organ became increasingly enmeshed with his spine. It's a fascinating process, Dr. Mello admiringly told him. It's as if your body isn't content with these strange new additions and seeks to subsume them completely. Rarely have I witnessed such initiative without being prodded by an outside stimulus. From what I've learned of Judlin's research, the regulator organ is supposed to stay self-contained in the event he wishes to update an older organ for a better performing one. What about my Judlin organ? There are no signs your body is merging it with anything else. It wouldn't make sense to do so since it serves a unique role. Vase nodded in relief. That's good to hear. Despite the seemingly benign changes, Mello cautioned him about the consequences of deviating from the human norm. A different physique requires a different set of treatments. Standard medicines designed for baseline humans may react unpredictably when applied to cases such as yours. For example, a simple sleeping pill might make you drowsy for a second or put you in a coma. It's best to have a personal doctor on retainer who truly understands your body. He'd consider such luxuries later. After thanking Dr. Mello, Vase left the treatment center and returned to the workshop. The entire site buzzed with energy this time. Vase, Chief Ramirez called. I don't know how the scientists figured it out, but the Caius is actually responding to the cockpit now. Vase looked with interest as the Caius gently lifted a limb before lowering it again. It did so for all 6 of limbs, demonstrating the exact control the pilot in the cockpit had over the appropriated mech. Did he unlock the Caius somehow with his weird 30-minute seance? Is the pilot reporting any issues connecting with the Caius? He asked, concerned about the mental health of whoever served as a guinea pig. I imagine it's quite dangerous to interface with a half-living mech. There are doctors monitoring his condition. As soon as they detect something amiss, they'll pull the plug. The Caius turned into a docile machine, seemingly willing to let the mech pilot take the lead. The neural interface connected the pilot to the mech without encountering any hindrance this time, but Vase still had his misgivings. It didn't make much sense for the subconsciousness buried deep to give in so suddenly. Still, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Ramirez muttered. We only need to get it to work for a day at most. By that time it'll be clear if we're getting rescued or getting captured. They spent the next couple of hours undoing all of the damage the Caius suffered. While the exobiologists did an amazing job regenerating damaged tissue, the mech would never regain its full mobility. They had better luck plugging the gaps with machinery, though most of the times they went half-cocked due to lack of time. Vase shook his head as he supervised the installation of additional laser cannons on the flanks of the Caius. Imagine certifying this beast. The MTA would hate this mech. Their hasty modifications had rush job written all over it. Vase decided to add the laser cannons on a whim because the Caius possessed an abundance of power. They hadn't even been properly calibrated. Furthermore, they only put in a standard targeting system designed for humanoid mechs for lack of anything better. Ensign D'Amato shook his head. It'll be a miracle if it can hit something beyond spitting distance. It's not meant to be a sharpshooter. The great thing about installing laser weapons onto the Caius is that its heat organ acts as both an inexhaustible power source while also functioning as the perfect heat sink. It will be able to devastate a whole company of mechs on its own with its laser cannons firing almost non-stop. Frankly, the heat organ functioned as a massive cheat in this regard. Ordinarily, directed energy weapons had no place in the hunt for hexapods, so the groundside team only stocked a couple of lasers for contingency purposes. Their current crisis qualified as one. After several hours of working, the pirate fleet in orbit finally made a move. An alarm alerted everyone to the threat. Ensign D'Amato approached Vase. Our monitoring system has detected many incoming transports. They're on track to enter the cavern entrance. How much time do we have left? 2 hours at most. It depends on how many mechs they've committed to the first wave. The incoming fleet is still 15 hours away, so we only need to hold on for half a day before the pirates become preoccupied with bigger enemies. Vase thought about the exhausted personnel and worn-out equipment and figured they'd be hard-pressed to hold their ground. It wasn't impossible to hold for 13 hours, but the pirates must be feeling the crunch as well and hoped to wrap it up quickly. The mech technicians quickly finalized their current assignments and made sure that nothing stuck out from the Caius. With the Olympians wrecked, the Caius took over their role as the hunting platoon's bulwark. When he looked over the mobilized mechs, he noticed the imbalance between melee mechs and ranged mechs. Against hexapods, such a deployment made sense. It's not as bad as it looks, D'Amato told him while they retreated to the inner base. As non-combatants, they played no role in the upcoming battle, especially when the ensign still waited for a new arm. The dragons of the void are impatient for results. They can't run out the clock by sieging us from a distance. Once they commit their mechs to a full-on assault, our melee mechs will be able to hold the line. They quietly waited until the first signs of danger emerged through the haze in the air. Are those aerial mechs? Vase asked with an astounded voice. Around 2 squads of flying mechs buzzed around the base. Their flight systems screamed as they strained to keep the flyers aloft. A couple of turrets fired projectiles at them, but their speed and distance along with their ECM kept them out of harm's way. To all accounts, the pirate mechs behaved as if they were playing with their food. The passes high in the air was meant to test their defenses while observing the base camp's exact layout. The low-level miasma forced them to fly a little closer, but in turn it also interfered with everyone's targeting systems. In the meantime, half of the defenders looked on with anticipation. There they go. The native wildlife finally detected the delicious morsels darting in the air. Huge flocks of hexabats converged from far away as they honed in on the heat emitted by the mechs trying to fly under 1.4 times standard gravity. The formation in the air fell apart as thousands of hexabats gnawed at their lightly armored frames. While their armor proved to be a little more resilient than those enjoyed by civilian transports, many of their surface components such as sensors and joints sustained a lot of damage. Furthermore, the aerial mechs had mainly been configured as riflemen and harassers, so they lacked the melee options to throw off the hexabats. They shot their lasers and rifles as best they could, but even as they harvested hundreds of hexabats, thousands more flocked to their constant heat buildup. The invading force suffered a heavy blow with the loss of all of their flight squadrons. Best of all, the defenders didn't even have to lift a finger. Vase shook his head as he sympathized with the hapless pirate mechs. I guess it's safe to say they haven't received any intelligence of what is going on here. The dragons of the void haven't received any transmissions from base camp. Ensign D'Amato nodded. Our investigators suspect that one of our attached mercenary vessels left behind a dead drop whenever they transitioned into FTL. That left a trail of breadcrumbs right into the graining system. Didn't you keep an eye on this kind of stuff? We did, but evidently the traitors outsmarted us. In any case, the fact that the pirates only gained some coordinates and nothing else meant that they came in blind. Their lack of knowledge concerning the habits of the hexapod life forms would come to bite them back several times. Vase could already imagine the land-bound hexapods drawing to their heat emissions, though the expedition had already cleaned up most of the creatures in the vicinity. The landbound pirate mechs took their time approaching the base, as constant hexapod harassment must have delayed their deployment. Still, they came with numbers on their side. How many mechs are out there? Around 100 so far, but they're definitely holding back. The expedition could only scrape around 70 mechs that functioned well enough. They also fielded a handful of half-crippled mechs that couldn't do more than stand and shoot, even if they didn't possess the right configuration to handle ranged weaponry. The numbers alone highlighted the precarious state of the groundside team. Without support from the main fleet and with depleted supplies, they lacked the depth to withstand an overwhelming assault. To put it simply, their backs were on the wall. Can you lend me a gun? Vase asked his escort. Why? Just in case. If they come for me, I won't go down without a fight. In fact, Vase had no intention of staying aboard a sinking ship. If the worst-case scenario happened and the base had been breached, Vase intended to sneak away under stealth and survive in the wilderness with his adapted body. However, he'd have to leave behind Melkor to do so. His cousin Stanislaw had joined the defending mechs in huddling behind the walls, using them as cover to fire pot shots at the approaching pirate mechs. Between the risk of getting captured and having his system robbed of his possession, Vase would rather give up his cousin. As a non-combatant, Vase lacked the means to change the course of the ensuing battle. No matter how much his body grew stronger, he could never match Dr. Jutland's display of strength. The pirates swelled to around 200 mechs. At least they came without any additional assets such as infantry or artillery. Still, as kings of the battlefield, mechs alone operated well enough on their own. No one spoke a word. Everyone waited with bated breath for the pirates to make their move. This time, the pirate mechs came in a dizzying array of colors and symbols. Like House Cain, the Dragons of the Void enlisted other groups to fill up their ranks. The lack of unity among the pirates could serve as a weak point. A brilliant-looking swordsman mech in black stepped forward. Its sleek black coating had been decorated with a pair of coiling red dragons. It wielded a slim but high-quality mech dueling sword that looked perfect for swift, aggressive strikes. The loudspeakers of the elite mech bellowed out the terms of the pirate commander. "I am Jaded Serpent. In the name of the Dragons of the Void, I lay claim to your lives and your possessions. We have gained complete orbital supremacy. There will be no help coming for your rescue. I will only say this once. Shut off your mechs and lock down your turrets." Captain Kane's Cathrek stepped up above the wall and faced Jaded Serpent's mech. She gave a simple reply to the pirate commander's demands. "Get lost." Her reply firmed up their resolve. Even Vase felt an irrational sense of pride at the thought of resisting the pirates with his comrades in the expedition. He held his borrowed laser pistol with a tightening grip, though he quickly regained his cool. The dragon mech reacted swiftly to the coarse reply by stretching out its sword. "Commence the attack." Chapter 197. Jaded Serpent. With the obligatory offer of surrender over with, the pirate mechs began their assault. They carefully pelted the star-shaped base walls from a single direction with lasers and shells. It became clear that the quality of mechs and weapons used by the pirates adhered to the standard of a third-rate state. They matched relatively poorly against the better-armed mechs of House Cain and their mercenary partners from the Grey Willow Star sector. However, the local mercs enjoyed very little superiority in this regard as they obtained their mechs from similar sources. The defenses held up better than Vase had thought. House Cain hadn't skimped on the prefabricated walls that had been anchored into the hardy soil. As they were meant to withstand a horde of hexapods, they took little damage from kinetic and explosive projectiles. Unfortunately, the alloys used in the construction of the walls fared a little worse against lasers. The pirates quickly wised up and started to concentrate their laser armament at a single spot, trying to carve a very large hole in the defenses. The defenders gave it as good as they got, though only half of the mechs had been equipped with ranged weapons. The fixed emplacements picked up the slack. The turrets had been designed to take a beating and dish it out in turn, and they fired back with accurate volleys that chewed up the pirates in the forest. The dense, hardy metallic forest provided some level of cover to the pirate mechs. The trees proved to be incredibly resilient, though they were too thin to cover a mech's entire frame. Losses piled up on both sides as a low-intensity firefight extended for half an hour. The pirates slowly softened up the expedition's formidable fixed defenses. The walls and turrets couldn't move, so the pirates simply aimed to wear them down by focusing their fire. Before the pirates committed to a full assault, they wanted to lay the groundwork first. The defenses bought valuable time to the groundside team with their sacrifices. Yet with every turret down, the pirates faced a little bit less pressure, allowing them to position their forces more aggressively. In the meantime, the Caius stayed hidden and out of sight. The partially repaired and improved Chimera mech had no place in this long-ranged firefight. To maximize its impact, Commander Tregus ordered it to be revealed at the last possible moment. The situation changed for the worse when missiles rained from above. They ended their arc flight paths straight into the interior of the base, focusing mostly on the mech workshops and other critical infrastructure. The base only possessed a limited amount of anti-air emplacements that took out half of the incoming ordnance. The rest impacted against the workshops with debilitating explosions that deformed their roofs but didn't manage to break through. Like the walls, the other prefab structures had been formed out of highly durable alloys that didn't lose out too much compared to those utilized in mechs. Still, another volley of missiles arrived right after the first wave. Explosions continued to rain down in the same area of the base, weakening the targeted structures until their roofs finally collapsed. Distant screams emerged as some of the subsequent volleys killed and wounded mech technicians ready to service damaged mechs. Vase could have been one of them. If not for the special dispensation he received from Tregus for being an integral part in killing Jutland, he'd be among the thick of it. Don't we have any countermeasures? Missiles aren't useful against the hexapod, so we left them out of the defense plan. D'Amato explained. The base planners never took into account that we had to face a pirate invasion alone. The missiles continued to wreak havoc while the mechs that launched them stayed far away. A couple of light mechs acted as relays that sent back targeting data for them to focus their missiles on. The Empyreans harassed them with their extremely powerful railguns, but they had little effect against the agile mechs. Something has to be done against those missiles. Vase screamed over the din as the missiles started to drift over their direction. He imagined that the pirates brought plenty ordnance in order to force the base into a quick surrender. Boom! A large explosion set off in the distance. The volleys of missiles suddenly cut off. A couple of nearby officers cheered. That's the hunting platoon at work. They succeeded in sneaking up on their artillery. Vase looked around and noticed that the Cathrek had quietly disappeared from the walls. Captain Kane must have brought the Volmars along to strike at the artillery mechs quickly before they could seek refuge from their guards. The Cathrek and its fellow melee mechs returned triumphantly a half-hour later. From the rumor mill, Vase heard that they not only took out the artillery mechs, but also destroyed some of their spare supplies. It's a pity their transports are tightly guarded. They're holding back a solid number of mechs to keep their escape route open. The removal of the artillery mechs and the earlier mishap that had befallen the aerial mechs had taken out a lot of options for the pirates. They ran out of tricks to pressure the base except for a straight-on slugging match. A normal commander would have pulled back and given up the fight. The losses far outweighed the gains, unless they heard an inkling of the windfall the expedition earned so far. So many kilograms of monoxyrite made plenty of people see red. In fact, Jaded Serpent even urged his mechs to intensify the attack. Stop pussyfooting around. Get closer and disable all of the turrets. We won't be able to bypass the walls with them intact. As the champion of the pirates, his sleek black adorned with twin red dragons attracted a lot of fire. However, the pirate commander possessed a sly sense of evasion, managing to dart in and out of cover just in time to spoil the aim of the most heaviest guns arrayed against him. Sometimes his mech even dodged in a bewildering pattern that made Vase spin his eyes. That's the roulette spin. Not every advanced pilot knows how to perform that maneuver. The roulette spin could only be done with light and medium mechs focused on agility and flexibility. The mech half spun into arcing paths that made it difficult to predict how far the mech moved and where it would orient itself next. It worked great against automated targeting systems and less skilled pilots, which happened to include most of the local mercs. That Jaded Serpent is a tough customer. An analyst remarked. His mech can outmaneuver most of our melee mechs that focused more on brute force than finesse. Even our Volmars would be hard-pressed to match blows against his mech. The firefight faded out another hour later when most of the turrets facing the direction of the pirates got destroyed. The pirate mechs also burned a number of holes in the solid walls of the base, though it took an extreme amount of energy to accomplish such a feat. The pirate mechs finally drew back to their landing site in order to replenish their ammunition and energy. They'll be back soon, D'Amato noted with grim resignation. Our base is not in good shape at the moment. It's going to get ugly once the knife fighting starts. With the temporary reprieve, the defending side took the opportunity to replenish their own mechs. Mech technicians also received some of the mechs that sustained damage, though the missile barrage destroyed most of their workshops. This forced them to perform rudimentary repairs in the field. Vase wanted to join them, but he knew his contribution wouldn't matter much at this point. The more complex repair jobs required time and facilities that the defenders didn't have anymore. Some of the mech pilots milling around looked agitated. Vase saw that quite a few bots and security personnel kept a very close eye on them. He imagined that some of the mercs would turn their coats in a heartbeat if they could. As Vase had helped with the maintenance of some of those mechs, he knew the expedition also slipped in another safeguard. The mech technicians installed kill switches next to their control circuits that could instantly turn the mechs off if they received a special signal. Such a function normally risked being exploited by their adversaries, but the trustworthiness of the local mercs left a lot to be desired, especially after some of them mutinied. House Kane basically trusted in their technological superiority over the pirates. So far, nothing has happened, to the pirates must not have brought any exceptional hackers. The pirates returned some time later. This time, they brought a few knights with hefty tower shields to take the lead. Jaded Serpent didn't waste any time. His dragon mech brandished its sword and extended it forward. Charge! Well over 100 different mechs charged forward at the same time. They maintained a fairly dispersed formation in order to avoid bumping into each other, but they also kept up with their assigned squads. Vast clusters of mechs converged around the numerous gaps in the walls with the shield bearers in front. The defending mechs shot back with a vengeance, stopping some of the mechs in their tracks but not enough to make a difference. The ranged mechs finally received the order to fall back to the walls of the inner base. They fled the outer walls like rats jumping out of a leaking boat. The defenders finally showed their teeth when their melee mechs met the incoming pirates. The shield bearers received special attention from the Cathrek. Its powered spear darted forward like a loosened arrow as it bypassed the shield and hit the bearers in the flank. Their armor easily parted against the special spear, allowing it to deal catastrophic damage with each single hit. The pirates faltered for a moment as they witnessed Captain Kane's prowess. Her mech truly outmatched most machines. No one wished to take a step forward into the jaws of death that her mech represented. Until Jaded Serpent stepped forward with his swordsman mech. His sleek machine flourished its sword in preparation of a duel. Your opponent is me. The other mechs made way for the two elite mechs and resumed their fighting at the other gaps. Every mech pilot adhered to the common convention of letting their leaders duel without interruption from others. Of course, this could only be maintained if both sides possessed somewhat equal strength. While the dragons of the void brought much greater numbers to bear, the defending side had the edge in terms of quality and training. Neither side wanted to risk the consequences of doing something rash. Your name? Captain Felicia Kane of House Kane. Ah yes, a direct scion of our visitors from the illustrious Constance Grand Kingdom. Jaded Serpent replied in a taunting tone. You are far away from home, little miss. You will find no easy prey out here in the frontier. I can take on tough guys like you any day. The two mechs began to clash after that. Both pilots showcased the full capabilities of their mechs by dancing around their probing strikes. The Cathrek had the advantage of reach. Captain Kane extended her spear very far but darted back as soon as the dragon mech stepped closer. The differences between the frames became clear after the first dozen clashes. The dragon mech turned out to be a deviously designed machine. It possessed a lot of leg strength that allowed Jaded Serpent to leap in any direction at any time. It reminded Vase of the old hoplite design he used as a basis for his popular Youngblood variant. The dragon mech possessed a very modern iteration of the system. In turn, the Cathrek held a decisive edge in the quality of its weapon. When Jaded Serpent acted a bit too boldly, Captain Kane traded blows by taking the incoming sword chop with its shield while puncturing the dodging dragon mech in the side. The powered spear almost encountered no obstruction when it dug into the dragon's mech armor. Jaded Serpent immediately pulled his mech backwards and assessed the damage. That spear, that's a destroyer weapon. How did you get your hands on such a treasure? I'm friends with the Terrans. Captain Kane brashly responded as she went on the offensive in earnest. You'll be the first pirate scumbag I'll slay with this weapon. The dragon mech fell into leeward for a while as the Cathrek pressured it backwards with unrelenting spear thrusts. With his perception, Vase saw that Captain Kane employed a precise, rhythmic pattern to her thrusts that unsettled Jaded Serpent. Enough. Dragon's Breath, deploy. The pirate leader turned the tide by activating a special feature on his mech. Hidden flamethrowers popped open around various points of the dragon mech and spat out small jets of highly flammable liquids at the Cathrek. Captain Kane hadn't expected such a surprise. While the Cathrek managed to disperse half of the jets with its dueling shield, the other half encountered no obstruction. Her spear-wielding mech quickly became engulfed in flames. No. Chapter 198 Unstoppable Jaded Serpent's personal steed appeared to be a pure swordsman mech. Even Vase got fooled by its appearance and dazzling performance that he never expected it to pop up miniature flame spitters. While the nefarious burning liquid stuck on the Cathrek, Captain Kane quickly pulled back her mech and made a radical decision. She rolled the Cathrek onto the ground, managing to brush aside most of the flames in the process. She proved her skill with that move. Her mech rolled across the ground for 3 revolutions without putting too much of the mech's weight onto anything that couldn't bear the momentary pressure. Many lesser pilots failed to control their mechs as good as she did and broke the arms or even the heads of their mechs. The Cathrek's armor system gained a large amount of ugly burn marks on its surface. It showcased its lack of strength against heat damage, of which nobody on the expedition expected to face on the ground. "You're mine now," Jaded Serpent roared and drove his mech into a punishing offensive that forced the Cathrek into straits. The flurry of blows prevented the white mech from regaining its balance. Vase wondered when Commander Tregus released the refurbished Caius. "Not yet," D'Amato said, shaking his head. "The pirates still have too much fight in them. The Caius is best used when they run out of steam. The goal is to shatter the exhausted pirates into pieces so that they can't form an effective raiding force anymore." Such a strategy required a lot of patience and sacrifice. Even now, many mercenary mechs started falling under the weight of numbers. Fortunately, most of their pilots managed to escape death by ejecting their cockpits. Even as they fell, the defenders stopped the pirate mechs in their tracks. Half of the pirate mechs consisted of cheap frontline mechs with no heads and weapon barrels for arms. Their deficient armor made them sitting ducks for the railgun-wielding defenders, who took them out with 2 or 3 carefully aimed projectiles. Vase noticed that the pirate mechs weren't using proper tactics. None of them adhered to the loose formation determined at the start and simply tried to swarm the damaged walls with fanatic glee. It reminded him of the first space battle between the expeditionary fleet and the harassing pirate fleet. The pilots of the pirate mechs look like they're drugged and brainwashed. It's difficult to scrounge willing cannon fodder. Pirates can be some of the biggest cowards in the galaxy. They value their lives above loyalty and brotherhood. The dragons of the void certainly proved their ruthlessness by discarding so many lives in mechs. With the mech pilots fighting without regard for their lives, their ferocity steadily overpowered the beleaguered defenders even with their technological superiority. In these fraught circumstances, one mercenary group took up the war banner and fought back with twice the grit. As one of House Kane's mercenary partners, Audila's Chosen had never really showed off their capabilities. Unlike George's cavalry and the stray phantoms which often saw action, the religious group largely remained in reserve. Their mechs consisted of sturdy medium mechs that might not be fast, but could take hit or two. They boldly wielded heavy flails that bashed aside the lighter mechs in a single blow. Vase became impressed by the way they wielded the flails. The spiked alloy ball at the end of the chain always managed to pierce through a critical portion of the mech being struck. The mechs of Audila's Chosen momentarily stabilized the faltering lines, though their impact proved limited as they couldn't cover the entire wall. The defenders didn't have much of a reserve besides the Chosen. Captain Kane is still holding on. The Cathrek managed to bait its opponent. It parried the last sword strike of the dragon mech and thrust before Jaded Serpent fully recovered. The spear glanced past one of the swordsman mech's thigh, piercing aside the armor plating with contemptuous ease before dealing shallow but effective internal damage. The dragon mech's mobility suffered a minor loss that proved extremely debilitating in the closely matched duel. Captain Kane's destroyer weapon showcased its full potential as she used it as a naked threat against Jaded Serpent's sword. The pirate commander clearly wished to avoid the dreaded spear and made sure to leave his sword away from the spear's path. How did she get her hands on a destroyer weapon? Vase asked. Captain Kane followed a training course in an institute affiliated with the Terrans. One of the idle scientists replied, "I heard she acquitted herself well enough to win some awards. The destroyer weapon is a custom design that's made for her mech. She's very lucky to gain such a renowned weapon." "That she is. You can see how she's regaining the initiative. Even some flames can't stop her resolve." Many people considered the Greater Terran United Confederation to be a stagnant first-rate superstate that clung to its old ways. They gradually let the new Rubarth Empire overtake them in terms of research and development. The fairly recent invention of destroyer weapons put them back on the map. These special-powered weapons used up a lot of energy, but converted almost all of that potential into a field that acted as a molecular desponder. Most materials became as fragile as paper when struck by a molecular desponder. Even many kinds of compressed armor had to give way to the strange new technology. The destroyer weapons quickly gained a reputation for being the ultimate melee weapons and dominated the Terran mech scene. Unfortunately, the Terrans couldn't enjoy their moment of superiority for long. Their arch-rivals from the new Rubarth Empire came up with several special alloys that proved to be immune to the effects of a molecular desponder. Still, these alloys made use of extremely rare exotics that had only been found in the core regions of the galaxy. Out here in the galactic rim, many prospectors tried to find the valuable materials, but never encountered a trace of it so far. This turned the few destroyer weapons that made their way to Frontier into the perfect tools to bully the local mechs. Despite the Cathrek's valiant performance, the rest of the defenders slowly showed signs of breaking. Even the flail-wielding mechs from Audila's Chosen became entangled when the pirates surrounded them from multiple directions. Their flails hit hard, but it took a lot of time to swing them. The pirates finally wised up and waited until the flails finished their swing before diving in to press the Chosen body to body. Nevertheless, dealing with these strong and daunting mechs was never easy, as they inflicted a lot of damage with their bare hands. The Chosen dished out plenty of damage before they ejected. There's hardly any obstacles left. The casualties among the pirate mechs had become very tragic, but none of them flinched. The raiders only knew how to go forward and fight. All thoughts of stepping back or preserving their lives had disappeared in their drug-fueled frenzy. Commander Tregus finally had enough. He couldn't wait any longer to send out his reserve. He ordered the release of their final trump card. The Caius stepped forth out of the gates of the inner wall with a mighty animalistic bellow. Its horn-like roar emboldened the defenders while throwing some of the most engaged pirates into a stupor. Every pirate who caught sight of the Caius became frightened by its size. The half-living mech made for an intimidating sight as it could tower over heavy mechs. Even scarier was the fact that despite its bulk, it moved forward with unstoppable momentum. The mighty Chimera mech marched closer with 6 of its limbs working in tandem. Once it came close to one of the frailest points of the wall, the defenders pulled back and made way for the king of mechs. When some of the more reckless pirate mechs entered the gap in the walls, the Caius responded by unleashing the laser cannons strapped to the sides of its torso. An unending torrent of lasers erupted from the cannons. The pilot threw out almost every rule in the book by letting them pulse unendingly like a flickering light. The sheer amount of power the laser cannons used up went far beyond the usual safety guidelines. A regular heavy mech would have melted all of the barrels by now, but not before sucking out all of its energy cells. Yet the Caius still continued to fire without any signs of faltering. All of the excess heat building up in the barrels never had a chance to overheat anything as the augmented heat organ sucked away all of that delicious energy. This is the most impressive sight I've ever seen. This is the pinnacle of mechs. Even Vase underestimated the actual effectiveness of the improvised setup. The overconfident pirates lost almost a dozen mechs after a couple minutes of unrelenting laser fire. The befuddled pirates kept expecting the laser cannons to stop its self-destructing firing rate, but always ended up with molten mechs. Once the pirates stopped invading the gap, the Caius ceased its fire. While the laser cannons didn't have to be afraid of overheating, keeping them active all the time had other effects that quickly wore down the fragile weapons. Instead of waiting for the pirates to muster up their courage, the Caius decisively exited through the gap and charged towards the recovering pirate mechs. Its speed ensured that none of the drugged-up pirates could muster a proper defense by the time the massive monster reached their midst. The Caius released another primal bellow as it practically ran over 3 mechs in close succession. Its massive weight flattened every mech that fell beneath its limbs into deformed pieces of scrap. Meanwhile, the Captain Kane took advantage of Jaded Serpent's retreat at the sight of the intimidating monster mech and raised her mech's spear. Onwards, men, we are invincible. The mark of a good leader was their ability to inspire their subordinates. Vase thought that Captain Kane lacked experience and largely reached her rank due to nepotism. It turned out that she had a keen sense of timing and broadcasted just enough words to rally the defenders. Even though the Caius only beat back a portion of the pirate force, its tall presence drew the eye of everyone in the field. The mech smashed its way into the thick of the pirates and lashed out in each direction with its limbs and lasers. None of the mechs that stood in its way lasted more than a couple of blows. Jaded Serpent finally shook off his amazement and brandished his sword towards the unstoppable beast. Are you daft? Ranged mechs, fire on this monster. Melee mechs, pull back from here and resume our push at the flanks. Despite receiving clear orders, the pirate mechs strained to follow their new instructions. The defenders left the middle for the Caius and redirected most of their numbers towards the flanks, meeting the pirate push head-on. Meanwhile, the ranged mechs found their rifles and cannons to be completely ineffective against the virtually indestructible scales of the Caius. As a mech based off the carcass of a hexapod king, its scales had reached a degree of toughness that could even glance off a couple of railgun projectiles. The entry of this giant monster and its subsequent rampage completely quelled the momentum of the invaders. Even concentrated volleys of fire accomplished nothing more than disabling the laser cannons, which didn't hurt the core performance of the Caius at all. With another triumphant roar, the Caius raced forward on all 6 limbs and bounded across the field, reaching the rifle-wielding mechs in an instant. With fast, powerful swipes, the Caius tore the rifleman mechs into shreds. Their thinner armor and inferior speed branded them as dead mechs walking that awaited their final destruction at the hands of the indomitable monster Mech. As much as the pirates drew their courage from their drugs and brainwashing, they couldn't handle the terror-inducing killing spree of the Caius. For some of them, the shock tore apart their mental conditioning, which led to a third of the surviving pirate mechs to turn around and flee back to their transports. "We broke them. Run, you bastards. Chase them to the ends of the universe." With the Caius leading the charge, the more mobile defenders chased after the fleeing raiders and ran them down like dogs. Even Jaded Serpent gave up his attempts to corral his minions into reforming their ranks and joined the overall rout. As the mechs ran out of sight, Vase let out a deep breath. "We survived." Chapter 199 Rex. The Caius and its entourage of defenders chased the pirate mechs for 20 minutes before giving up the chase. Continuing to chase the pirates all the way back to their transports risked falling into an ambush, so the defending mechs wisely broke off well before they overextended themselves. "Great work." Everyone back in base cheered as the scouts reported that the surviving boarded their transports and lifted off. They completely gave up on the assault and cut their losses. "Too bad we haven't caught that Jaded Serpent. We could have interrogated him about the goal of their senseless attacks." Certainly, the Dragons of the Void sacrificed a lot of ships and mechs, only to receive nothing in return besides damaging House Kane. Vase reasoned that stopping House Kane and ruining their much-vaunted expedition must be one of their primary goals. In that regard, the mysterious pirate group achieved some successes, but not enough to make up for their losses. Vase eventually scratched his head. No regular pirate group will throw away so many assets for nothing. "It's not their assets to begin with," D'Amato replied. "The Dragons of the Void obviously employed patsies to do the heavy lifting for them. Don't forget that each time the battle went south, they always ran away the fastest. Even so, borrowed or not, losing so many ships and mechs will hurt overall strength. They'll be much less capable of threatening their opponents after losing so much cannon fodder." The most frightening aspect about the Dragons of the Void was that they managed to indoctrinate so many pirate outfits. Why haven't they received any backlash over their unscrupulous use of mind-altering drugs? Ensign D'Amato smiled at him. "Pirates aren't the smartest people in the bunch. Smaller gangs of pirates have a lot of trouble finding safe harbor among the stars. My guess is that the Dragons are secretly controlling several pirate harbors. Whenever they're short on manpower, they'll kidnap some unsuspecting visitors." Such a scheme highlighted the cutthroat circumstances of those who resorted to piracy. Perhaps some of the pirates had an inkling of what went on, but where else could they service their ships and mechs? These outlaws deserved no mercy for turning their backs on human solidarity. Hours went by as the survivors picked up the pieces. Vase volunteered to help with the repairs of the Caius. While it pretended to be invincible in front of the pirate mechs, it actually sustained severe damage to its mechanical components. Due to a lack of time, the repair team focused on stabilizing its condition so it wouldn't fall apart in the short term. Many other mech technicians crawled over the disabled mechs that had been strewn across the battlefield and assessed whether they could still be fixed. When Vase looked at the battlefield strewn with so many wrecks, he couldn't help but count how much value lay on the ground. His salvager's eye came up with a figure that topped several billion bright credits. The pirate mechs generally consisted of cheap mechs made out of cheap materials. The real treasure lay in the machines used by the forces from the Grey Willow Star sector. These high-quality mechs employed valuable exotics throughout their frame that many manufacturers love to use. Will we be able to recover all of this salvage? Maybe not. It depends on if the incoming fleet is friendly enough. Now that they're getting nearer, we've received more detailed readings. The mass readings are highly alarming, though we've also detected the presence of the Arc Horizon. For a time, the groundside team feared that their mothership had been captured. It took several suspenseful hours for them to receive a signal from Lord Jeremiah Kane himself. Commander Tregus decided to broadcast the transmission throughout the base. The old man appeared aged and tired on the projector. "Fellow expedition members, it has been a trying time for you all. We departed from the Grey Willow Star sector and crossed many light years with the hope of reversing the fortunes of House Kane. Enemies stalked us every step of the way, but despite their determined attempts to drag us down, we have persevered against all odds. Be proud of your accomplishments." His words had a very emotional effect on the men and women employed directly by House Kane. All of them possessed a strong sense of belonging to the venerable noble house. The message resonated less with external consultants like Vase. Lord Kane spent the next couple of minutes explaining what happened after that. After the expeditionary fleet finished off the Sandman incursion, they suffered a devastating loss when the dragons of the void sprung their ambush. The bedraggled survivors fled far away until they eventually converged at a predetermined fallback point. Defeat can humble the best of men. Lord Cain spoke evenly. While I cannot change what has already happened, I can still change the outcome of this venture. Therefore, after much consideration, I've decided to approach the Common Fleet Alliance for assistance. That explained the heavy fleet presence. Several destroyers along with a handful of frigates surrounded the Ark horizon like an honor guard. Though the massive fleet carrier outmassed the smaller vessels, as dedicated warships they possessed unparalleled might. The pirate fleet had no choice but to gamble on a quick win. As soon as they figured that they couldn't overrun the base camp with the mech forces at hand, they decided to cut their losses and run before the warships caught their scummy hides. It can't be cheap to enlist the aid of the CFA. Ensign D'Amato nodded. The CFA is humanity's common defense against pirates and aliens. While they won't shirk their duty, they never rescue fortune seekers knocking on their door without taking a cut. Word came down from above what the price entailed. For the lowly price of guaranteeing the recovery of the groundside team, the CFA demanded 80% of all the expedition's mineral gains. House Cain had to forfeit much of the motherlode they painstakingly recovered from the alien wilderness. Furthermore, once the CFA received a summary of events on the ground, they also demanded the materials recovered from Dr. Jutland. This not only included the research materials and samples taken from his cave, but also the Caius itself. In the face of their domineering demands, House Cain could only act meekly and lower their heads. Vase winced as he heard the sordid details. Sounds like the CFA is the true winner of the expedition. They didn't even have to lift a finger to get their hands on all of that monoxyrite. At least they left us with some crumbs. They could have demanded 99% of all of our gains. The expedition hauled in so many kilograms of monoxyrite that everyone's eyes went green whenever they thought of it. Having to hand them over to their rescuers hurt a lot, but it was still better than being stranded forever on this strange and hostile planet. As D'Amato remarked, the CFA left them with 20% of a massive fortune. This ensured that House Cain still earned a very generous profit even with all of their losses taken into account. The CFA left us with some crumbs because they want to keep the requests coming. If they gain a reputation for being too outrageous in their demands, people will turn elsewhere for rescue. As the warships in the Ark horizon slipped into orbit, a large number of transports and shuttles descended into the underground cavern. The abundant amount of heat emitted by the vessels attracted thousands of hexabats, but the well-prepared shuttlecraft peppered them with a vicious rain of projectiles. The half-ruined base camp received the new arrivals with trepidation and relief. While a few officers from House Cain arrived to assess the situation, most of the other transports belonged to the CFA. Armed spacers departed from the shuttles and transports and locked down the entire base. They herded every worker and mech pilot into a waiting transport vessel as if they couldn't get rid of them fast enough. What about our mechs? We will recover your possessions later. Please enter the transports first. Against the strong arming of the CFA, no one could say a thing. They separated Vase from the rest once they found him. Mr. Larkinson, your presence is requested aboard the science vessel the Ramulus in order to treat your condition. Vase expected to be summoned by the CFA. Their clear interest in Dr. Jutland's research extended to the invasive procedures the madman performed on his body. As a living example of his work, the researchers attached to the CFA would never let him off. Can I have a word with my companions before I go? Make it fast. With that reprieve, Vase quickly turned around and slipped his comm around Lucky's collar before handing him to Melkor. Take care of Lucky. Don't let him run around wherever he pleases. His cousin nodded at him. I'm familiar with his habits. I'll keep my eye on him. Assured that his cat and his comm would be kept out of the CFA's clutches, Vase turned to D'Amato. You've been a helpful watcher, Ensign. I learned a lot from you over these months. Likewise, I've always been a ship fanatic, but your work has opened my eyes to the intricate world of mechs. Both of them gained something from the other through their long interaction with each other. While Vase never appreciated his presence, the engineer in training never obstructed him when he worked. This alone deserved a commendation. While Vase would have liked to say a few words to Chief Ramirez and Captain Cain, the impatient CFA spacers firmly pushed him onto a fast shuttle. Vase could instantly tell the shuttle was special. Vase had never seen one that had evidently been made out of compressed alloys. The sheer wealth put into this tiny craft showcased the organization's power and wealth. Once they loaded the shuttle with recovered research data, the vehicle took off with rapid speed. Vase looked out the viewscreen and estimated the shuttle flew at least 4 times as fast as the ones used by House Kane. They emerged from the underground cavern and reached orbit a very short time later. The shuttle zipped through space and entered the hangar bay of a large and peculiar-looking vessel studded with sensors. When Vase emerged from the shuttle, he looked around and found the hangar bay to be empty. To be frank, what he saw didn't impress him as much as he thought. The interior of the Romulus had been built to withstand an extreme amount of punishment. Vase only recognized a couple of well-known compressed alloys. Despite the extravagant expenditure, the white interior looked fairly boring, as if the designer worked hard not to cheer up the crew. Despite the plain appearance, Vase suspected that the ship hid a lot of highly advanced systems underneath the surface. He caught hints of it as a pair of armed security officers guided him towards the labs. Every strange device prompted Vase to puzzle out their function. Even more remarkable was when he passed by several uniformed spacers. Every crew member looked beautiful or handsome, which was a sign that they received expensive gene therapy. While not as heaven-defying as gene boosts, first-rate superstates applied gene therapy to all of their citizens to enhance their health and make them much less susceptible to diseases. Vase had to curb his curiosity once they entered a quiet but extremely well-equipped lab. A handful of researchers awaited his arrival. The lead scientist stepped forward and shook his hand. "Welcome aboard the Romulus, Mr. Larkinson. Ah, your skin is fascinating." The researchers hadn't even introduced themselves before they crowded over his body with medical scanners in their hand. They took preliminary readings of his conditions and discussed their findings among themselves. "You'll be with us for a month, Mr. Larkinson. I suggest you make yourself comfortable aboard the Romulus. We've prepared a complete examination that will allow us to get to the bottom of your new condition." Hopefully the researchers didn't forget to treat his ailments. Their ravenous desire to get to the bottom of his changed physique unnerved Vase in a way that reminded him of Jutland. At least his hosts were mindful enough to inform him that they didn't intend to keep him around forever. The CFA's contract, with House Kane included a clause that ensured his safe return. Such an illustrious organization would never violate a contract that was already heavily in their favor. They were the good guys, after all. Chapter 200. To be human. What did it mean to be human? Vase asked himself this question many times on the trip back to civilized space. The researchers avidly studying each and every corner of his body hummed with excitement as they unfolded the secrets buried within. Vase had unquestionably departed from the standard of pure human. The transgalactic organizations maintained a strict definition of what fell under the human race, and Vase happened to get kicked out of the playground. In his daily life, Vase wouldn't be treated any differently. The Common Fleet Alliance's researchers revealed that certain levels of hybridization was a bit more common than usual in the upper echelons of society. "We are at war with aliens, but we envy them as well. The most sophisticated races possess various wondrous powers that we secretly covet. It's therefore not a crime against humanity to depart from the norm, because we know we can't stop people experimenting on themselves. The transgalactic organizations discourage the practice, but allows it to happen as long as the recipients remain discreet. They did not wish to encourage a culture where the masses became accustomed to radical modifications. The reason why we are wary of fusing alien genes into the human genome is that it often goes very wrong. From all reports, Dr. Jutland is a perfect example of why it isn't a good idea to go too far. While we can't determine the exact causes of his mood swings, his tireless efforts to inject himself with the strength of these hexapods has turned him into beast as well. The 27-year isolation also didn't help. Vase remarked. Personally, he wished that spending all those years alone pushed the doctor over the edge. In this case, Vase would likely keep his sanity then. While the researchers never felt inclined to share their results to Vase, they at least informed him that his new organs came with only a couple of traps. To eminent figures such as them who received some of the highest education in human society, Jutland's work appeared crude. Only the decades spent on mastering everything about the hexapods allowed him to form a working set of hybrid organs. Fortunately, the researchers possessed enough benevolence to fix the hidden dangers in his body. Although Vase could only take their word for it, he did feel a tiny bit better after he went through a number of operations. The tiny undercurrent of unease he always felt through his developing sixth sense had faded out when he next woke up. "We adjusted your genes to a stabler level than before," a doctor said when he checked on his waking body. Your body is still fairly strong, but you'll get to live longer than 50 standard years now. Like many humans, Vase would rather live longer than have an inhumanly strong body. Jutland thought otherwise, and look where that got him. A mech designer like Vase relied on his intellect to advance his career. At no point should he rely on his physical strength to make a living. In total, Vase spent roughly a month aboard the Ramulus. The science vessel flew next to the damaged Ark Horizon. Both ships enjoyed the protection of the destroyers and frigates that escorted them to Mancroft Independent Harbor. Once they reached the quiet little star system, Vase had finished his obligations. The expedition formally came at an end and House Kane released the local mercenaries and consultants from their duties. The CFA actually let him go, to his surprise. Didn't they want to study him further? One of the researchers knew what he was thinking and laughed. You are overstating your own importance to our research. We've taken many samples and we also scanned your body down to their elementary particles. To his horror, they showed him a vat containing an exact clone of his body. Seeing a duplicate of himself in the flesh provoked a minor existential crisis within his mind. Who was the actual Vase? Perhaps the researchers lied and put the real Vase in the vat. As I said, you're thinking too much. Fully adult clones are always lacking in their humanity. Even if we copy a person to an even more precise level, their clones always lack that spark that proves they are alive. It's the main reason why clones have not proliferated in our society. The clones basically end up as human form computers that are incapable of appreciating art, expressing their creativity or feeling love. I see, Vase replied, and quickly calmed down. Once he tested his thoughts, he became more certain that he was the true Vase. So as long as I can prove I can deal with concepts that ICE could never understand, I'll be certain that I'm human. In any case, the researchers only cloned him so that they could study Jutland's work. Even if they desired to treat him like a lab rat, at least they'd be studying a gimped copy of himself. Better the poor sap than me. Vase tried hard not to think on what his clones had to endure throughout their short existence. In a legal sense, the clones lacked some of the traits that defined humanity, so no one bothered to give them any rights. Once a shuttle finally delivered him to the Barracuda, Vase finally felt relief at regaining some form of control over his life. Lots of people kept an eye on him for one reason or another these past few months. Vase did not enjoy the limits it imposed on his freedom. Welcome aboard, sir. Captain Sylvestre greeted him with a neat salute. We've already established a route back to Cloudy Curtain. We can depart the Mancroft system whenever you're ready. Has Melkor and the Stanislaw arrived on this ship? They've arrived a couple of hours ago. We haven't packed up the Stanislaw in case we meet any threats. You might not be aware, but the shipping lanes throughout the Komodo Star sector have deteriorated these past few months. Many interstellar vessels only travel in convoys at this point. It's too dangerous to set off on your own. That sounded fairly bad, and not because they risked encountering a pirate attack. With the expert navigation of his new crew, he was reasonably confident the Barracuda could avoid and outrun any potential ambush. No, the emergence of pirates meant that it became a lot harder to get access to critical materials Vase needed to build his mechs. At the very least, Vase expected a sharp rise in costs. Understood. Vase nodded as he tried to estimate the ripples of the changing times. However, I intend to make a stop at Limar before returning to the Bright Republic. Please set course to the Limar system first. The Barracuda was his ship to begin with, so he could do whatever he wanted. Right now, Vase wished to pay a visit to his master and ask for help in studying his condition. The CFA never really bothered keeping Vase up to date with all of the details, so he hoped to borrow Master Olson's influence in making sure they hadn't messed up his body. In addition, Vase also planned to pay a visit to the Clifford Society's clubhouse on Limar too. He didn't forget why he signed on to the expedition in the first place. 400 merits. I can buy almost anything with this much wealth. Even a single merit held significant value, because they allowed members access to some of the restricted books in the libraries. Having several hundred merits all at once meant that if Vase so decided, he could hole up in the Moon Library pretty much forever. I can't really do that without leaving my living mech corporation out to dry. It badly needs to expand its catalog of designs. Vase always planned to pave the way for him to design an original mech. By shaking himself loose from the restrictions revolving around designing variants off other people's work, he'd save billions up front and a few 100,000 credits more with each mech sale. At the very least, I'll have to hire a hacker to unlock the restriction on my recovered Dortmund printer. Then, I'll have to purchase a high-quality alloy compressor and chemical treatment machine. The latter two machines allowed him to fabricate mechs for the premium segment. While they demanded a higher standard of quality, they also boasted much higher profit margins, which would be of great help in a time when the cost of resources kept going up. Besides acquiring new machines, Vase also wanted to browse their library of component licenses. The Limar Institute of Technology maintained a large network of mech designers and developers who both offered each other what they needed. He looked forward to see if he could pick up a bargain. As the Barracuda prepared to transition into FTL, Vase first caught up with his subordinates. First, he inquired Captain Silvestre on what his corvette experienced during his stay on Graining IV. "We stayed out of the fighting, if that's what you're concerned. We mainly acted as forward scouts that explored the star systems surrounding the Graining system in order to send back word of any incoming threats. When the expeditionary fleet suffered a defeat, the Barracuda received orders to stay behind and maintain her post. Nothing exciting happened to his ship, to his relief. Did you get into trouble with the liaison sent by House Kane?" "No, sir. He kept to himself and behaved cordially among us women. Security Officer Sipos made sure he didn't get the opportunity to access any restricted systems." "Good. Continue onwards to Limar. I don't mind if you splurge on the fuel, just get me there quickly. It's not advisable to travel outside of a convoy, sir. I highly suggest you wait and join a well-protected group of trade vessels." While she had a good point, she also boasted many times that his corvette could avoid and outrun any possible pirate ambushes. "I'm short on time and I really need to get to my destination quickly. Sticking to a convoy means that we'll be shackled to the slowest ship in the group." The captain relented after Vase insisted. With that out of the way, he returned to his stateroom. Lucky lounged on his bed, but after he came in the cat jumped aside and greeted him with a rub. "Hey there buddy, I've missed you too," Vase said and picked up his mechanical cat. "Have you produced a lot of gems yet?" The cat meowed at him in an affirmative tone and padded over to a box filled with a couple of gems. Vase also found his comm among the jewels, which he quickly picked up and put over his wrist. "I've missed you too, system." After playing around with Lucky for a few minutes, Vase approached his desk and sat down behind his terminal. It had been a long time since he last checked in on his business. The first person he called was Carlos, who appeared on the projector after a few seconds. "Vase, you're back on the grid. It's been rough out here, but I've survived," he replied with a smile. "Is the workshop still intact?" "Nothing happened. It's business as usual around here. I've been churning out the Silver Label Mark IIs for over 3 months." Carlos laid out the numbers to him. He fabricated and delivered 17 Mark IIs, which largely adhered to the schedule Vase had laid out. Each Mark II sold for 28 million credits, but the cost of raw materials had also risen in recent times, so the average costs amount to around 19 million credits per mech. After deducting some of his costs such as his mech broker's cut, the Living Mech Corporation earned an overall profit of 120 million credits. This was a generous sum of money, but Vase found it to be a little meager. Added up with what he saved in his piggy bank as well as his family's investment, Vase had around 668 million credits at his disposal. Such a vast sum of money dried up very fast if he started shopping around some decent component licenses. Vase nodded at Carlos while he continued to run the numbers in his mind. "Continue on with your work. You did well with keeping up with a stable rate of production. Once I return, I'll make some changes to our working environment." After Vase signed off, he leaned back in his chair and considered his financial situation. He possessed a decent sum of money and merits, but not enough. If he wanted to fulfill his dream of designing an original mech, he had to acquire a lot more money at the very least. "I've learned a lot from my recent trip, and my skills have matured a bit. I should make use of my improved capabilities." While Vase could scrounge up some money by fabricating a handful of gold label mechs, their shrinking profit margins made it a thankless job. Vase had no enthusiasm of relegating himself to a full-time fabricator. What he really needed was to fabricate a high-margin product like his plan for but never-seen Ruby label product line. It was time for him to call Marcella and see whether she could find a client for him that was willing to spend a lot of credits.